One second, Qi was despairing. The next, the blood python collapsed to the ground. She succeeded. Yushi stepped out from the shadows, her fur stained with blood. Most of it from the blood python. Yushi, come look quickly. Another half-beast ran toward the snake's tail, trying to pull his companion free. Qi also looked over. The beast that had been caught by the snake's tail had transformed into a human form. He was still alive but looked very weak. Qi held her flashlight and approached. His face was pale, and cold sweat covered his forehead. Let me check, Qi said, shining her flashlight over him. She quickly saw where he was injured. Are you? A purebred human, like you can't see this. Step aside. You're in the way. The person tried to push aside Qi, but Yoshi stopped him. What are you doing, Yoshi? Let her see, Yoshi said coldly, glancing at him. But if you won't let her see, then forget it. You can look yourselves, Qi said, glancing at them. As a doctor, she was willing to help. But the problem was, not only were they not letting her see, but they also wanted to take her away. We didn't stop you from seeing, Yoshi said, staring at her. Go ahead and look. Qi raised an eyebrow and looked at the person who had just tried to push her. Look. You'd better really see everything clearly, the man finally gave in. Go find me some thick branches, Qi said. Branches? What do you want them for? The man asked suspiciously. Qi didn't answer. She knew he would go find them based on Yoshi's expression. After he left to find branches, Qi assessed the injured person's condition. She said, he's not in immediate danger of losing his life, but his left leg and left arm are broken. With limited resources, I can only do my best to help him. Yoshi only understood the part about him not being in immediate danger and said, Thank you. Qi nodded, then suddenly thought of something. If you really want to thank me, can you answer a few questions? Yoshi looked at her and said, Although you told us about the weakness of the blood python earlier, without us, you wouldn't survive today. It implied she still wanted a reward. Qi clenched her jaw and looked at her. If not for them, she wouldn't have encountered this blood python. That's settled, Yoshi said again. Qi rolled her eyes at her, tired of arguing. Fixing a broken bone was usually painful, but she didn't think it was necessary to give painkillers to those who had kidnapped her. If it hurt, just bear it. It's a good lesson. Soon, the man returned with branches, and under the flashlight, Qi carefully treated the 2 broken bones of the injured person. Until the bones heal, don't remove the branches from his arms and legs, she said after finishing. You know, injuries to muscles and bones take about 100 days to recover. At least 2 or 3 months. 2 or 3 months. What does that mean? Qi felt a bit embarrassed and explained it means 60 days and nights. That long? Yes, she nodded. Apart from Yoshi, both of them looked suspicious. The injured person even thought she was using branches and some cloth-like material to restrict his movement. Gathering her belongings, Jinjin looked at the blood python. Her mind suddenly recalled the description of the bronze mirror. Since this blood python was already dead, she thought. Yushi, can you help me? Jinjin asked her. Sure, Yushi replied. I want to go over there and take a look, Jinjin said, pointing at a part of the blood python. Yushi looked in the direction she was pointing, frowning slightly. Why do you want to go there? Just to see, Jinjin blinked. She actually wanted to get the snake's gallbladder, but it was dark around, and she didn't dare go alone. Although she wasn't sure what she was planning, Yushi still accompanied her. Using her flashlight, Jinjin examined the huge blood python. It was really very large. Soon, she found the location of the snake's gallbladder and took out a small knife, preparing to remove it. Yushi frowned slightly, watching quietly. The blood python's skin was usually very tough, but since it had no life, its body was gradually softening. Jinjin easily removed the gallbladder. Holding the bloody gallbladder, she secretly glanced at Yushi. Are you curious about what this is? Jinjin asked, noticing her restrained surprise. I'm more curious about what you're going to do with it, Yushi replied. Of course, eat it, Jinjin said with a smile, joking.
Eat?
Instead of the tender parts, she was going to eat this lump? It wasn't impossible. Yushi accepted her explanation and didn't ask further. Seeing that she believed it, Zhenjin felt a bit bored. This is called a snake's gallbladder. If used properly, it can save lives. Yushi nodded without saying much. Seeing Yushi covered in blood, Zhenjin wondered whether to remind her to find water and wash up. Before she could speak, Yushi stood up and said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." She had to find something to store the gallbladder. Although she still wanted to delay, the place was too dangerous, and she didn't want to collect another one. Because someone was injured, only Yushi and another person transformed into beast forms, each carrying someone and rushing toward the forest. They ran for a while, and faintly, the outline of a mountain appeared ahead. Yushi slowed down and said, "Let's find a cave to rest." They would probably rest until dawn. Zhenjin, although not very tired, had used up some energy. The person carrying the injured found a cave halfway up the mountain, but it was empty, cold, and dry inside. Yushi put Zhenjin down, then looked around outside the cave before stepping inside. "Go nearby and pick up some branches to start a fire. Don't go too far," Yushi told the person who was not injured. The person nodded and transformed into a beast form, then leapt out. Zhenjin used her flashlight to scan the cave, then found a spot to sit down. "Take a rest first," Yushi said, glancing at her. "It's safe here." Safe? She didn't mention it, but as soon as she did, Zhenjin's heart started pounding. "I have some water. Do you want to wash your hands?" Zhenjin asked, taking out her large water cup. Yushi looked down at her hands. They and her body still had blood from the snake, sticky and thick. "Conditions are limited now. If it smells bad, just bear with it," she said.
Huh?
Zhenjin looked confused, then realized she thought she disliked the smell. All right, if she didn't appreciate it, she could keep the water for herself to quench her thirst. Soon, a fire was lit inside the cave. Zhenjin tried to sit closer to the fire, even though she still felt cold. She rummaged through her backpack, took out her sleeping bag, and hoped it would keep her warm. As for sleeping, she definitely wouldn't sleep tonight. Even if she wasn't in immediate danger now, she couldn't trust the 3 people who kidnapped her so quickly. Yushi saw her wearing that strange thing but didn't ask much, just kept the fire burning. She knew pure-blooded people were afraid of the cold, so she used this method to warm the cave a bit. Zhenjin, wrapped in her sleeping bag, leaned against the cave wall, eyes wide open, always watching the 3 people. The 2 men seemed really tired. They sat by the fire and eventually fell asleep. Yushi, on the other hand, kept staring at the fire, lost in thought. But to Zhenjin, she seemed worried about something. Could it be Yubei? Thinking about it, it made sense. It was already dark, and quite a bit of time had passed. If Yubei had fought Luo Gu, he would definitely come back to meet them. But there was no sign of Yubei yet. That probably meant he hadn't fought Luo Gu. That was good news, she thought. "Are you not sleeping?" Yushi's voice broke the silence. Zhenjin snapped back to herself and looked at her. "You're not sleeping either. Don't keep hoping. No one will come to save you," she said. Zhenjin moved her mouth, but swallowed her words. She was just comforting herself. It seemed that Yubei was probably the leader of their group. Yushi saw she didn't speak and turned her head to look at her. Their eyes met. She felt a little helpless, but quickly regained her composure. Although it was just a moment, Zhenjin noticed it. She wrapped herself in a sleeping bag, got up, and sat beside her. "You're probably worried about Yubei. Focus on worrying about yourself first," Yushi said coldly as she looked at the campfire. Zhenjin shrugged and said casually, "With you here, I don't have to worry about my safety. Otherwise, Yubei wouldn't have trusted such an important task to a woman like you." "An important task?" Yushi frowned. Zhenjin hummed and said, "If I'm right, there's more than one way to leave Qifeng Valley, but you chose the riskiest one." "No, actually, Yubei chose that risky path, right?" Yushi's eyebrows jumped, but she didn't answer. "It seems I guessed correctly." Zhenjin's reaction confirmed her suspicion. "And the reason he chose such a path is probably because of Luo Gu." Without the help of the wolf, he wouldn't stand a chance against Luogu. Under these circumstances, how could I not hope? I not only hope but hold a big hope that Luogu will find me. Sure enough, when she said this, Yushi got angry. But she was good at controlling her temper. Even when angry, her expression just grew colder. Sometimes, caring too much causes trouble. Since she was worried about Yubei, she let her worry more, which might distract her and create some openings for Luogu to find her. However, the next moment, Yushi suppressed her emotions and said, "Don't be overconfident." "Being confident in yourself isn't a bad thing," Qijinjin replied. "But I'm curious, this place isn't just inhabited by pure-blooded people. Why are you all targeting me?" "Because you're different from other pure-blooded people." Fortunately, Yushi answered her question, which meant she could slowly pry some information from her. "How am I different? Because I'm young?" Qijinjin asked. Yushi looked at her and suddenly sighed. Why sigh at a good moment? Qijinjin felt a bit anxious inside. "When Yubei catches up, ask him yourself," Yushi said. "Are you so sure that it won't be Luogu who catches up?" Yushi's words were very tight-lipped, but that also made Qijinjin certain she wouldn't lie. Yushi ignored her again. Qijinjin felt frustrated and annoyed, as the conversation went nowhere. "Can I ask another question?" Qijinjin asked quickly before she could be refused. "In Qifeng Valley, are there any green caterpillars?" Yushi had already decided to respond with silence to her questions, but when she heard the question, she was caught off guard. Qijinjin blinked eagerly, hoping for a reply. After a moment, Yushi said, "I used to have one, but now I don't." "Does that mean all the green caterpillars were taken away by Yubei?" "You ask too many questions." Yushi finally refused to answer any more and focused on roasting the fire. Qijinjin pouted, "I'm just trying to keep you company and chat." Having gotten the answer she wanted, Qijinjin didn't ask further. It was clear that Yubei's purpose for coming was very strong, maybe. A thought suddenly crossed Qijinjin's mind. Earlier, Lu Gu had cut off all of Qi Lang's heads, claiming it was returning things to their original state. Could this owner be Yubei? Time passed slowly. By late at night, Qijinjin was really tired and wanted to sleep, but the thought of not trusting anyone nearby kept her from sleeping no matter what. She propped her head up, her eyelids heavy, yet she still stared angrily at the campfire. Until dawn arrived. Seeing the night retreat, Qijinjin got out of her sleeping bag, stretched lazily, and drank some cold water to refresh herself. "Yushi, Yubei and the others haven't caught up yet," said the uninjured man, walking outside the cave with a tense look. Not only them, Qijinjin was also very nervous. If Lu Gu had defeated Yubei, he should have caught up quickly, but now no one had arrived. Could they have also encountered the blood python in the woods? The injured person had a shadow of fear about that blood python. "Don't talk nonsense," Yushi glared at them displeased. After packing her things, Qijinjin asked, "Do you want to look for water nearby?" Yushi thought she was thirsty, but seeing her gaze on her hands, she suddenly understood. She didn't mind her hands being bloody. A purebred person really was delicate. "Yushi, there's movement." Suddenly, someone outside the cave called out. Yushi immediately went out, and Qijinjin followed closely behind. Now that it was daytime, Qijinjin could clearly see the surroundings. Below the hillside where they were, there was a vast forest, endless and dense. Not far into the woods, several trees were shaking violently, more and more trees trembling, as if something was rushing through the forest. "Don't move yet," Yushi frowned, staring at the trees. Whatever it was slowly approaching them. Could it be Lu Gu? Qijinjin really hoped it was him. She had never looked forward to anything this much. Getting closer. Gradually closer. Qijinjin covered her chest nervously watching, but when she saw clearly what was running wildly in the woods, she nearly lost her legs and sat down on the ground. "It's Yubei. It's Yubei and his group." Qijinjin bit her lip, took 2 steps back, and her mind buzzed loudly. Within seconds, a golden-brown beast leapt up from the mountain below, its limbs firmly on the ground, followed by 2 more beasts jumping up. At this moment, Qi Jinjin, whose head was buzzing, only had one thought: to run away. Seeing these three beasts, she kept retreating, trying to find an escape route with her peripheral vision. But besides the cave behind her, there was no other way out. Yubei, are you injured? Yushi looked up at the beast-shaped Yubei, noticing he was covered in blood. This isn't my blood. Yubei transformed back into human form, staring intently at the person retreating into the cave. Qi Jinjin heard this and looked up. Sure enough, he was covered in blood. Could this blood be Luogu's? Did he defeat Luogu? Qi Jijia. Yubei bypassed Yushi and walked straight toward her. Qi Jinjin swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. She believed that if she stayed calm, she could think of a good plan. Fortunately, Yushi has taken good care of you, Yubei said as he reached her, raising his hand to touch her face, but she turned her head to avoid him. Yubei chuckled softly, his hand frozen awkwardly in midair. Then he said, "You can't escape now. If you want to live, you'd better not think of any sneaky tricks." Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes, anger flashing in her gaze. Yubei had expected her to be angry. Even if she was, a purebred person like her wouldn't cause much trouble in his hands. "Yubei, do you want to rest for a while before we leave?" Yushi asked as she approached. Yubei looked at her, then at himself, and said, "Let's find a place with water to rest." "Okay." Yushi nodded and signaled to the others. Those uninjured helped the injured person out of the cave. Yubei glanced at them, his brow slightly furrowing. Yushi understood his expression and explained, "Last night, we encountered a blood python. This purebred person said he had a broken bone, and the branches were also made by her." Yubei nodded in understanding, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Qi Jijia, you're more impressive than I thought." Impressive? Yushi doubted she heard correctly. How could a purebred person be more impressive than half-beasts?
And
this was Yubei praising her. Qi Jinjin clenched her fists tightly, feeling a bit regretful for helping this person with his broken bone last night. "All right, let's go." Yubei no longer spoke much. He transformed into a beast and knelt before Qi Jinjin. "Qi Jijia, get on." "Where's Luogu?" Qi Jinjin asked through her anger, finally speaking up. "He's dead," Yubei answered decisively, speaking lightly. "The blood on me is his." Qi Jinjin's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't believe it. "So stay close and don't run around." Yubei lowered his head. The beast's breathing was right beside her ear. Maybe because he was close now, Qi Jinjin smelled the blood. It was very similar to Yushi's scent. This blood belonged to a blood python. Could he have also encountered a blood python? Qi Jinjin frowned, unsure if what he said was true or not. If he could handle a blood python, then Luogu. No, if he was really stronger than Luogu, why would he control the wolf to create a distraction? So, Luogu should be fine, but he might also be injured. "Come on, get on quickly," Yubei urged. Qi Jinjin looked at him, then walked straight toward Yushi and mounted her. Seeing this, Yubei didn't say more. He seemed to accept it. They crossed the mountain directly. Not far from the mountain there was a pond. When they arrived at the pond, everyone turned back into human form. Qi Jinjin stayed silent. She walked alone to the water's edge, keeping some distance from them. She washed her hands and face. When she opened her eyes, she saw a figure reflected on the water. "Do you want me to apologize?"
Yubei suddenly squatted beside her.
Qi Jinjin was startled. She saw him placing his hand in the water to wash away the blood. "If an apology can make you feel better, I'll give it," he said while washing. Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes. At this moment, unreasonable fussing was useless. She needed to quickly understand her current situation. Instead of apologizing, "Don't you think you should explain?" Qi Jinjin stared at the figure in the water. Yubei paused, then chuckled. "What explanation do you want to hear?" It was obvious he was asking knowingly. Qi Jinjin curled her lips in sarcasm. "If you don't even want to explain, I don't think your apology is sincere." "It's not sincere at all, just to make you feel better." Yubei finished washing the blood from his hands and shook off the water. Qi Jinjin was momentarily speechless. She felt like she was back in the same place, looked down on by purebred humans. She didn't want to waste words. She said directly, "Why did you capture me?" Capture? Yubei pretended to be surprised. "Chi Jejia, I didn't catch you. Your current actions are just like catching," Jing said sharply. Yubei chuckled again, not showing any anger. "Fine if you say so, I caught you." She thought he would explain further, but after waiting a long time, she didn't hear the rest of his words. She had to ask again, "So, why did you catch me?" "Because you're very special," he replied.
Special?
Jing thought for a moment and asked, "How do you know me?" "It's a secret." Jing felt angry inside, but she could only hold it in. "Don't worry, I won't run away before Lu Gu finds me." Hearing this, Yubei raised an eyebrow. "You have so much hope in him? You might be disappointed." Jing sneered inwardly, already having an answer. Lu Gu wasn't dead, but maybe he was held back for some reason. Now her goal was to stay alive and delay time, leaving a mark. "Chi Jejia, you haven't been with Lu Gu long, and you already like him?" Yubei looked at her and asked. Jing was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. She didn't know if this half-beast was truly foolish or just pretending. Even if he didn't answer her question, what he said revealed a lot. "You can control the howling wolves, so you must have learned about me from them," Jing said with a smile. "Even if we kill the wolves that chased me before, it won't help." "Chi Jejia, you're not answering the question," Yubei said, a bit annoyed. Jing shot him a look that said, "Do you think I want to talk to you?" At that moment, a splash sounded nearby. Jing was about to look over, but everything went dark in front of her, as Yubei blocked her view. "I advise you not to look," Yubei said. Jing frowned, trying to push his hand away, but then she heard some water splashing. Her face reddened as images of Lu Gu in the water pool flashed through her mind. "You should go wash up too." Jing turned her head, turning her back to the pool, her tone full of disgust. Fortunately, the half-beast didn't bother her with more nonsense, and she heard him jump into the water behind her. Jing sat cross-legged, leaning back with her hands supporting her chin, thinking of ways to handle the situation. "Want to pick some fruit together?" Yushi asked as she approached her. Jing looked up at her. She had already washed off the blood from her body. She secretly looked back, and those people had already wrapped themselves in animal skins and were also secretly watching her. Ji Jinjin understood immediately. They wanted to distract her, so they could talk privately. "Okay," she said, standing up without refusing. Yushi led her toward a nearby forest. When they reached the trees, she didn't see any fruit growing on them, but Yushi was looking around as if searching for prey. Ji Jinjin leaned against a tree, not disturbing her hunting. After Yubei caught up, he didn't rush to continue their journey, showing he was confident he had some way to hold back Luogu. She needed to think of a way to delay him for a long time. What if she pretended to run away? Although she would definitely be caught in the end, at least she could waste some time. No, that was too risky. The land of orcs was full of unknown dangers. She might end up losing her life while trying to escape, which would be a big loss. What if she pretended to be sick? Like before, pretending to have a stomach ache. Suddenly, Ji Jinjin had a bright idea. Yushi quickly caught some prey, but didn't rush back. Instead, she picked up more branches. "Do you want me to help?" Ji Jinjin asked, watching her busy. "No need," Yushi said, having gathered enough branches, but still not in a hurry to return. Ji Jinjin blinked, ready to help carry 2 prey animals. "Then let's go." Yushi looked toward the water pool and nodded. When they walked over, the group of people gathered together and then dispersed in a coordinated way, as if they were discussing something. Ji Jinjin sat far away, knowing someone would bring her cooked meat soon. Sure enough, Yubei came over with a piece of roasted meat. "Eat," he said. Ji Jinjin reached out to take it. Just as she was about to touch the branch, he pulled back, as if deliberately teasing her. "Ji Jejie, you're too calm." Yubei looked down at her from above. Ji Jinjin frowned and withdrew her hand. "What do you want me to do? Shouldn't you at least scold me? After all, I lied to you and took you away," he said. Ha! He was quite self-aware. "Do you know what kind of person I dislike the most?" His voice grew serious as he leaned down and asked. Ji Jinjin stared at his brown eyes without fear and said nothing. The kind of person I dislike the most is someone like you. Yubei's eyes narrowed with a hint of threat. Ji Jinjin's lips curled slightly, still silent, waiting to see what he would say next. Don't think I don't see through your calm exterior. I know what you're planning in that mind of yours. He said, if it falls into my hands, don't think about escaping. Ji Jinjin smiled silently. The more he said that, the more she wondered if he was worried she might find a way to escape. Perhaps her calmness made him a bit alert. After all, he had put a lot of effort into bringing her here. Come, eat. Yubei masked his threatening gaze with a smile and handed her some meat. Ji Jinjin took it, thanked him, and started eating without saying a word. Yubei still looked down at her from above, trying to see through her. This purebred female was very clever. Among all the purebreds he knew, none matched her. Because of this, he had to be more cautious. Yubei also hoped she would be like other purebreds, scared and panicked when faced with such situations, so he could handle things more easily. But she didn't. Am I very tempting? Ji Jinjin suddenly asked halfway through her meal. Yubei snapped back to himself and suddenly smiled. Yes, you make me eager to eat you up. Ji Jinjin's eyes flickered with panic, but she quickly regained her composure, not letting him see her fear. Though it was just a brief moment, Yubei caught her expression. He chuckled, leaning closer until his chin almost touched her shoulder. Can you tell me why you still haven't mated with Luogu? Ji Jinjin's expression hardened, her grip on the branch tightening. Are you dissatisfied with Luogu? He asked softly, or maybe I should try. Did you kidnap me just to mate with me? Ji Jinjin said coldly, her face dark. Yubei raised an eyebrow, catching her fear. Sort of, he replied, straightening up with a slight smile. I'm not that savage, but if you try to run, I'll assume you like it rough. Don't blame me for using the most savage ways to mate with you then. Ji Jinjin's heart trembled, nearly dropping the meat in her hand. Stay calm, she told herself, stay calm. She took a deep breath, looked up at his face in the sunlight. I told you I won't run. Good. Yubei masked a smile and turned to eat his meat. Ji Jinjin stared at his back, feeling her meat lose its flavor, but her body was her own. On this continent with almost no medical facilities, she couldn't afford to mess herself up. After finishing the last piece, she sat there watching them. Including Yubei and Yushi, there were 6 people in total. 6 people. Honestly, the goal is quite big. Even if Luogu catches up and Abu is with him, I don't know if they can handle them. While thinking, one person stood up, transformed into a beast, carried the injured person on his back, and ran into the woods. What kind of move is this? Ji Jinjin was a bit confused. Before she could figure it out, the remaining 4 also turned into beasts and urged her to move on. Ji Jinjin still chose Yushi. Since she is a woman, it's easier for her to do things. After crossing a patch of forest, the 4 beasts started to split into teams. 2 ran in another direction, leaving Yubei and Yushi. Are they planning to split up to confuse others? That's the only guess she could make. But if that's true, then her previous plan wouldn't work anymore. After running for a while, Yubei and Yushi stopped and turned back into humans. As soon as their feet touched the ground, Ji Jinjin instinctively took a few steps to the side, keeping her distance from them. Seeing this, Yubei softly said, Ji Jejia, you'd better stay closer to us. Sometimes there are creatures that jump out and eat people here, especially pureblood humans. Hearing this, Ji Jinjin thought of the man-eating flower and had to move closer. This continent isn't very friendly to pureblood humans. If there are dangerous things here, why did we stop? Ji Jinjin asked, glaring at him. Because only here do you have no chance to escape. Yubei gave Yushi a look, then sat on a large rock nearby to rest. Does she really need to say she won't run away a 3rd time? She was truly speechless. Believe it or not. Ji Jinjin looked around. They were at the edge of a forest. Not far beyond was a small plain, and at the end of the plain was another forest. Maybe because of what Yubei just said, Ji Jinjin kept staring at the plain, feeling something strange. The grass on the plain was a bit tall. She guessed her foot might reach her calves or even knees if she stepped on it. Plus, The grass was yellow and dry, with several spots that looked black, making it seem very eerie. Yushi went into the woods to find food. Chi Jinjin looked away and sat on a big rock. Chi Jejia, Yubei called her as soon as she sat down. Chi Jinjin looked over and saw him stand up and walk over, with a faint, mysterious smile on his face. What are you doing? Chi Jinjin wanted to stand up and hide immediately, but there didn't seem to be anywhere to hide. Yubei approached her and extended his hand toward her.
Kizensen frowned. What does he mean by that?
Are you not going to touch me?
Yubei asked.
Why would I touch you? He chuckled softly and, while she wasn't paying attention, brushed her cheek. Chi Jinjin's eyes widened. She covered her face and took a step back. Don't be nervous. Yubei withdrew his hand and raised an eyebrow at her. I just want to confirm something. Confirm what? Did he really need to touch her to do that? Chi Jinjin felt frustrated inside. He better not make any more moves or she wouldn't be polite. Yubei kept watching her silently, and they just stood there in a tense silence. After a while, Yubei finally spoke. It seems you're really lying. Lying? Chi Jinjin's confusion eased her anger. She quickly realized what was happening. She had really shot herself in the foot. When Luo Gu was still around, she had said that whenever a man got close, she would feel extremely itchy all over. And now, because of certain reasons, even if she didn't touch this half-beast, she couldn't stay far away from him. If she pretended to be very itchy again, wouldn't that be too obvious? It's okay. Having a bit of caution isn't a bad thing, Yubei said again. After all, we just met. Soon, Yushi returned with prey, but there were only prey, no firewood.
Yubei tossed her a bird.
This land can't start fires.
Just make do with this for now.
Eat it raw? Chi Jinjin looked at the fluffy bird. Even without feathers, she wouldn't dare to eat it. Other pure-blooded people can eat it raw.
Can't you?
Yubei said, noticing her surprised expression. Chi Jinjin looked at him and calmly replied, I can't. Then you'll just go hungry. Someone's bad habit. If there's food, it's good enough, and she still complains about it being raw. She threw the bird back to them and took out a large water cup to drink. Luckily, she hadn't used much energy on the journey, so missing a meal was no big deal. Seeing she wasn't eating at all, Yubei didn't say anything more. After finishing her water, Chi Jinjin glanced around and suddenly saw a patch of water behind a rock. This water was strange. It wasn't soaked into the soil, but looked like a giant dewdrop lying on the ground. Carefully observing, she thought she saw a round, red-black object in the middle of the dewdrop. The round thing was covered in tiny black hairs. At first glance, this dewdrop looked like amber, quite pretty. As Chi Jinjin stared intently, the round object in the middle of the dewdrop started to move, swimming toward the edge of the water. This round object is probably a small insect. It seems to be trapped inside a huge water droplet that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Anyway, Yubei and Yushi haven't finished eating yet, and Chizhensen decided to find her own entertainment by watching. The round thing happily swam to the edge of the water droplet. She thought it could just swim out like that, but it was still held inside the droplet. Not only was it trapped inside, but when it tried to swim forward and break free, the entire water droplet seemed to move along with it. Wow, is this water droplet turning into a creature? It's so sad. Chizhensen wants to help this poor little insect. She looked around and pulled a piece of grass from the ground, planning to use it to lift the tiny insect out. Since they are outdoors, she wasn't sure if the insect was poisonous, so she didn't dare to touch it directly. Just after she pulled the grass, she saw the round object struggling to climb onto the edge of a stone, along with the big water droplet. Chizhensen reached out her hand, aiming the grass at the little insect. Chihiajia, what are you doing? Yubei's voice suddenly came. Chizhensen turned to look and saw him walking over with a frown, looking worried, as if she might be up to something. She didn't bother to respond and continued her action.
Ow!
But just as she turned back, she cried out in pain. The tip of her finger hurt. Looking down, she saw her hand had somehow touched the water droplet. No, it wasn't her hand that touched it intentionally. It was the water droplet. Yubei, hearing her cry out, quickly ran over to check and immediately looked worried. Don't move. Yubei held her arm. Chizhensen was stunned. She didn't care about the touch. Just from his expression and tone, she knew. This was serious. This thing loves to the blood of purebred humans. The more you move, the faster you'll die. Yubei pressed her with one hand and took a leaf from his waist with the other. Is this what you said is a creature that only eats purebred humans? Chizhensen's body stiffened, feeling a strange sensation on her finger. Yubei nodded and covered the water droplet with the leaf. Yushi, go find a stone.
What exactly is this thing?
Chizhensen saw that after he covered the water droplet with a leaf, he didn't do anything else, and the droplet kept slowly devouring her finger. It's a blind ant. A blind ant? She had never heard of such a creature. So, this water droplet isn't really water? It's the body of a blind ant? Chizhensen stared in shock, daring to guess. That's right. Yushi quickly found a sharp stone. Yubei took it and used the sharpest end to poke at the leaf. The water droplets and the leaf were pierced through, and the sharp end of the stone was stuck in the soil. Then Yubei took a leaf from his waist and said, It might hurt a bit, please bear with it.
Okay.
What's pain compared to saving my life here? Chizhensen was ready for the pain, but when Yubei helped her pull her finger out of the body of the tiny ant, it still hurt so much, she almost cried. It's like her finger was being pulled out of a mouthful of teeth. Very painful. It's fine now. Yubei gave Yushi a look and pulled Chizhensen aside, speaking seriously next time, don't go touching unknown things. Chizhensen looked down at her finger. There were several long cuts, with blood slowly seeping out. It was really painful. Seeing her staring at the wound without speaking, Yubei thought she was shocked, so he grabbed her hand. Let me see. Chizhensen quickly pulled her hand away when he held it. I can look at it myself. After saying that, she went to another stone, making sure there were no tiny ants around before sitting down. Yubei looked at his own hand. He really was a purebred. Chizhensen took out a first aid kit from her backpack, still feeling a dull pain in her finger. Do you want me to help? Yubei walked over and looked down at her. No, thank you, she refused. I have a herb that can help your wound heal. Want to try it? Her blood on her finger was quite visible to Yubei. No need, she still refused. Luckily, she only hurt one finger, so applying medicine wouldn't be too difficult. She dipped a cotton swab in the blood, disinfected with alcohol, and finally applied her special medicine. Will these powders help your wound heal? Yubei asked, watching her actions. I don't believe it. Chizhensen looked up at him. Forget it, since he'd just saved her finger, she decided not to argue with him. She stored the special medicine and wrapped her finger with gauze twice before finishing. Chizhensen, I've saved you again, Yubei said when she finished. Thanks, she replied briefly, as a way to thank him for his help earlier. Yubei raised an eyebrow. Just saying thanks is that simple? What else should I do? She retorted, not willing to give an inch. Yubei shrugged and said, I've saved you so many times. Can't you be a little nicer to me?
Ha, he still had the nerve to say that.
Then, why don't you think about who is really responsible for all this? Yubei held back his smile. It was hard to respond to that. Yubei, it's handled, Yushi said as she walked over. Chizhensen looked in the direction she was coming from, curious about how she dealt with the blind ant. She also wanted to use a mirror to see what exactly this blind ant was. Okay, let's keep going. Yubei transformed into a beast form and stopped eating the meat he had left. Chizhensen carried her bag on her back, riding on Yushi's back, and they ran across this strange plain. They didn't run very fast and were very cautious, often avoiding certain areas carefully. Chizhensen looked beneath the grass, but it was too deep, and besides the yellowed grass, she couldn't see anything else. Then her gaze fell on Yubei, who was leading the way ahead. She couldn't help but think deeply. What kind of half-beastman was Yubei? From their brief contact, he seemed to know a lot about plants. Could he be like a doctor on this continent? It seemed she needed to learn more while trying to find a way. After crossing the plain, their speed increased. That wouldn't do. She had to slow them down to give Luogu more time. Yushi, stop for a moment. Qi Jinjin called softly into Yushi's ear. Yu Bei, who was listening carefully, stopped first, and Yushi also paused. What's wrong? Qi Jijia. Yu Bei asked as he turned around. I'm hungry and my stomach hurts, Qi Jinjin said, holding her stomach with a frown. Can we find some fruit nearby to fill my stomach? Yu Bei instinctively thought she was looking for trouble but remembered she didn't eat raw food, so she was still hungry. He glanced around and said, just hold on a bit longer. There are no fruits around here. No, I can't wait, Qi Jinjin firmly refused. If I don't eat something soon, I'll pass out from hunger. Can't you hold it for a little while? Yu Bei looked at her, feeling like she was just looking for trouble. If I could keep it in, I wouldn't have told Yushi to stop, she said while looking around. If you don't want to find food for me, just put me down, and I'll look for it myself. Yu Bei hesitated, nodded at Yushi, then transformed back into a human form. Bai Jinjin's feet touched the ground. She took out a bronze mirror, planning to use it to see if there was anything nearby that could be eaten or entered. Yushi glanced at Bai Jinjin, and then looked at Yu Bei. Even she could tell that this purebred person was deliberately wasting time. Yu Bei ignored Yushi and walked toward Bai Jinjin. Bai Jijia, do you know if there's anything here you can eat? I don't know, but I can look, Bai Jinjin said, holding the bronze mirror and pushing aside the weeds on the ground as she walked.
Yu Bei check it.
All right, I'll give you a little time. When the time's up, we have to leave. Bai Jinjin nodded and continued walking forward, with Yu Bei and Yushi following closely behind. They searched for a while, and as Yu Bei said, there were no fruits to eat here. However, she found many edible insects, but they looked too disgusting for her to eat. Bai Jijia, time's up, Yu Bei reminded her from behind. It looks like you've been searching for a long time, but haven't found anything to eat. You still have some strength. Bai Jinjin turned to look at him, pretending to be weak and clutching her stomach. Can't you tell I'm still holding on? No, Yu Bei said with a mocking smile. Bai Jinjin held back her anger and asked, is there no living food in this forest? Of course there is. I just told you. It's your choice to waste time here, Yu Bei said with a smirk. If you hadn't wasted that time, maybe you'd already be full. Bai Jinjin said nothing and put away the bronze mirror, sitting back on Yushi's back. Whether he saw her true purpose or not, she still had to pretend a little. At least she could stubbornly refuse to admit it. Two wild beasts suddenly ran wildly through the forest. After a short run, Yu Bei suddenly changed direction and ran toward a nearby place. Bai Jinjin watched his back as he ran away, feeling a bit confused. Was he planning to let Yushi take her to the final destination? But it turned out she was overthinking. After running for a while, Yushi stopped at a water source to pick up some branches and start a fire. Soon after, Yu Bei appeared carrying two prey animals. It turned out he went hunting. Bai Jinjin felt a little disappointed. She was about to think of ways to handle it if only Yushi was with her. Then she saw some big fruits on a tree not far away. Yu Bei looked in the direction of her gaze and understood. Those are pomegranates. They taste pretty good, but they're a bit troublesome to eat. Pomegranates? Bai Jinjin was surprised, unsure if these were the same as the ones she had eaten before. Yu Bei nodded and walked over to help her pick a few. The pomegranate fruit looked exactly like the one she had eaten before, even similar in size. To be sure, Qi Jinjin used a small mirror to check. It was indeed a fruit called pomegranate. When she peeled it open, inside were many small pulp sacs, each wrapped around a tiny seed, pomegranate seeds. The mirror also showed that besides spitting out the seeds, they had another use. What's this thing you're holding? Yu Bei had seen her use her hand to point at plants and flowers many times before. It's nothing, Qi Jinjin didn't want to answer, but worried he might get curious and try to take her mirror, so she asked, how do you eat this pomegranate? Yu Bei chuckled softly and demonstrated, peel the skin, eat the small seeds inside, and spit out the seeds. Qi Jinjin pretended to follow his method, peeling the skin and carefully picking out each seed, pretending to be annoyed. Is it this complicated? Though it's a bit troublesome. The taste is definitely worth it, Yu Bei said, popping a seed into his mouth and then spitting out the seed core. Make sure to spit out the seed. Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes. His emphasis was obvious. Why? The seed doesn't look big, and even if I swallow it, it shouldn't cause any harm. Try it and see. Yubei shot her a glance. Don't blame me if you feel uncomfortable later. Qi Jinjin responded with an "oh," appearing very calm on the surface, but inside, she couldn't help but doubt. She felt Yubei seemed to know about other uses for the pomegranate seeds. She picked out a seed, put it in her mouth, and as her teeth bit through the pulp, sweet juice burst out, filling her mouth.
So sweet.
Is it delicious? Yubei asked, watching her expression. Yes, Qi Jinjin replied calmly. Good to hear. I'll pick a few more to eat on the way, Yubei said, then turned and walked toward the tree. Qi Jinjin looked at his back, showing a subtle, hard-to-notice smile. She looked away, positioning herself at an angle where Yubei and Yushi couldn't see her face, and began breaking the pomegranate pulp into individual seeds. She placed the seeds into a small pile, quickly forming a tiny hill. Then she took out a lighter, found a dry leaf, and lit it. Holding the base of the leaf, she pressed the burning part onto the pomegranate pulp, waiting for it to ignite. She picked up a few more leaves when one wasn't enough. She kept doing this until the moisture inside the pomegranate seeds was baked dry, leaving only a layer of charred skin clinging to the seeds. She gathered a bunch of these seeds and looked cautiously at the two people nearby. Fortunately, the people roasting meat and picking fruit didn't notice what she was doing. She found a stone and planned to grind the seeds into powder to store. Just as she found the stone, Yubei came over holding a bunch of pomegranates. She quickly hid the roasted seeds. These pomegranates are carefully chosen. I promise they won't taste bad, Yubei said, placing the fruit on the ground. She saw only peeled skins, with no pulp or seeds left. Did you swallow the seeds? Feeling a bit guilty, Qi Jinjin responded calmly. What happens if I do? I told you just now to spit out the seeds. Didn't you hear? Yubei was annoyed and wanted to pull her ear, but he first grabbed a piece of grass from his waist. Eat it quickly. What is this? Qi Jinjin asked, not daring to eat it blindly. If you don't want to get into trouble, just eat it now. Yubei forced the grass into her hand. Hurry up. She frowned, and to avoid him noticing, she quickly put the grass in her mouth, planning to spit it out when he wasn't paying attention. Seeing her eat it, Yubei's tense expression eased a little. The meat is ready, Yushi called from a short distance. Yubei stood up, intending to throw away the pomegranates to prevent her from swallowing the seeds again. But in that moment, he caught sight of a half-burned leaf nearby, with fresh-looking marks. His brown eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Qi Jinjin with some surprise. She was lowering her head, seemingly waiting for him to go first before getting up. Seeing him walk toward Yushi, Qi Jinjin quickly spat out the grass in her mouth. She was exhausted. There was no chance to grind the seeds into powder now, so she had to store the pomegranate seeds for another time. After eating the roasted meat, she changed the water in her large cup. It had almost been a day. Why was there still no sign from Luogu? Can I ask a question? Qi Jinjin asked as she refilled her water, looking at Yubei who was standing beside her. Go ahead, Yubei said, now happy to answer her questions. Where exactly are you taking me? She asked directly, seeing how willing he was to talk. You'll find out when we get there, he replied. That answer was the same as what Yushi told her yesterday, and Yushi also mentioned that they were going to her rightful place. Momochi thought for a moment and decided to ask in a different way, how much longer until we arrive? Probably before dark tomorrow. It seemed this place wasn't too far away. Could it be another tribe? Momochi asked again. Why did you take me? You asked that before. Yubei glanced at her and said, for breeding. Is it really just for breeding? She had believed it before, but considering all the signs, Momochi was now a bit suspicious. Don't worry, fake Chi, Yubei reassured her. You're the most rare purebred. Your life isn't in danger. Momochi knew her life was safe, but what about her purity? Could her purity be guaranteed? All right, let's keep moving. Let's go. Yubei turned into a beast form. Reluctantly, Momochi had no choice but to continue with them. They spent the whole afternoon moving through the forest. Their speed was neither too fast nor too slow. She had wanted to casually drop some fruit to leave a clue for Luogu, but the half-beast who was last and guarding the rear never gave her the chance to do so. However, the fires they lit along the way should have alerted Luogu, since they didn't tend to the fires after lighting them. As it grew darker, they still hadn't left the forest. Momochi wondered if they would rest there tonight, but then she suddenly remembered the blood python they encountered last night.
Thinking about that, they stopped.
Momochi looked around. It seemed they deliberately chose a place with fewer trees. If it hadn't been so dark, she might have seen more leaves nearby. Fake Chi, come with me to gather sticks for the fire, Yushi said after putting her down. No, Momochi refused immediately. Not going? Yubei didn't expect her to refuse so straightforwardly.
What?
Do you want us to serve you? Momochi curled her lips and glared at him, saying, Aren't you afraid I might run away while gathering sticks? You said you wouldn't run. Yubei believed her. Momochi chuckled softly but still refused, thinking, if they could just kidnap her, they wouldn't call her the laborer. Fine. Stay where you are, Yubei compromised, knowing that without a fire at night, this purebred might freeze to death. I won't remind you of the consequences if you try to escape. Honestly, it was just because they were afraid she'd run away. They had the nerve to say they trusted her. Momochi nodded and stayed put. Yushi went hunting, and Yubei didn't go far, just nearby gathering sticks. As it was getting completely dark, Chijinjin took out a flashlight to provide temporary light. Yubei quickly gathered some branches and started a fire. Chijinjin sat in front of the fire to warm her hands. The temperature in the forest was quite low, and she felt it almost immediately after it got dark. There's no cave around here. We'll rest until midnight and then continue traveling, Yubei said, noticing her rubbing her hands by the fire, which showed she was cold. Chijinjin nodded silently, implying she could just endure the cold. After eating the roasted meat, Chijinjin prepared to take out her sleeping bag to wrap herself up, but suddenly remembered she hadn't processed the pomegranate seeds. She looked at the half-beast man and saw he had called Yushi to talk behind another tree, so neither of them was paying attention to her. Perfect opportunity. Chijinjin turned her back to them, found 2 stones, and quickly took out the roasted pomegranate seeds to grind into powder. To avoid being noticed, she moved very fast. Chijia, what are you doing? Came a voice from behind her. Chijinjin froze for a moment and quickly put the powder-filled bottle into her pocket. Yubei had just come behind her. She turned around, holding an opened pomegranate in her hand. Do you want to eat? She asked casually, offering him half. Yubei looked at the half-fruit she handed him and understood. She was eating a pomegranate. You can eat it yourself, he said. Okay. Chijinjin let out a small breath of relief. Luckily, she wasn't caught. Remember to spit out the seeds, she added. Got it, he replied. Chijinjin ate the pomegranate pulp one piece at a time, thinking about the best time to make her move. Since they were resting now, there was no need to act immediately. She decided to wait until they started moving again. Thinking this, Chijinjin finished eating a pomegranate and prepared to wrap herself in her sleeping bag to rest. Yubei sat beside her, his gaze fixed on her. She had many things he didn't recognize, which made him quite interested. Aren't you going to close your eyes and sleep? Chijinjin knew he kept staring at her. If he kept doing that, how could she rest? I'm not sleepy, he said. Chijinjin rolled her eyes and asked, So, do you want to chat? Sure. What do you want to talk about? He asked eagerly. I might not want to talk about what you want, she replied. Yubei smiled, knowing what she meant. The night was long, and chatting wouldn't hurt. I have a sister, Yubei said suddenly. I love her very much. Who wanted to talk about his sister? Chijinjin almost rolled her eyes again. But then she thought any information could be slowly learned, and maybe his sister was a key point to break through. Seeing this, Jinjin Chi organized her thoughts and planned to have a serious talk with him. I thought you went to Chifongu to find the rare insect grass to save your sister, but I thought that was just a lie you told. Fake Chi, I never lied to you, Yubei said innocently. But you, when we just met, you told a lie right away. Really?
Zhen Xingqi questioned.
Of course. Think carefully, have I ever lied to you? Yubei nodded confidently. Jinjin Qi really thought back carefully. He said there were no green-haired insects in Chifangu, and it turned out there really were no green-haired insects. Wait, something was off. Are you sure you haven't lied? Jinjin Qi caught onto something. Absolutely sure. Okay, since you say you haven't lied, then why did you say Luo Gu was dead? Jinjin Qi stared at him closely, not missing any of his subtle expressions.
He was already dead.
Then what is the blood on you about? Jinjin Qi asked again. It's his blood. Ha! He really dares to say he never lied. He's a master of lies, not blinking when telling a lie. Maybe his sister is also a lie, meant to trick her into feeling sorry for him. When they were in Chifangu, she should have learned this lesson. If she hadn't helped him then, Luo Gu wouldn't have had to face the wolf and half-beast alone to protect her later in Chifangu. This conversation can't go on. Jinjin Qi refused to talk with the liar. Yubei chuckled. It seemed she had seen through him. He then said, "What proof do you have that I lied to you?" "The blood on you isn't Luo Gu's," Jinjin Qi said very confidently. This certainty made him think twice. If he wanted to keep talking, he shouldn't speak carelessly. Really? Yubei looked surprised, pretending to be shocked. Have you seen Luo Gu's blood? Are you so sure this blood isn't his? Although I haven't seen his blood, I have seen blood from a blood python, Jinjin Qi said firmly. I heard from Yoshi that blood pythons like to come out late at night. Based on the time, you guys probably crossed that forest late at night. Yubei suddenly understood. Fake Qi, your nose is pretty sharp. Jinjin Qi rolled her eyes at him. Her meaning was already clear. However, I really do have a sister, he added. This sister is still seriously ill, waiting for you to bring the rare insect grass to save her life, right? Jinjin Qi said impatiently. Yubei's expression darkened for a moment, and his brown eyes grew colder. Please don't joke about his sister. At this moment, Yoshi, who had been listening quietly beside them, spoke in a cold tone. Am I joking? Qi Jinjin said casually. I'm asking you seriously. Yes, my sister is indeed sick, and I need to go back to save her. Yubei glared at Yoshi. Qi Jinjin nodded, seeming to believe he truly had a sister. What illness does your sister have? Yubei suppressed his cold expression, hesitating inside. Qi Jinjin didn't understand what he was hesitating about, whether it was because he doubted her good intentions or because he thought he shouldn't tell her.
Tell me about it.
Maybe I can help your sister, Qi Jinjin thought to herself, since you've seen my abilities. Who knows if you're sincere, Yoshi couldn't help but say. Innocently, Qi Jinjin shrugged, letting them do as they pleased. If she could persuade him successfully, she might use his sister to threaten him, bargaining for something. Why do you want to help me? Yubei looked at her with a slight frown and asked. I'm a healer. Saving lives is my duty. Qi Jinjin straightened her back and said with a righteous tone. Healer? Clearly, they didn't understand what that word meant. Qi Jinjin explained, it means treating illnesses and saving people. Yubei understood but remained silent. Qi Jinjin secretly observed him with her peripheral vision, thinking he was considering it. That meant he might be tempted. It seemed his sister might be his weakness. If she could find a weakness in someone, things would be much easier. She looked at Yoshi again. Yoshi's brows were slightly furrowed, showing concern for this half-beast. Don't you want your sister to get better soon? Seeing he was still silent, Qi Jinjin said lightly, as her brother, you shouldn't give up any chance to save her. As soon as she finished, Yoshi came out to stop her. Yubei, don't forget who she is. What else could I be? Either a pureblood or someone who saves lives. Qi Jinjin blinked. Yoshi, that's your mistake. I even helped your companions with their fractures before and… Shut up. Yoshi cut her off with a glare. Yubei only has this one sister. Oh, the only sister. Her importance was clear. Qi Jinjin's lips curled slightly, feeling a bit proud. Qi Jijia, you should rest now, Yubei said, standing up and walking in another direction. Yohoku. Yuki wanted to follow and see him, but she couldn't leave this purebred person. Qixin looked at him walking to a nearby tree, but before he could see clearly, he had already jumped onto the tree and leaned against the trunk. Is he going to have a breakdown? Qixin withdrew her gaze and looked at the blazing campfire in front of her. The joy in her eyes, like the fire, flickered happily. It's been 2 days since she last slept. She was very alert while traveling, but now at night, wrapped in a warm sleeping bag, she couldn't stop feeling sleepy. If she kept refusing to sleep, she might have problems, but she didn't dare to truly rest. Qixin rubbed her eyes and looked at Yuki. Although Yuki was sitting beside her, her gaze was always fixed on the distant tree. She didn't know what kind of relationship these two had, and suddenly, a question popped into Qixin's mind. Yuki, can I ask you a question? Qixin looked at her. At this moment, Yuki didn't want to answer and simply ignored her. Qixin asked again, can I ask a question? It's not related to him or his sister. Go ahead, Yuki said, withdrawing her gaze and looking at her impatiently. Are half-orcs only able to breed with purebreds? Are there any half-orcs breeding with other half-orcs? Qixin blinked and asked. Yuki frowned slightly, not understanding why she suddenly asked such a question. Our half-orcs breeding with purebreds is the best outcome, but there's no strict rule that it must be with a purebred. In other words, half-orcs can also breed with other half-orcs. But there are only 2 possible outcomes for the children of half-orcs and half-orcs, Yuki continued. What are they? Qixin asked curiously. Weak and sickly, or
dead, she said.
Hearing this, Qixin's heart skipped a beat. No wonder she now fully understood what Mama Luogua had secretly told him. And such outcomes sound like they only happen in close relatives marrying. Could it be that all the half-orcs on this orc continent are from the same family? Thinking of this, Qixin asked cautiously, and what about purebreds breeding with other purebreds? What would be the result? Children born from purebreds, aside from not being as strong as half-orcs, are generally healthy, Yuki replied. So, purebreds can breed with each other, but half-orcs cannot breed with other half-orcs. I see. No wonder purebred humans are so rare and valuable on this orc continent. For survival and reproduction, this is a necessary choice. Do you have any other questions? Yushi asked when she saw her zoning out. Qixin snapped back to reality and shook her head. No, I don't. Yushi nodded and looked again at the tree not far away. Qixin understood her gaze. She probably liked this half-orc. By the fire, Qixin closed her eyes for a moment. She kept dozing until she suddenly fell asleep. When she woke up again, it was already morning. Birds were flying overhead, singing from time to time. Qixin was awakened by the noise of the birds. She opened her eyes and was greeted by bright sunlight. Is it morning? She quickly sat up, still wrapped in her sleeping bag. The fire nearby was burning with new branches, and a roasted bird was hanging over it. You're awake? Yubei's voice came from behind. She turned to look and saw him holding a rolled-up leaf walking toward her. Didn't you say you'd leave after resting until midnight last night? Qixin crawled out of her sleeping bag. It's already morning. Does that mean she successfully delayed until dawn again? Yes, but I saw you sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to wake you. Yubei squatted in front of her and handed her the rolled leaf. Try this. Qixin looked at what he was holding. Inside the rolled leaf was water. Crystal clear, but not much. Probably enough for just one sip. She didn't refuse his kindness and took it, then tilted her head back to drink directly. Suddenly, she shivered. The water was cool and sweet, very different from the water in the pond. It felt very fresh. She licked her lips, paused, and looked at him in surprise. Is this morning dew? Exactly, Yubei said, surprised that she could tell. So, he must have been collecting dew very early? And the sip she just took probably didn't last long. It's quite tasty. Qixin returned the leaf to him and packed up her sleeping bag. Just like that? Yubei raised an eyebrow. She didn't even praise it? She looked confused. Just like what? Seeing her puzzled expression, Yubei suddenly felt bored. Nothing. Just wait for the meat.
Okay.
Qixin didn't say much more. She looked around but didn't see Yushi's figure. Also, 2 days and nights had passed, but why was there still no sign of Luogu? Chizhenshen felt a bit anxious. Suddenly, she wondered if her decision to delay time was the right one. After finishing the meat, she still didn't see Yuki's figure, so she asked, "Where is Yuki?" She left. She left?
Kizensen frowned.
What's wrong? Don't you want her to leave? Yubei found her reaction interesting. In a way, she didn't want her to leave. If Yuki was here, she could at least avoid unnecessary contact with this half-beast. But now she's gone, which means she has to ride on this half-beast's back. She refused. Where did Yuki go? Qi Jinjin asked. I told her to go ahead, Yubei replied. Go ahead? To scout the way?
Kizensen nodded.
Perfect. When it's time to leave, she will have a reason to delay further. All right, since you've already wasted half the night yesterday, we need to hurry, or we might not arrive tonight. Yubei looked up at the sun, stood up, and transformed into beast form.
Get on.
Qi Jinjin packed her bag and stood up, then took a few steps back. Qi Jia, get on. Yubei saw her retreat and approached her with his tall figure. Qi Jinjin shook her head, clutching her backpack strap. I won't sit on you.
What?
Yubei lowered his head, his lion-like head pressing close to Qi Jinjin. I won't sit on you. Her golden-brown beast eyes made her legs go weak, but she straightened her back and said firmly, Are you still trying to lie with that itchy excuse? Yubei was displeased. Hurry up and get on. Qi Jinjin was determined not to get on, so she turned to walk into the forest on foot.
Kijajia.
Qi Jinjin ignored him and kept walking forward. But after a few steps, a shadow appeared ahead. This shadow was a beast's head. As soon as she saw the shape of the shadow clearly, she felt a chill run down her back, and a sense of pressure hit her from behind.
Hey.
Wow. This half-beast actually bit her collar with his mouth and lifted her into the air. Put me down. Qi Jinjin, now off the ground, panicked and struggled with her limbs. Quick, put me down. Now it was Yubei's turn to ignore her. He bit her collar and dashed into the forest in one go. Qi Jinjin only saw everything spinning, her limbs flailing as he ran. This was definitely a very bad experience. She felt dizzy and almost vomited, and the half-beast showed no signs of stopping. Whenever she tried to open her mouth to shout, cold wind kept blowing into her throat. In the end, she was so exhausted that she gave up struggling, hanging in midair like a puppet with its strings cut, wrapped in her clothes. Yubei noticed her during his run, so he wasn't going very fast, but when he saw her stop moving, he had to stop himself. With a thud, the force on her collar loosened, and Qi Jinjin knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Qi Jia, are you okay? Yubei reached out and gently pushed her shoulder with his beastly paw. Seeing the large beast paw that was bigger than her face, Qi Jinjin thought he was about to slap her to death because she was trouble. She scrambled and crawled to the side, but her limbs were weak, and her stomach started to feel uncomfortable, nausea rising.
Ugh.
She couldn't hold back the nausea that surged from her stomach and turned to cover her chest, vomiting wildly. Yubei saw this and was so frightened he turned back into a human form. What's wrong? Are you okay? Qi Jinjin was too upset to pay attention to him. Her stomach was hurting so badly. Yubei was momentarily at a loss. He wanted to reach out and pat her back to help her breathe easier, but his hand froze in midair. Qi Jinjin vomited out quite a bit, mostly the meat she had just eaten that hadn't been digested yet. Once she finished vomiting, her nausea eased a little. Are you feeling better? Yubei asked when she stopped vomiting. Hearing his voice, Qi Jinjin was furious, but she was too weak to scold him, so she just glared at him. Yubei sighed, looking innocent. It's your choice to do it this way. I didn't expect you, a purebred, to be this weak. Qi Jinjin wiped her mouth, clenched her teeth, and forced herself to stand, refusing his help. She leaned against a tree, rinsed her mouth with water, feeling she had been through the worst ordeal since arriving on this beast-man continent, almost to the point of vomiting her courage out.
Can you still walk?
Yubei knew she was unwell, but couldn't ignore her. What do you think? She replied, annoyed, but she had no strength to argue, only giving him a sharp look. Yubei awkwardly touched his nose. Then let's rest for a bit. Qi Jinjin stood there, catching her breath. After a few deep breaths, she felt hungry again, and all the contents in her stomach were vomited out, leaving her stomach empty. But after all this fuss, wasn't she just delaying their journey again? Qi Jinjin wasn't sure if this was a blessing in disguise or not. Yubei kept watching her, silently noting that he must never use this method again to handle her, or something serious might happen. Are you rested now? Yubei glanced at the sun, indicating it was almost time to rest. Qi Jinjin looked at him with cold eyes and asked, "Are you going to keep carrying me like before?" Yubei shook his head, already scared. "Don't worry, I won't. I won't sit on you either," she said firmly. "So, you want to walk out on your own?"
Yubei's face darkened.
"If I can, I don't mind trying," she replied. Yubei couldn't do anything about her. He wished he had let Yushi stay behind, but he didn't know that earlier. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. "All right, let's go." Qi Jinjin was a bit surprised he agreed so easily. She knew her slow walking pace wouldn't compare to a half-beast running, so this forest was probably her last chance to delay. After catching her breath, Qi Jinjin prepared for a long journey and followed Yubei into the forest. The path in the forest was sometimes flat, sometimes difficult. Sometimes the ground was soft and seemed like it might sink, or tangled branches hidden among the grass could trip her. The more she walked, the more difficult the path became. This made Qi Jinjin wonder if the half-beast was deliberately leading her along such a hard route. No matter if it was meant to trouble her, she was determined to keep going. "Can we rest for a bit?" After walking some more, Qi Jinjin leaned on a tree, holding her stomach. She was very hungry. Yubei wanted to refuse but saw her holding her stomach, so he had to say, "All right, just a short rest." That was fine. A short rest was better than nothing. Qi Jinjin looked around, trying to find some fruit to eat, but the nearby trees were either just trunks or leaves, with no fruit in sight. Walking in this forest was very tiring. She was afraid if she didn't eat something soon, she might faint from hunger before they reached safety. So she said, "I'm hungry." "We just ate meat." Yubei frowned, trying to come up with a convincing excuse. "Yes, but thanks to you, I threw it all up," she said irritably. Yubei finally realized she had vomited quite a bit earlier. Since it was his fault, he thought about hunting a bird for her, but then remembered she didn't eat raw meat, and hunting would require fire. It was complicated. "Hang on a bit longer. There are some fruit trees ahead," Yubei said, giving up because the delay might prevent them from reaching their destination by tomorrow. Qi Jinjin nodded. She couldn't make it too obvious that she was trying to delay. The two continued walking in the forest. Qi Jinjin felt herself getting hungrier and even a little dizzy. Finally, she saw some fruit hanging from a few trees nearby. These must be the fruit trees the half-beast man mentioned. "Stay here and don't move. I'll pick the fruit," Yubei said as he reached out to stop her from approaching the trees. Qi Jinjin nodded, since she didn't have the strength to climb trees right now. Yubei quickly climbed the tree and knocked down several fruits, making quite a bit of noise. Qi Jinjin looked at the fallen fruits on the ground and prepared to walk over and pick them up. Suddenly, the grass beneath the tree rustled. Qi Jinjin froze. The movement of the grass didn't seem to be caused by Yubei. Could there be an animal hiding there? In the next second, she saw what was inside the grass. It was snakes. And not just one snake. These snakes were small but colorful and looked very poisonous.
"Hey!
There are snakes!" Qi Jinjin shouted in fear, taking 2 steps back and calling up to Yubei in the tree. One by one, the snakes slithered out of the grass, weaving around the fallen fruits and heading toward Qi Jinjin. Yubei saw this and immediately jumped down from the tree. Mid-air, he transformed into a beast form, swinging his paw to swipe away several snakes. But more snakes kept emerging from the grass, their numbers making Qi Jinjin feel overwhelmed and weak in the knees. She turned to run, but the beast form Yubei charged toward her, slapping down each snake with his paws. The snakes that were hit twitched on the ground before frantically moving toward them again.
Quick, get on!
Yubei quickly ran to her side and lowered his body. Qi Jinjin didn't hesitate. She grabbed his fur and climbed onto his back. Hold on tight. Yubei waved away the snakes blocking his way and sped up. With his speed, the snakes couldn't catch up. Qi Jinjin nervously looked back. The fruit trees were now blocked by other trees, and the snakes had disappeared. It was finally safe. The heavy stone in her heart fell. She had managed to eat the fruit and had been chased by a bunch of snakes. What a day! She clung tightly to his fur, suddenly realizing. She had always resisted sitting on his back, but now she was riding on him to escape. And they had already left the snake group behind. Yet, the half-beast man showed no intention of stopping. In fact, he sped up even more. She had been played. Stop. Realizing he deliberately took her to the snake-infested area to pick fruit, Qi Jinjin angrily shouted. Yubei ignored her and kept running faster ahead. Qi Jinjin cursed silently, blaming herself for not being careful and falling into his trap. But he was running so fast that she couldn't see the trees passing by. If she jumped down now, she couldn't bear to think about it. She could only hold on tightly to him, hoping to hurt him by pulling him so hard that he'd feel it. Although Yubei was running quickly, he didn't run for long. He was afraid she might get sick from all the shaking. So, as they neared the edge of the forest, he slowed down and started walking casually. When his speed decreased, Qi Jinjin seized the chance, turned around, and jumped down. Yubei felt a lightness on his back. Before he could react, she had already jumped. Qi Jinjin landed steadily, her empty stomach growling loudly. She was so angry she wanted to shoot daggers from her eyes to hurt him. Why did you jump down? We're not there yet, Yubei stopped and asked as if he didn't know. Despicable. Qi Jinjin glared at him angrily, barely managing to say 2 words.
What?
Yubei perked up his ears, thinking he might have heard wrong. Despicable.
Qi Jinjin shouted louder.
Hearing this, Yubei didn't get angry but smiled instead.
I was just exposing your lie.
How can that be considered despicable? Qi Jinjin was too tired to argue with him. She leaned against a tree, holding her stomach and pretending to be unwell. Since he didn't want the purebred person to get hurt, he wouldn't ignore her discomfort. Sure enough, Yubei turned into a human form and walked over to her. Are you really feeling unwell? Do I look like I'm pretending? Qi Jinjin rolled her eyes at him. Yubei couldn't tell for a moment. She had lied before, so maybe she was pretending now, but he saw her clearly. A healer wouldn't help themselves? He asked, staring at her face.
Doctors don't treat themselves, she replied.
What do you mean? You can't even help yourself? Yubei doubted her words. Qi Jinjin stayed silent in response. Yubei frowned, recalling her earlier mention of being hungry, and said, Wait here. Qi Jinjin ignored him. She saw him walk in another direction, but she didn't know where he was going. Now she was alone leaning against a tree. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining on the grass and weeds below, creating a moment of peace. Qi Jinjin took a deep breath, took out her water bottle, and drank some water to soothe her stomach. After drinking, she looked around. Running away was impossible, but Yubei leaving her here so confidently meant the area was safe. Qi Jinjin touched the small bottle in her pocket. The powder made from pomegranate seeds had not yet been used. Soon, Yubei returned, carrying many fruits. Let's eat some fruit first, Yubei offered her one. After we leave the forest, I'll find some meat for you. Qi Jinjin reached out to take it, but paused when she heard him say that. She asked, Is there no meat to eat nearby? No, he replied. His expression looked like he was lying, and she thought that eating meat now would just waste time. But she was really hungry, so she could only eat the fruit. Eat while walking, Yubei said. Qi Jinjin looked at him and followed behind. Maybe they were about to leave the forest, because there were noticeably fewer trees around. If she looked carefully, she could see many small animals hiding and running away. Shouldn't these animals live deep inside the forest? Why were they more common at the edge? Are you really planning to keep walking on foot? Yubei asked, glancing at her.
Qi Jinjin nodded firmly. Yubei chuckled.
Why bother? Instead of struggling halfway, it's better to arrive earlier. Qi Jinjin ignored him. She was just stalling. Seeing she didn't speak, Yubei said, Qi Jejia, I've given you many chances. Are you still not giving up?
Chance?
Qi Jinjin was confused. It's been 2 days. The person you're waiting for isn't coming, Yubei said. Qi Jinjin realized this, but she didn't take his words seriously. Who knew if he was just saying that on purpose? Even if he figured out she was stalling, so what? It was his choice to wait. Seeing she still didn't reply, Yubei had no choice but to let her be. He also wanted to see how strong her stamina really was. They left the forest. Qi Jinjin was sweating, and her water bottle was almost empty. Outside the forest were low, rolling hills. At the end of the hills, there were more mountains. Once we cross these mountains, we'll be there, Yubei said with a smile. These mountains aren't high. With your speed, you can probably get over 1.5 a day. Qi Jinjin glared at him, knowing he was teasing. But there's an easier way, Yubei pointed to the distant, low hills. Qi Jinjin looked in the direction he indicated. Among these small hills was a valley with several streams converging. This meant she didn't have to climb the mountains, she could follow the valley along the streams and pass through the mountains that way. The road in the mountain valley is very difficult for someone purebred. The rocks are jagged, and many large stones are hard for her to climb over alone. Qi Jia, which path do you want to take? Yubei put down his hand, looking at her with interest, waiting for her answer. Jinjin gritted her teeth. No matter which path she chose, it would be hard and tiring.
She also needed water now.
If she followed the valley, she wouldn't have to worry about water sources along the way. So she said, let's go through the valley. Yubei raised an eyebrow. Are you sure?
Yes.
He chuckled. Does that mean she's giving up walking on her own legs and choosing him instead?
All right.
If we're lucky, maybe we can catch some fish later, Yubei said as he started walking ahead. Jinjin followed him into the valley. Only then did she realize how big those rocks really were. The stones blocking the small creek at the side were at least half her height, making it very difficult to climb over. The creek was wider than it looked from afar, flowing forward endlessly. Once inside, Jinjin crouched by the creek to taste the water. It was pretty good. After drinking a few sips, she filled her water cup again. Suddenly, there was a splash nearby, water splattering all over her face. She turned her head to the side to see a half-beast man jumping into the creek, bending over to search in the water. Seeing him catching fish, Jinjin held back her irritation and didn't argue with him. Yubei quickly caught 2 fish, but then remembered she didn't eat raw food, and it wasn't easy to start a fire in the valley. Jia, here you go, Yubei said, giving in, ready to go up the mountain to gather some branches for a fire. Jinjin hurriedly took the fish, but they were too slippery. Before she could hold them steady, she slipped, and they fell to the ground. She quickly bent down to grab them. Luckily, the fish were already stunned when Yubei caught them, or they would have jumped away. Just as her hand touched the fish, a broad, warm palm covered her hand, the hot palm resting on the back of her hand. Jinjin was startled and quickly pulled back, standing up. Suddenly, she bumped her head hard against someone's chin with a loud thump. Yubei grunted softly. That bump was quite strong. I am sorry, Jinjin said, holding her head and stepping back to apologize. Her head also hurt from the bump. But then she realized, why should she apologize? She hadn't done anything wrong. Jia, that was a pretty solid bump, Yubei said with a grin, glad he hadn't hurt his chin. Jinjin also felt a bit speechless. The force was mutual, she was also in pain. What are you hitting me for? I didn't do anything to upset you, right? Yubei stared at her with a very unhappy face. It was an accidental bump. Since he was also trying to help catch fish earlier, she decided not to argue. Yubei was speechless and could only accept the unfair situation. All right, wait here. I'll go up the mountain to gather some branches for a fire.
Okay.
Qi Jinjin watched him transform into a beast form and leap up the mountain. She stood still, rubbed her head, and looked at the back of her hand that had been grabbed by that half-beast man earlier. In some ways, she really didn't like being touched, whether intentionally or not. Moreover, this was a male half-beast who had taken her away. Such contact was too dangerous. Qi Jinjin shook her hand and looked in the direction she came from. It had been 2 days and 2 nights, but there was still no news of Luogu. He was so domineering. How could he tolerate others taking his people away? She was a little worried. Had he really been badly hurt? Leah was also injured, and Abu didn't know much about medicine. Taking care of two injured people would definitely be difficult. Thinking it over, she wasn't sure if her plan to delay time was effective at all. Yubei returned with some branches, and seeing the two fish lying on a flat stone, already gutted, he was a bit surprised. "Did you do this?" Yubei asked as he stacked the branches, looking a little surprised.
Kizensen nodded.
Of course, when eating fish, you need to remove the internal organs. Why did he look so surprised? Yubei looked at the two gutted fish and couldn't help but ask, "Don't you think it's a waste to scoop out the meat from the fish's belly?" Qi Jinjin realized this too. Their only need for food was to eat. As long as they could eat, it was fine. She was different. Under survival conditions, she naturally wanted her life to be a bit better. Qi Jinjin smiled and had an idea. "Have you ever tried grilled fish?" "Of course, but I prefer eating it raw," he said. "Some fish are good raw, but the two you caught don't taste as good raw as cooked," Qi Jinjin said as she looked around. Here, besides the creek, there were various stones. "Wait for me. I'll make a fish that's even more delicious than grilled fish for you to try." "Okay." Yubei happily agreed, eager to taste the food she made herself. Soon, Qi Jinjin found a suitable stone and then stacked some small stones to make a tiny stove. She broke some branches and placed them in the circle of stones, then took out a lighter and lit it. "What is this? It can actually produce fire on its own?" Yubei was amazed when he saw the small device in her hand produce flames. "Lighter." Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Qi Jinjin was no longer surprised. "Lighter?"
"Yes."
She was too lazy to explain further. Yubei's brown eyes deepened slightly. This purebred person actually had a spark of fire. After lighting some twigs, Qi Jinjin placed a smooth, flat, thin stone on the burning branches. Then she took out a small knife and cut off the fat from the fish. Yubei sat obediently beside her, watching intently. Once the stone was preheated, Qi Jinjin put the fish fat on it, as if spreading oil. She started slicing the fish into thin pieces with her small knife, so thin that she could see her palm through the fish. First, she sliced half of the fish, then broke off a small branch from the tree to use as chopsticks. By now, the stone was very hot from the fire, and the fish fat had turned into fish oil, making the surface shiny. She carefully picked up a piece of fish and placed it on the stone, spreading it flat. The fish sizzled as it cooked, and within seconds, the edges curled up, turning from a thin slice into a slightly thicker, tender fish fillet. Qi Jinjin quickly picked it up, swallowed hard, and watched the cooked fish still emitting wisps of smoke. She opened her mouth to take a bite first. The hot fish was steaming, but the fresh aroma of the fish spread with the heat, filling her mouth completely. Her teeth didn't need much effort. The fish was so tender it broke into two pieces when she bit. The flavor was perfect. She handed the second piece of cooked fish to Yubei.
"Try it."
Yubei frowned slightly, showing a bit of dislike. Honestly, this piece of fish wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Qi Jinjin ignored him. Whether he ate or not, she was very happy with the taste of this fish. Yubei still put the small piece of fish in his mouth, chewed casually and swallowed. Only then did he realize he might have missed some flavor. Qi Jinjin pursed her lips in frustration and gave him another piece. "Do you know what gourmet food is?" "What?" Yubei's attention was still on the flavor he just missed, wanting to eat another bite to catch that taste. Qi Jinjin smiled silently as he took the second bite. This time, he didn't swallow it immediately but savored it carefully. Seeing his relaxed expression, Qi Jinjin knew he had tasted the true flavor of good food. "This is what gourmet food is," she said. "It's not just about filling our stomachs, but more about using taste to experience and enjoy the food." Yubei listened, somewhat understanding, but he thought this was the best grilled fish he had ever eaten. Qi Jinjin handed him a pair of chopsticks made from branches. "You do the grilling. I'll prepare the remaining fish slices." Yubei took the two branch chopsticks and tried to mimic her earlier movements, picking up the fish and placing it on the stone. However, His hand suddenly refused to obey. Qi Zhenjin was focused on slicing the fish and didn't notice him until she heard a sharp intake of breath. She turned to see him pulling back his hand in pain. What's wrong?
Qi Zhenjin frowned.
She saw that he had placed the fish on the stone to cook, but he had left large chunks that were smoking and not cooking evenly. She quickly picked up the branch chopsticks he had discarded and separated the stuck-together fish pieces. He was so eager to eat that he didn't wait for the fish to cool down. How hungry and impatient was he! To get the fish as tasty as before, you have to cook it piece by piece, Qi Zhenjin patiently explained. Look at this chunk you put on the stone. It's already cooked on the edges but still raw in the middle. It won't taste good if you just throw it on. How long would it take to eat like you do? Yubei wouldn't admit that he couldn't use the chopsticks properly, so he just went straight to using his hands. It doesn't take much time, Qi Zhenjin said irritably. I slice the fish, you grill it. It's not a big deal. Yubei glanced at the pile of fish on the stone and reached out. You do the grilling, I'll slice. You? Qi Zhenjin raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Slicing fish is a skill. Whether it's tender or not depends on the slicing, and I'll do it. Yubei cut her off and grabbed the sharp-looking tool in her hand. This half-beast person really is. She had no choice but to focus on grilling the fish slices. When he finally brought out the sliced fish, Qi Zhenjin was speechless. Forget it, she thought, just eat it as it is. At worst, she'd grill the fish chunks a few more times to make sure they were cooked evenly. Slicing fish wasn't easy, and grilling fish was even harder. It was truly difficult to enjoy refined food in this ancient time. After finishing these two fish, it was time to move on. Qi Zhenjin followed the small stream, trying to find a gap in the large rocks blocking the path. She couldn't climb over them, so why not find a to squeeze through? Yubei followed behind her, his brow slightly furrowed. This purebred person was even more stubborn than he thought. It seemed he had overestimated the situation earlier, thinking choosing this path was equivalent to making him carry the load. It's quite interesting. He has already found many fascinating things about her. What should I do? I feel a little reluctant to leave. Qi Zhenjin found a narrow and a large rock. She could easily squeeze through by holding her breath, but this half-orc couldn't fit. She looked back at the half-orc behind her, noticing his brown eyes fixed on her with a strange, faint smile on his face. Her heart skipped a beat, and she asked, What are you smiling at? Yubei snapped out of his thoughts and hid his smile.
What?
Can't get through? Looks like I need help now. Qi Zhenjin chuckled and turned to crawl into the. Whether he could get through depended on his own skill. She held her breath the whole time and finally squeezed through the big rock. As soon as she emerged, she saw the half-orc. He had transformed into his beast form and leapt over the top easily. Are you going to keep doing this? Yubei, still in beast form, looked down at her from above and asked. Qi Zhenjin nodded and continued walking forward around him. Seeing this, Yubei ran a few steps ahead in his beast form, then leapt onto a tall rock, looking down at her. Qi Zhenjin knew he was mocking her, but that was okay. She still had some energy. If she got tired, she could rest a bit. Now, Yubei sat on each large rock, waiting for her. As she crossed each one, he immediately jumped down and then hopped onto the next big rock ahead. Qi Zhenjin gritted her teeth and kept walking. The ground was full of scattered stones, and she almost lost her footing several times. After passing another big rock, she stopped. Although she wasn't walking fast, she was truly exhausted. Can't go any further so soon? Yubei, sitting on a large rock in front, asked. You haven't even reached halfway. Not even halfway? Qi Zhenjin felt overwhelmed. She looked back but could no longer see the path into the valley. All she saw were the large rocks she had just crossed. I need to rest, she decided, and sat down on a rock to catch her breath. Yubei chuckled and jumped down, transforming back into his human form. Qi Jie, I don't want to waste more time with you. Qi Zhenjin didn't look at him but stared at the small creek silently. Here are two choices. Either you keep walking on your own or I carry you, he said. Or I could carry you in my mouth. Qi Zhenjin clenched her fists around her clothes, feeling sick just thinking about the terrible experience of being carried by him before. But his tone sounded completely firm, with no room for negotiation. If she didn't go, she was afraid he would just drag her along. Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin had no choice but to grit her teeth and stand up, continuing to walk on her own legs. Yubei watched her back as she moved forward, raising an eyebrow. She really was stubborn. Today, she had been walking almost all day. Qi Jinjin already felt her feet swelling and hurting. She truly wanted to rest. But this half-beast, once turned into beast form, kept close behind her, as if she would be bitten and dragged away if she stopped to rest. Thinking carefully, why was she torturing her own feet like this? There was already a ready mount behind her. She didn't have to rely solely on her legs. Plus, she had waited so long. But Luo Gu hadn't caught up. She should have told him not to boast earlier. After walking for so long, Qi Jinjin's mood started to fall apart. Luo Gu was the first person she met here. He was bossy, but given the current situation, she didn't need to suffer her legs because of his temper. Moreover, this beast-man continent was so big, and she wasn't the only half-beast person here. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. She felt it was necessary to consider other options for herself. After all, relying on oneself was better than relying on others. As long as she stayed with a half-beast, her life wouldn't be in danger. Thinking this, Qi Jinjin stopped. "I can't walk anymore," she said, turning to look at the beast eyes and speaking. "Let me rest for a bit. Can you carry me?" Yubei was a little surprised. She had finally reached her limit. "All right." Qi Jinjin let out a sigh of relief, sat down on a rock, and drank some water. When she stopped, she realized her legs didn't feel like legs anymore. The swelling and numbness made her feel as if her feet were useless. She placed her left leg on her right, gently massaging it, hoping to ease the pain. "Are you rested now?" Before she had sat for long, Yubei urged her, "There's not much time left." Qi Jinjin looked up at him. Why was he suddenly in such a hurry? Hadn't he been letting her delay before? "Carrying you is also a rest," he added. Qi Jinjin looked away and handed him the water cup. "Go fill this with water." Yubei looked at the container she held, then without hesitation went to the creek to fill it. After filling the water, Qi Jinjin had no reason to delay further. She slowly climbed onto his back, letting him carry her through the mountain valley. I don't know why, but the more I run forward, the more uneasy I feel inside. I keep thinking something bad is going to happen. And I believe my gut feeling is right. Where's this half-beast taking me? And what is his real purpose for kidnapping me? As I think about this, Yubei has already rushed out of the mountain valley. Outside, there is a wide, bright forest. I thought the half-beast would keep his beast form and run through the trees, but he changed back to human shape and let me go. He didn't go into the forest, but headed toward its edge. Curious, I followed him. Soon he stopped outside a small cave about half my height. I peeked inside. The cave was dark and very damp, and I could smell a foul odor, like rotten meat with maggots. The smell was so bad I quickly pulled back and had a bold guess in my mind. Could there be a corpse inside this low, damp cave? "Wait here," Yubei said as he bent down to go inside. I wanted to grab his arm, but I held back. I watched him bend down and disappear into the darkness as no sunlight reached inside. I pinched my nose and quietly stepped back because the smell was unbearable. After a while, Yubei came out holding a yellow flower. "It stinks," he said, annoyed by the smell from the cave. "Did you go in just to pick the flower?" I asked, still holding my nose. Yubei nodded and carefully pinned the yellow flower to his waist, treating it like a treasure. I frowned slightly. He went in and came out covered in that terrible smell, just for a simple-looking flower. "All right, let's go." "We're almost there," Yubei said, walking toward the forest. I followed, watching his waist. I was curious about what was so special about this yellow flower that he endured the smell to pick it. I wondered if I should use a mirror to take a closer look. Suddenly, Yubei called out to me sharply, "Qi Jia." "What?" I quickly looked away from the flower and looked at him. No matter who you see or who talks to you later, don't respond, understand? His voice became serious. I nodded, realizing we were close to our destination. I felt nervous because I didn't know what was coming next. The two of them walked slowly and casually through the woods, like on a picnic, with Yubei stopping here and there. He seemed to be doing something, but she didn't know what. Suddenly, Yubei stopped, turned around, and hugged Jinjin's waist. Jinjin's eyes widened in surprise, and before she could react, she saw him jump up and grab a vine hanging from a tree, then leap onto a tall tree. "Let go," she shouted, steadying herself on the trunk and pushing him away.
Shh.
Yubei quickly grabbed her arm to prevent her from falling. "Stay quiet." Jinjin was stunned, noticing that he was staring seriously in one direction. At the same time, she heard a lot of hurried footsteps. She couldn't tell if they were animals or people. The sounds were chaotic and quick. She had to stay calm and looked in the direction he was watching. The tree they were on was covered with leaves, so unless you looked carefully, you wouldn't see anyone there. Through the gaps in the leaves, Jinjin saw an animal she didn't recognize jump out of a patch of grass, followed by 7 or 8 more. They ran very fast, not daring to slow down. At that moment, one animal let out a terrible cry and suddenly fell to the ground, with a thick branch stuck in its belly. The other animals glanced at it and ran even faster. Someone was hunting. Jinjin quickly figured out what was happening and continued to hide behind the leaves, watching. A few people wearing animal skin skirts ran out of the grass, each holding a branch, chasing the animals still fleeing. They ignored the dead animal and kept chasing the others. After the hunters passed, everything became quiet again. Jinjin blinked, turned her gaze back to the dead animal, and felt a bit confused. "Are these people hunting?" she asked, bringing her thoughts back. Yubei nodded, but didn't rush to climb down. It seemed that there was definitely a tribe nearby. But she was curious. Why were these half-beast people hiding? Were they afraid of being accidentally hurt during the hunt? Moreover, she couldn't tell whether these people were pure humans or half-beasts. If they were half-beasts, couldn't they transform into wild animals to hunt? But these questions weren't what she should be thinking about now. "Let's get down," Yubei said after looking around. He was about to hold her waist and jump down. Jinjin quickly pushed his hand away as he reached out to help her.
I can get down by myself.
Yubei smiled and withdrew her hand. "Then you try." She had climbed trees before. Was it really difficult for her to come down? Jinjin rolled her eyes at him and carefully approached the tree trunk, preparing to slide down. The tree wasn't short, but it had many branches. Coming down wasn't a problem, just not as fast as that half-beast. Yubei was the first to jump down, waiting below, but she was also worried she might fall. Once her feet landed steadily, Jinjin looked at the dead animal stuck in the tree. It was about the size of a deer, and its flesh looked quite firm. "Stop looking," Yubei warned her and moved forward. Jinjin hurried to follow. She thought for a moment and asked, "Is the reason you don't turn into your beast form because you're afraid hunters might accidentally hurt you?" Yubei glanced at her, curious, and asked back, "Do you think they can't tell the difference between a half-beast and a normal animal?" "What's the difference between a half-beast and an animal?" she asked, since she couldn't tell either, so she followed his lead. Yubei hesitated for a moment. Honestly, he didn't know the difference either, but as a half-beast, he didn't need to know. He could tell just by instinct, as it was an innate ability. Seeing his response, Jinjin chuckled and asked again, feeling a bit bold. "Those people earlier weren't half-beasts." To hide the awkwardness, Yubei changed the subject. "They are purebred humans." "Oh, so only purebred humans can't tell the difference between animals and half-beasts?" She understood. Yubei nodded in agreement. This made Jinjin curious again. Shouldn't half-beasts be out hunting? Do male purebreds also need to go hunting? But anyway, seeing a purebred person here made her feel a bit less afraid. After walking a while longer, they heard rustling sounds coming from ahead. Jinjin thought it was the hunters again, ready to be caught by the half-beast and lifted into the tree, but he didn't make a sound or even hide. The rustling grew closer. Jinjin stood behind the half-beast, looking ahead. In an instant, a familiar beast transformed into a human form upon landing. It was Yushi. No wonder he didn't hide. Yushi, now in human form, approached them with a serious expression. Of course, Chijinjin had never seen her smile. She always looked serious, so she wasn't surprised. Is everything arranged? Yubei asked. Yushi did not rush to answer, but looked at the purebred person standing behind him. Yubei also glanced back and said, Chijie, stay here and don't run around. Chijinjin looked at them walking toward a large tree nearby. Knowing that there were hunters in the woods, she looked for a tree to lean on, so she could hide if something unexpected happened.
But
she had other thoughts in her mind. This half-beast said that the hunters in the woods were all purebred people, so these purebred people probably also lived in tribes. Should she try to find someone of her kind to ask for help? After all, purebred people should understand each other better than half-beasts. Being with others of the same kind and helping each other might be better. But this was very risky. She hadn't met many people here. When she was with the Baili tribe, everyone was kind because of Luo Gu's reputation, but here, that might not be the case. While she was hesitating and feeling conflicted, Yubei and Yushi had finished talking and came over. From their expressions, it seemed something bad had happened. Did something happen? Chijinjin asked nervously. Yubei hid his serious expression and smiled. Jejia, you're probably hoping something bad happens, right? Chijinjin was speechless. She decided to stay quiet. Let's go, Yubei said simply, continuing to lead the way ahead. Chijinjin was confused, but didn't have the right to ask questions. As they were about to leave the woods, they suddenly transformed into animal forms. Chijinjin naturally sat on Yushi's back, and the two beasts started to run wildly. During the run, Chijinjin saw many people, all keeping their distance, holding different weapons. These people watched them from afar, first out of curiosity, then with surprise. Chijinjin guessed this place was another tribe's territory, but she didn't know which tribe it was. This tribe, like the Baili tribe, lived in caves. Outside each cave was a grassland of various sizes. On the grassland, many children played happily, looking very peaceful. But this harmony was just passing scenery for them. They didn't even have a chance to stop and watch. They crossed the grassland and climbed over the mountains where these people lived. Behind the mountains, there were still more mountains. Chijinjin sat on Yushi's back. They mostly ran along the mountain paths above the caves and didn't pass any caves. Because of this top-down view, Chijinjin discovered that there are countless caves in these mountains, with all sizes and types. People live inside the caves, and outside on the open ground, there are many piles of fires. But these two people still seem not to want to stop. Their speed is actually getting faster. Could it be that this is not the final destination? Chijinjin's heart skipped a beat, and she nervously clutched Yushi's fur. After crossing 3 more mountains, the number of caves clearly decreased, and the surrounding light also dimmed significantly, giving a feeling of entering deep mountains. Finally, they stopped at the foot of a mountain and transformed back into human form. Surrounded by tall mountains, perhaps because it was getting late, most of the light was blocked, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Chijinjin held onto her backpack strap and looked around. Everywhere was steep mountain walls, places she, as a pure human, couldn't climb. Yubei, let her sleep with me tonight, Yushi said it would be more convenient. No need. Yubei refused immediately and looked at Chijinjin. Chijie, we've arrived. Chijinjin withdrew her gaze and asked with a frown, Is this the place you brought me to? Sort of. Yubei smiled and gave Yushi a look. Sort of? Chijinjin looked full of doubt, just as Yushi pushed aside a large stone taller than her with bare hands. Half-beast's strength is indeed impressive. This large stone was pushed aside effortlessly by Yushi. Behind the stone was a dark tunnel. Let's go. Yubei didn't explain and led the way into the dark tunnel. Chijinjin felt uneasy, but with Yushi watching her from behind, she could only follow. Inside, it was indeed a tunnel. After she entered, she heard the sound of stones moving behind her. She turned back and hurriedly ran outside, shouting, Hey, Yushi! However, before she reached the entrance, Yushi had pushed the stone back into place from outside, blocking the only exit. Yushi! Qi Jinjin panicked, running to the stone blocking the entrance and knocking hard. Push the stone away. The stone blocked all light, making the already dark cave even darker. Don't shout. Yubei's voice suddenly sounded behind her, startling Qi Jinjin. She forced herself to stay calm and quickly assess the situation. What is this place? Don't be afraid. I brought you here from far away. How could I harm you? Finally, Yubei saw her nervous and scared face, but she quickly calmed down again. Qi Jinjin turned around and leaned her back against a stone. It was very dark inside, and she couldn't see her fingers in front of her eyes. She could only rely on sound to find the half-beastman's position. If you're afraid of the dark, I can hold your hand, Yubei offered. No need, Qi Jinjin refused any contact. Then stay close. Next, she heard the footsteps of the half-beastman walking forward. Qi Jinjin still felt a little scared and panicked, but she couldn't stand still forever. She had no choice but to bravely walk forward in the dark. Gradually, she got used to the darkness, listening carefully for sounds ahead and following them. The passage was not very long, but the darkness made it seem much longer. She patiently moved forward and finally saw a glimpse of the half-beastman's back, indicating she was about to leave. At that moment, Yubei suddenly stopped. Are we there? Qi Jinjin asked as she approached. Yes, we are. She looked ahead and froze for a moment. She thought this tunnel would lead out to the same place as Qifenggu, but unexpectedly, the end of the tunnel was a large cave. The cave was not empty. About half of it was filled with various stones. These stones were not just spread on the ground, but stacked deliberately, forming small stone hills. Even more surprisingly, these little stone hills were not bare. Many plants, flowers, and grasses grew on them. The wide and bright light shone on the small stone hills, giving the feeling of looking at miniature mountain models. However, the other half of the cave was completely immersed in darkness. Even though it wasn't yet night, there was no light reaching that area. This darkness felt eerie and frightening. What kind of place was this? Little Qian, I'm back, Yubei said toward the pitch-black area. Qi Jinjin frowned and looked over. It was too dark, she saw nothing. Then she saw the half-beastman remove a small yellow flower from his waist and walk toward the darkness. Qi Jinjin stayed where she was, thinking it might be better not to follow right now. She needed to see what was happening first. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the darkness, followed by a clear, bright voice of a little girl. Big brother, who is she? Big brother? Qi Jinjin was surprised. Did this half-beastman really have a sister? She's a guest, Yubei's voice responded from the darkness. Momochi could clearly feel two sets of eyes watching her, observing her closely. Why would my brother invite a purebred person as a guest? The little girl asked curiously. She is my brother's friend, Xiao Qian. Have you been obedient these past few days? Hearing the half-beast's voice, Momochi shivered slightly. She was very gentle with her sister. It seemed this place was currently very safe. While listening to the siblings talk and preparing to observe the cave further, Yubei called her. Qi Jiejie, come here. Momochi frowned but still walked toward the dark area. As she reached the dark spot, her vision improved a little, and she could vaguely see two people in the corner. Sorry, sister. It's too dark here, the little girl said softly. Brother, maybe you can go light a fire for sister. The girl was quite thoughtful. Momochi smiled and said it's okay. Then she saw Yubei stand up, and instinctively, she took a step back. Stay here. I'm going hunting, Yubei said softly as he approached her. There are some branches over there. If you can't see, light a fire. Momochi nodded, thinking he was returning the way he came, but he was actually climbing up along the mountain wall beside him. Above the cave, it seemed blocked by a huge tree with a hollow that could be used to escape. Jiejie, Yubei called out after emerging from the hollow, where his sister was in the dark. Momochi looked away and responded with a hum, unsure whether she should start a fire or go see the half-beast's sister. Jiejie, can you come a little closer? The little girl asked cautiously. Momochi hesitated, but then moved closer. She saw the girl's outline clearly, long hair flowing, and her features looked quite spirited at first glance. However, the half-beast had mentioned earlier that his sister was sick, but she couldn't see any signs of illness now. "Jija, you look so beautiful," the girl exclaimed happily once she saw her face. "Even more beautiful than Yushi, Jija." The sudden compliment made Momochi feel a bit shy. "What's your name? Xiao Qian?"
Yes.
"What's your name, sister?" Xiao Qian asked sweetly. Momochi thought for a moment and said, "Just call me sister." Xiao Qian's bright eyes dimmed slightly, but still happily called her sister again. The cave's light was growing dimmer, and night was approaching. Momochi felt it was awkward just standing there, so she decided to gather some branches in the corner to start a fire. She found a piece of land and piled up branches, occasionally glancing at the small girl in the dark. She seemed very afraid of the light. Since she arrived at the cave, the girl had been hiding in the darkness. Chijinjin didn't think much and decided to start a fire first. Soon, she lit the fire, and the cave became much brighter, while the outside sky darkened. The bright fire finally allowed her to see the entire shape of the cave and the girl clearly. The girl was curled up on a pile of dry grass, hugging her knees. Although her face was dirty, her cuteness couldn't be hidden, especially her big, round, black eyes. The girl looked about 12 or 13 years old, appearing innocent and pure. Chijinjin carefully observed her in the firelight and still couldn't find any sign of illness. At that moment, Yubei returned carrying prey, jumping down from the tree hollow. "Brother, let me roast some meat for sister." Xiao Qian stood up.
Okay, Yubei agreed.
Chijinjin felt a bit awkward sitting by the fire. If this place was where the half-beast brought her, what was his purpose? Really taking her here? What was he planning? But since her sister was also in the cave, it probably wasn't his main goal. It seemed she could only wait and see what happened. On the way here, she had roughly remembered the terrain nearby. Not far from this place was a large tribe. "Sister, here." Xiao Qian handed the roasted first bird to Chijinjin. Chijinjin snapped out of her thoughts, smiled, and took it. "Thank you. Is one enough to eat?" Brother said pure-blooded humans have much smaller appetites than us. Xiao Qian blinked her big eyes and asked. The bird was quite large, about the size of her 2 palms, and covered in meat. "Yes, enough." "Good." Xiao Qian smiled, took a bird, and bit into its neck. The bird's blood stained her lips. Chijinjin silently told herself to stay calm. Half-beast people are used to eating this way, so she shouldn't be surprised. For a moment, no one in the cave spoke. Besides the crackling of the fire, all she could hear was the sound of the 2 siblings tearing and chewing meat, which sounded strangely eerie. When Xiao Qian had eaten enough, she asked, "Brother, can you stay a few more days this time?" "Of course," Yubei nodded gently. "Is Xiao Qian eager to go out and explore again?" "Yes, since brother hasn't returned, I can't go anywhere. The older brothers won't take me out for a walk, insisting we must wait for him to come back first," little Qian said with a pout, feeling unhappy. "Okay. Tonight I'll take you out for a walk," Yubei said with a loving look. Chijinjin watched quietly, her thoughts swirling. "Big sister, do you want to go out for a walk too?" Little Qian immediately smiled happily after getting her brother's permission. "She won't go." Chijinjin hesitated, unsure whether to accept or refuse, but this half-beast spoke first. "Why not?" Little Qian asked sadly. "She needs rest because she's a purebred," Yubei explained. Chijinjin looked at him, and suddenly, her legs felt a dull ache just thinking about it. Yes, she really needed to rest her legs. "All right," little Qian nodded, then said, "Big sister, this is probably your first time here. Tomorrow, brother can take you out to explore and get familiar with this place."
Okay.
Chijinjin didn't expect this little girl to be so enthusiastic, and she said that this half-beast would do whatever she asked. It was almost like she was a little sister obsessed. And it was definitely a weakness of this half-beast. After eating those prey, little Qian eagerly took her to see the small stone hills. "Big sister, I built all these stones myself." The flowers and plants on top are also grown by me, she said, holding the small yellow flower her brother brought back, carefully placing it on one of the stone hills. You're so amazing, Qi praised as she carefully looked at the plants. Growing so many flowers and plants on a pile of stones isn't easy. Some of these flowers and plants I picked myself, and others were brought back by my brother when he went out. Little Qian quickly found a spot for the yellow flower. No wonder, this half-beast knew more about plants than others, probably because he liked her sister. Little Qian Yubei called her, get ready to go out. The sooner, the better. Okay. Hearing she could go out soon, little Qian was very excited. Big sister, tonight you can sleep next to me. That's my sleeping spot. You rest first. Qi looked in the direction she pointed and nodded.
All right.
Before leaving, Yubei reminded her a couple of times. It seemed like he was talking kindly, but really he was warning her to stay in the cave and not run around, or she would face the consequences. Where could she go at this late hour? After the two siblings left, the cave was left empty except for her. Although she had walked most of the day and was tired, she was more curious and interested in the flowers and plants on Little Stone Mountain. She took out a small mirror to try and identify all the plants. At first, she didn't realize how special they were, but then she was surprised to find that these ordinary-looking flowers and plants actually had medicinal properties. To her, it was like finding a treasure. Unfortunately, this treasure wasn't hers. She could only look at it longingly. After identifying all the plants, the siblings still hadn't returned. She sat on a pile of dry grass, feeling a cold chill. There was nothing she could do but get up and sit by the fire to warm herself. She wouldn't sleep before they came back. While warming herself, she thought deeply. Could she still rely on Luogu to catch up with her here? Or maybe she could find a safer place to live. Perhaps somewhere with mostly pure-blooded people, like this place. If that were true, she wouldn't need to think about escaping plans anymore. She should focus on quickly understanding her surroundings.
But
her mind kept unconsciously imagining Luogu's face. Living with him didn't seem so bad. And over these days, he mostly just talked about breeding, but in reality, he was actually quite kind to her. Feeling a bit frustrated, she scratched her head, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, she heard footsteps above. The sound was faint, but her sharp ears caught it. She immediately became alert. She looked up, only seeing flickering shadows from the firelight. The footsteps were coming closer, but they didn't sound like her siblings. She quickly stood up and hid in a dark corner. The footsteps stopped at the top of the hill. She pressed close to the mountain wall and suddenly saw a shadow on the ground. At first, it looked like an animal's head peeking out from a tree hollow. Could it be unsafe here? She nervously looked up and saw a small animal's head sticking out of a tiny tree hollow. The animal's eyes glowed green, and it looked very alert and fierce. She swallowed nervously, afraid the animal might come out of the hollow and attack her. Then she would be trapped like a fish in a net. What are you doing? A voice came from above. As soon as she heard it, the animal quickly pulled its head back inside. She listened carefully and heard the footsteps gradually fading away. Had it left? Mizuma still didn't dare to move recklessly and could only sit slowly against the mountain wall. It seems she can't stay alone here. The cave isn't completely safe either. Now, she can only hope that the two siblings return soon. While waiting, a cold feeling struck again. Mizuma rubbed her hands, afraid to go near the fire. She could only take out her sleeping bag to keep warm. Wrapped in the sleeping bag, Mizuma looked at the seeds in her bag. She had said she would plant them once she returned with Luogu. Now, it seems uncertain whether she can go back at all. She also looked at the bottle with the green caterpillars. The two insects, one male and one female, quietly rested on the leaves. She wasn't sure if these green caterpillars were still useful. Since that half-orc could control the wolf, as long as he wanted to protect her, the wolf wouldn't be a threat anymore. While she stared for a while, more movement came from above the cave. Mizuma looked up and saw Xiao Qian jump down from outside a tree hollow, landing steadily. "Big sister, are you okay?" Xiao Qian asked worriedly as she approached. Mizuma was momentarily stunned and came out of her sleeping bag.
I'm Fine.
Did something happen? As she finished speaking, Yubei also jumped down from above, frowning slightly. I heard someone came looking for you earlier. Did that person hurt you? Xiao Qian looked her over carefully, worried.
Someone?
So, the animal's head was that of a beast-type half-orc? Big sister? Xiao Qian saw her stiff and silent, growing more worried. Did that person jump down? Mizuma regained her senses and shook her head. No. It seems someone called him away. Xiao Qian let out a breath of relief. That's good, that's good. Mizuma showed a reassuring smile and looked at the half-orc. Should she have a private talk with him about this? Xiao Qian, go roast some fire, Yubei said. Xiao Qian nodded obediently and didn't ask further, heading to sit by the fire to warm herself. Mizuma slightly curled her lips and moved toward the corner of the cave. Yubei indeed followed. Jia, can you really save my sister? Yubei asked softly. Mizuma narrowed her eyes, surprised that his first words were about this. She thought he would ask about what just happened. She thought for a moment and said, For now, I haven't seen anything wrong with your sister. So, you're not sure either? Yubei stared at her closely. His tone sounded strange, as if she just needed to deny it or she would be thrown out. Moreover, he asked her so seriously, could it be? Qi Jinjin calmly said, I just mentioned that, so far, I haven't found anything wrong with your sister, let alone how to save her. Yubei also realized he was a bit anxious. He calmed his emotions and said, Xiao Qian can't stand sunlight.
Why?
Qi Jinjin was surprised. There was an accident when she was young. Yubei didn't explain much. Anyway, after that accident, she couldn't go out during the day. No wonder she had always sat in the darkest part of the cave, only coming out when it was dark. May I ask what kind of accident it was? Qi Jinjin inquired. It's not convenient to say, he replied. Her refusal was very firm. If she goes out during the day, what symptoms might she show? She'll feel very itchy all over and develop red spots, he said. This sounds a bit like sun allergy. Qi Jinjin looked at Xiao Qian, who sat obediently by the fire, warming her hands, with no sign of eavesdropping. Do you have a way to help? Yubei asked. Qi Jinjin looked away. Even if she didn't have a solution, she had to say she did, or else she wouldn't know what awaited her next. I have a method, but I need time, she said.
How long?
Yubei frowned, seeming a bit troubled by the question of time. I can't be sure. I need to see how she reacts during the day first, Qi Jinjin replied. Yubei's dark eyes flickered. He forcibly set a time. 3 days.
What?
I'm only giving you 3 days, he said, then turned to his sister without giving her a chance to object. Qi Jinjin finally realized 3 days. That was absolutely impossible to achieve. Hey, 3 days. She started. If you still want to stay here properly, you'd better make an effort in these 3 days. Yubei turned back, his cold gaze stopping her words. Qi Jinjin was startled by his sudden coldness. He clearly meant something but was unwilling to say it outright. In other words, this place isn't the final destination. Qi Jinjin suddenly felt frustrated, but when she saw Xiao Qian's innocent face, she suppressed her annoyance. It was obvious that this half-beast was protecting her very well. Some things were better not to show in front of her. Big sister, are you tired? Do you want me to sleep with you? Xiao Qian saw her brother approaching and asked. Qi Jinjin forced a smile and said, I can sleep by myself. You and your brother can chat more. Xiao Qian looked at her gratefully. This sister was so understanding. Qi Jinjin is also a thoughtful person. Her brother hadn't come back for a few days, and when he finally did, he took her out to play. But then they encountered something that made them hurriedly return home. The siblings share a very close bond, and they probably wanted to catch up and talk. Qi Jinjin once again wrapped herself in a sleeping bag, her mind starting to think about Xiao Qian's illness. If I remember correctly, this half-beast man said that in the past, Qifenggu was searching for the rare insect fungus to save his sister. She also saw in the bronze mirror that the insect fungus could treat skin diseases. But she feels that just having this insect fungus might not be enough to cure Xiao Qian's skin condition. Otherwise, the half-beast man wouldn't have threatened her earlier. Forget it. She thought, I'll wait until morning to decide. Maybe knowing she is safe for now made Qi Jinjin relax a little, and she wanted to get a good sleep. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight shone through the tree hollow. The flowers and grass on the little stone mountain basked in the sunlight, full of life. She heard a few soft whispers nearby. Qi Jinjin stretched lazily and opened her sleepy eyes. She saw the two siblings talking in the dark, but because their voices were too quiet, she couldn't hear what they were saying. Big sister is awake. She saw Xiao Qian come over at this moment. Qi Jinjin immediately sat up from her sleeping bag, forcing herself to wake up. Did you sleep well last night, sister? Xiao Qian asked sweetly as she crouched in front of her. Pretty well, Qi Jinjin replied, noticing that the half-beast man had climbed out of the tree hollow along the mountain wall. Big brother went to find food for us. Could you please help start a fire? Xiao Qian said. Qi Jinjin looked away and nodded with a smile. Even though it was early morning, only half of this cave was bathed in sunlight, while the other part remained in darkness. She started a fire and looked toward the dark side. Xiao Qian was sitting in the darkness, and she couldn't see her. It's sad for someone who can't live in the sunlight, especially a child like Xiao Qian. Her mind gradually drifted to a scene she saw yesterday, many children playing happily on the grassland. But for Xiao Qian, such play was cruel and luxurious. Big sister, do you have something on your mind? Xiao Qian's voice came from the darkness. Qi Jinjin was momentarily stunned and quickly snapped out of her thoughts. You're daydreaming, sister, Xiao Qian said when she saw she hadn't spoken. Sometimes Big Brother also does that. When he's lost in thought, it means he has something on his mind. Oh, really? Qi Jinjin restrained her thoughts and smiled. I didn't know your brother also has things on his mind. Yes, although he doesn't say. I can tell. Little Qian seriously said, Big Brother has been looking for a way to save me. He searched for a very long time, but couldn't find one. Qi Jinjin's heart trembled, feeling strangely a bit sad. Sister, you probably don't know that I actually have an illness. My illness is very strange, Little Qian said with a smile, but also with a hint of helplessness. You see, I look normal on the outside, but I can't go out during the day because I can't be in the sun. Only at night can my brother take me out to run around. Maybe because it had been a long time since someone visited, Little Qian became more excited and spoke more than usual. But it's okay. My brother said the outside is very dangerous, so staying in the cave is safe. And when my brother is around, he takes me out to play every night, Little Qian thought happily. And this time, my brother even brought sister here as a guest. I asked him last night, and he said sister will stay here for a while. Qi Jinjin smiled softly, not knowing what to say. Sister, suddenly, Little Qian called her very seriously. What's wrong? Qi Jinjin looked at her in the dark. Sister, can you be my friend? Little Qian asked cautiously. She thought Little Qian might say something serious, but she replied, of course. Really? Little Qian was excited and a little surprised. Sister, you really want to be my friend? Yes, really. Qi Jinjin stood up and walked toward Little Qian in the dark. But what? Little Qian asked nervously. Qi Jinjin followed the sound to her and said, It's just that I'm afraid you might dislike me. Dislike? Little Qian burst out laughing. Sister, I am so happy just to be friends with you. I would never dislike you. Because I am a purebred, Qi Jinjin explained her reason. Purebreds are not very weak in the eyes of half-beasts. Little Qian breathed a big sigh of relief. She thought it was a serious reason, but it was not. Sister, don't think too much. Being a purebred and weak is okay. The important thing is to find a strong and powerful half-beast. Half-beasts can protect purebreds. Xiao Qian said seriously. Qi Jinjin was both amused and helpless, and in fact, was comforted by this little girl. Oh, right. Xiao Qian suddenly remembered something, excitedly grabbing her hand. Sister, have you ever mated? Qi Jinjin frowned slightly and shook her head gently. Xiao Qian became even more excited. That's perfect. Sister, you can mate with my brother. He's very strong. That way, you can stay with us forever. Qi Jinjin quickly pulled her hand back. The little girl was innocent, so she didn't mind what she said. What's wrong, sister? Xiao Qian saw her withdraw her hand and paused. Did what I said make you upset? Sorry, sister, I didn't mean to. No, it's okay. Don't overthink it, she said softly, sounding a bit distressed, which made Qi Jinjin feel a little helpless. Just then, there was a noise from above the tree hollow. Your brother is back. Qi Jinjin quickly changed the subject. Looking up, she saw that the half-orc was indeed returning with prey. She hurried over to the fire to help. Yubei had caught several rabbits. They looked just like the ones she had seen in Bai Li tribe before. Seeing these rabbits, Qi Jinjin thought of Luo Gu. It had already been some time, but there was still no sign of him. Yubei threw the rabbits on the ground and chose the one with the most meat, then went to his sister. Qi Jinjin focused her thoughts and picked a rabbit to skin and roast. She figured that after eating, she should help her sister check her illness. Yubei came over and sat beside her, starting to eat happily. After they had eaten enough, Qi Jinjin spoke. When you went out earlier, Xiao Qian told me about her situation. She told you herself?
Yubei Luoke surprised. Qi Zhenzi nodded.
Yubei frowned, then relaxed again. How did she tell you? Just like she told you last night, Qi Jinjin said. Yubei was silent, lost in thought. Qi Jinjin didn't want to ask more, but she couldn't help but feel a shiver when she remembered what Xiao Qian had just said. Oh, by the way, did you get the Ju Chong Chow? Qi Jinjin wiped her hands and asked with a sip of water. Of course. It seemed he knew well that Ju Chong Chow could help his sister. As far as I know, Ju Chong Chow probably shouldn't be found in Qifeng Valley. Then where should it be found? Yubei glanced at her with a knowing look.
Talon.
If she remembered correctly, the bronze mirror showed it like that. Yubei's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly composed himself. That's right, there are indeed rare insect herbs in Tailing. Are all the green-haired worms in Qifeng Valley also your doing? Qi Jinjin took the opportunity to ask. Does that question have anything to do with saving my sister? Yubei refused to answer. Qi Jinjin snorted. No direct connection, but I want to know. Qi Jejia, are you threatening me? Yubei looked at her unhappily. Really? Qi Jinjin pretended to be relaxed, shrugging. I didn't mean it as a threat, just curious and wanted to ask. Now it was Yubei's turn to snort. He thought for a moment and said, Yes, I took all the green-haired worms from Qifeng Valley. Then how do you know that the green-haired worms are the nemesis of the sneaky wolves? Qi Jinjin asked again.
Guess.
She didn't believe him. But his answer also helped Qi Jinjin understand some things better. She narrowed her eyes and softly asked, Is it true that as long as I save your sister, I can stay here with you? Just save her first, he replied. Deep down, Qi Jinjin had her answer. There might be someone behind him giving orders. You're a liar, she muttered, withdrawing her gaze and cursing.
What?
He asked. Liar, she repeated, ignoring his question. Qi Jejia, he called. I'll go find out about your sister first, Qi Jinjin said, standing up and walking toward the small creature in the darkness. Yubei watched her back, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. It seemed his image in her mind was getting worse. Qi Jinjin reached the darkness. The small creature had finished eating the rabbit. She guessed that the half-beast might not have told the small creature that she could save people. So, before helping the small creature, she needed to communicate with it carefully. Little one, if I have a way to help you stand under the sun again, would you be willing to try? Qi Jinjin asked. The small creature was stunned, almost doubting if it heard correctly. Sister. Jinjin knows what she is thinking. Sometimes, the bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment. Her job is to help her regain hope first. She knows that skin problems are not difficult for her. The only challenge is the 3-day limit set by the half-beast. It's not an urgent skin condition, so 3 days isn't enough to fully heal it. Jinjin gently grabs her shoulder and says, If you follow my instructions, I can help you stand in the sun again. Xiao Qian still has some worries, but seeing her determined and confident expression, she nods firmly. Yes, I believe in my sister. Good. Now, I need to understand your basic situation first. Jinjin smiles softly, and gently holds her hand. She sees Yubei coming over, apparently wanting to supervise the process. Jinjin chooses to ignore him and says to Xiao Qian, "Let's try putting one of your arms in the sunlight and see what happens." No. Before she can move, Yubei steps forward to stop her. "Nothing is impossible. Since you entrusted Xiao Qian to me, don't interfere with my method," Jinjin says impatiently. "Step aside." "Jinjin, you make me doubt whether you have the ability to do this." Yubei refuses to move. Jinjin feels speechless but patiently explains, "First, I need to see how her skin reacts in the sunlight to judge her condition. Second, this is only the first step. If you don't agree with this step and try to stop me, the rest of the process can't continue." "Brother," Xiao Qian steps forward, "I trust sister. She won't harm me." "You just met her and you trust her? What did your brother teach you before?" Yubei's expression darkens. "I know my brother would never bring danger into our mountain cave. He trusts sister, and I trust my brother." Xiao Qian decisively sides with Jinjin to defend her. Yubei is speechless, unsure what reason to give to stop her. "Move aside now," Jinjin softly commands. "I only have 3 days." 3 days? Xiao Qian asks curiously. "Nothing," Yubei puts on a smile again. "Xiao Qian, are you really willing to try?" Xiao Qian blinks without much thought. "Yes, of course. Brother wouldn't miss any chance, right?" Pool Jinjin muttered a curse under her breath. She seemed to overlook an important point, that this half-orc's love for his sister was very strong. To diagnose Xiao Qian's illness, she needed her to be exposed to sunlight first. If she felt unwell afterward, it would be her fault. It was a mistake. She hadn't thought it through carefully enough. "Big sister, let's go into the sunlight," Xiao Qian persuaded Yubei. Now, Pool Jinjin hesitated a little, but she thought, if she didn't follow through, Xiao Qian would be very disappointed. Forget it. If the half-orc wants to blame someone, let him blame her. As long as the outcome is good. Pool Jinjin nodded, held Xiao Qian's hand, and reminded her, "Follow my instructions. Your skin will react, so tell me everything you feel." "Okay," Xiao Qian said nervously. Pool Jinjin led Xiao Qian to the edge of the darkness. One more step forward, and she would be in bright sunlight. She held Xiao Qian's wrist and slowly extended her hand out. Xiao Qian's hand was fully exposed to the sun. Yubei watched nervously, her brows tightly furrowed. Equally nervous was Pool Jinjin. She stared closely at Xiao Qian's hand to observe her skin. "Big sister, my hand itches." Xiao Qian curled her fingers and spoke tremblingly. "Your hand back there? Besides itching, how does it feel?" Pool Jinjin asked anxiously. "It just itches, very itchy." Xiao Qian clenched her other hand, trying not to scratch the exposed hand in the sunlight. "Hold on." Pool Jinjin continued to look worried. She also felt the cold light from the half-orc's gaze. If it weren't for her concern for her sister, she might not have been able to hold back. Soon, small red spots appeared on Xiao Qian's hand, gradually turning into red patches. "It hurts," Xiao Qian cried through clenched teeth. In the next second, Yubei pulled her back into the darkness, gently blowing on her hand with concern. Pool Jinjin pursed her lips, already having a rough idea of Xiao Qian's condition. She walked over to her backpack, took out a medicine box and said, "I'll take care of it." Yubei's eyes were filled with anger, almost wishing she could burn her to ashes. "Brother, let sister see," Xiao Qian said through the pain. "If you don't let me see her hand, it might leave a scar," Pool Jinjin said, holding Xiao Qian's other, uninjured hand and walking toward the darkness. The light in the darkness was dim, so Pool Jinjin turned on her flashlight to check Xiao Qian's hand. The red patches hadn't disappeared, and there were a few tiny blisters. "Indeed, this is photosensitive dermatitis," Pool Jinjin said. "What is that?" Xiao Qian asked a question that Yubei also wanted to know. "Whenever I touch sunlight, my skin turns red and forms small blisters. If it gets worse, it can even eat away the skin," Jinjin said, placing a flashlight nearby and taking out a needle and special medicine. Because this half-orc loved his sister very much, he could only grit his teeth and use the least harmful but most effective medicine. Don't worry, sister won't let this skin leave scars. Just apply this medicine, and your hand will be back to normal soon, Qi Jinjin said, opening the small blister and adding some special medicine. What is medicine? Xiao Qian asked curiously. Everyone here didn't know what medicine was. He had asked the same when helping Luo Gu treat blisters on his hand before. Why am I thinking of him again?
Sister?
Xiao Qian called out when she saw her freeze. Qi Jinjin suddenly snapped out of her thoughts and replied to Luo Gu's earlier explanation. Medicine is something used when you're hurt. For example, if you put it on your wound, it will heal. Wow, this thing called medicine is so amazing. Xiao Qian stared at the bottle in her hand with curiosity. If I put this all over my body, can I walk in the sun? Qi Jinjin smiled and said, medicine is a general term. Different medicines treat different illnesses. This one can only help your skin recover first, but other symptoms need different medicines. Don't worry, Xiao Qian, sister will cure you. Xiao Qian was overjoyed after hearing this, but Yubei looked suspicious. Qi Jinjin saw his expression and intentionally said what she did to let him know she had a way. At least after 3 days, she would have other reasons to explain. Sister, I think my hand doesn't hurt anymore, Xiao Qian said, looking at his hand. The small blisters had disappeared quite a bit, and he trusted her even more. Qi Jinjin nodded, tidying up her medicine box. The cause of the problem has been found. I will prepare some medicine for you. After taking it, we'll see if you can stand in the sun, but this process won't be quick. We need to let your skin gradually adapt to sunlight until you can stand in it for a long time. Okay, thank you, sister. Xiao Qian didn't understand much, but he just followed her instructions. How do you prepare the medicine? Yubei asked from beside them. Different herbs have different properties. Since the conditions here are limited, I can only use the simplest methods to prepare the medicine. Jing Shenzhen shrugged helplessly and said. Yubei only understood part of it, but when he saw Xiao Qian's hand healing after applying her ointment, he had to believe her words. Everything was for Xiao Qian. All right, give me the absolute insect grass first. Jing Shenzhen looked at Yubei. Yubei walked to the small stone hill. It seemed the absolute insect grass was on top of it. But earlier, she used a bronze mirror to examine all the plants there and didn't find any. Jing Shenzhen hurried over to look. She saw him pick up a palm-sized stone with a small hole underneath. Do you already have the absolute insect grass? She asked in surprise. Then, why did you go to Qipon Valley to find it? Yubei glanced at her without responding and moved a few more stones. Sunlight shone into the hole, and Jing Shenzhen saw clearly inside. Inside the hole, there were several white flowers, exactly like the absolute insect grass she saw before in Qipon Valley. Earlier, in Qipon Valley, a half-beast person said the absolute insect grass liked to grow in watery places. But according to her bronze mirror, as long as there was water or soil from tailing, the grass could grow. So, the soil inside this stone hole should be from tailing. Is this enough? Yubei asked. Jing Shenzhen nodded and said, Can we go out and talk? Go out? Yubei frowned, clearly reluctant. Yes, go out. Jing Shenzhen pointed to the tree hole above. Yubei still agreed. Jing Shenzhen thought she would take the dark tunnel from yesterday if she went out, but unexpectedly, the half-beast person quickly climbed up the cliff, holding her waist, and slipped out through the tree hole. The tree hole wasn't big, just enough for one person. When she emerged, Jing Shenzhen realized how hidden it was. The hole was hidden among many leaves and branches, yet surprisingly, sunlight still shone through the foliage onto the small stone hill inside. They crawled out along the thick tree trunk, above a tree. Jing Shenzhen looked down. The height wasn't very high, but she wouldn't dare jump down alone. Her purpose was to get familiar with the surroundings, so she had to go down. But what do you want to say? Yubei didn't seem to plan to let her jump. Jing Shenzhen hesitated, pointing below. Let's go down and talk. Yubei frowned, suspicious that she might be playing tricks. Hurry up. I don't want to waste my precious time, Jing Shenzhen urged quickly, seeing his hesitation. There is no way. Yubei jumped down with her and landed steadily on the ground. After calming his footing, Qi Jinjin began to observe the surroundings. This is a small forest deep in the mountains, but it doesn't look scary or gloomy. There aren't many tall, thick trees. Most are smaller and thinner. Besides trees, the only thing visible around is more trees. Yubei studied her carefully and said, Chijeja, what mischievous idea are you thinking now? What do you mean again? Qi Jinjin looked back at him and glared. When did I ever have bad intentions? So, what do you want to talk about? Qi Jinjin cleared her throat and became serious. Let's talk about your sister. Yubei's expression tightened, showing obvious nervousness. I'm genuinely trying to save your sister, so I hope you won't hide anything from me, Qi Jinjin said, staring at his face. I also want honest answers to my questions. That depends on what questions you ask, Yubei replied, not giving a definite answer. Apart from the rare insect grass, do you know of anything else that can save your sister? Qi Jinjin asked directly, without beating around the bush. Yubei was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. I only know about the rare insect grass.
Really? Kizensen doubted.
She even brought up Xiao Qian. So why can't this clever liar be honest for her sister's sake? Okay, since you know the rare insect grass can save your sister, why are you asking me for help? You have the rare insect grass already, Qi Jinjin deliberately said. Yubei frowned, displeased. Is this what you want to talk about? Why are you in such a hurry? I said I was trying to understand the situation. Fine, if you're not willing to be honest, then you can only follow my instructions strictly. Otherwise, it will be Xiao Qian who suffers in the end. If you dare to hurt her, I will tear you apart. Yubei gritted his teeth, his voice cold and terrifying. Qi Jinjin shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. If I tear you apart, no one will be able to save your sister. As long as she finds his weakness, what is she afraid of? All right, I want to know if there are any medicinal fields nearby, Qi Jinjin said seriously. Just having the rare insect grass isn't enough. What is a medicinal field? Seeing her serious attitude, Yubei also calmed down. Qi Jinjin blinked and explained, in places with many plants, your sister has been like this. You must be familiar with the effects of many plants. Yubei understood her meaning. Follow me. Could there really be one? She only asked out of curiosity, since the small stone mountain inside the cave was actually a tiny medicinal mountain. Qi Jinjin happily followed the half-beast man through the small forest. She wasn't sure if it was just her feeling, but she always felt like many eyes were watching her from the shadows. When she looked carefully, the trees remained quiet and normal, with no signs of anything unusual. After walking a while, Qi Jinjin noticed the plants around her had changed. The weeds on the ground were no longer weeds, but various types of grasses. We've arrived, Yubei stopped. Every plant in this area has some use, but none can save Xiao Qian. Qi Jinjin's eyes lit up. This was a medicinal field. She could tell that, although these grasses were spread all over this area, they had been carefully tended by someone. Did you plant all these? Qi Jinjin asked, looking at the plants. You have a talent. I didn't expect to meet a half-beast who knows about herbs here. Yubei took her compliment as praise. Yes, that's right. In fact, there isn't just one plant that can save Xiao Qian. For example, the rare insect grass alone isn't enough, Qi Jinjin said, taking out a bronze mirror and starting to identify the plants while muttering. Yubei saw her bending down to pick plants and didn't stop her. At least, her actions now were genuinely helping Xiao Qian. The area wasn't small, and there were many plants. She couldn't identify all of them with the bronze mirror in such a short time. Qi Jinjin thought for a moment and said, help me out. Pick a little of each plant and bring them back. I need to learn what they are. Yubei frowned and asked, you don't recognize these plants? Not yet, Qi Jinjin replied honestly, then suddenly realized, but I will recognize them later. She didn't like being constantly questioned, but she understood his concern for his sister. As long as he didn't interfere with her methods, he could say whatever he wanted. Soon, with Yubei's help, they gathered quite a few plants. By the time they finished, the morning had passed. In the afternoon, Qi Jinjin carefully examined the plants they collected inside the cave, sorting them into categories. Yubei stayed nearby, watching her every move. Probably no pottery here either, Qi Jinjin said while sorting. It's too late to make pottery now, so we can't brew medicine or baths. Big sister, what is pottery? Xiao Qian, in the darkness, asked curiously. A container that can hold water, and the water inside won't leak out. It can also be placed over fire to boil water, explained Qi Jinjin patiently to Xiao Qian. Where can I find this thing? I'll go look, Yu Bei asked. Qi Jinjin paused, squinting her eyes. Is it far from the Bai Li tribe? Only the Bai Li tribe has it? Qi Jinjin nodded, but she thought he probably wouldn't make a trip to the Bai Li tribe. The round trip would take more than 3 days. Yu Bei considered this idea but realized it was unrealistic after a quick estimate. Do I have to use this pottery? He asked. Not necessarily. I'll think of other ways. Qi Jinjin smiled slightly. It's faster for her to get it from the Bai Li tribe than to make it herself. Yu Bei sighed in relief, sensing that she was joking with him earlier. Qi Jiejia, it's getting dark. Qi Jinjin ignored his warning and picked a few plants from her collection, handing them to him. Go find some grass. Just take 1 handful of each. Yu Bei took the plants willingly and went out to do the errands. After he left, Qi Jinjin easily prepared a medicine using the medicinal properties of the plants. Once the medicine was ready, Yu Bei returned. I still need water. Use my big water cup to fill a glass of water and bring it back, Qi Jinjin said, handing him her large cup again. Yu Bei didn't hesitate and went out again. Big sister, Xiao Qian's voice came from the darkness. What's wrong? Qi Jinjin was about to gather some twigs to start a fire. Are these herbs you made really going to save me? Xiao Qian's voice was faint and small. Of course, Qi Jinjin replied confidently. It grew quiet in the darkness. Qi Jinjin looked over, unsure why Xiao Qian still had doubts when she had already convinced her. Just as she was considering talking to Xiao Qian again, Xiao Qian spoke up. My brother used to play with these flowers and plants too. Qi Jinjin immediately understood her meaning. That's because your brother didn't find the right way to use them. Be prepared to face the sun at any time. Soon, Qi Jinjin didn't wait for the half-beast man, but instead saw Yushi. Yushi jumped down from the tree hollow above, holding her large water cup in hand. Yushi's sister. Xiao Qian was very happy to see her and almost rushed out. After greeting her, Yushi said to Qi Jinjin, Yu Bei has something to do. He asked me to help you. Qi Jinjin raised an eyebrow, unsure whether he genuinely had something urgent or was just annoyed about helping her himself, so he sent Yushi instead. All right. She took the large water cup and said, Actually, there's not much I need help with. Okay, just call me if you need anything, she replied, then walked toward the darkness, apparently to accompany Xiao Qian. Qi Jinjin continued working. Without pottery, she could only use the large water cup as a makeshift container. At least this was a rough way to prepare medicine. While busy, she listened to the voices coming from the dark. It was clear that they had a good relationship and Xiao Qian seemed to be asking Yushi where they'd gone a few days ago. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin immediately perked up her ears. She guessed Xiao Qian might find it hard to ask the half-beast directly, so she turned to Yushi to ask instead. However, Yushi's answer was very official. She was looking for someone who could save her. Xiao Qian listened carefully to her reply and didn't seem to be dismissive, so she believed her. After hearing this, Qi Jinjin couldn't help but feel that Xiao Qian, the beloved team member, was very innocent. A faint medicinal smell gradually filled the cave. Qi Jinjin took a deep breath. This medicinal aroma was something she hadn't smelled in a long time. She carefully poured the prepared medicine into an empty bottle, waiting for it to cool before giving it to Xiao Qian to drink. She poured out the residue from the large water cup. After being heated, the cup still carried a strong medicinal scent. Yushi, she called, can you help me wash this large water cup and then fill it with water again? Yushi didn't refuse and took the cup to do as asked. Qi Jinjin carried the bottle over to Xiao Qian and handed it to her. It's a bit bitter, but you have to finish it. Xiao Qian took it obediently and said, I'm not afraid of bitterness. Qi Jinjin smiled and explained, from now on, you have to drink every bottle of medicine I make. It's for boosting your immunity. Later, I'll prepare medicine to apply to your skin. Xiao Qian didn't understand but obediently followed her sister's instructions. As night fell, Yubai returned carrying prey. After a busy afternoon, Qi Jinjin was already very hungry. She couldn't wait to skin and roast the meat, then happily ate it. By the way, tomorrow I plan to go see that area myself, she said while eating. Didn't you already see it today? Yubai glanced at her. If I want to save Xiao Qian, you should follow my instructions, Qi Jinjin said lazily, not bothering to explain further. After finishing the roasted meat, she kept applying the medicinal paste to Xiao Qian's skin without pause. She had underestimated the medicinal power of these plants. When shown through the copper mirror, she thought their medicinal properties were minimal, but once used, she realized their potency was significant. It seemed that 3 days might be enough. Jinjin felt more confident and worked harder on these herbs. The next morning, Jinjin couldn't wait and asked Yubei to take her outside. When they reached the area, Jinjin carefully looked for herbs. After searching for a while, she looked up and saw that the half-beast man had turned into Yushi. Yushi stood a few steps away, staring at her without moving. Did he leave again? Jinjin glanced around. Yushi nodded. It seemed he was quite busy. Jinjin didn't ask much, but since the half-beast man was gone, Yushi seemed easier to trick. So she said, "I'll go see over there." After saying that, she tried to walk out of the area, but Yushi stopped her. "Don't run around." "I'm not running around," Jinjin said seriously. "I'm just going to find herbs." Yushi looked in the direction she pointed, which to her looked like a bunch of weeds. "All right, Yushi, don't waste my time. I only have 1 more day left." Jinjin pushed her hand away and said on purpose. Jinjin walked to the pile of grass, pretending to identify it with a bronze mirror, but actually observing farther away. Since yesterday, besides the peeper she saw the night before, she hadn't seen any other strangers. Could it be that only the half-beast man and his sister live in this small forest? She didn't think so. She guessed Yushi also lived somewhere in this forest, along with her companions from before. But she didn't understand why she couldn't see any strangers. Jinjin stood straight, pretending to look for herbs, and continued walking forward. Luckily, Yushi didn't stop her. To avoid being noticed, Jinjin cut some grass every few steps. Soon, she reached the edge of the small forest. Outside the edge was a small stream, and across it was a steep mountain wall. "I'm thirsty. I'll drink some water," Jinjin said as she walked straight to the stream. Seeing Yushi follow, she asked, "Yushi, do you also live in this small forest?" Yushi confirmed her guess when she heard the question. This purebred was deliberately exploring the terrain. "Yes." "Is it also in the cave under the tree hole?" She continued to ask. "Yes." Very cold and indifferent. After drinking a few sips, she asked again. "When I came here, I saw a large tribe." "What tribe is that?" "The Balu tribe." "The Balu tribe? One of the 4 great tribes?" Jinjin was a bit surprised. It seemed this half-beast man was from the Balu tribe. "Are you finished drinking?" Yushi didn't want her to talk more, so she said it's time to go back. Right away. Qi Jinjin took a few more sips of water before standing up and walking with her toward the small forest. However, as soon as she turned around, she heard a splash like a small stone hitting water behind her. Qi Jinjin looked back, and everything blurred for a moment. Yushi's tall figure blocked her view, and she was looking at the steep mountain wall. "Quick, run." She pushed Qi Jinjin back to retreat. At the same time, Qi Jinjin saw a figure appear on top of the steep mountain wall. That figure was actually the wolf. Yushi pulled Qi Jinjin into the small forest and quickly ran to the tree hollow where the half-beast lived. "Go down first," Yushi said. After jumping onto the tree trunk, she hurriedly jumped down. Qi Jinjin stood on the trunk, feeling stunned. How could she, a purebred human, jump in? And the wolf figure she saw earlier really startled her. Normally, since the wolf was controlled by the half-beast, she didn't need to run with her. While she was thinking, there was movement under the tree. She pushed aside the leaves and looked down. She saw Yushi standing under the tree, and in the distance, 2 people were approaching her. At first glance, These two looked like the companions who followed the half-beast earlier. I'm afraid the wolf has already noticed this. You stay here and guard. You must protect Xiao Qian's safety. I will go out to find Yu Bei, Yu Shi said seriously. Don't worry, leave it to us. Yu Shi transformed into a beast form and left, leaving the two to guard under the tree. Qi Jinjin withdrew her gaze, feeling worried. That wolf really wouldn't give up, no matter how far it chased. But now her main concern was how to get down. She looked down at the tree hollow. Below was a small rocky hill, but she was too scared to jump down. There was no choice. She could only sit on the trunk and wait. Honestly, the purebred person Yu Bei brought back is quite capable. Ali was broken by a blood python that day, but now he's jumping around without problems. No wonder they wanted him from someone like Luo Gu. This person is worth it. It's a pity.
Sure.
Don't talk nonsense. I haven't said what I was going to say. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, Yu Bei must have a plan. Let's not ask too many questions. Sitting on the tree trunk, Qi Jinjin listened to the conversation below. She kept stopping at the most curious points, making her anxious. But I'm really worried. What if Luo Gu catches up? His methods are no lighter than Yu Bei's. Don't worry, Yu Bei has a plan. Besides, it's been many days, and they haven't caught up yet. Maybe they gave up. After all, there are other purebred people out there. That said, at least that purebred person hasn't mated yet. Stop talking. If you dare to have such thoughts about that purebred person, Yu Bei will definitely punish you if she finds out. I was just joking, really, don't take it seriously. Qi Jinjin listened more, and her brow furrowed tighter. The two people under the tree followed that half-beast and they might know about Luo Gu. But she couldn't ask directly, so she just listened to see what else they would say. After a while, she didn't hear anything useful. Qi Jinjin kept waiting until it was time to eat. Yu Bei, she heard someone call from under the tree. She pushed aside the leaves and saw the half-beast. Any news? Yu Bei asked, holding a few hunted animals. No updates, she replied. Okay, go back first. I'll call you if I need anything. After they left, Yu Bei climbed onto the tree trunk and happened to see Qi Jinjin eavesdropping. She paused, surprised. Why are you here? Qi Jinjin moved back a little, feeling awkward. Where do you think I should be right now? Yu Bei looked at the hollow behind her and suddenly understood. Yu Shi left without taking you down? Yes, she nodded. Yu Bei chuckled and jumped down with her. Once on the ground, Qi Jinjin asked, Did Yu Shi tell you about the howling wolf? Yu Bei gave her a knowing look. With me here, there's no need to worry about the howling wolf. Can you give me some green caterpillars again? Qi Jinjin asked. The male and female you gave me before, I don't know how long it will take for them to have babies. As long as you don't run around, you'll be fine. That sounded so familiar. Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes. Luo Gu also said something like that. This place is full of dangers. How could she run around on her own? But not running around has led to the current situation, hasn't it? Can you give me some green caterpillars again? To protect herself, she had to keep a backup plan. Seeing her insist, Yu Bei understood her fear of the howling wolf and agreed. In the afternoon, Qi Jinjin was applying medicine to Xiao Qian in the cave, using a little juice squeezed from the ghost insect grass. Once it dries, we'll try it in the sunlight, Qi Jinjin said excitedly. Really so soon? Xiao Qian looked worried. Trust me, Qi Jinjin confidently smiled. This is the first time I've used your herbs to save someone. The effects are better than I expected, so it won't be long before you stand in the sunlight. Seeing her so confident and excited, Xiao Qian also became eager, wishing her juices would dry quickly. Qi Jinjin looked at Yu Bei nearby, who was lost in thought and not paying attention to her words. She narrowed her eyes, feeling something was strange about him. The water on Xiao Qian's body was drying up, and it was time to check the results. Let's try one arm first, Qi Jinjin said, leading her to the edge of the darkness. One step forward was sunlight. Xiao Qian clenched her fists, feeling tense and stiff all over. What are you doing? Yu Bei suddenly snapped out of his daze and hurried over, pulling Xiao Qian back into the darkness. Qi Jinjin was startled by his action. What was he thinking? Brother, let go. Xiao Qian pushed him away and ran to Qi Jinjin. Sister said, I can try in the sunlight.
Try?
So, she's about to take a risk without being sure?
Qi Zhensen nodded.
Yes, it's also a good chance for you to see the effect, so you can be confident to let me treat her. Are you sure she won't react the same way as yesterday if she stands in the sunlight now?
Yu Bai asked coldly.
That's why I said we should try, Qi Jinjin replied, feeling annoyed with his constant doubts. What if it fails? Do you really have full confidence? Yu Bei's anger flared, and his voice grew louder. Qi Jinjin frowned, showing her impatience. Was he overreacting? Do you want me to repeat what I said yesterday? She asked calmly. Right now, what matters most is showing you the treatment results. Brother, didn't we agree yesterday? No matter how hard it is, I want to try, Xiao Qian said, standing between them. Can we all trust sister? Hearing Xiao Qian's words, Yu Bei realized his anger. He turned away, took a deep breath, and said, Xiao Qian, I understand your eagerness, but everything must be safe. But brother, aren't you worried with sister here? Xiao Qian looked up and said. Qi Jinjin bit her lip, but didn't argue. She knew Xiao Qian could persuade him. Although Yu Bei was still worried, he could only stand nervously and watch. Qi Jinjin gently grabbed Xiao Qian's wrist and slowly moved her into the sunlight. In the quiet of the cave, even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The three of them held their breath and stared closely at the hand exposed to the sunlight. How does it feel? Do you sense anything? Qi Jinjin also started to feel nervous. Xiao Qian gently shook her head, suppressing her inner joy. Good. Let's try the arm now. After speaking, Qi Jinjin made her entire arm fully exposed to the sunlight. The exposed skin showed no redness. Everything looked normal. Big sister, is this a success? Xiao Qian asked tremblingly, and even Yu Bei couldn't hide his surprise. But as soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Qian took a deep breath, and then a tingling sensation spread across her hand and arm. What's wrong? Qi Jinjin asked with a frown. It's itchy. Xiao Qian clenched her other hand, trying to endure. Hearing this, Yu Bei pulled Xiao Qian back, and at the same time, the skin she had exposed to the sun started to turn red. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin already had her conclusion. Her medicine was correct. What's happening? Yu Bei's anger flared up again. It's normal. After getting the result, Qi Jinjin let out a deep breath and didn't notice his current anger. Normal? Qi Jijia, I really trusted you wrongly. Qi Jinjin paused and looked up at him. Trust wrongly? Please look carefully before you speak. Brother, don't argue with sister. Just talk nicely to her, Xiao Qian said, ignoring her itchy arm and pulling Yu Bei. For Xiao Qian's sake, Yu Bei tried to control his anger. Let me see your hand. It's fine. I just felt itchy earlier.
See?
No redness appeared. Xiao Qian raised her arm and said. Qi Jinjin looked at Xiao Qian's arm again and said, I told you before, the process can be a bit tough. This is just the beginning. Also, haven't you noticed that Xiao Qian can already be in the sunlight? It's just that the time is still short. Hearing this, Yu Bei realized that it was probably true. He had been too anxious earlier and hadn't noticed this detail. This needs to be gradual. Start with a little time, then slowly increase until she can stand fully in the sun. It's a process to help her skin adapt, Qi Jinjin continued. See, brother, we need to trust sister, Xiao Qian said, standing on Qi Jinjin's side again. Yu Bei was speechless and could only nod. But this also made Qi Jinjin notice something was off. She wasn't sure if it was because of the appearance of the wolf, but he had been daydreaming and his temper had become more irritable. She didn't want to ask too many questions, knowing she might not get answers. She focused on Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian, come here, I'll put some herbal ointment on you. Okay. Xiao Qian nodded obediently and followed her to the corner. After dark, Yu Bei left, leaving Qi Jinjin and Xiao Qian alone in the cave. Big brother is busy again. I don't know what he's doing. Xiao Qian loved taking care of her plants on the small stone hill at night. By the way, sister, can I ask you for a favor? Sure, what is it? Qi Jinjin sat nearby, keeping her company by the fire. Xiao Qian hesitated, worried. I'm afraid you might not agree. You haven't even said what it is. How do you know I won't agree?
Qi Zhenchen smiled.
Just tell me, as long as it's not something too much, I'll try to help. Really? Xiao Qian happily crouched in front of her, holding a small plant. Sister, can you teach me how to make medicine? Making medicine? That was something she had taught her before. Why do you want to learn how to make medicine? Xiao Qian looked serious. Because I think saving people with medicine is a very amazing thing. I want to help too. That's a good idea, but for ancient people, learning how to use medicine to save others isn't easy. Sister, can you promise me? Xiao Qian looked at her nervously, afraid of being refused. Qi Zhenjin thought for a moment and said, I can promise you, but learning to make medicine and save people takes time and effort. I'm not afraid of hard work. Xiao Qian said firmly. Seeing her eagerness, Qi Zhenjin didn't want to refuse. All right, I promise you. Xiao Qian was happy, surprised she agreed so quickly. Really, sister? You will teach me how to make medicine? Qi Zhenjin nodded. But I have a small question. What is it? Xiao Qian's heart tightened, worried her sister might change her mind. I see your brother seems to know a lot of plants. Where did he learn all that? Qi Zhenjin asked. Hearing this, Xiao Qian sighed. Actually, my brother learned about many plants for my sake. But ever since I can remember, he's known a lot. Still, he's not as good as you. This didn't fully answer Qi Zhenjin's doubts, but she decided to accept that this half-beast was quite knowledgeable. By the way, sister, I also learn about plants from my brother. I know all the plants on this small stone hill. Xiao Qian proudly said. Qi Zhenjin collected her thoughts and smiled. Let me teach you some medicines you can use. That way you can mix and match them yourself. Yes, yes. They kept teaching until midnight, but outside the tree hollow, it was still quiet and still. The half-beast man hadn't come back yet.
Qi Zhenchen yawned, feeling exhausted.
She saw Xiao Qian still trying to remember the medicine combinations she had taught, and she said, Xiao Qian, it's getting late. You should rest now. Please rest first, sister. I want to keep memorizing, Xiao Qian said absent-mindedly. Qi Zhenjin wanted to say more but thought she couldn't go out during the day either, so she let it go. The next morning, Yubi returned, bringing a few hunted animals. Qi Zhenjin took the initiative to start a fire and noticed he looked tired but was trying to appear lively. Brother, where did you go last night? Xiao Qian quickly saw that her brother was hiding his fatigue and asked with concern. I handled some things, Yubi replied briefly. Eat quickly, Xiao Qian. Yubi stepped out of the darkness and approached Qi Zhenjin. Have you finished eating? Qi Zhenjin was startled. She had only taken a bite of the roasted meat in her hand. Once you're done, come with me, he said. Won't you rest a bit? Qi Zhenjin glanced at his tired expression and continued eating the roasted meat. Yubi narrowed his eyes, waiting for her to finish. She had a strange premonition, perhaps because today was the third day's deadline. How long will you be gone? Qi Zhenjin asked after finishing the meat on her skewer. Don't ask too much, Yubi said irritably. This made Qi Zhenjin more alert. She said, Xiao Qian still needs to take medicine and apply the herbs I prepared for her. What if you're gone too long and it causes delays? It won't cause delays. Yubi stood up and headed toward the dark passage. Hurry up and follow me. Qi Zhenjin frowned slightly. He didn't go through the tree hollow above, but took the path blocked by stones at the end.
Could it be?
He plans to take her somewhere else? But she couldn't refuse to go, so she could only follow and see what happens. Walking through the dark tunnel, Qi Zhenjin's heart pounded until she saw a light ahead. The stone blocking the cave entrance had been moved aside in advance, and the person who moved it was Yushi. Outside the cave, there was no one else besides Yushi. After they came out, Yushi kept walking far away. Qi Zhenjin suddenly realized that this half-beast man had something to tell her, probably related to the 3-day deadline. However, she waited for a long time but didn't hear him speak. He just stood there, looking lost and distracted. True walked over and asked proactively, Do you have something to say? He responded with a seeming hesitant about how to speak. Is it a difficult thing to say? True looked at his face. Just say it directly. if you have something to say. It will save time for Xiao Qian. Hearing the name Xiao Qian, Yu Bei's heart stirred again. He finally spoke. Jiai, would you like to stay? So it's probably because of the 3-day deadline. True felt more confident. If you don't want to stay, where will you send me? Why wouldn't I want to? Yu Bei looked at her in surprise. You haven't answered my question yet. Yu Bei suppressed his surprise and calmed down. If you don't want to stay, then you'll never have another chance to come back. So the place she's being sent to is probably dangerous? True reminded herself to stay clear-headed. Come back? Do you think I've considered this place my home in just 3 days? It's you guys who brought me here.
So, you don't want to stay, right?
Yu Bei looked at her uncertain response and decided to clarify. I didn't say that. Who knows, maybe you really have a sick sister, True said smoothly. She's just starting to get better now. Yu Bei was confused. So, do you want to stay or not? I don't know. Yu Bei frowned. That's not a clear answer. My answer isn't important to you. If you want to keep me to save your sister, then stay. If not, you can send me away. Given her current situation, does she even have a real choice? She didn't see the point of his question. Yu Bei fell silent again. This silence made True feel uneasy. To her, his hesitation wasn't about treating Xiao Qian, but about where she was being sent. It must be dangerous. How much longer does Xiao Qian need? He finally asked. Probably today she can stand in the sun for a while, then gradually increase the time each day. Within 10 days at most, True said, trying to stretch out the timeline. 10 days, Yu Bei muttered softly. He quickly made a decision. All right, 10 days. After 10 days, I need to see the results. Although she found him strange, True still gave herself 10 days to ease the situation. In the morning, being so secretive about such a small matter, she didn't expect to get any useful information from him. By the way, I need to go pick some herbs. Can I go up from outside? Since she came out of the tunnel, Qi Jinjin wanted to take this chance to explore the surrounding terrain. Okay. Yu Bei agreed without much thought. Let Yuki take you. Great, she said eagerly, hoping Yuki would lead the way. Yu Bei called Yuki over from a distance, said a few words, then turned back to walk away. Yuki watched his figure disappear, hesitating. Could he not see that this purebred person was scheming again? Let's go, Yuki. We need to save time, Qi Jinjin said with a smile, reminding him. Yuki had no choice but to push the stone blocking the cave entrance and lead her along a different path. Yuki, were you all outside last night? Qi Jinjin followed, realizing Yuki had figured out her intentions. But Yuki ignored her and kept leading the way ahead. By the way, are you sure it's safe to leave me here alone? Qi Jinjin asked, always finding ways to question. Yuki still paid no attention and chose a relatively easy-looking trail to climb up. Qi Jinjin struggled to climb higher, saying as she went, Yuki, you brought me all this way just to save Xiao Qian? But as far as I know, you don't even know I have the ability to save people. Yuki looked back at her with a displeased tone. Aren't you hoping Luo Gu will come to save you now? Hearing Luo Gu's name, Qi Jinjin paused, then smiled again. Didn't you say Luo Gu was dead? I wasn't expecting anything. He's not dead, Yuki said simply and sped up the climb. Of course, Qi Jinjin knew Luo Gu wasn't dead. It was better not to mention it, but now her mind was filled with Luo Gu's face, and all her doubts surfaced. Did he suffer serious injuries, or had he already given up on finding her? Yuki didn't hear the sounds behind her and turned around. She saw Qi Jinjin standing still, lost in thought. Aren't you trying to save time? She called out. If you have extra time, we can talk.
Talk.
Qi Jinjin was delighted. She thought that following Yuki was the best way to gather information. She didn't think much and hurried upward, observing the terrain around her. Climbing from outside the cave to the small forest was exhausting, like climbing uphill with no rest. Despite being tired, Qi Jinjin didn't regret it. Once she reached the top, she stood at the edge of the small forest, overlooking everything. Everywhere were mountains, some connected, some separated by streams. Besides this small forest, there were several others nearby. These small forests look peaceful on the surface, but who knows if there are people living in the caves beneath the trees. Let's go, Yushi said impatiently when she saw her standing there, looking around. Chizhensen withdrew her gaze and turned to follow her. Walking a short distance into the small forest, Chizhensen quickly looked for herbs, hoping to save time and gather news from Yushi. When she had collected enough, she approached her and asked, "How do you know Luo Gu isn't dead? Did Yubei tell you?" Yushi looked as if she expected this question and replied, "Yes." "Is he seriously injured?" Seeing her answer, Chizhensen became nervous. "I'm not sure. I only know he's alive." Yushi wouldn't lie, so Chizhensen believed her. "From your point of view, do you actually hope Luo Gu will catch up?" Chizhensen asked cautiously. Yushi remained silent, but her furrowed brow suggested she was hesitant and conflicted. The reason for her hesitation was probably because something had gone wrong with Yubei. "All right, I won't push you," Chizhensen said. "But you probably don't want Yubei to be troubled either, right?" Yushi felt like she was being seen through and thought, "I don't know what you're talking about." "Of course you do. You know exactly what I mean," Chizhensen smiled. "Maybe you can tell me what problems you're facing. Perhaps I can help."
You?
Yushi questioned. Chizhensen nodded. "I'm not just good at saving people." Yushi turned her face away. It seemed she was right. Since the appearance of the howling wolf yesterday, the half-beast has been distracted and irritable. And because Yushi was so worried about this half-beast, she was the key to understanding everything. But Yushi always doubted her and was unwilling to open up, so she could only ask slowly, like squeezing toothpaste. "Is it because of the howling wolf that appeared yesterday?" Chizhensen asked softly. Yushi was silent for a moment and nodded. "Aren't those howling wolves controlled by Yubei?" Chizhensen asked. "When did you see him controlling the howling wolves?" Yushi looked directly at her and asked back. This made Chizhensen even more confused. When the howling wolves attacked the Bai Li tribe, she suspected it was related to the half-beast. Could she have been thinking completely wrong? So, someone else must be controlling the howling wolves? Chizhensen asked with a frown. Yes. Getting her confident answer, Qi Jinjin immediately felt her heart turn cold. She had been happy just a moment ago, thinking that as long as she saved Xiao Qian, the wolf wouldn't be a threat to her. Now, everything was reset. Qi Jinjin quickly reviewed everything in her mind and finally asked in surprise, "Are the people behind you and the ones controlling the wolf the same person?"
Yes.
She had already said so much and didn't mind adding a little more. Then, who is this person? What is their real goal in capturing me? Qi Jinjin asked urgently. You should know your purpose for him, Yushi said without being too direct. He is also a half-beast. Half-beast. A terrifying thought flashed through Qi Jinjin's mind. She quickly covered her chest in shock and asked, breathing.
Yes.
This news almost made her lose her balance. In the end, she realized she couldn't escape her fate as a purebred on this continent. Time's almost up, Yushi ended the conversation, not wanting to say too much. Let's go back. No wonder you mentioned Luo Gu earlier, Qi Jinjin said. It seems that Luo Gu, compared to that half-beast, the one trying to catch me, must be quite frightening. Yushi clenched her fists and swallowed her words. She had already said enough. Qi Jinjin followed Yushi back to the cave. Before jumping down the tree hole, she saw two people standing below, apparently guarding there. Big sister, you're back? Xiao Qian had been waiting for her. Qi Jinjin forced a smile, but she didn't feel very happy. She saw Yushi go into the shadows to talk to Xiao Qian, so she sat alone by the fire to prepare medicine for Xiao Qian. After thinking carefully, she believed Yu Bei actually wanted to protect her for Xiao Qian's sake. Otherwise, she wouldn't have proposed a 3-day deadline, now extended to 10 days. But after 10 days? Whether Xiao Qian was well or not, she was afraid she would be caught by that terrifying half-beast. What should she do? Qi Jinjin felt anxious but helpless.
Ow.
The pain from her fingertips pulled her thoughts back. Big sister, are you okay? Xiao Qian asked worriedly from the dark. I'm fine, she said, realizing she had been lost in thought, and a small flame from her finger flickered. That's good. Be careful. Big sister, don't get hurt. Qi Jinjin forced a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yushi looked at her and felt a bit sad. Qi Jinjin took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and knew that rushing wouldn't help. She had to stay calm and think carefully about a way out. After giving Xiao Qian medicine, Qi Jinjin began applying ointment to her. Yushi planned to stay here and never leave after bringing her back, seeming intent on remaining nearby. Once the ointment dries, we'll try again. This time, not just one arm. I want you to stand in the sunlight and try, Qi Jinjin said. Okay. Xiao Qian nodded excitedly. Yushi looked at her with suspicion. Could she really let Xiao Qian be in the sunlight so soon? Big sister Yushi, this sister is amazing. I believe it won't be long before I can go out hunting with you guys. Xiao Qian eagerly hoped her ointment would dry quickly. A faint smile appeared on Yushi's face, which surprised Qi Jinjin. In her memory, Yushi had never smiled before, always cold and expressionless. This little sister Xiao Qian truly is the group's favorite. Since she's the group's favorite, Qi Jinjin suddenly had an idea, but it was just a temporary plan. If she used Xiao Qian's illness, she might be able to stay here longer. But staying here isn't a real solution. She wanted to escape, but didn't know where to go. Once the ointment on Xiao Qian dried, she couldn't wait to go into the sunlight. Qi Jinjin held her back and gave some instructions. If you feel uncomfortable at all, you must come back immediately. Don't worry, sister. You're here watching over me, Xiao Qian said excitedly, eager to try. Qi Jinjin smiled, took her hand, and led her from the darkness into the sunlight. Yushi watched nervously, afraid to stop her. Golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining on Xiao Qian's delicate skin. Her tiny, fine hairs stood up, showing how nervous she was. Xiao Qian, relax. Qi Jinjin gently released her hand and walked around her. Xiao Qian couldn't relax. She was afraid her skin would itch and turn red at any moment. But it didn't. The sunlight didn't make her itch. Instead, she felt
warm.
Is this the warmth sunlight brings? It's completely different from the warmth of the fire or her brother's embrace. Xiao Qian, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Yushi asked nervously. Xiao Qian shook her head, a happy smile on her face. Sister, am I okay now? Qi Jinjin didn't answer. Instead, she walked around her 2 more times and finally looked at her forehead. The skin there was slightly red. Come back. Jinjin Qi frowned and pulled her hand toward the darkness. What's wrong, sister? Xiao Qian, who had returned, looked confused. Did you not listen to what I just said? Jinjin Qi was a bit angry. I told you that if you're even a little uncomfortable, you must come back immediately. Xiao Qian lowered her head apologetically and rubbed her forehead, which was itching. Where do you feel uncomfortable, Xiao Qian? Yushi asked nervously, looking her up and down. My head is a little itchy, Xiao Qian said weakly. She really couldn't handle her. So Jinjin Qi took some herbs and applied them to her. Xiao Qian, don't do that next time, Jinjin Qi said while applying the herbs. I know you're eager, but your condition is serious. Think about it. If your skin gets burned, you'll have to wait for it to heal before continuing treatment. That would ruin all the progress. It's okay, sister. The powder you sprinkled on my hand back then healed pretty quickly, didn't it? If I just endure a little longer, I believe I can stretch out the time. Jinjin Qi wanted to throw some herbs at her face. Those were her special medicines, only this one bottle. Besides herself and Luogu, she wouldn't give them to anyone else, okay? Are you angry, sister? Xiao Qian saw she wasn't speaking and looked up, noticing her cold expression. Sorry, sister. I promise I won't run off again. Please don't be mad. Jinjin Qi couldn't really scowl at a child, but she was already annoyed about the wolf issue, so her expression worsened. Sister. Did her forehead get burned? Yushi held her hand and asked Jinjin Qi if she was trying to stand up for her. Jinjin Qi didn't want to argue with them. She had already said everything she needed to. Her body was her own. It'll be fine after a little rest, Jinjin Qi said, and got up to sit by the fire. Xiao Qian was very upset. She didn't want her sister to be angry because of her disobedience, but she couldn't go over to the fire now. Yushi, could you please help me apologize to sister? I promise I won't run off again next time, Xiao Qian begged Yushi. Yushi wouldn't refuse her and nodded in agreement. Zhenjin saw Yushi coming over and turned her face away, not wanting to talk to her. Xiao Qian is still just a child, Yushi sat down and said. She's very sensible. Don't be mad at her. She wasn't petty enough to be angry at Xiao Qian, but she had been hearing upsetting news all morning, which made her mood worse. Yushi saw that she wasn't speaking and said, I know you're worried about your situation, but you can't hurt Xiao Qian just because of your own reasons. Qi Jinjin frowned, feeling upset by these words. Xiao Qian is innocent. She just wants to get better faster, Yushi added. Am I not innocent too? Qi Jinjin glared at her and asked back. Protecting someone has its limits. Yushi was surprised, sighed, and said, if you're willing, I can help you. Help? Qi Jinjin didn't really expect her to do much. She knew Yushi was on the same side as that half-beast. I also brought Xiao Qian's apologies. Think carefully and calmly, Yushi finished and got up to join Xiao Qian in the dark. She really needed to calm down and think about her future. 2 days passed. Qi Jinjin went back and forth between collecting herbs and returning to the cave. During this time, she didn't see Yubei. Yushi was responsible for food and drink. Things seemed peaceful, but Qi Jinjin always had a bad feeling. She was afraid this was just calm before a storm. After she got angry that day, Xiao Qian was especially well-behaved. Yushi, however, always looked at her with a gaze she couldn't understand. That gaze seemed to carry some kind of scheme, but she couldn't be sure. Big sister, can I go out with you today? Xiao Qian had been getting used to the sunlight and was so excited she could hardly hold back. Seeing her expectant face, Qi Jinjin thought it wouldn't take long to pick herbs, so she nodded and agreed. Sure, let's go quickly and come back soon. Okay, big sister. If I feel even a little unwell, we'll come back right away. Xiao Qian was surprised she really agreed. Big sister, she said you would definitely agree, but I didn't expect you to really say yes. Yushi?
Kizensen paused.
Only the two of them were in the cave now. Yushi had gone to fetch water. Yes, yes. Xiao Qian was excited and didn't notice her puzzled expression. Qi Jinjin really wanted to ask you, what she had said. Suddenly, there was movement from the tree hollow above. Yushi was back with water. She didn't want to ask more. She guessed Yushi probably thought she was feeling anxious and wanted to see if she could go out. Yushi, I can go out. I really can go out. Xiao Qian exclaimed happily when she saw Yushi. Yushi looked surprised and turned to Qi Jinjin. Xiao Qian really can go out? Qi Jinjin nodded. It won't be long, so it should be fine. To be safe, Qi Jinjin plans to give Xiao Qian her jacket, which will block some sunlight. Big sister, this thing is so comfortable to wear, Xiao Qian said, touching the jacket. It feels very different from animal pelts. But it might get a little hot later, Qi Jinjin said. Remember, if you feel uncomfortable, tell me immediately. Learning from the past mistake of upsetting her sister, Xiao Qian nods eagerly to reassure her. After making some preparations, the three of them leave the tree cave. There is no one under the tree now. The people who stayed here the past few days seem to have gone somewhere else. Xiao Qian carefully jumps down from the tree, opens her arms, takes a deep breath, and lets the sunlight shine on her face. Qi Jinjin, who is brought down by Yushi, doesn't want to waste time. Let's go, Xiao Qian. Okay. Xiao Qian obediently follows. Xiao Qian is very familiar with this small forest, but she has never come out during the day, so everything looks strange and interesting to her. Seeing her so happy, Qi Jinjin also feels better. Big sister, can you keep teaching me how to make medicine? Xiao Qian quickly walks beside her and asks with a blink. Are there some flowers that only appear during the day? Do they hide underground at night?
How do you know that?
Qi Jinjin remembers she never taught her about such plants, but in the orc circle, there are indeed flowers like that. Guga told me, Xiao Qian said. I really want to see what that flower looks like. Qi Jinjin smiles. Okay, I'll point it out to you later. Soon, they arrive at the herb gathering spot. Qi Jinjin plans to pick the herbs she needs first before teaching Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian walks curiously across the meadow, while Yushi's gaze is always on her. Qi Jinjin has finished gathering the herbs and is about to call Xiao Qian, but she unexpectedly notices Yushi's expression. Although she has always been nervous about Xiao Qian, today she seems overly anxious. Could it be because Xiao Qian is out of the cave for the first time during the day? Qi Jinjin shakes her head, deciding not to think too much. Xiao Qian, she calls, come here. I'll teach you how to identify herbs. Coming, big sister. Xiao Qian jumps over happily. She hasn't stopped smiling since she came out. Xiao Qian is very eager to learn, and she forgets the time while doing so. Big sister, I feel a little itchy here, Xiao Qian says, touching her forehead and scratching twice. Let me see. Qi Jinjin finally realizes they've been out for a while. Besides here, where else do you feel itchy? My hand back also feels a bit itchy, Xiao Qian said. What's wrong, Xiao Qian? Yushi, who was nearby, ran over to ask. Qi Jinjin quickly put her coat's hood on her and pulled down the sleeves. We need to go back quickly now. Seeing her serious expression, Yushi didn't dare ask more. Can you find the way back? I'll take her first, or you wait here for me to come back and pick you up. Yes, Yushi's speed is definitely faster than hers. You take Xiao Qian back first. I'll walk to the tree and wait for you. Okay. Yushi picked up Xiao Qian without hesitation and transformed into a beast form, rushing into the tree hole. Qi Jinjin wasn't idle either. She quickly stored the herbs she collected and hurried back. After Yushi and Xiao Qian left first, the surroundings suddenly became very quiet, and this silence made Qi Jinjin feel very strange. She looked around. A gentle breeze blew past, rustling her hair, and at the same time, she smelled a familiar yet dangerous scent in the wind. Her eyelids started to twitch nervously. Nothing unusual appeared in the quiet surroundings. She couldn't stay here any longer. She should go back quickly to find Yushi and Xiao Qian. But just as she lifted her foot, she heard faint footsteps not far behind her. The sound was small, but she heard it clearly with her sharp ears. She suddenly turned around and saw no one behind her. Where did the footsteps come from? Qi Jinjin hoped she was just imagining things. She hurriedly walked forward, but with every step, she could hear the clear footsteps behind her. When she stopped, the sound also disappeared. Is anyone there? Qi Jinjin became scared and wanted to call for help. As soon as she spoke, footsteps sounded again behind her. She looked back and saw a person. It was indeed a person, dressed in beast hide, walking toward her. His legs seemed limping. Seeing it was a person, Qi Jinjin calmed down a bit. Anyone who appeared in this small forest was probably from Yubei. The person approached her, his face covered in dirt, making it hard to see his features. His build was shorter than other men, and he wasn't very muscular. He looked quite thin. Are you the purebred brought back by Yubei? The man walking toward her spoke. His voice was sharp and high-pitched, like nails scratching glass. As soon as he spoke, Qi Jinjin's skin crawled.
Who are you?
The man limped closer step by step, wearing a mischievous smile on his face. Qi Jinjin frowned and immediately became alert. Don't you remember me? He raised his voice confidently, sounding very proud. You really made me chase after you. Jinjin Qi's eyebrows furrowed even more. She was sure she had never seen this person before. Forgot? The man chuckled softly, a hint of danger in his eyes. Well then, look carefully with wide eyes. Suddenly, he curled up, and fur began to grow on his body, revealing a beast-like form. Jinjin Qi's eyes widened. Her head buzzed, and her whole body flooded with blood, almost fainting. A howling wolf. It's a wolf. There's even a half-beast form inside the wolf. The terrifying yet playful beast eyes looked just like the hungry wolf that once chased her. And he had a crippled leg. If she remembered correctly, that leg was broken by Luo Gu's giant tail. Her heart pounded fiercely. In this scene, it felt like she was back in the moment when she was chased before. She ran desperately, but no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't escape the wolf circle. Now you remember, right? The wolf once again returned to a human form. What are you going to do? Jinjin Qi clenched her fists and stepped back. She was alone now, trying to buy time until Yoshi arrived. Buy time? Her mind buzzed with despair. Finally, she understood why Yoshi had been so strange today. Right now, calling out for help probably wouldn't bring anyone to save her. This wolf, clearly, was deliberately sent by Yoshi. What was the purpose? She didn't know, and there was no time to think about it. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I finally found you here. If I eat you all at once, that would be so boring. The wolf licked his lips. You've killed so many of my friends. I need to bite your flesh piece by piece to vent my anger. Junjin trembled and stepped back. If this was really Yoshi's plan, then no matter where she ran today, she couldn't escape the wolf's trap.
But
she looked at his crippled leg. If there was only this one wolf, maybe she could fight her way out. The one who killed your friends isn't me. You've got the wrong person for revenge. Junjin forced herself to stay calm and tried to stall. It's still because of you. The wolf roared, eyes shining with bloodthirsty light. I won't let you die so easily. I want you to see your flesh being bitten off piece by piece. Junjin secretly reached into her bag, her face changing. The bottle with the green caterpillar was in her coat, but her coat was taken by Xiao Qian. What should she do now? Run? Junjin stared tightly at the snarling wolf, slowly stepping back. If she could run outside the tree hollow to call for Xiao Qian's help, Yushi wouldn't ignore Xiao Qian. This was the only idea she could think of right now. Better to try than not. Junjin gathered her courage and suddenly turned to run forward.
Howl.
The snarling wolf behind her let out an excited cry. Junjin ran as fast as she could, not hearing the footsteps behind her, and she dared not look back, afraid that if she did, the wolf would catch her directly. At that moment, a shadow flicked over her head, as if something had jumped past above her. Could it be Luogu? He appeared like this before. Her hope was quickly dashed. The shadow passing over her head was just the same wolf from earlier. The wolf shifted into beast form. As it landed, it almost slipped because of its injured leg, but it still blocked her path steadily. Junjin had to stop. Even with a limp, the wolf was still so fast.
Run.
The more you run, the more excited I get. The wolf growled excitedly. Junjin clenched her teeth and turned around to find another way. Luckily, she had recently familiarized herself with the terrain of the small forest. The wolf watched her fleeing figure, blood boiling inside. It could catch this purebred human almost effortlessly. Once again, the wolf blocked her way. She covered her chest and gasped for breath, her fear making her strength gradually run out. Running back and forth, she not only failed to reach the tree hollow, but also kept circling in place. Already out of breath? The wolf reverted to human form, limping closer to her. So boring. I thought a purebred, like you could run further. Purebred? A flash of insight crossed Junjin's eyes. His words just reminded her of something. Did you come here to find me just to eat me? She called out, clutching her chest as she caught her breath. If you eat me now, how will you explain it to the people behind you? Sure enough, the wolf's expression froze. She guessed right. The wolf quickly regained its playful look. Are you still hoping someone will save you now?
No.
Junjin's expression turned serious. But even if I die, I want to die clearly. Don't you want to die clearly? Don't worry, I'll first bite off your fingers one by one and see how I chew and swallow them. Mu Xian clenched her collar tightly, not daring to think about the bloody scene. What do you think this means? I can see you're just a little. If you really dare to eat me, you won't survive either. The wolf sneered with a teasing expression, anger flashing in his eyes as he was hit with a secret. You think I don't dare? The wolf quickly lunged forward, grabbing her neck and pressing her hard to the ground. Mu Xian's back hit the ground with a solid thud. Before she could react, she felt her breath cut off and her eyes widened as she struggled desperately. Because your father is crippled in one leg, even if I don't dare to eat you, I will bite your hands and feet to shreds. With that, the wolf transformed back into his beast form. Mu Xian finally caught her breath, but in the next moment, the wolf's claw pressed down on her chest as if to crush her. He opened his mouth wide, a disgusting stench of blood filling the air. His sharp teeth, covered in vile saliva, bit toward her wrist. Mu Xian stared in horror, enduring the weight on her chest, and slapped her hand on the ground. Her hand grasped a handful of grass, and she gritted her teeth, digging her fingers into the dirt with force. She threw the dirt and grass fiercely at the wolf's head.
Ugh.
The wolf's eyes got covered in mud, and he suddenly released Mu Xian, retreating quickly. Gasping for air, Mu Xian dared not relax. She rolled and crawled forward, running away. Now the wolf was truly angry. He shook his head vigorously to shake off the mud, then bared his teeth and leapt forward. Two sharp fangs aimed straight at her neck. He wanted to bite off her head. Mu Xian ran with all her might, her mind buzzing and her heart pounding in her chest. A gust of wind blew from behind, and she instinctively sensed the wolf was rushing toward her. She was doomed. Without thinking, Mu Xian kept running forward, but suddenly, another wolf appeared ahead. At the same time, she heard a heavy object fall behind her. She had to stop. It was another wolf, not the one chasing her earlier. She covered her chest and looked back. The wolf that had been chasing her was knocked to the ground by a beast, and several other wolves stood around it. What was going on? Was this beast helping her? Mu Xian couldn't be sure yet, so she watched nervously. The wolf on the ground struggled to stand up, tail between its legs, and retreated several steps. It seemed this beast was the leader of the pack, and probably not friendly toward her either. Mu Xian forced herself to calm her racing heart and slowly backed away. Still trying to run? The wild beast spoke. Don't waste your effort. You can't escape. Be sensible and come with us. Going with them? So, there's no immediate danger to her life. Qi Jinjin wondered if this beast might be connected to Yu Bei's behind-the-scenes people. To understand her current situation, she tremblingly asked, I won't run. But can you tell me where you're taking me? Seeing her fear, the beast seemed to understand she wouldn't dare run again. You'll find out when we arrive. Just tell me now so I can prepare, she said. Prepare? The beast chuckled at her words. Prepare for what? Prepare to die? Are you going to eat me? Qi Jinjin shouted in fake horror. Stop talking nonsense. I don't want to hurt a purebred person, the beast growled angrily. Qi Jinjin was so scared she trembled. She noticed these wolves weren't attacking but just surrounding her tightly, afraid she might run again. It seemed her only option now was to go with the beast. While she was still thinking, the beast suddenly stepped in front of her, lowered its head, and bit her collar, lifting her up. Qi Jinjin stiffened, not daring to resist. She was afraid that if she moved, those sharp teeth might bite her neck. The beast ran wildly through the small forest, with the wolves following closely behind. Though it wasn't the first time she'd been carried in a beast's mouth, Qi Jinjin still felt dizzy and uncomfortable. She was terrified but helpless. She'd thought that if she used her skills, she might stay behind and find a way out, but Yu Bei probably couldn't hold on much longer. Without his approval, would she dare to do this? She had kindly helped save her sister, but now he was pushing her into greater danger. The beast burst out of the small forest and ran toward the mountains. Qi Jinjin squinted and looked around. The small forest was getting farther away, but she didn't notice anything unusual. It seemed Yu Bei was determined to send her away, but he was too afraid to do it face to face. Qi Jinjin gradually lost hope. She didn't know how long the beast ran before finally stopping on the edge of a mountain. The beast loosened its grip, and Qi Jinjin fell to the ground with a thud. She immediately stood up, alert and looking around. Behind her was a huge cave, dark from the outside, giving a creepy feeling. Outside the cave was a rugged mountain valley with jagged rocks. The wolves that had followed her stayed at the mountain edge, as if afraid she might jump down and escape. And the beast that had brought her over had transformed into a human form, a tall, dirty man. Go in. The man didn't push her but raised his voice to scare her. Qi Jinjin was so frightened by the sound that she trembled. She looked at the dark cave, instinct telling her she would surely die if she went inside. Hurry up, the man impatiently urged.
Vilidi?
Qi Jinjin clutched her clothes tightly, asking in fear. The man glanced at her, finding her talkative. As long as you behave, you won't die. Behave? That probably means doing something else, right? Ji Jinjin took a deep breath, her face pale as she lifted her foot and walked toward the cave. A chilling aura hit her from inside, along with a faint, unpleasant smell of blood. As she entered, her vision gradually cleared. Though scared, she secretly looked around. In her distraction, she didn't notice her footing. She tripped as if kicking something hard. Looking down, she nearly fainted from shock. She had kicked a bone, something that looked very much like a human skull. You're so timid, purebred. Hurry up, the man, unconcerned about her fear, kept urging her. Ji Jinjin was close to tears. For the first time, she found the half-beast so terrifying, completely different from Luo Gu. At this moment, she desperately wished Luo Gu would suddenly appear and save her. If he did, she would be willing to stay obediently by his side, never running away. But there was no if. How many days had passed? Ji Jinjin, tears in her eyes, reached the end of the cave. Inside, a fire burned, illuminating the entire cave and revealing its true appearance. Skeletons were everywhere, making it hard to tell if they belonged to animals or humans. In a corner, there were many animal skins of various kinds. At the back of the cave was a large stone, on which a person sat, devouring bloody meat with a messy mouth, bloodstains on the lips and around the mouth making the scene look even more frightening. Boss, the person is here. The man who had brought her in flattered. When the man eating the meat looked up, Ji Jinjin saw that he was about 30, with a fierce face and blood on his mouth and teeth, making her shiver. Boss, this is the purebred person I mentioned earlier, and she hasn't been bred yet. The limping man sneered, appearing out of nowhere. Boss, look at this. Hearing this, Jinjin was scared and wanted to step back, but behind her was a beast blocking her way. She had nowhere to go. The man called the boss stood up and roughly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He didn't wipe away the blood. Instead, it became even more bloody. His eyes looked directly at Jinjin from head to toe, and finally, he sniffed the air harshly. This smell, he said with a very satisfied look, his eyes shining. That's it. Boss, I'm not lying to you. As soon as I found this purebred person, I wanted to catch her and offer her to you. The lame wolf-like man flattered as much as he could. Please enjoy her, boss. The boss was very happy and even abandoned the piece of meat he was holding. Good, very good. Everyone get out now, quickly. Seeing the blood-covered man walk quickly toward her, Jinjin tried to turn and run, but the beast pushed her forward. She nearly bumped into the boss.
Hey, stop.
Look at this delicate skin and flesh. What if I ruin her? The boss shouted angrily, telling them to leave quickly. Jinjin hurriedly steadied herself and ran to the side, wanting to get as far away as possible. The boss was not angry at her for hiding and happily rubbed his blood-stained hands. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I may look fierce, but I promise. I will be very gentle and loving to you. You don't come any closer. Jinjin was pushed to the mountain wall. The beast and the lame wolf retreated, leaving only the two of them in the large cave. How could I love you properly if I don't come over? The boss said with a mischievous smile, already eager to taste her. What should I do? What can I do? Jinjin desperately looked for a weapon in the cave. She would rather fight to the death than end up like that. You're the weakest purebred I've ever seen. I'm a little afraid I might hurt you. The boss suddenly stopped and looked thoughtful. Hearing this, Jinjin's face turned red, but it also gave her a chance. I know that your half-beast and purebred breeding is for reproduction, but I can't handle this now. If you force me, I will die. If I die, there will be no future children. The boss's eyes, full of, curved into a sly smile. I don't need more children. What? Jinjin was panicked, her confidence suddenly shattered. I can have as many purebreds as I want. I don't need you to reproduce for me. The boss said, it's been a long time since I last had a purebred person who hasn't been bred.
Ki Jensen esse pupil strembled.
She had encountered a half-beast who didn't care about the rarity of purebred people. "Come on, I promise to be gentle," the boss said lazily, reaching out to grab her. Qi Zhenjin watched his blood-stained hand reach toward her. She suddenly crouched down, noticing a long bone on the ground. Whether it was human or animal, she picked up the bone and bent over, running behind the boss. But after a few steps, her collar was pulled tight, and her feet were lifted off the ground. "Let me go." Qi Zhenjin swung the long bone, but before she could do much, the boss grabbed it firmly. "You're so small and thin, but your temper is fierce," the boss said, releasing her collar and still holding the bone. Qi Zhenjin tried with all her strength to pull the bone free, but the boss's gaze grew more intense. "All right, if you want to play, I'll play with you," he said, loosening his grip. She fell to the ground, and he watched her fear. The boss crouched down, grabbing her delicate ankle and pulling her toward him, holding her chin. Half-beasts have great strength, and Qi Zhenjin was held tightly. The disgusting smell of blood filled her nose, almost making her. The boss sniffed and slowly leaned toward her face. "So fragrant, who protected you so well? Even if I die from it, it's worth it." Seeing his disgusting face getting closer, Qi Zhenjin's eyes sharpened. She raised her hand and fiercely smashed the bone onto his head. But before she could hit him, a tail from behind curled around the bone, trapping it, no matter how hard she tried to pull. "Are you done playing now?" The boss grinned, releasing her ankle and leaning down to press her to the ground. "Stop." Qi Zhenjin's mind buzzed as she felt an unprecedented sense of disgust and humiliation. "Stop what?" The boss held her struggling hands above her head and kept his grip on her chin. He wanted to smell her, to really smell the scent of this unbred, purebred person because, after a while, he didn't know how long it would be before he could smell it again. Qi Zhenjin clenched her teeth and held her breath, feeling hopeless. But just then, the person lying on her suddenly froze and quickly stood up straight. "Have you been branded?" The boss frowned, his flirtatious tone suddenly turning serious. "Branded?" Qi Zhenjin immediately understood. "Yes. I have been branded by another half-orc." The boss looked at me with a faint smile and became more playful. "That mentioned something to me. Is the person who branded you Luogu? He surprisingly knows Luogu?" Hearing Luogu's name, Qi Zhenjin's hope rekindled. "Yes, that's him. Why didn't he come after you? How can he be so patient?" The boss looked surprised. "Because I am sick," Qi Zhenjin blurted out impulsively.
"Sick?"
The boss looked doubtful but loosened her chin slightly. Qi Zhenjin nodded hard, speaking passionately. "Half-orcs who do that with me will die. Their death is very brutal. Bleeding from 7 orifices. Limbs rotting. Whole body covered in sores." The boss hesitated, his grip on her hands loosening a little. "He is afraid of death." Qi Zhenjin seized his weakness and continued to stir him up. "Think about it. Who is Luogu? With his skills, does he lack purebred humans? If I didn't have a sickness, after being with him for so long, how could he not do that to me?" "Really?" The boss looked skeptical. "Of course," Qi Zhenjin said urgently. "Otherwise, why would I leave him for so long? With his personality, he would definitely come to find me. Even if I am a rare purebred, you don't need to risk your life for purebred, right?" The boss fell silent. Lying on the ground, Qi Zhenjin dared not move and was anxious about what to do next. "Now I ask you, since you are sick, why does Yubei want to protect you?" The boss stared at her and asked.
"Yubei?"
"What does that have to do with that half-orc? If it weren't for that telling me, I wouldn't even know that you, a purebred, have already been brought here by him. He dares to play tricks on me." The boss grew angrier, and his face became more fierce. Qi Zhenjin felt helpless and wanted to cry. If he was playing tricks, wasn't she now pushed into this dangerous place by that half-orc? But she quickly thought of a plan, "Because I have healing abilities." "Healing abilities, do you know? Although I am sick now, I can use my own skills to cure myself." The boss was half convinced. The arrow was already on the string. Stopping it forcibly would be very tormenting. "Just give me some time, and I can heal myself."
"Then."
"You're just fooling me." The boss suddenly grabbed her neck angrily. Listen to me carefully. Once you're in my den, don't even think about leaving. My mind was spinning as Qi Jinjin desperately tried to pry away the hands that were choking her neck. Although he didn't use much force to suffocate her, it was still disgusting. Come on, let me taste you properly. The boss leaned down to kiss her. Qi Jinjin clenched her teeth and kept her mouth shut, trying her best to break free. If this really happened, she wouldn't have the courage to go on living. Being transported to this backward ancient time was already hard enough. Now she had to endure this humiliation too. For a moment, Qi Jinjin wished she could just die right there.
Boss. Boss.
Something's wrong. Something's wrong, boss. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the cave. The boss was in a good mood and was interrupted, which made him angry. Wanna die, huh?
No, boss.
Yubei is here. The messenger hurriedly called out. If he's here, so what? Let him wait. I'll deal with him after I finish here. The boss calmed his anger, looking at the person beneath him with a frown. That pitiful look made him seem so lovable. Move, do whatever you want. The more you move, the more excited I get. Scoundrel. Qi Jinjin was already exhausted. She didn't even have the strength to think about Yubei's arrival.
Boss.
Yubei isn't here to play nice. He brought a lot of people, and they're already fighting outside.
What?
The boss's interest was piqued again.
Who dares to challenge me?
Boss, you should go see. We can't hold them off much longer. The messenger urged anxiously. The boss stood up angrily and said to the person lying on the ground, Wait until I deal with a few of them, then I'll come back to deal with you. Stay here quietly. Qi Jinjin, lying on the ground, heard footsteps fading away. She turned her head slightly, tears slowly streaming down her face. She clutched her clothes tightly, feeling overwhelmed by the disgusting shame. At this moment, sounds of fighting came from outside the cave, pulling Qi Jinjin back to her senses. It seemed someone had run in to say Yubei was here, and that he was not here to be friendly. She quickly got up, wiped away her tears, and looked at the bloodstains on her chin and neck from that beastly half-human. The smell made her want to, but now wasn't the time to. Only she was left inside the cave. If Yubei was really outside fighting that beastly half-human, maybe she still had a chance to escape. Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin immediately gathered her strength, picking up a long bone from the ground as a weapon. She carefully walked along the mountainside, almost reaching the cave entrance when a snarling wolf-like creature suddenly lunged at her. Startled, she quickly pressed herself against the mountain wall, not daring to move. But the snarling wolf did not attack her. Instead, it lay on the ground, howling and rolling around. After a few rolls, it stiffened and stopped moving. Is it dead? Chizhensen mustered her courage and took a quick look. She saw a green caterpillar wriggling out of the wolf's ear. Frowning, she wondered what Yubei was really up to. Clearly, he had pushed her into such a dangerous place, yet now he was fighting against this beastly half-human. She didn't have time to think further and continued walking along the mountain wall toward the cave entrance. The scene outside the cave shocked her. It was like a fight among half-beasts. Besides Yubei and Yushi, whom she recognized in their beast forms, she didn't know any of the other 10 or so half-beasts and had no idea who was on Yubei's side. The area was chaotic. Large half-beasts faced each other, their faces tense. Anyone distracted could be bitten on the neck. Those bitten had blood pouring from their necks. Some were bitten clean through, others were grabbed and thrown forcefully down the cliff. Not only were there half-beasts fighting, but also many snarling wolves. Most of the wolves were already lying on the ground, stiff and unmoving, probably knocked down by the green caterpillar. Chizhensen hid at the edge of a cave entrance and spotted Yubei in his beast form. Yubei was fighting a wild animal. The animal was about his size, but filthy. Its fur was matted and looked very disgusting. This disgusting sight made her think of that nasty half-beast. She guessed that the creature Yubei was fighting was the leader of the half-beasts. Their strength seemed equal. Every time Yubei tried to strike a deadly, the leader easily dodged. But the leader was no pushover. Each punch and bite carried deadly force. This was a perfect chance for her to leave. No one would notice her at this moment. Chizhensen looked around but couldn't find a way out. All exits seemed prepared for the half-beasts. As a pure human, she couldn't escape from this cliff on her own.
Get stronger.
Suddenly, the angry voice of the leader rang out nearby. How dare you fight me? Chizhensen looked toward Yubei. The half-beast was trampling on Yubei, who had turned into a human form. The creature's arm had 3 wounds, bleeding. Could it be that Yubei was not as strong as this beastly leader? At this moment, Yoshi defeated a beast and rushed forward, but the half-orc let go of his foot, causing Yoshi to miss her attack. But Yoshi didn't give up. She protected Yubei behind her, showing her fierce teeth as she faced the half-orc. Even Yubei isn't a match for me. You, a woman, still dare to act tough in front of me? The boss didn't take Yoshi seriously and transformed into his beast form, opening his mouth to bite her. Yoshi tilted her head to dodge and kicked off the ground, jumping above the half-orc to attack from above. Be careful, Yoshi, Chizhensen shouted, eyes wide. She noticed that the half-orc's tail had 3 sharp stingers, just like a scorpion's. As she spoke, Yoshi let out a terrible scream. Blood instantly stained her abdomen fur. Overestimating yourself. The half-orc pulled the stingers from her belly and kicked her aside with a palm strike. Yoshi fell to the ground, gasping from the pain, blood pouring out everywhere. Yubei and Yoshi's injuries distracted the other half-orcs, and the battle was decided in an instant. TSK, why did you come out? The half-orc saw Chizhensen hiding at the cave entrance and transformed back into his human form, walking toward her.
Chizhensen cursed silently.
Now she was exposed. She tightly held her long bone, watching Yubei struggle to stand despite the pain. Let her go. Come at me if you have a problem. The half-orc paused, then turned around and laughed loudly. Come at me? Yubei, did you forget our deal? Don't want to save your sister anymore? We'll talk about the deal later. Just let her go, and I'll give you whatever you want. Yubei said, forcing himself to speak despite the pain. The only thing I want now is this woman.
How about that?
Does it make you angry? The half-orc saw he was helpless and started to get cocky. Who knew this purebred human had such charm? I'll be kind and let you watch me take her. It's not hard for you to bring her here.
How dare you?
Yubei shouted angrily. I dare to do anything. The half-orc showed a sinister smile and stepped closer to Chizhensen. Yubei's face turned red with anger. Despite the terrible pain in his arm, he charged forward. The half-orc, without even turning around, knew he was overestimating himself. Just as Yubei was about to reach him, the half-orc spun around and delivered a flying kick, knocking Yubei out of the way. Watching all this, Chizhensen felt even more anxious. She could see Yubei was desperate to fight back, but he couldn't win. I can't wait to taste you. The half-orc rubbed his hands together, unfastening the animal hide around his waist as he walked toward Chizhensen. Don't come any closer. Chizhensen's heart pounded wildly, but she dared not cover her eyes or look away. She nervously looked around, searching for a way out. She would rather jump off a cliff than endure such humiliation. But even the path to the cliff was blocked by other victorious half-orcs. If only I had known. I shouldn't have shouted for Yoshi just now. Even if they wanted to save her now, it was they who pushed her out first. Without that knowledge, her hard-earned hope was cruelly snuffed out again. It proved that on this orc continent, without Luo Gu's protection, her life was like that of an ant. Anyone could toy with her or end her life. Luo Gu. At this moment, countless images of her time with Luo Gu flooded her mind, from their first meeting to becoming familiar with each other. That domineering Luo Gu who always said, "You are my woman." That stubborn Luo Gu who stood up to his mother for her. That warm Luo Gu who promised to protect her and learn to respect her. Even Chizhensen didn't realize that at this moment, the person she relied on most and wanted to see most was that very Luo Gu, her bossy, possessive Luo Gu.
Whoosh.
Suddenly, the half-orc stopped in his tracks, holding the animal hide that was about to fall apart. Chizhensen looked at him fearfully and confusedly. Out of nowhere, a spear flew past him, piercing into the hard mountain wall with a force that made the spear's tail tremble slightly.
Who?
The half-orc quickly reacted and shouted. Qi Jinjin was startled by the sudden appearance of the spear. Just as she wondered who it was, a figure leapt up from the cliff below, filling the clearing. She looked up and saw, with wide eyes, a white beast jumping up from the cliff. Its soft white fur flowed in the wind, and its large, muscular form stood there like a king gazing down on the world, making people feel awe. Especially those deep blue beast eyes. Once you looked into them, you couldn't look away. Luo Gu. Despite everything, Qi Jinjin softly whispered his name. Could it really be him? She was so afraid that her longing for Luo Gu was making her see things. Was it just her imagination? Little one, I'm here, came a deep yet gentle voice from the white beast's throat. Qi Jinjin froze in place. This was not an illusion. Another one trying to steal a woman from me. The half-orc was not afraid of the white beast at all. Attack him all. Be careful, Luo Gu. Qi Jinjin forced herself to recover quickly from her shock. She was glad Luo Gu finally appeared, but also worried about him. Luo Gu? The half-orc doubted he heard correctly, and the remaining half-orcs hesitated. The white beast shook its white fur, then shrank and turned into a human form. It's really you. The half-orc had only seen Luo Gu in human form. He panicked for a moment but quickly calmed down. Hey, what wind blew Luo Gu from the White Li tribe here? Luo Gu's lips curled slightly, but his dark eyes shone with a cold light. You dared to invite my people here, without my permission. You're the first. Your people? The half-orc pretended to be surprised as he looked around. Where are they? Luo Gu narrowed his eyes, hiding the coldness in them. He looked at Qi Jinjin softly and said, Little one, come here. Qi Jinjin bit her lip. She wanted to go, but the half-orc was blocking the way. Are you scared? Luo Gu saw she was still standing still and smiled affectionately. Don't be afraid, I'll come to you. Luo Gu stepped forward, walking straight toward her. The half-orc frowned, his body hairs standing up inexplicably. The remaining half-orcs saw their leader not move and dared not attack. Qi Jinjin leaned against the mountain wall, watching him walk over without blinking. Her nose felt sore, and her eyes started to water. Luo Gu's thick eyebrows furrowed. She was crying. Don't cry, Luo Gu raised his hand, gently wiping her tears with his rough fingers. Qi Jinjin grabbed his hand tightly, ignoring her tears. Her hand touched his hot back. This was real, not a hallucination. He was really here. She held his hand tightly and refused to let go. Finally, she could breathe freely. Her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. What's with the blood on your face and neck? Luo Gu let her hold his hand but sniffed and identified the source of the blood. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the half-orc's hand. The blood on his hand smelled the same as the blood on Qi Jinjin's face and neck. His black eyes instantly filled with killing intent. Hey, Luo Gu, this is your person? Lucky me, I just happened to find a purebred to replace your people. The half-orc's attitude suddenly changed dramatically. When Qi Jinjin heard the voice of that half-beast, her heart, which was hanging in midair, felt a little relief. This showed that they all dared not provoke Luo Gu. Maybe we should go in and talk nicely? The half-beast walked toward them. Seeing him approach, Qi Jinjin instinctively shrank her neck, wishing she could hide in Luo Gu's arms so that the half-beast wouldn't see her at all. Luo Gu immediately noticed her unease, and his black eyes grew cold. Little thing, stand still and don't move, he said. After that, Luo Gu released the hand she was holding. The half-beast was about to get closer, but Luo Gu turned around, grabbed his neck, and pushed him back while walking. The half-beast's face showed panic as he was choked. He couldn't breathe with such force, and his face turned red from the lack of air. Luo Gu, holding his neck, looked at the distance between him and his little one, then lifted the half-beast high into the air before slamming him back onto the ground. The force of the impact made dust rise up from the ground.
Qi Jinjin watched nervously.
Suddenly, she saw the half-beast transform into a huge wild animal. Luo Gu also transformed into a white beast in an instant, and his size seemed even larger than the half-beast. Seeing Luo Gu's murderous intent, the half-beast no longer held back and started biting and fighting him. Qi Jinjin's heart was tangled. She knew that this half-beast had a dangerous, spiked tail, and she wondered if Luo Gu could handle it. But it was clear her worries were unnecessary. After turning into a white beast, Luo Gu moved even more quickly. His sharp claws slashed into the half-beast's side, pulling back hard. The sharp claws cut a large wound in the side, and blood started to flow out as he pulled them out. The half-beast let out a scream and desperately raised his spiked tail, knowing that if he didn't fight hard now, he would only have a dead end. Qi Jinjin saw the spiked tail again, its tips shining with a blood-red glow in the sunlight. She wanted to warn Luo Gu to be careful, but just as she opened her mouth, Luo Gu suddenly turned back into a human form. He leapt onto the half-beast's back and grabbed his tail. With a loud, the stiff tail broke off. That wasn't the end. Luo Gu released the broken tail and swiftly moved to the half-beast's head. The half-beast was still overwhelmed by the pain from his broken tail and didn't notice Luo Gu standing on his head. When he realized what was happening, his jaw clenched tightly. Luo Gu used his bare hands to pry open the creature's mouth and forcefully spread it apart. The half-beast, struggling desperately, had eyes with vertical pupils filled with fear and disbelief. Everyone present had the same expression. They watched helplessly as the corner of the half-beast's mouth was torn open, revealing a slit. Then Luo Gu, with a strong effort, tore the creature's mouth in half. The half-beast's body softened, its terrified vertical pupils enlarged and widened, and it lost all life. Luo Gu released his grip, calmly jumped to the ground, and the killing intent in his black eyes gradually faded. Is the boss dead? The remaining half-beasts saw this, and all grew weak in their legs. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps from wild animals appeared around. In a short moment, a few beasts jumped up from the cliff, but as soon as they landed, they transformed into human forms, standing behind the leader who had jumped up. Clan leader. Everyone was startled and immediately assumed human shapes. Qi Jinjin, leaning against the mountain wall, looked at the sturdy leader. He was about 40 years old, wearing excellent animal pelts around his waist, and had several strings of unknown animal teeth around his neck. Everyone called him the clan leader. Could he be the head of the Barrow tribe? Luo Gu, it really is you? The leader recognized him at once and quickly approached. I didn't believe you'd come to the Barrow tribe. Why didn't you say hello first? It was clear that the leader and Luo Gu had a good relationship. Qi Jinjin let out a small sigh of relief, thinking no big trouble would happen again. However, the leader's enthusiasm did not make Luo Gu smile at all. Instead, he radiated coldness. Seeing this, the leader felt a bit awkward. He looked at the person lying on the ground, and his expression changed. Luo Gu, you killed him? The leader's tone suddenly changed. Chief Eki, this has nothing to do with you, Luo Gu said without even looking at him, and turned to walk toward his little companion. As Luo Gu turned, Qi Jinjin saw the corpse of that half-beast. She stared in shock, breaking out in cold sweat from the sight. The half-beast lay on the ground, with a long, wide wound from its left waist to its armpit. The wound was deep and broad, revealing blood-stained bones and internal organs upon close inspection. But that was not the most frightening part. The scariest thing was its face, torn into two halves, with the mouth wide open in a strange, eerie pose. The torn corners of the mouth still dripped blood. Although Qi Jinjin watched helplessly as Luo Gu tore the head of the beast man in half with his bare hands, she was still startled when she saw the humanoid form of the beast man. It was too bloody. She could imagine how cruel Luo Gu was when tearing apart wild animals, but she didn't expect him to be so ruthless when killing a person. Little thing? Luo Gu had already come in front of her, but she was staring blankly at a spot behind him, which made him unhappy.
What are you looking at?
Hearing Luo Gu's voice, Qi Jinjin suddenly looked up at him. Her face didn't seem to match the image of Luo Gu tearing apart a beastman just moments ago. Let me see if you're hurt. Luo Gu reached out and brushed aside her messy hair near her ear. Qi Zhenjin, like a frightened little animal, tilted her head and tried to avoid his hand. Luo Gu's hand froze, and his expression turned slightly cold. Is there still an unbred purebred person here? The leader guessed what was happening and walked toward Luo Gu. Luo Gu, are you here for this purebred person? Seeing the leader approach, Qi Zhenjin instinctively moved closer to Luo Gu. Even though she had just witnessed a somewhat brutal scene, Luo Gu was Luo Gu, someone who always said he wanted to protect her. He wouldn't hurt her. Seeing her small move of leaning in, Luo Gu's anger quickly diminished by more than half. He protected Qi Zhenjin behind him and said, Chief Eki, do you really want to interfere? Chief Eki hesitated upon seeing Luo Gu protect the purebred person so fiercely. But then he thought, although this unbred purebred person appeared on the Paluo tribe's territory for unknown reasons, unbred purebreds have always been the most sought after. It was rare to see one, and missing the chance to gain such an opportunity for the Paluo tribe would be a shame. Luo Gu, do you know who the person you killed was? Chief Eki asked seriously. I don't want to know. Luo Gu shut him down firmly. Chief Eki's face was a little embarrassed. Luo Gu, he was once our Paluo tribe's top warrior. Once? Luo Gu snorted lightly, as if to say, once is enough to be ashamed. Yes, although I don't know what grudges you two have, he was still a member of my Paluo tribe, Chief Eki said. You came all the way here to this purebred person and even killed our former top warrior. As the tribe leader, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Luo Gu curled his lips, his voice cold. All right, since tribe leader Eki wants to interfere, I'll have a serious talk with you about this. Chief Eki looked eager to hear more. The purebred person behind me, although not yet paired, is someone I have marked deeply. How dare he bring my spouse here? Shouldn't he be prepared to be torn apart by me? Said Luo Gu. Chief Aki's face stiffened, unable to believe it. He looked back at the corpse. If it were him, perhaps it could be possible. Could there be a misunderstanding here? Chief Aki felt a bit guilty. You know best whether it's a misunderstanding, Luo Gu said without giving him any face. He frowned and said, all right, you've traveled a long way and must be tired. Your partner looks quite scared. Why don't you sit down for a bit, have some food, and relax? Luo Gu turned around and saw his little one hanging his head, tense and nervous. Okay, he agreed. He turned and pulled out the long bone from Qi Zhenjin's hand. Little one, I'll take you to eat some meat. At this moment, Qi Zhenjin didn't know what else she could do. The only person she trusted right now was Luo Gu, so she would do whatever he said. Chief Aki sighed in relief and signaled to his men, who immediately surrounded the half-beast's subordinates and took them away. Qi Zhenjin let Luo Gu hold her hand as they walked toward the cliff. Halfway there, she suddenly remembered Yu Bei and Yu Shi, who had been injured earlier. What's wrong? Luo Gu asked softly when she stopped. Qi Zhenjin didn't speak, but looked toward the two nearby. Yu Shi was lying on the ground, holding her stomach wound, blood still seeping from her fingers. Yu Bei was lying on his side, clutching his chest, still conscious, and watching them closely. Luo Gu looked in the direction of her gaze and suddenly realized, I almost forgot about this person. She felt a surge of murderous intent from him. He released her hand and walked toward Yu Bei. Seeing him walk in another direction instead of following, Chief Aki was puzzled. Qi Zhenjin quickly followed, afraid Luo Gu might do something reckless. Luo Gu approached Yu Bei with coldness, stepped on his chest heavily, and said, I underestimated you. Yu Bei, under his foot, didn't resist. He was probably too weak to fight back. Qi Zhenjin stood behind Luo Gu, frowning as she watched. She wanted to understand. He was the one who pushed her into this situation, so why did he risk his life to come and stop him? If he hadn't appeared and desperately tried to stop him, Luo Gu could have done anything to him, and she wouldn't have said a word. But Qi Zhenjin's mind flashed with the terrible fate of that half-beast and the face of Xiao Qian. Lu Gu, wait a moment, Qi Zhenjin stopped him. What's wrong, little one? Lu Gu was annoyed that she spoke up to stop him, but seeing her tense expression, he could only speak softly. Qi Jinjin looked at Yu Bei, who kept staring at her with apologetic brown eyes. Are you going to kill him? Qi Jinjin withdrew her gaze and looked at Lu Gu. Can't you bear to see him die? Lu Gu's strength beneath his feet gradually increased. Qi Jinjin clenched her fists and said as calmly as possible, I still have questions to ask him. If you kill him, how will I ask? Lu Gu's dark eyes narrowed, hiding his anger inside. Little one. Just one question, okay? Qi Jinjin knew he responded better to softness than to pressure, so she tried to coax him. Sure enough, Lu Gu's expression softened a little. Qi Jinjin hurriedly knelt in front of Yu Bei and asked directly, what was your deal with that? Yu Bei was in pain and almost fainted, but he still forced himself to think about her question. He didn't know what the half-orc had told that, but given the current situation, he had no reason to keep lying. Bring him over. He can save Xiao Qian, Yu Bei said angrily. As expected, this matched her guess. Everything could now be understood. Little one, are you done asking? Lu Gu was losing patience. Qi Jinjin nodded and stood up. Lu Gu, I want to save him. Lu Gu frowned, almost kicking him. Let me save him first. I promise I'll give you a reason you can accept later, Qi Jinjin said firmly. Finally, Lu Gu agreed to her request. He wanted to see what kind of reason this little one would give him. After getting Lu Gu's approval, Qi Jinjin quickly checked Yu Bei's injuries. The most serious wound was on his arm, where a sharp spike had pierced it. The wound edges were slightly blackened, and within a short time, dead tissue had appeared. Qi Jinjin didn't expect the spike on the tail to be poisonous. Poison. She hurriedly looked toward Yushi, who was a few steps away. Her abdomen had also been pierced by the tail's spike. I need my backpack, Qi Jinjin called out. It's in their cave, Lu Gu. I know, he replied. He was already quite annoyed with her actions, but since he had just agreed, he didn't argue. He looked at the Eki tribe leader and asked him to send someone to get it. The tribe leader didn't know who to send, so he could only send a half-orc who came with Yu Bei to fetch it. Jinjin Qi quickly ran to Yushi's side. Yushi's face was very pale, and cold sweat covered her forehead from the pain. Jinjin checked her vital signs. Her pupils were slightly dilated, and her breathing was very weak, but she was still alive. She hurriedly covered Yushi's abdomen with her hand, blood staining it. Before the backpack arrived, she could only press on the wound to stop the bleeding. The Eki tribe leader watched from afar. Seeing that the two people on the ground looked unfamiliar, he called someone over and asked, Are the two people lying on the ground from our tribe? The person stretched his neck to look and shook his head. Leader, those two don't look like our tribe. I haven't seen them before. That's strange, the leader said with a puzzled look. Then he saw the half-beast man's corpse and understood. Probably that troublemaker brought them here from somewhere again, always causing problems. Soon, the half-beast man brought Jinjin Qi's backpack, and surprisingly, Xiao Qian was also with him. Brother! Xiao Qian was terrified to see her brother lying on the ground. What happened to you? Don't scare me. Jinjin frowned, thinking that the half-beast man probably told Xiao Qian something when he went to get the backpack. But she didn't have time to care about Xiao Qian now. She needed to treat Yu-Shi's abdominal wound first. Someone help me, Jinjin called out. Help me gently press on her wound. She released her grip, took out a first aid kit from her backpack. Yu-Shi's injury was severe, and her tail was poisonous. Saving her was already impressive. The half-beast man looked at her with suspicion as she handled the strange items in her hands. Jinjin gave Yu-Shi a painkiller, then started to treat the wound on her belly. If she remembered correctly, Xiao Qian, Jinjin called back. Go get that small yellow flower your brother brought you from the cave. Xiao Qian was still crying over her brother, but immediately stopped when she heard her sister's voice. Will the yellow flower save my brother? Hurry up, Jinjin said urgently. And bring all the other herbs I showed you. Bring everything you recognize. Okay, I'll go right now. Xiao Qian quickly jumped down the cliff. Yu-Shi, who had taken the painkiller, gradually regained some consciousness, but her breathing was still weak. She saw the purebred human busy working and knew they were trying to save her. But why were they saving her?
Can you hear my voice?
Jean leaned close and called softly. When she saw you, she was regaining some awareness. Can you see my fingers? Yushi heard her voice and weakly nodded.
Why?
Momo-chi saw her lips moving, probably trying to speak, but too weak to do so. Yuki struggled to ask questions, but her voice wouldn't come out. Don't speak. Save your strength. Momo-chi gently patted her shoulder and continued cleaning the wound. Xiao Qian brought a bunch of herbs. Momo-chi tore half of the yellow flower petals, ground them up, and applied them to Yuki's wound. This small yellow flower grows in places with a foul smell, but it has detoxifying effects. Few people can find it, and no one knows how Yubei knew about this flower's location. Now, it was just the right time to use it. Xiao Qian noticed that Yuki's injury was worse. She saw her brother was still conscious, so she stayed by her sister's side to help. Momo-chi didn't mind Xiao Qian's help and naturally let her grind some herbs for later use. Everyone quietly watched this purebred person busy working, while Chief Eki's eyes gradually lit up. They thought it was rare enough that a purebred person could breed, but they didn't expect her to have healing abilities. It was like finding a very rare treasure. Chief Eki couldn't help but glance at Luogu. This kid was so lucky. He wondered where he found her. No wonder he traveled so far to find someone in the Ba Luo tribe. Indeed, the yellow flower had detoxifying effects. It was unclear whether it was because of the flower or the half-beast's body type, but Yuki's abdominal wound was no longer turning black. Xiao Qian, apply the root extract of Duan's Su grass to her. Momo-chi sighed with relief. Next, I just need to sew her up. She looked back at Yubei, whose wound hadn't been treated yet. She thought for a moment and asked Xiao Qian, "Did you understand all the steps I just showed you?" "Understood." Xiao Qian nodded. "Good. Then follow the steps you saw to help your brother." "The yellow flower still has half left," Momo-chi said, holding out her hand. "Give me the Duan's Su grass, I'll handle it." Luckily, she managed to save the person without fainting. She thought about Luogu still being here. She didn't need to think much to know how angry Luogu was now. If she had any more contact with Yubei, the male half-beast, he might up. Fortunately, Xiao Qian arrived. Yubei was her brother, so she would be very careful in handling the situation. However, she didn't know how much longer Xiao Qian's skin could withstand the sunlight. Soon, Momo-chi finished treating Yuki's abdominal wound. She looked at Yuki and said, "You'll need more treatment for this wound later. Xiao Qian and her brother will handle how to do it." After speaking, she prepared to stand up, but Yushi suddenly grabbed her hand. Qi Jinjin's eyes sharpened, and she looked at her coldly.
I'm sorry.
Yushi's face was pale, full of apology. "There's no need to apologize." Qi Jinjin pushed her hand away. "I won't forgive you." Yushi was stunned and lowered her hand. "Then why did you save me?" "Saving you and forgiving you are two different things. Save your strength." After saying that, Qi Jinjin stood up. Xiao Qian was still helping her brother treat his wounds, while Yubei's gaze remained on her. She thought there was nothing more to say to this half-beast, and Luogu was still here.
"Little one, are you done?"
Luogu smiled at her and asked. His patience was almost gone.
Kizensen nodded. "Yes."
"Let's go." Luogu extended his hand to her. Qi Jinjin carried her backpack and stepped in front of him, holding his hand.
Kijajia.
Yubei wanted to stay with her, though he knew it was impossible. Sure enough, she didn't even turn back once, and her departure was very decisive. Xiao Qian looked up at her sister's back and still endured to help her brother treat his wounds first. Qi Jinjin sat on Luogu's back, burying her head in his soft fur. She felt very tired. All the calmness and strength she had forced out were gradually breaking down the moment she saw Luogu. Wherever they were going, as long as he was there, she could feel at ease. They didn't know how long they ran before Luogu stopped and turned back into a human form. When Qi Jinjin's feet touched the ground, her legs felt weak, and she had no strength to walk. Seeing this, Luogu immediately picked her up in his arms. "Luogu, over here, I've already arranged some meat." The Eki tribe leader cheerfully called out to him. Luogu looked down at her small belongings, tired and with dried blood on his face. Seeing he didn't follow, the tribe leader quickly understood and said, Luogu, take your partner to wash up first. I'll have someone bring you over. After that, the tribe leader hurried to call her partner to help. Little one, do you want to take a bath first or eat something? Luogu softly asked. A bath? Qi Jinjin's mind immediately recalled the scene when he took her to the pond before. Although she really wanted to wash off the blood and dirt, she couldn't possibly undress in front of Luogu. Seeing her silent, Luogu made the decision for her. Then, let's go wash up first. After all, her little one was a very clean person. Qi Jinjin was about to argue but saw an older woman approaching them with a friendly smile. Luogu. The woman first greeted Chief Eki, then approached him. It's been a while since I saw you. Is this your partner? Yes. Hello, Luogu's partner. My name is Fuya, and I am the leader of the Below tribe. Fuya smiled warmly and greeted her. Qijin was momentarily stunned but managed a small smile.
Hello.
Why is there blood on your face? Are you hurt? Fuya noticed dried blood on her face, neck, and even on her hands. Chief Eki stepped forward and said no. Fuya, you should take them to soak in the hot spring. Okay. Fuya nodded and turned in another direction.
Come with me.
Qijin felt tense, like she was being pushed into something she didn't want. Did Luogu tell you? Our Below tribe has a hot spring. It's very relaxing to soak in it, Fuya explained as she led the way. But not everyone can use this spring. Qijin frowned. She just wanted to curl up in Luogu's arms and ignore everything. She felt very tired.
Got it.
Hurry and lead the way, Luogu said, sensing her discomfort. Fuya smiled awkwardly. This was the first time she saw Luogu care so much about someone else. After crossing a small hill, Fuya pointed to the spring in the valley. It's right there. Don't worry, only I will come here. Qijin looked in the direction Fuya pointed and was surprised. Is this a hot spring? She never expected to find a hot spring in such a place. If it is a hot spring, she could finally take a comfortable bath. Do you like it? Luogu asked softly. Let's go down quickly, she said, eager to see if it really was a hot spring. Luogu held her and jumped into the water. Fuya hesitated a moment. She wondered if her presence might disturb them. But she still jumped in, thinking that as a woman and a pure person, she might be able to help somehow. At the edge of the spring, Qijin couldn't wait and jumped out of Luogu's arms. She looked around. It was a small valley, and the spring wasn't very big. Steam rose from the water, creating a warm mist. There were many large and small stones along the bank, which looked perfect for sitting or drying clothes. Qijin crouched by the spring, reached out, and gently touched the water surface. The water was slightly hot but felt very comfortable. She quickly washed away the blood on her hands and couldn't wait to soak in the warm water. But Luogu was still there. Muzi saw Luogu walk behind her and thought for a moment before asking, Can I wash myself? Luogu frowned and said no. She knew she would be refused. I just want to make sure you're not hurt, Luogu said seriously. I can check myself, Muzi blinked and said. If you're watching me, I won't wash. Luogu's dark eyes narrowed, probably guessing what she was thinking, and he said, Little one, do you think I feel like doing that right now? She didn't like direct words, so he had to speak indirectly. Muzi's face turned red. She wasn't thinking about that at all. She just didn't want to be in front of him. But Luogu's words reminded Muzi of what happened in that orc's cave. Her face and neck were still stained with that disgusting blood. Forget it, if he wants to look, let him look. She'll just wear this outfit and go wash. Oh, by the way, Fuya suddenly called out, Luogu's partner, don't you have any animal skins to change into? You wait here, I'll bring some for you. After saying that, Fuya climbed up the mountain valley to find some animal skins. Now only the two of them remained in the valley. Muzi looked at Luogu and then at the hot spring, finally bending down. She took off her shoes and set them aside, then took a compressed towel from her backpack, planning to clean the blood first. Luogu quietly watched her actions without saying a word. Muzi soaked the towel in water, then wrung out half of the water, preparing to wipe her neck. At that moment, Luo Gu squatted down and held her hand, taking the towel from her. Musi was surprised, seeing him hold the towel in one hand and gently support her face with the other, helping her wipe. His movements were very gentle, completely different from when he was tearing apart beasts. Musi swallowed hard. The contrast made her a little stunned. The warmth on her neck brought her back to her senses. She looked away and let him help wipe. "Do you miss me?" he suddenly asked.
What?
Musi was startled, then quickly realized and replied, "Yes." "Really miss me?" Luo Gu couldn't hide his smile. Musi nodded. She thought she should say more, but she couldn't find the words. She wanted to say that he was the only person she trusted and relied on in this orc continent. No matter what happens in the future, she didn't want to leave his side. "Are you shy?" Luo Gu noticed she wasn't just joking. Musi pursed her lips but said nothing. "I miss you too," he said. Qi Jinjin looked at him and saw him rubbing a blood-stained towel in the water. He had just looked at it once and then learned how to use her towel. "Where are Abu and Leia?" Qi Jinjin pulled her thoughts back. She really wanted to know what he had been doing these days. "Are you hurt? Aren't you supposed to care about me first?" Luo Gu looked at her unhappily. Still the familiar Luo Gu. He was just bringing up Abu and Leia as a topic. "That day I ran out. I met some half-beasts. Abu couldn't take care of Leia against them," Qi Jinjin said. "I could only go with them. I believed you could catch up, so I kept thinking of ways to delay." Luo Gu's hand suddenly paused, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. "What's wrong?" Qi Jinjin asked, confused. "Fortunately, I arrived just in time." Luo Gu tightened his fingers, and water dripped from the towel along his arm. "And luckily you delayed enough time, or—" Qi Jinjin waited for the rest of his sentence, but he only showed his hidden anger and had nothing more to say. "Or what?" Qi Jinjin couldn't help asking. "It's nothing." Luo Gu restrained his anger. Qi Jinjin wanted to ask more, but seeing his bad expression, she decided to stop. "Later, I was taken to his cave by that half-beast. Inside, he had a sick sister. To keep delaying, I helped him save her and also figured out what his real goal was." "Did you find out?" Qi Jinjin nodded. "You know everything after that. The deal between him and that half-beast." Luo Gu didn't get any less angry from her explanation. Instead, he seemed even more upset. Seeing his face, Qi Jinjin knew she hadn't fooled him. She had originally wanted to explain things proactively to avoid revealing some details that would make him very angry. "So, what about you? Were you hurt when you were in Qi Valley? What else happened afterward?" Qi Jinjin asked, changing the subject. "No injuries," he said. "I was just looking for you the whole time." His dismissiveness is really polite, Qi Jinjin thought. She continued, "At first, it was Yoshi, the female half-beast I just saved. She kept leading me. Later, we parted ways, and I followed that half-beast here. He bit my collar with his mouth, which was very uncomfortable." Luo Gu glanced at her briefly and continued, wiping the blood from her face. "Although I wasn't injured, I was knocked out for a few days by that scoundrel's sneaky tricks. In the end, I tracked the grass to find the place just now." "Knocked out for a few days?" Qi Jinjin was shocked. "Let me see if there are any lasting effects." Seeing her nervousness, Luo Gu's anger eased a lot. He held her hand and kept wiping. "I told you it's fine. Are you really okay? That half-beast is good with plants. What if—" "Little one, explain to me why you saved them," Luo Gu interrupted her. Qi Jinjin blinked and had to answer obediently. "I think he's pitiful." "Pitiful?" His reason didn't convince him.
Qi Jinjin nodded.
"That's one reason. Another is, don't you think doing this can win people's hearts?" Luo Gu didn't understand her idea. "I saved his beloved sister, but he pushed me into the most dangerous place. I don't know why he changed his mind in the end, but now he owes me 2 lives, Qi Jinjin said seriously. "He and his sister's lives are saved because of me. With his personality, he won't forget to repay kindness." "His personality?" "Little one, it's only been a few days." Luo Gu was annoyed again. "Anyway, it's all about judging people. I happen to be good at that," Qi Jinjin said. "Besides, I'm a healer. Not saving someone in danger isn't my style. This way, I keep my principles and win people's hearts. It's a good thing.
Ha, good thing.
And think about it, killing him is just for temporary pleasure. It's easy for someone to die, but if you can make life worse than death, which would you choose? Of course, Qi Jinjin was exaggerating a bit. She wanted Luo Gu to understand that killing people casually wasn't right. Some strategy was needed. So that's why you saved them?
Qi Zhensen nodded.
No one knows what the future holds. Maybe they'll repay me someday, right? Luo Gu suddenly smiled, and his smile made Qi Jinjin feel nervous. She thought she had convinced Luo Gu. Someone as clever as him wouldn't need her to repeat herself. Fine, I agree with you. With his affirmative answer, Qi Jinjin's tense heart finally relaxed. This matter was probably over. Luo Gu, can you please not leave me behind in the future? Qi Jinjin looked into his dark eyes, with a hint of pleading. Luo Gu's heart tightened. Maybe the only good thing about her being taken away these days was that she depended on him more. Okay. Qi Jinjin feels happy and excited, and she suddenly hugs him tightly, not even realizing how uncontrollable her feelings are. Lu Gu is surprised by her sudden hug. All his anger and the fear he felt during the journey melt away in that embrace. His little thing is so wonderful. Lu Gu, I brought animal skins for your mate, and I also brought these. Fuya's voice comes from the valley. Qi Jinjin quickly pushes away Lu Gu, her cheeks slightly warm. Fuya jumps down and spreads the animal skins on a stone. Here, your mate. Take a look. Do you like long fur or short fur? Or maybe this smooth fur? Lu Gu continues to help her wipe the blood from her face, without caring about others. Qi Jinjin feels a bit embarrassed and looks over. The fur looks very high quality, probably because of Lu Gu, and everyone is very enthusiastic. This enthusiasm makes her a little cautious, just like the tribe leader's wife said earlier, that the hot spring water she is bathing in is not for everyone. She hopes she is overthinking, and right now she doesn't want to think about these things. Anyway, with Lu Gu here, she can relax completely. Seeing Lu Gu ignore her, Fuya doesn't say anything further and just waits to see if they need anything else. Is it not dry yet? Qi Jinjin tilts her head. He has wiped her face 2 or 3 times. Done. Lu Gu withdraws his hand and looks at Fuya. Please help her check if she has any injuries. Qi Jinjin and Fuya are both surprised. Seeing him stand up and jump into the valley, Qi Jinjin feels warm inside, and her mood brightens. I'll wash myself. No need to trouble you. Qi Jinjin refuses Fuya's help. Fuya doesn't insist. Okay, I'll stay here and watch you. Qi Jinjin still doesn't take off all her clothes. The animal skins Fuya brought are quite long, so she can make a more modest leather skirt herself. Warm water covers her thighs, her waist, and her chest. So comfortable. This is a wonderful hot spring. The Barrow tribe is so lucky to be able to bathe in such warm water all year round. Qi Jinjin rests her head on a stone, letting the rising steam from the water warm her face. This is the most comfortable bath she has had since she arrived here. Your mate, Lu Gu. Fuya's voice comes from behind. I heard that Lu Gu just killed our Barrow tribe's former top warrior? Mako's eyelids flickered open. I don't care what Eki thinks, but I truly want to thank Luo Gu. Finally, someone helped deal with that troublemaker, Fua said with relief. That took advantage of Eki saving his life before and has been doing whatever he wants in the tribe. Hearing her vent, Mako's brow furrowed slightly. She couldn't tell if Fua was genuinely grateful or had other feelings. Eki turned a blind eye to that as terrible actions for the sake of the tribe's survival. Not only in the Balu tribe, but even many pure-blooded outsiders have suffered from that guy, Fua said angrily. Mako's mind flashed again to the gruesome scene of the half-beast's body. Her arms submerged in water suddenly felt prickly with goosebumps. So brutal. Luo Gu's mate, can you tell me how you came to join our Balu tribe? Fua asked. Mako suppressed the image in her mind. Ultimately, this tribe leader just wanted to gather information through her. She didn't dare answer carelessly. Although the tribe leader seemed friendly to Luo Gu, who knew if that was just a surface relationship. Seeing she hadn't spoken, Fua added, Don't be afraid. Our Balu tribe is very friendly to pure-blooded people. Mako frowned. Based on that, she refused to answer any of her questions. If they really were friendly to purebloods, then why turn a blind eye while that half-beast harmed others? To avoid more questions from Fua, Mako quickly finished dressing and stepped out of the water. You're already done washing? The water feels so nice. Why not soak a little longer? Fua saw her come ashore and understood. She didn't want to answer. No, thank you. Mako politely moved toward the animal pelts, choosing one that covered her from chest to knees, then hid behind a large rock to change. After putting it on, Luo-gu jumped down. He had timed it well, probably listening to their movements from the mountain valley. Are you going to wash too? Mako asked when he landed. Of course, he said with a smile, and jumped straight into the hot spring. That makes sense. This water feels so comfortable. Why not enjoy it? To avoid giving Fua a chance to ask more questions, Mako pretended to busy herself with packing her clothes. Her coat was still on Xiao Qian, and there were some bottles in the coat pocket, things like green caterpillars and pomegranate seed powder. She wasn't sad about the coat, but she was upset about the bottles in her pocket. Soon, Luo-gu also finished washing and came ashore. Perhaps because Fuya was present, he took a beast hide to the back of the rocks to change. Let's go. Eki has prepared delicious meat and fruit for you, Fuya said, then climbed up the valley. Qi took a refreshing bath, feeling clear-headed. She looked at Fuya walking ahead and quietly asked Luo-gu, holding his hand, Are you alone? What about Abu and Laya? Is just me not enough? Luo-gu replied. Qi pursed her lips. She didn't mean to look down on Luo-gu. She was just asking casually. Don't worry, I told him to go back first, Luo-gu said, holding her hand again. Yes, Laya's leg was seriously injured. Forcing her to follow would only cause trouble.
But she was a bit worried about the Barrow tribe.
They seemed polite on the surface, but Luo-gu had killed someone from their tribe. She thought for a moment and softly asked, When can we go back? Not in a hurry. Seeing his confident look, Qi didn't want to say much more. Moreover, they hadn't completed the tasks they set out for and had caused so much trouble. Qi felt very frustrated. They followed Fuya back to the Barrow tribe's territory, which was a mountain facing a distant meadow. The cave where Chief Eki lived was at the top of this mountain. Outside the cave was a large open space, surrounded by smaller caves. At this moment, Chief Eki stood in the open space, a big bonfire burning in front of him. On the fire, a long animal resembling a deer was roasting. Next to the fire were several animal hides, with women placing freshly picked fruits on them. This was truly a way to show hospitality. Qi looked back. Standing on this high open space, she could overlook many scenes. Close up, she saw children playing on the grass. From afar, she saw the hunters of the Barrow tribe in the small woods. It was clear that this was a large tribe. Beyond this mountain, many other mountains were also inhabited by the Barrow tribe. Luo-gu, come sit. Chief Eki warmly invited him to sit on a beast hide. Luo-gu's spouse, we sit over here, Fuya also said to Qi. Separate seats? Qi instinctively refused. She didn't want to be separated from Luo-gu. Before she could react, Luo-gu directly put his arm around her shoulders and sat beside Chief Eki. No need. She's with me, Luo-gu said. Fuya looked a bit embarrassed. She glanced at Eki and didn't say much. Not sitting apart from him, Qi felt relieved. After sitting down, Luoga specially picked some very sweet fruits for her. These are special fruits of the Balu tribe. Try them. Qi took the fruits and noticed everyone around was looking in her direction. Their sneaky glances were less obvious than openly staring. Luoga saw her quietly eating and gave a cold glance. The people secretly watching immediately looked away, not daring to meet her eyes. Here, let's prepare some meat. Eki tribe leader looked at Fuya. Fuya quickly went to place the meat over the fire and divide it. Thank you for your hospitality, tribe leader Eki, Luoga said with a polite smile, but his eyes remained cold. The tribe leader shivered and laughed. No need to thank me. By the way, Luoga, Did your father know you came here? No, Luaga replied. Our destination is Chifeng Valley. Who knew an accident would happen on the way, and my people would be captured by you? His anger was obvious. Qi Jinjin listened while eating fruit, trying to understand the tribe leader's true intentions from their conversation. So, it's our fault. Sorry for startling your spouse, Fuya said with some concern. Luaga's wife, I apologize. Suddenly called out. Qi Jinjin was stunned and didn't know what to say. She couldn't just say it was fine, right? She suddenly understood something. She thought the tribe leader probably knew Luaga well. Anyone who dared to invade his things wouldn't stop until everything was turned upside down. So his wife must be trying to get close to her to influence Luaga. As long as she was okay, she could help persuade Luaga. It seemed the tribe leader still had some fear of Luaga, even though he wasn't the head of the tribe yet. Of course, Qi Jinjin also understood Luaga's personality. He was still angry. If she tried to help from the Balu tribe's side, it would only make things worse. However, Fuya was waiting for her attitude, and even Luaga was. Qi Jinjin thought for a moment and said, Fortunately, Luaga arrived just in time. Otherwise, I couldn't bear the consequences alone. Fuya was stunned and understood her stance. Luaga smiled and tore off some hot meat, placing it on a leaf for her. Don't think too much. I'll handle this. Qi Jinjin took it. Chief Eki and Fua exchanged a quick glance, as if they were silently discussing what to say next. Lugu, I'll be honest with you, Chief Eki said directly, without beating around the bush. We don't know about this matter. You killed one of our tribe's greatest warriors. Let's consider that as equal to your spouse's actions. Equal? Lugu's voice grew colder. Does Chief Eki think that our Baili tribe's future leader, Ama, is less important than your former top warrior? Lugu was not only defending himself, but also standing up for her. No, you've misunderstood. Fua quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Like your spouse just said, we're glad you arrived in time, and nothing serious happened. That scoundrel has paid with his life. Even if you're angry now, he's already dead. Hearing Fua's words, Qi Jinjin couldn't help but glance at her again. This tribe leader Ama truly stood by the chief's side. Although she was purebred and lacked the strength of a half-beast, she was very clever and good at handling situations. All right, Lugu, Fua continued, to show our apology, you can make a request of us. As long as we can do it, we'll make it happen.
How about that?
Okay, Lugu agreed readily. Fua didn't expect him to agree so quickly. After a moment, she realized that Lugu was probably just waiting for her to say that so he could get some benefit. Fua wanted to back out, but they had already been attacked and torn apart by him. They had still been treated well, fed, and even taken to hot springs that not everyone could enjoy. Now everything was over, and he was trying to gain something for nothing. Words once spoken are hard to take back. Realizing this late, Fua could only accept her fate. As for this request, I haven't thought of it yet, Lugu said with a slight smile, as if he had just succeeded in his plan. Chief Eki, there's one more thing I hope you can help me with. Chief Eki looked troubled, not even having a chance to refuse. What is it? What's the deal with the Howling Wolf? Lugu asked. The Howling Wolf. Fua was the first to be surprised. Lugu, are you saying there's a Howling Wolf in our tribe? That's impossible. Our tribe can't coexist with a Howling Wolf. Lugu ignored her and kept his gaze fixed on Chief Eki. Fua looked at the chief, her face changing slightly. That I'm also very surprised, Chief Eki said. What's really going on? Do we really have a Howling Wolf in our tribe? She has never been to that half-orc's cave, so she doesn't know that there are many wolf corpses knocked down by green-haired worms inside. Chief Eki nodded. When we arrived, we did find many wolf corpses there. How is that possible? Did that tame the wolves?
But that can't be.
Fuya was very surprised and thought more and more that something was wrong. Qi Jinjin had been listening carefully to their conversation. From Fuya's behavior, it didn't seem like she was lying. Fuya, there is no proof yet that he tamed the wolves, Chief Eki said. It's very likely that there are wolves in our tribe's territory that are chasing prey.
Impossible.
Although wolves are low-level animals, they are very cruel to their prey. If anyone from our tribe had annoyed a wolf, they wouldn't hide it, Fuya confidently said. Qi Jinjin listened to their back and forth and felt that in their minds, wolves were just cruel, low-level animals that no one could tame. They only played with and chased prey, and only communicated with their own kind.
But
What if there is really a way to tame wolves? Qi Jinjin looked up and said. As soon as she spoke, Eki and Fuya looked at her. Luogu's mate, have you seen a tamed wolf? Fuya asked her. Qi Jinjin didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at Luogu's eyes. Seeing him nod gently, she said yes.
impossible.
That actually has the ability to tame wolves? I've never heard of that. Fuya was shocked, and even Chief Eki looked surprised. Wolves are social animals. There should be a leader. If he tames a leader, it's like taming a whole pack, Qi Jinjin explained. Moreover, wolves are also half-orcs, and they can speak human language. As long as their goals are the same, there's nothing they can't do together. What did you say? Half-orc? Fuya was completely shocked, and even Chief Eki's face started to tighten. Qi Jinjin didn't think she was wrong, but Luogu's eyes also showed some surprise when he looked at her. Little one, who told you that wolves are half-orcs? Luogu looked at her seriously and asked. No one told me. Then how do you know wolves are half-orcs? Luogu asked. Although she didn't understand why they all looked so surprised, Qi Jinjin obediently answered his question. I saw it with my own eyes. Saw it with your own eyes? How did you see it? Did you see the whole change process of the Qieling? Fuya asked eagerly as she moved closer. Luogu looked at her displeasedly, slightly turning to block her. Chief Eki hurriedly pulled Fuya back, telling her not to get too close. Qi Jinjin began to realize how serious this was. I saw it with my own eyes. The Qieling turned back into a human, then from a human into a Qieling. All right, I understand. Luogu patted her hand and tore off some meat, placing it on leaves for her. Qi Jinjin understood his meaning. Some things shouldn't be said openly. Chief Eki, this is the matter I want you to help with, Luogu said to the chief. Don't worry, I will find out about this even if you don't ask, the chief replied. Good. Luogu said no more and started eating the meat. Although Fuya no longer approached Luogu's spouse, her gaze stayed on her. Qi Jinjin also let her look, feeling curious herself, whether the Qieling was really half-beast or not. After finishing the meat, perhaps because of Luogu, she felt a bit sleepy. These days, except for the 2 days helping Xiao Qian with treatment, she'd been on edge and tense. Now that Luogu was here, she naturally relaxed a lot. But she felt a bit shy to admit she was sleepy in front of him, who knew when Luogu planned to leave. Also, before that, she had something she wanted to discuss with Luogu alone. Luogu, I see your spouse looks exhausted. Maybe she should rest here a few more days before going back? Fuya suggested. I'll have someone prepare a cave for you to rest. Fuya hesitated at first, but seeing that Luogu didn't seem to object, she quickly arranged for it. It seemed he wasn't in a hurry to leave, and Qi Jinjin couldn't help but relax a bit more. The cave was quickly prepared, not far from the one where Chief Eki lived. Seeing Luogu willing to stay, the chief asked Fuya to take them to the cave. He wanted to go back to the previous place to look for traces of the Qieling. This is it. Fuya cheerfully led them into the cave. It's a temporary setup, a bit small. If you find it uncomfortable, I can have someone prepare a bigger one. Qi Jinjin couldn't help but give this chief's mother a thumbs up, truly a pure-blooded person, very smooth in speech and actions. No need, Luogu said, not wanting to hurt her feelings, since he wouldn't stay long anyway. Inside the cave, Qi Jinjin looked around. It was indeed a small cave, but it was good enough to block the wind and rain. A corner of the cave was covered with 2 thick layers of large, fluffy animal skins, which must have been the bed for sleeping. Check if anything is missing, Fuya said with a smile. If not, you can rest now. Thank you, Qi Jinjin replied politely. You're welcome. Rest well, I won't disturb you, Fuya said before turning to leave. Qi Jinjin was waiting for this chance to be alone with Luogu. She pulled him to the back of the cave and asked, "Do you remember when I was chased by the howling wolf? It was you who appeared and saved me then."
Of course I remember, he said.
He wasn't someone who liked to interfere, but he was very glad he had saved her that day. "Although I was very scared at the time, I remember you kicked a howling wolf and broke its leg. The half-beast wolf I mentioned earlier is that same injured wolf with the broken leg," Qi Jinjin said, looking at him carefully. Luo Gu frowned slightly, clearly surprised by what she said. "The wolf that took me to that half-beast was the lame wolf. It seems to listen to that half-beast, and it was the one who told him about me. That's why I was brought here," Qi Jinjin continued. Luo Gu stayed silent, not saying a word. Qi Jinjin couldn't read his mind, so she told him everything she knew. "I used to think that Yu Bei was controlling the howling wolves, but he only knew their weaknesses," she said, looking at him. "Did you also think that the person behind the howling wolves was him?" Luo Gu's dark eyes narrowed, and he nodded. Qi Jinjin felt a chill in her heart. Why had things become so complicated? At first, she thought finding the green caterpillar that could kill the howling wolves was enough, but not only did she not get it, she almost got forcibly. Still, she wanted to know more. Are the howling wolves just simple animals? They won't turn into humans, right? Luo Gu paused, hesitating whether to discuss this with her. "I want to know," Qi Jinjin said firmly, when she saw his hesitation. Seeing her serious and determined look, Luo Gu smiled and patted her head. "Wouldn't it be better to leave these things to me?" Qi Jinjin shook her head decisively. She disliked being treated like a fool. Even if she pretended not to know anything on the surface, she had to understand these matters clearly. She refused to be naive. Luo Gu also knew her personality, so he had to say that's right. So far, no one has heard of a howling wolf transforming into a human form.
No wonder they were so surprised.
You should know, when the howling wolf is a beast, it is already very cruel to its prey. If it turns into a human and blends into the crowd, who could tell? "Little one, how many howling wolves have you seen that can turn into humans?" Luo Gu asked at this moment. "Just one, the one with the limp," she replied. Luo Gu nodded and then took her hand toward the animal hide. "Don't worry about this matter. Leave it to Chief Ag." Qi Jinjin understood his meaning and guessed his purpose for staying. His approach was quite good, using Chief Ag's help to investigate, especially since it happened in the Below tribe. Qi Jinjin sat on the animal hide and suddenly smiled. "Why are you laughing?" Luo Gu asked suspiciously. "Because of you," she said, her mood suddenly brightening. "Your mother always said you liked to stand out and be different, but to me, you just dislike trouble. Still, when trouble comes, you don't just walk away and ignore it." Luo Gu understood. You can't believe everything your mother says. Yes, he was right. At least, Qi Jinjin thought he was a mature person who wouldn't act impulsively and had strategies. No wonder he was the future leader of their tribe. "Can I ask one more question?" Qi Jinjin asked. "Why do you have so many questions?" Luo Gu glanced at her. Qi Jinjin knew he wouldn't refuse to answer. "Are there more people in the Below tribe than in the Bailey tribe?" "Yes." Luo Gu was a bit surprised she asked that. "How do you know?" "Guess," she said. "Guess?" Luo Gu clearly didn't believe her. Qi Jinjin smiled and asked again, "Are there fewer half-beasts than purebreds in the Below tribe?" "Little one, that's the second question." "Please answer," Qi Jinjin said, glaring at him. Luo Gu sighed and nodded, also curious how she knew. When he first saw her, she didn't even know about the 4 great tribes. No wonder, Qi Jinjin understood the situation of the Below tribe better now. "When I came here before, I happened to meet a group of hunters. They were all purebreds. Did you guess that based on this?" Jinjin Qi shook her head. "It's not just that. Although purebred humans are rare, and the half-beasts are very protective, the Barrow tribe clearly doesn't care as much as your Bailey tribe. They even let that reckless half-beast cause trouble for purebreds everywhere. This shows that purebreds are not considered very rare by the Barrow tribe."
And
what? Luo Gu listened with interest as she analyzed. "And the tribe leader of the Barrow tribe is too respectful to you, the younger generation. Shouldn't he respect me?" Luo Gu asked back. Jinjin Chi smiled slightly. Yes, he should. If he offended you, the Baili tribe could send just half of their half-beasts to wipe out the Barrow tribe. Luogu listened carefully, his smile growing wider. Seeing his expression, Jinjin Chi knew she guessed everything right. Once again, she felt lucky to have Luogu's support. Maybe the only good fortune she had since crossing into this beast-man world. Especially after this event, she saw how powerful Luogu was and understood how hard it is for a purebred to survive here without a strong backing. She finished her questions and felt sleepy. She couldn't help but yawn.
Sleep now.
I'll stay here and watch over you, Luogu said softly. This was definitely the best sleep Jinjin Chi had in days. She didn't even dream. When she woke up again, the cave was dim, probably in the afternoon. She stretched lazily. The animal skins made her sleep so comfortably that even a few layers could serve as a mattress. A mattress? A thought suddenly came to her mind. She planned to implement it when she returned to the Baili tribe. Little one, are you cold? Luogu's voice came from the cave entrance. Jinjin Chi got up and looked.
Did you go out?
No, Luogu said as he approached. I told you I'd stay here and watch over you. She smiled shyly, probably because she heard him say that before sleeping, which made her sleep so peacefully. The tribe leader of Eki has prepared some food, Luogu said as he reached out to help her up.
Zensin nodded.
She guessed the tribe leader would talk about the wolf later. After a quick tidy-up, she followed him outside. The campfire was still burning in the open space, with a freshly hunted prey placed on a spit and a few newly born animals lying nearby. There were clearly more people around the campfire than at noon, mostly strong men. Luogu is here. Come sit down, Fuya called out when they approached. The strong men were curious about what kind of purebred person could make the famous Luogu travel so far to the below tribe. Their attention was drawn to him when he was called. Luogu frowned slightly, silently shielding Chi Jinjin behind him. Don't stare randomly. She has a partner. Fuya coughed softly to remind them. The strong men immediately looked away, not just because of Fuya, but also because of Luogu's cold gaze. Chi Jinjin still sat with Luogu. In front of her was a tasty fruit, and the smell of meat drifted over from the fire. Feeling a bit thirsty after waking up, Chi Jinjin casually took a fruit and ate it. Luogu's partner, when you leave, I'll pick some more of these fruits for you to take on the road and enjoy slowly, Fuya said warmly. Chi Jinjin smiled faintly. Thank you. Once everyone was gathered, they all sat around the fire to eat. Chi Jinjin secretly glanced at the tribe leader Eki, wondering when he would mention the wolf. But she noticed his face was always heavy, as if he had discovered some big secret. Luogu carefully tore meat and placed it on a leaf for Chi Jinjin, but she wasn't looking at him. Little one, Luogu called softly, narrowing his eyes.
Huh.
Chi Jinjin suddenly snapped out of her thoughts and looked at him. Luogu leaned slightly closer, whispering in her ear. What are you looking at? He was too close, and his warm breath brushed her ear, making her feel ticklish. Chi Jinjin shrank back and glared at him. I wasn't looking at anything in particular. Luogu hummed softly and picked up a piece of meat to feed her. This act of feeding her himself surprised the men present. They looked at each other in shock, exchanging astonished glances. Is this really the Luogu they knew? Almost everyone in the four tribes knew that the next leader of the Baili tribe was a person who never approached women voluntarily, not only keeping himself pure but also never having fallen in love. They had also heard that people from the Baili tribe were worried about their future leader's ability to reproduce and had secretly wondered if there was something wrong with him. But now it's clear, there's nothing wrong. He just hasn't met the right person. They are now afraid to randomly investigate this purebred person to avoid unnecessary trouble. Clan leader Eki, did you find anything this afternoon? Luogu noticed she kept thinking about the wolf, so he decided to ask first. Clan leader Eki looked at him with some concern about the purebred person beside him. It seemed he was willing to let this person listen as well. Since he brought these strong people mainly to talk about the wolf, there was no need to hide anything. This afternoon, our people checked all the hills but didn't find any wolf, said clan leader Eki. However, we found many traces of wolves. Yes, for safety, we didn't send anyone after them. I think the lone wolves probably ran away, others added. Have you asked the half-beasts you took away? Luo Gu asked. Clan leader Eki knew he was talking about the other half-beasts who followed that troublemaker. He nodded and said it was a wolf who could turn into a human that approached him, telling him he met a purebred person on the wolf's territory. So, he's guilty of not reporting what he knew, Fuya said, joining in. I've told you before, if you don't control this kind of person, they might cause big trouble later. Clan leader Eki also felt helpless. This was indeed his fault, and he had no excuse. Luo Gu, my biggest worry now is that the wolf might be hiding in human form inside the tribe. That's a serious threat to our Barrow tribe, said clan leader Eki.
Qi Zhenchen listened quietly.
Somehow, this turned into clan leader Eki asking him for help. Luo Gu asked, have you asked everyone who needs to be asked? Clan leader Eki looked confused and uncertain. Are you talking about the 2 people your spouse rescued today? I thought he wasn't allied with that troublemaker. Hearing this, Qi Zhenjin couldn't help but think silently. Isn't it obvious that the tribe leader wouldn't notice this? It seems we need to expand our search and keep the tribe members alert, said clan leader Eki to himself. Luo Gu didn't go into details about his worries. We'll look around tonight. Okay, I'll have a few people go with you, said clan leader Eki, thinking he wanted to help and generously sending some people. No need, Luo Gu replied firmly. I don't like trouble. This made clan leader Eki feel a bit embarrassed, but he agreed that it was true. All right, we'll discuss it again when you return. Then everyone started eating again, and no one mentioned anything about the wolf. However, Qi Zhenjin's doubts were not fully cleared. She waited until they finished eating, then planned to go for a walk with Luo Gu to look for clues. After eating the fruit and meat, it was already very dark. Only after leaving the campfire did Qi Zhenjin feel her calves and arms turn cold. I want to go back to the cave first, she said, thinking Luo Gu would go explore around. Luo Gu responded with a nod. Qi Zhenjin went back to the cave to hang up her clothes, which she had forgotten to do during the day. After hanging her clothes, Fuya came over, carrying a furry animal hide. Luo Gu's mate, I'm worried you'll be cold going out at night, so I brought you these 2 animal hides to wear, Fuya said, handing her the hides. Fuya's kind gesture warmed Qi Zhenjin's heart. She appreciated their friendliness and care. Thank you.
Don't be so polite.
We're all pure-blooded people, so of course we should take good care of you, Fuya smiled. And you're about the same age as my little daughter. Oh, by the way, although half-orcs aren't affected by darkness, I'm still worried you're not familiar with the terrain, so I asked Nina to come with you. She can guide you. Nina is my daughter. Qi Zhenjin was surprised and looked at Luo Gu. Just now, he had directly refused the tribe leader Eki. All right, you 2 go early and return early. Nina will wait outside for you, Fuya said, not giving them a chance to refuse, then turned and left. Qi Zhenjin looked down at the animal hide in her arms, unsure whether she should wear it or not. Luo Gu walked over, took the hide from her, shook it out, then draped it over her shoulders. Do you want to take back the clothes you were wearing earlier? What clothes? Qi Zhenjin asked, confused, then quickly realized he meant the jacket she was wearing earlier. It's okay. This furry shawl is warm too. Luo Gu's dark eyes narrowed slightly, showing some displeasure. Qi Zhenjin blinked, immediately understanding the deeper meaning behind his words. I can take you to where they live, but you can't cause trouble, she said seriously, because he was always hostile toward the males she interacted with. Cause trouble? Luo Gu looked even more unhappy.
Qi Zhenchen nodded.
What if he finds out more clues? If we accidentally erase them, wouldn't the clues be lost? Luo Gu chuckled softly and couldn't help but remind her little one, it seems you've forgotten the purpose of our trip. Purpose? Wasn't it just to find the green caterpillar to deal with the wolf? Momo Chi understands his meaning. He doesn't want her to ask too many questions or make simple things complicated. But from what is happening now, things are already becoming more complicated. Unless she can be sure that the wolves no longer target her. Thinking of this, Momo Chi said, I haven't forgotten. Can we check that place from this morning first? Or, I want to see the wolf's body.
Sure.
Momo-chi was happy, thinking he would refuse. Just as they stepped out of the cave, they saw someone approaching them. Hello, Lu Gu and Lu Gu's partner. My name is Nina. Because it was too dark, Momo-chi couldn't see what Nina looked like, only that she was taller than her. Her voice was crisp, making her seem like a very cute girl. Lu Gu nodded without looking at her and took Momo-chi's hand to walk forward. Nina hesitated, feeling awkward being left behind, unsure if she should follow. But she remembered her mother's words. Her mother said Lu Gu didn't mind her following. Lu Gu, wait for me. Nina took a deep breath, swallowed her embarrassment, and hurried after them. Lu Gu transformed into an animal form, carrying Momo-chi on his back, then jumped down the cliff and ran into the mountain. He was already big and very agile, so he ran very fast. Even so, Momo-chi kept her eyes half closed, observing the scenery around her. Although it was very dark now, the mountains weren't completely black. Many fires flickered in the mountain valleys. These were campfires lit by the Barrow tribe to keep warm. Running through such a mountain landscape didn't feel scary at all. But gradually, the fires became fewer and the light dimmer. Now she couldn't see anything, so she simply lay on Lu Gu's back and waited until they reached their destination. Soon Lu Gu stopped. Momo-chi looked up and could vaguely see the outline of the surroundings. She took out her flashlight and shone around. This was the half-beast man's cave. But just after shining, she heard a noise a few steps away. It was Nina. Momo-chi almost forgot about her, but with Lu Gu's speed earlier, it was impressive that Nina could catch up. Have the corpses been taken away by the Eki tribe leader? Momo-chi asked, withdrawing her gaze. Probably, Lu Gu replied, not very sure about the situation here.
Let's go inside and check.
When she heard about going inside, Momo-chi stopped in her tracks. She didn't want to go in, but she had to. What's wrong? Luo Gu noticed her unusual behavior and asked with a frown. To hide her anxiety from Luo Gu, she could only say, I'm afraid of the dark. Luo Gu frowned and looked into the cave. That wasn't the real reason. She didn't want to go inside. Also, there are scary things inside, Qi Jinjin added. All right, then I won't go in, Luo Gu said. Qi Jinjin clenched her fists, feeling conflicted. She took a deep breath to stay calm. The half-orc was already dead, and Luo Gu was right beside her, so there was no real reason to be scared. She grabbed Luo Gu's hand and said, let's go inside and take a look. Maybe we'll find something else.
Little one, what's so scary inside?
She couldn't say. She almost got embarrassed earlier in the day, or Luo Gu might get angry if she told him. But because she thought that way, she felt a little less afraid. She handed him the flashlight and said, you go in and see. You lead, I'll follow behind. Luo Gu took the glowing object, curious about what was making her so scared. Luo Gu, I'll wait outside for you, Nina called from the side, where she had been standing quietly. Luo Gu ignored her and took Qi Jinjin's hand, walking into the cave. Qi Jinjin hugged her arms and buried her face like an ostrich, her eyes slightly closed as Luo Gu led her forward. Luo Gu moved slowly. The light from the object only shone on one spot, but he didn't need it to see clearly. The sudden silence made Qi Jinjin's heart pound. She was quite nervous about the quiet atmosphere, worried that something scary might jump out from the dark. To break the tense silence, she whispered, be careful when you walk, don't step on anything. Her words made her feel even more scared, because her voice sounded strange and echoey in the empty cave. These are all animal bones. Luo Gu chuckled softly, understanding why she was so frightened earlier. Is there no one here? Qi Jinjin asked casually, recalling that she had accidentally kicked a head earlier when she entered during the day. This isn't a place for burying people, and usually animals don't eat their own kind, Luo Gu explained. With his explanation, Qi Jinjin felt a lot less scared. They quickly entered the cave. Luo Gu handed her a flashlight. Stay here. I'll start a fire. Okay. Qi Jinjin quickly took out a lighter from her backpack and handed it to him. Once the fire was lit, the dark cave became bright and open. Qi Jinjin could clearly see the layout of the entire cave again. The events of the day still vivid in her mind. She tightly gripped the flashlight, her hands and feet feeling cold. She didn't dare imagine what the outcome would have been if Yubai hadn't suddenly stopped her that day. Fortunately, Luogu arrived just in time. Qi Jinjin couldn't help but look at Luogu again. He was exploring the situation inside the cave. As she watched, her heart suddenly started beating faster. She frowned, hurriedly covering her chest. Now, not only was her heartbeat quickening, but her face also felt a bit hot. What's happening to me? Qi Jinjin quickly looked away and focused on the fire in front of her. Little thing, Luogu suddenly called her.
Huh?
Qi Jinjin was startled. All the clues here have been cleared. Let's go, Luogu reached out to her, ready to lead her out. Qi Jinjin blinked and shook her head to refuse. She was the one who wanted to see this place. She hadn't looked around carefully yet. How do you know all the clues have been cleared? Qi Jinjin composed herself and focused. This cave is probably the den of that half-orc. As long as some traces are left, we can find clues. After saying that, she started wandering around the cave. The smell inside was still very unpleasant. Qi Jinjin covered her nose and walked around. Besides finding some leftover bones on the ground, she didn't find anything else. She looked a bit embarrassed at Luogu, who was waiting for her. Suddenly, she had a bright idea, her eyes shining. We've definitely overlooked something.
What?
Animal skins, Qi Jinjin said. I remember there were animal skins in this cave, but now I don't see a single one. Maybe they've been divided. Luogu wasn't surprised by her observation. Qi Jinjin fell silent. Her reason was valid, but she still felt strange about the missing animal skins in that corner. Divided by whom? Chief Eki?
She asked.
Maybe. Why do you ask about those skins? If it's Chief Eki, you should ask him when you have time. Mumu Chi still found those animal hides strange, but she couldn't think of a good reason why. Luogu nodded and recorded her words. There was nothing interesting left in the cave, so after leaving, Mumu Chi wanted to walk around nearby. She wanted to see where the dead howling wolves from the day had been taken, and whether any of the injured wolves that had chased her before were among the dead. Luogu, where are you planning to go next? I can show you the way, Nina asked eagerly, as they came out. Mumu Chi saw that Luogu had no intention of talking to her, so she asked, Nina, are you familiar with this area? Luogu glanced at her, seeming annoyed by her conversation. Of course. Nina quickly replied, there's nowhere in the Barrow tribe I don't know. Do you know where people or animals are buried after they die?
Mumuhi asked.
Buried? Nina was surprised, then thought for a moment and said, we don't bury them. We just throw them into the valley. Oh, she almost forgot this was ancient times, with no proper graves. Mumu Chi smiled awkwardly. Could you take us to the valley where you throw the bodies? Nina hesitated a bit. Huh? Going there so late?
Yes, Mumuhi nodded.
Luogu narrowed his black eyes and looked down at her. This little girl wasn't afraid, but she was scared of the bones in the cave just now. Nina couldn't refuse, so she agreed. All right, I'll take you there. Luogu followed her lead, transforming into a beast form to carry her as they headed to the body-throwing valley. The valley wasn't far, just over 2 small hills. Nina stood on the hillside and pointed to the dark area below. That's the valley where they throw the bodies. Mumu Chi shone her flashlight down, but it was too dark in the valley. There was a layer of fog at this late hour, and with her poor eyesight, she couldn't see clearly inside. Little one, are you looking for the wolf's body? Luogu asked after scanning the area. Mumu Chi nodded. Look, see if there are any wolf bodies down there.
No. Mumuchi felt a bit disappointed.
She was really worried that the injured wolf with the limp might escape. If it did, she'd be on edge all the time. But we still have this, Luogu said, opening his hand to reveal a grass plant. Mumu Chi looked down and was both surprised and happy. This was tracking grass. The reason he found this place was because of the grass core. With this tracking brush, I can now find the wolf that was planted in the orchard long ago. I just don't know if that wolf is alive or dead now. Before looking for the wolf, go get back what you're wearing, Luo said, closing his hand into a fist. He clearly meant to find Yubei, and Gigi couldn't refuse. After all, She had already agreed to check the cave and then come to this valley, where the body was discarded. But since it was so dark and the night so thick, even if she knew the way, she couldn't see clearly. She had to ask Nina for help. Nina, do you know which part of these mountains has the most small forests? Small patches and near streams. Nina thought for a moment and remembered a place. Without hesitation, she led them straight there. After running through the mountains for a while, Nina slowed down and said, Luo's partner, these mountains all have large patches of small forests. Are you looking for this place? Gigi looked around with her flashlight. In the night, everything seemed the same. Nina, please take us to a place nearby with a stream, Gigi asked. Okay. Nina jumped up and ran ahead. Soon, Gigi faintly heard the sound of flowing water, and she thought they must be close. Luo's partner, is this the stream? Nina stopped in front of the stream. Gigi shined her flashlight around but wasn't completely sure. After thanking Nina, she said to Luo, follow the stream downstream. I think I won't be wrong. As they walked, she used her flashlight to look at the small forest nearby. She hadn't stayed long in that forest, but she had explored every part of its terrain. As long as she passed by, she would recognize it. Nina, who hadn't brought a map, obediently followed behind them, occasionally looking around and glancing at the large, strong white beast not far ahead. The night didn't swallow him. Instead, a faint moonlight shone on his soft white fur, making him look like a king patrolling at night, imposing and dazzling, not easily approached. Nina was staring at him, almost lost in her thoughts. That should be it, Gigi suddenly said. Stop, Luo. Hearing the voice of Luo's partner, Nina shook her head and looked around. Gigi aimed her flashlight at the small forest and shone upward, toward the mountain top, where she had been seen by the wolf before. Yes, this is it, Gigi said, transforming into a human form and walking into the forest. Nina also transformed into a human form and curiously asked, Luo Gu's partner, how do you know about this place? Hearing Nina's question, Qi Jinjin looked back at her. It seemed she was indeed sent by Fuya. Qi Jinjin smiled at her, but did not answer. Nina didn't say anything either, knowing she wasn't ignoring her, just unwilling to reply. Qi Jinjin followed the path from her memory and finally reached the tree. She looked up at the tree. The thick leaves made it impossible to see the hole, let alone tell if there was firelight inside to confirm someone was there. This entrance is hard to find. You go first and jump up, Qi Jinjin said, worried he might act alone and do something scary. Luo Gu hugged her waist and climbed onto the tree trunk. Nina looked up from below, unsure whether to follow and take a look, but felt that 3 people on the trunk might be too crowded. Forget it. She decided to wait and see. After jumping onto the trunk, Qi Jinjin pushed aside the dense leaves and saw the flickering firelight inside the hole. That's it, she said, grabbing Luo Gu's hand tightly because she still needed him to jump down into the cave. Luo Gu looked down at her hand and chuckled softly, little one. Are you afraid of heights? His teasing tone made Qi Jinjin roll her eyes and say, Don't leave me behind. They headed toward the tree hole. Qi Jinjin wanted to peek inside, but was blocked by Luo Gu. Come out quickly, Luo Gu said coldly, without even glancing at the hole. It seemed they had already been discovered. Thinking about it, half-beasts have much stronger senses than pure humans. Big sister. A small voice called from inside the hole. Did you come here just to see, brother? Qi Jinjin could already imagine how angry Luo Gu looked now. She thought it was better to stay silent and control his temper. Little one. Wait here. Luo Gu pushed her hand away and prepared to jump down. Qi Jinjin quickly grabbed him with both hands. I want to go down with you. Luo Gu looked at her sideways. What if I accidentally fall while you're leaving me alone here? Qi Jinjin was worried he might be influenced by Xiao Qian's words. And I don't want to be separated from you. Not even a step. Hearing this, Luo Gu felt comfortable inside. He smiled and hugged her waist, then jumped into the hole together. They landed steadily on a clearing next to a small stone mountain where a fire was burning, illuminating the entire cave. Mumu saw at a glance that Yu Bei and Xiao Qian were there. Yu Bei was sitting on a pile of dry grass, looking unwell, with herbal bandages on his arm. Xiao Qian's situation was similar to her brother's, with leftover herbal debris on her body. It seemed Xiao Qian risked sunburn to go find herbs for Yu Bei. She had been teaching her well these days. Mumu quickly looked at their condition, and Luo Gu was already walking toward them. She hurried to follow, worried they might fight. Big sister. Xiao Qian knew she wasn't alone, but seeing the half-beast with her still scared her because of his imposing presence. Don't be afraid, he won't hurt you, Mumu smiled at her gently. Xiao Qian didn't know the full story. She was innocent, and Mumu didn't want to involve her in any trouble. As for Yu Bei, although he looked weak, he kept a cautious eye on them since they arrived, not relaxing at all. Luo Gu stood in front of Yu Bei, looking down at him with an oppressive gaze that almost made Xiao Qian cry. Mumu, Xiao Qian has nothing to do with this. Yu Bei looked up at her, seeming to ask for understanding. Mumu sighed inwardly and reached out to Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian, come with me. I have a few questions to ask you. Who do you think you are to boss her around? Luo Gu suddenly grabbed her outstretched hand and said coldly. Xiao Qian shrank back, hiding behind her brother, feeling a little scared of the half-beast beside her. She's just a little girl. Look how scared you made her. Mumu glared at him and pushed his hand away, holding Xiao Qian's hand. Xiao Qian, come with big sister. Mumu held Xiao Qian's hand and walked toward the campfire. Luckily, the fire wasn't too far, so she could listen in on what they were saying. Big sister, does he really not hurt my brother? Xiao Qian asked softly, looking toward that side with fear. No, I'm watching over him. Mumu smiled at her. By the way, Yushi, how is she? Yushi is badly hurt. Someone is taking care of her where she lives, Xiao Qian replied. That's good. Mumu was still worried her injuries might get worse, but considering she managed to help, she hoped she would be okay. At that moment, Luo Gu spoke up and Mumu quickly focused her ears to listen. What's going on with the wolf? Luo Gu asked directly. Yu Bei knows his purpose for coming and also knows that he only let him go during the day out of respect for Qi Jejia. Surprisingly, he actually held back his frustration to save face. Thinking about it, someone like Qi Jejia, who is purebred, probably can't be replaced. Lu Gu saw that he was silent and clenched his fists tighter. Shirling, what's going on? Yu Bei, injured, couldn't act tough in front of him. Besides me, no one knows Shirling's weakness. You can't control them with weaknesses, Lu Gu said lazily. Yes, that's just my way of protecting myself, Yu Bei sneered. If you want to find clues about Shirling, go to the crater. The crater? Qi Zhenjin, who had sharp ears, heard these words. Lu Gu got the information he wanted, restrained his urge to scold him, and bent down to pick up Qi Zhenjin's coat to leave. Seeing the movement, Qi Zhenjin quickly said to Xiao Qian after this, just follow the herbal medicine I taught you. Gradually increase your sun exposure, and you'll recover soon. Big sister, are you leaving? Xiao Qian was reluctant. Qi Zhenjin nodded. I didn't really belong here anyway. Then, big sister, will we see each other again? Xiao Qian asked sadly.
Well,
Qi Zhenjin wasn't sure either. The world is so big, and meeting again on this Beastman continent depends entirely on fate. Fate will bring us together again, Qi Zhenjin said as Lu Gu approached. Xiao Qian, take good care of yourself. Xiao Qian nodded sadly and watched them leave. Outside the tree hole, Qi Zhenjin put on her coat, still preferring her own comfortable clothes. But she didn't expect Lu Gu to be so quick, just a few words, and he got the information he wanted. The crater should be nearby. Let's go to the crater now. Shoo. Lu Gu raised his index finger to cover her lips. Qi Zhenjin was stunned, looked down at his finger, and her lips trembled involuntarily, like being electrocuted. Let's get rid of the trouble below first. Lu Gu didn't notice her reddening face and withdrew his finger, wrapping his arm around her waist and jumping down. Nina, watching from afar, asked as they jumped down, "How is it? Did you find anything?" Seeing her eager question, Qi Zhenjin felt a bit worried. Meeting here in front of Nina might expose Yu Bei and Xiao Qian's location. But on second thought, It probably wasn't a real reveal. After all, they are from the same tribe. But Luo Gu's idea was quite the opposite. Since Fuya wanted someone to follow them, he decided to take matters into his own hands. If he couldn't confront the half-beast man directly in front of the little one, he would let others help him vent his anger. Nina didn't get an answer from the two of them and felt a bit upset. However, because of her mother's instructions, no matter how unhappy she was, she couldn't just turn around and leave. Thank you, Nina. It's so late, and you're still helping us find our way. Qi Jinjin thought of a way to shake her off. It's getting late, and we're ready to go back. Already so soon? They had only visited 2 places.
Qi Zhensin nodded.
I'm a pure-blooded person. If I keep wandering, I'll get too cold. Nina nodded understandingly. Okay. Qi Jinjin smiled and sat on Luo Gu's back. She believed Luo Gu understood what she meant. As long as he ran fast enough so Nina couldn't catch up, that would be fine. If Nina couldn't catch up, she would think they had already gone back and would obediently return. Sure enough, Luo Gu ran at a speed no one could match. The cold wind cut sharply against her face, making her feel quite uncomfortable. She had to bury her head in his soft, long fur. They ran for a while, and Qi Jinjin felt the wind lessen. That meant Luo Gu had slowed down. She looked back with her flashlight. Although it was pitch dark behind her, there was no sign of anyone catching up. After running a bit longer, Luo Gu stopped on a mountain peak. Do you even know where the crater is? Qi Jinjin held her flashlight and looked around. The fog on the mountain top was thick, and her light couldn't it. You could have refused Nina to be our guide. And even if we were heading to the crater, there's no need to ditch her. The crater should still be in the Paluo tribe's territory, right? Luo Gu glanced at her, but didn't explain. Is the crater below the mountaintop? Qi Jinjin tried to walk forward, but the thick fog made it hard to see the path. Don't wander around. Luo Gu quickly grabbed her hand, speaking seriously. Qi Jinjin froze, afraid to move, worried that one wrong step might cause her to fall off the mountain. Luo Gu looked around, then turned and walked in another direction, holding her hand. Her flashlight couldn't pierce the fog, so she aimed it at the ground to avoid tripping over rocks. She sensed that Luo Gu was looking for a way down the mountain. Most of the path was downhill, and as they descended, the fog gradually thinned. Soon, they reached the middle of the mountain. At the same time, Qi Jinjin saw the view outside the cliff. Below the cliff is a bare, empty area with no green plants. This barren land is either yellow dirt or rocks, looking very desolate. Because it looks so empty, it makes people feel very uneasy. That's the sinkhole, Luo Gu said, looking at the bare area below the cliff. Qi Jinjin guessed what it was. Right now, they could only see a rough view of the sinkhole from where they stood. To see it clearly, they would need to go down there. Luo Gu continued leading her down the mountain. Qi Jinjin couldn't help but tighten her coat. A cold wind blew on her exposed legs, making the atmosphere feel very creepy. Finally, they reached the bottom of the mountain. Qi Jinjin stood outside the sinkhole, her scalp tingling. Are you scared? Luo Gu noticed her hands sweating. Qi Jinjin snapped back to herself and shook her head. I'm not that timid. People here don't bury bodies. They throw them into valleys or similar places, letting them rot or be eaten by animals like eagles. So, the sinkhole is full of white bones, far more than in that half-beast man's cave. There are not only bones but also bodies that haven't fully decayed. These bodies probably haven't been here long, so animals have torn them apart into pieces. The night and the scene together are quite creepy. This sinkhole looks pretty big, and it's full of rocks. How are we going to find anything? Qi Jinjin held up her flashlight and looked around. All she saw were bones or mutilated corpses. Use this, Luo Gu took out some tracking grass. Qi Jinjin's eyes lit up. She almost forgot about the tracking grass. But she wasn't quite sure how to use it, so she still needed Luo Gu to do it. Luo Gu held her hand with one hand and pinched the tracking grass with the other, searching inside the sinkhole. He walked very slowly, probably worried that Qi Jinjin might be scared. But after a while, she started looking around more boldly, so he quickened his pace. Soon, with the help of the tracking grass, they found the bodies of the howling wolves. There were about 6 or 7 wolves, all stiff and frozen. It looked like they had been knocked down by green-haired insects. Qi Jinjin broke free from Luo Gu's hand and used her flashlight to closely examine the wolves, looking for that injured wolf with a limp. Unfortunately, she didn't find it. "Are all the dead wolves here?" Qi Jinjin asked, frowning as she stood up. Luo Gu nodded and released the tracking grass. The grass floated in the air for half a second before drifting onto the body of a snarling wolf. The flashlight also illuminated the wolf's corpse. At first glance, the stiff wolf looked somewhat familiar. "Isn't this the same wolf that escaped from the orchard earlier?" Qi Jinjin asked in surprise. "Yes," Luo Gu replied calmly, much more composed than her. "The tracking grass can only follow this one wolf now." Qi Jinjin understood his meaning. Since the tracking grass could only track this wolf, and now that the wolf was dead, the clue was gone. She sighed in disappointment. There were no signs of the injured wolf now. What should she do? "Little one," Luo Gu called softly.
"Huh?"
She responded, feeling a bit down. "Before I arrived today, what exactly happened in the cave?" Luo Gu asked quietly, his tone cold. Qi Jinjin froze. Why was he asking that? Just moments ago, she had said she was afraid of the eerie white bones when entering the cave. "Tell me the truth," Luo Gu said, his tone even colder. Qi Jinjin licked her dry lips and replied, "Nothing happened." "Then why are you so afraid of that cave?" "Because there are a lot of strange bones inside. I think they might be human," she said softly, lowering her head, sounding guilty even to herself. "You're not afraid of the valley or the bodies in the pit, so why fear those bones?" Luo Gu knew she was lying and exposed her. She was speechless, unable to respond. "Little one, answer me," Luo Gu said, stepping in front of her, grabbing her shoulders and questioning her again. Qi Jinjin clenched her fists and stayed silent. She didn't want to answer or revisit that disgusting scene. But Luo Gu seemed determined to hear her answer, and they stood there in a tense standoff. Seeing she had no intention of speaking, Luo Gu frowned, his face serious, and asked, "Did someone touch you?" As soon as he said that, Qi Jinjin's body trembled involuntarily. "Was it that I tore apart?" Qi Jinjin clenched her fists tightly, holding back her anger.
"Stop asking."
"Did he really touch you?" Luo Gu's expression darkened, and anger radiated from him. But he wasn't the only one angry. Qi Jinjin was also furious. She had already dismissed that incident, but he kept bringing it up. Which girl would want to keep talking about such a disgusting thing? Although that half-orc didn't succeed in the end, he still left many shadows in her heart. Some shadows are temporary, while others can stay with you for a lifetime. She considers herself a strong person inside, able to handle this on her own, but Luo Gu. Her anger also burst out from her heart. She broke free from Luo Gu's grip on her shoulders and said, "Do you not know whether you've touched me? Can't you tell if a purebred person has been touched by a half-orc? If you know everything, why are you still asking me?" Luo Gu had no idea why she was angry. "Little one, I am just worried about you." "Thank you for your concern," she replied. "But what kind of concern is that? It's like adding salt to a wound." Qi Jinjin didn't want to argue with him anymore and turned to leave. Luo Gu quickly blocked her way. "Do you understand what I mean by touch? Did he really touch you?" Still asking. Qi Jinjin clenched her fists so tightly they almost hurt. Originally, she thought that if she didn't think about that cave, she wouldn't remember that disgusting scene, but every time Luo Gu spoke, her mind would flash back to the scene where that half-orc pressed her down. Disgusting, angry, and helpless. "Luo Gu, can you stop talking?" Qi Jinjin held back her last breath and said calmly. Seeing her reaction, Luo Gu already had the answer in his heart. He suddenly hugged her tightly. "Why are you doing this?" Qi Jinjin was stunned and struggled to push him away. "I'm sorry."
"What?"
His voice was very soft, so soft she didn't hear clearly at first. He was apologizing. Qi Jinjin no longer resisted and let him hold her. The anger that had just surged up seemed to be completely melted away by his gentle words. Perhaps if she thought from his perspective, she shouldn't be angry or blame him. At least he came, and at least nothing worse had happened. Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin gradually relaxed, and her fists loosened. I've never been afraid before, but this time I was truly scared. His voice sounded in her ear, very different from before, with a gentle tone. Luckily, I arrived in time. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin's heart pounded fiercely, and her cheeks felt warm. What he said was so easy to misunderstand. He came rushing over because he couldn't tolerate anyone invading what was marked on her. From beginning to end, she thought that in his eyes, she was only a purebred person capable of reproduction. Plus, she was so precious and rare. But why did this idea make her feel sad inside? At the same time, Qi Jinjin had to admit in her heart that on this dangerous orc continent, the only person she could rely on was Luo Gu. Whether he saw her only as a purebred for reproduction or not, in her heart, the first person she thought of in danger was him. Luo Gu, she spoke, besides being a purebred to help you reproduce, what else am I to you? Your partner, he said without hesitation. This answer surprised Qi Jinjin. She thought Luo Gu wouldn't answer because, to him, she probably only served the purpose of reproduction. I want you to always stay by my side. Wherever I am, you'll be there too, Luo Gu added. But he quickly realized this was a bit problematic and corrected himself. Wherever you go, I will go too. Qi Jinjin was amused by his words. His respect earlier wasn't just talk. Little one, don't be angry.
I don't like seeing you upset, he said.
Qi Jinjin frowned and asked sideways, are you saying these things because you don't like to see me angry? What I just told you is all my true feelings, Luo Gu said very seriously. Do you know what it means to promise oneself in love? Qi Jinjin asked unexpectedly. What? Luo Gu pretended not to know. Qi Jinjin didn't notice and continued. In our world, for a hero saving a beauty, the beauty's way of thanking him is to promise herself. Since you've saved me so many times, I'll also promise myself to you. Promise myself? Luo Gu's dark eyes lit up, but he pretended not to understand the meaning of the phrase. What does that mean? Qi Jinjin was speechless. How could she explain this phrase again? It's literally the meaning. Now, he probably wouldn't ask about the cave anymore, and she indeed had the thought of promising herself to him at that time. Whether he was sincere or not, at least in his heart, he had subtly stopped seeing her as just a purebred for reproduction. It's so cold here. Let's talk about this when we go back, Qi Jinjin struggled to say. Luo Gu was happy she said that, but he still wanted to know what his little one experienced in the cave. Were you just changing the subject with me earlier? Why does he insist on asking so clearly? Were all his questions just to comfort me? Does he plan to wait until I calm down before asking again?
He really meant that.
Little one, you're willing to give yourself to me, so why won't you tell me what wrongs you've suffered? Qi Jinjin's face stiffened. Fine, he clearly knew what giving oneself meant, but pretended not to understand. Besides me, I won't allow anyone to bully you, he said firmly. Moreover, I wouldn't even dare to hurt you. Since he's already talking like this, Qi Jinjin could only say, yes, he touched me. Where did he touch you? Luo Gu's eyes instantly turned cold. Qi Jinjin closed her eyes gently. The images she didn't want to face flooded back. Besides your face and neck, where else did he touch you? Luo Gu's cold voice came from above. That scoundrel, the half-beast man, was already dead, killed by his own hand. Even if he knew more details, could he really be so angry as to punish her after death? Qi Jinjin's temper flared again because of his questions. Why are you asking so carefully? If he touched me somewhere, are you going to cut off that part of me? I'm already scared enough. Why do I have to think about these bad things? Let me go. Luo Gu not only didn't let go but held her even tighter. Her words also woke him up with a slap. His stubbornness and anger didn't truly care for her. Instead, they hurt him once more. Fine, I won't ask anymore. Don't be afraid. From now on, with me here, no one will dare to touch you, Luo Gu said decisively. Qi Jinjin wanted to curse silently. Men's words are just lies. Who knows what will happen in the future? Can we go back now? Qi Jinjin asked, struggling without success. Luo Gu finally released her. Yes. Qi Jinjin heaved a sigh of relief, finally no longer worrying about this. They walked down together, one in front, one behind. Qi Jinjin was holding his hand, walking behind him. Just looking at the back of his head, she could tell he was holding back his anger. He was too domineering, and it made him so angry himself. Compared to that, she suddenly felt that the humiliation in the cave wasn't so terrible after all. Maybe it was because of Luo Gu? Qi Jinjin looked at the back of his head, feeling a bit lost in thought. Suddenly, she stumbled, as if she tripped over something, losing her balance and falling forward. She let out a cry and bumped right into Luo Gu's back. Oh no! Little one, are you still angry? Luo Gu turned around and supported her, thinking she was doing it on purpose. Qi Jinjin covered her forehead, feeling embarrassed to look at him.
No.
Luo Gu chuckled softly, bent down, and carried her in his arms, continuing to walk forward. Qi Jinjin wrapped her arms around his neck, wishing she could dig a hole and hide her face inside. The path up the mountain was harder to walk than down, but for Luo Gu, it was not difficult at all. Soon, Luo Gu reached the top of the mountain carrying her, then turned into a beast form and carried her back quickly. On the way back, Qi Jinjin blew the wind and thought about what to do next regarding the wolf. Lost in her thoughts, they arrived outside a resting cave. Luo Gu. As soon as they stopped, Qi Jinjin heard Nina's voice. She hurried over from the darkness, looking anxious. "You've finally come back," Nina said, relieved. "Where have you been? Didn't you say you'd return just now?" Qi Jinjin understood that Nina had been waiting here for them. Luo Gu isn't very familiar with this terrain and he ran fast, so it took us some time to find the way back. Really? Nina questioned, but she didn't dare to doubt. Yes, Qi Jinjin nodded, showing no sign of lying. Thanks for your trouble, Nina. You should go back and rest now. Nina looked at them suspiciously, but didn't ask more. All right, rest early too. After watching Nina's figure disappear into the night, Qi Jinjin turned and headed toward the cave. The cave was dark and a bit cold inside. Fortunately, someone had already sent over some branches, so Luo Gu started a fire first. Qi Jinjin wrapped her coat tightly and watched him light the fire. Suddenly, he asked coldly, "Is it cold when you sleep these nights?" "Not too bad." "Not cold?" Luo Gu lit a branch and tilted his head to ask. Qi Jinjin blinked, unsure why he kept asking about such a trivial thing. "It's not too cold, manageable." "So, how do you sleep?" Luo Gu knew her body well. When they were in the Bai Li tribe, if she didn't rely on his beast form's warmth, she might freeze overnight. And during the many nights she had been gone, he didn't dare to think about whether his little one was lying in another half-beastman's arms for warmth. Thinking about this possibility made Luo Gu so angry, he snapped a thick branch in his hand. Qi Jinjin. So, being too overbearing wasn't a good thing after all. Look at this. She's angry again. Mako listened carefully to understand the true meaning of his questions, then silently opened her backpack and took out a sleeping bag. Luckily, she always packs her things, so the sleeping bag wouldn't be left in the small cave. "Do you remember this?" Mako spread the sleeping bag in front of him. It looked familiar. If I remember correctly, the little one called it a sleeping bag. I told you about it before. It's a magical thing that keeps a constant temperature. When it's cold outside, I don't feel cold inside. Mako said, "Thanks to it, I haven't been frozen at night these days." "So you've been sleeping inside it these days?" Luo Gu looked pleased. "Yes," Mako nodded, joking a little. "Want to try it tonight? Or you can watch me sleep inside, and see if I wake up cold in the middle of the night." Luo Gu narrowed his eyes and asked, "How many people can it sleep?"
"One."
"It's a single sleeping bag," Mako replied. "But it's quite big. If you squeeze, maybe 2 people can barely fit."
2 people.
Luo Gu whispered. Mako immediately understood and hurried to explain. "Don't overthink it. I've been sleeping alone inside it these days." "I'm not overthinking," Luo Gu said with a slight smile. "If you want to try, where will you sleep tonight?" "Well, that's true. How about we squeeze together?" Without another word, Mako packed up the sleeping bag. If they squeezed, they would be pressed close together inside it. She'd rather curl up under his furry belly than squeeze into a tiny sleeping bag with him. After packing the sleeping bag and putting her backpack away, the cave was brightly lit by the fire and the temperature gradually rose. Mako touched her still-drying clothes and pants, which felt cold. She then placed them near the fire to dry. Suddenly, her face stiffened as she reached into her jacket pocket and paused. Her jacket pocket held a small bottle, which contained green caterpillars. But now it seemed like there were a few more bottles. What's wrong? Luogu saw her face change and asked. Mako didn't answer. Instead, she took out all the small bottles from her jacket pocket and placed them in front of her. Green caterpillars. Luogu glanced at them, not looking too surprised. All green caterpillars. Mako carefully examined each bottle. And the bottle I used for pomegranate seeds also has green caterpillars. Luogu still looked unimpressed. What are pomegranate seeds? They are the seeds of a kind of fruit. Now is not the time to explain. Qi checked her clothes and coat pockets and found some medicinal herbs, all of which can be used to treat injuries. An idea suddenly came to her. These items were all secretly placed there by Yu Bei. She had no idea when he had done it. Perhaps this was his special way of apologizing? During the day, Leader Eiji was worried that the wolf might sneak into the crowd. Maybe you can help them, Qi said, keeping her thoughts to herself as she looked at the green caterpillars in the bottle. Luogu understood she was asking for his opinion, so he asked, "How can I help?" Qi glanced at the number of green caterpillars, deciding that leaving a small group and a pair of male and female caterpillars was fine. Moreover, the below tribe mostly consists of purebred people, so keeping some green caterpillars would make her feel more at ease. Luogu smiled and said, "All right, tell Fui about it tomorrow."
Me?
Qi was surprised and smiled shyly. "Are you sure?"
Yes.
It seemed Luogu wanted to give her credit. By having her come up with the plan and provide the green caterpillars, the below tribe wouldn't just thank Luogu. Now that we have green caterpillars, when do you plan to go back? With these caterpillars, Qi no longer fears the wolf as much. Let's wait until tomorrow. Rest now. Luogu stood up and sat on a nearby animal hide. Qi didn't hesitate. After packing up the bottles and herbs, she also went to rest. When she lay down, Luogu transformed into his beast form, wrapping her around the waist, with his tail draped over her as a blanket. This familiar, warm fur gave her a strong sense of security. She thought she could finally sleep soundly tonight. What a pity about my pomegranate seeds, Qi mumbled, nestled in the warm fur. I secretly ground them, but they turned out to be useless. This was the second time she mentioned the pomegranate seeds. Luogu asked, "What are they for?" "They're pretty much useless on their own. Eating pomegranate fruit doesn't include the seeds, but if you burn the seeds and grind them into powder, they become very useful," Qi explained. The powder isn't easy to detect, and if spilled on someone, it causes intense itching all over the body and small, ugly bumps. Luogu nodded in understanding. "So, you plan to use these pomegranate seeds against them?"
Yes.
"Then why didn't they work?" Luogu asked back.
Oh.
Qi suddenly realized she had dug herself into a hole and jumped into it. "I had no choice but to prepare this, and I didn't know when you would catch up. We were all in the wild at the time. If I used the pomegranate seed powder to knock them all out, do you think a purebred person like me could handle some sudden dangers?" Quickly, Qi thought of a reason to cover up. "Besides, I also came up with other ways to delay time." That's true. She really shouldn't underestimate her little companion. "I'm tired. Let's sleep." Qi thought if she kept digging herself into a hole, it would be better to close her eyes and rest. But she had slept all afternoon today, and now she felt very energetic. Luogu curled his tail and prepared to rest as well. Qi closed her eyes and listened to Luogu's breathing. He must be the most exhausted. Although he casually said he was dizzy from a trick for a few days, with his personality, once conscious, he would definitely rush over day and night without stopping. And today, he even tore apart that half-orc, and it seemed he didn't rest in the afternoon. He ran to several places tonight. Qi Jinjin felt very sorry for him. She slowly opened her eyes. His head was just in front of her, with beast pupils closed, breathing steady, probably already asleep. Looking at him like this, she found herself somewhat captivated. Maybe because she's been single for so long, even looking at wild beasts makes her think they have delicate features and handsome looks. The next morning, Qi Jinjin woke up on a pile of fluffy animal skins. The campfire in the cave was still burning small flames, and no one was around. She hurriedly turned over and sat up. There was no sign of Luo Gu in the cave either. For a moment, Qi Jinjin thought that everything that happened yesterday was just a dream, and Luo Gu had never appeared. But she knew they were in the cave of the Barrow tribe, so Luo Gu should have gotten up early for something. She stopped thinking too much and put on her dried clothes, ready to go out and take a look. Just as she was dressed, someone entered the cave from outside. "You're awake?" Seeing it was Luo Gu, Qi Jinjin breathed a sigh of relief. "Where did you go?" Looking for Chief Eki, Luo Gu saw her anxious face and knew she was probably scared because she didn't see anyone after waking up. "Don't worry, I said I wouldn't leave you." "Who's afraid?" Qi Jinjin said nonchalantly, not promising anything. "Is there something urgent about finding Chief Eki?" "It's nothing urgent, just asking about the animal skins," he replied. "Animal skins?" It seems he really remembered everything she said. "Let's go see the animal skins together later." Luo Gu extended his hand to her. "Come on, I'll take you to get some water first." Luo Gu took her to a nearby stream. There were many people by the stream, mostly women and children. When they reached the water, their presence drew a lot of attention. As outsiders, they looked very out of place by the stream. Luo Gu didn't mind the looks because they were all women. But Qi Jinjin felt uncomfortable being watched constantly. It was awkward. She quickly took a few sips of water, washed her face, and then pulled Luo Gu to leave. Luo Gu's partner. Fuya waved at them when they returned to an open space. "Just hunted some fresh game." The fire there was relit, and several animals lay beside it, still bloody. Nina was helping arrange some fruit, and leader Eki was talking with a few men. When they saw Luo Gu, everyone dispersed. While eating meat, Nina was also there, and Qi Jinjin noticed she kept secretly watching her. Leader Eki mentioned his plans for the future to Luo Gu. Luo Gu replied, "Regarding the Qialang, my partner can help you."
"What?"
Leader Eki looked doubtful and suspicious. Luo Gu was annoyed by his doubt. Leader Eki awkwardly smiled and looked at Qi Jinjin. Qi Jinjin took a small bottle with green caterpillars from her coat pocket and handed it to Fuya. "This is called green caterpillar." Fuya took the small bottle, which held only a few tiny green worms she had never seen before. This green caterpillar is a natural enemy of the Qialang. They can make the Qialang itch all over until they die, Qi Jinjin explained. Inside, there is one male and one female worm, and the rest are small worms. The small worms can be used in emergencies. The female worms can be raised carefully to produce more. Everyone looked at the worms with some surprise, not quite believing that such tiny worms could kill the Qialang. "Do you have any black trees?" Qi Jinjin asked. After some hesitation, Nina said, "If I remember correctly, there are a few on the mountain. I don't know if they are black trees, but their leaves look the same as what's inside this." "That should be the black trees," Nina added. She also thought that Yubei might be using those trees to raise the green caterpillars. The green caterpillars mainly eat the leaves of black trees.
"Just feed them this."
Luo Gu's partner, "Can these worms really deal with the Qialang?" Fuya asked skeptically. This was a matter of life and death, so they couldn't afford to joke around. Jinjin expected they would have this reaction, so she said, "Chief Eki saw the wolves that died yesterday. Those wolves died because of green caterpillars. Their bodies were stiff, and there were almost no bite marks." Chief Eki thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Thank you for your help." "You're welcome." Jinjin smiled politely. After eating the meat, Chief Eki prepared to show them the animal skins they divided yesterday. Nina wanted to go along but was stopped by Chief Eki. Strangely, Chief Eki didn't bring anyone else, as if looking at the animal skins was a big secret. Jinjin didn't ask much, and just followed Luogu. The two beasts wandered through the mountains and finally stopped at the foot of a mountain with only one cave. The cave was very hidden. From the outside, you couldn't see it. You had to pass through several thick-leaved trees and part some heavy vines to see it. Using such a secret cave just to store animal skins seemed a bit too grand for such a small purpose. Inside the cave was very dark, and she couldn't see anything. Jinjin was about to take out her flashlight when Chief Eki suddenly produced a light source from somewhere. It looked like a glowing stone. "What's this?" Jinjin put away her flashlight and asked in surprise. "This is a glowing stone," Chief Eki said. "I was worried you wouldn't see the way inside, so I brought it out for you." Jinjin looked at the stone carefully and took it cautiously. "Is it bright enough?" "I have a few more," said Chief Eki. He then moved some stones from a corner and took out 2 more from underneath. The combined light of 3 stones was almost as bright as her flashlight. The stones looked like luminous pearls. Luminous pearls? Jinjin suddenly remembered something and quickly took out her bronze mirror to check. Species: Night Bright Stone Habit. A glowing stone used as a light source. Rare and hard to find, usually in steep caves. Era: Ancient times. This night bright stone really looked like a luminous pearl, even sharing the same name. But such rare and hard-to-find stones. How could Chief Eki have so many? "What's wrong?" Chief Eki asked, puzzled by her action. Jinjin put away her bronze mirror, shook her head, and said nothing more. After all, as a tribe leader, everyone has a hobby of collecting treasures. "Let's go." Luogu took a small stone from her hand and used it to light the way. Under the glow of the luminous stone, Jinjin gradually saw the inside of the cave clearly. This cave was a hidden treasure place. No wonder it was so well concealed. Leader Eiji didn't bring anyone else here. As they walked inside, Jinjin saw many strange and unusual things. Odd-shaped bones, various animal skins, and some objects she had never seen before. Leader Eiji led them straight to a pile of animal skins and said, "These skins are the ones we brought back yesterday. They're all here. Little one, take a look." Luogu's voice pulled Jinjin's attention away from her quiet observation of the surroundings. She held the luminous stone close and examined the patterns and colors, which matched those she saw in the cave yesterday. "Yes, it's them," Jinjin confirmed. Seeing these skins, she felt a bit disappointed. She had thought the missing skins might give some clues, but now, apart from slightly better quality and patterns, they seemed no different from the others. Luogu began carefully examining the skins. Jinjin glanced at Leader Eiji and was slightly surprised. Leader Eiji looked a little nervous, his eyes fixed on Luogu's hands, as if afraid he might discover something. Seeing this, Jinjin asked Leader Eiji, "Did you collect all these skins by yourself?" He looked at her, then shifted his gaze back to Luogu's actions. "More or less," he replied. "And what about these bones? Are they from animals?" she asked again. "Yes," Leader Eiji answered somewhat distractedly. Luogu, hearing Jinjin's question, slightly turned his head and put down the skins. "So, Luogu, have you found any clues about the wolf?" Leader Eiji asked, clearly relieved when Luogu withdrew his hands.
"No, Luogu replied.
"Are you sure all the skins collected are here?" "Absolutely sure," Leader Eiji nodded. "Since there's no clue, let's go out and talk." There's definitely something suspicious about Leader Eiji. Jinjin looked at Luogu and increasingly suspected that the missing skins must hold a secret. Luogu didn't speak and began wandering around the cave on his own. "Luogu, all the skins brought back yesterday are here. All of them." The Eki tribe leader instinctively tried to stop him, but was afraid of showing too much and didn't dare to block forcefully. "Be careful. You know these cave treasures are my belongings. Don't accidentally damage anything." Hearing this, Jinjin paused for a moment and then continued exploring with Luogu. She noticed that these strange, oddly shaped bones looked like weapons, but she couldn't understand why animal hides were stored here. Normally, animal hides were for warmth, and although it wasn't very cold now, there was no need to hide so many hides. "Leader Eki, what is this?" Luo Gu suddenly spotted the target. Animal hide. It's just a piece of animal hide. The leader quickly stepped forward to block his view. His guilty expression was noticed by both of them. Qi Jinjin walked over to Luo Gu and looked at it. It was indeed a piece of animal hide hidden under a pile of hides, but even so, this piece looked especially striking and out of place. It was a red and white animal hide, with bright red color, and the white fur seemed to glow faintly, perhaps because of the luminous stones. It clearly wasn't an ordinary hide. Curious, Qi Jinjin took out a bronze mirror to compare, but the mirror showed very little information. It was a rare hide from a creature called the feathered spirit beast. She thought that maybe because it was just a hide, the bronze mirror couldn't fully analyze the creature's habits. Is this a feathered spirit beast hide? Qi Jinjin asked the leader. The leader's face changed, and his eyes suddenly looked fierce and hostile toward Qi Jinjin. Luo Gu's expression turned cold, and he stepped aside to block his gaze. Qi Jinjin frowned, unsure what she had said wrong. How do you have the fur of a feathered spirit beast? Luo Gu asked coldly. What feathered spirit beast? You must have seen it wrong. The leader hurried over, nervously trying to hide the hides he had given them. But it was too late. Luo Gu snatched the hide out of his hand, holding a beautiful piece of animal hide. Even Qi Jinjin, who wasn't very interested in animal hides, thought this feathered spirit beast's fur was very beautiful. The leader's face gradually lost color as he hesitated. Fine, I'll tell you. But you must promise not to spread this around, he finally said, unable to withstand their cold gaze. Go ahead, Luo Gu said, tossing the hide aside and waiting for him to speak. This is indeed the fur of a transformed beast, but it's not mine. I retrieved it yesterday from that scoundrel's cave, said Chief Eki with a sigh. It's better to keep things simple. In the end, you found it anyway. Qi Jinjin stood silently behind Luo Gu, curious about what was special about the transformed beast. That scoundrel has already been killed by you, so the origin of this beast's fur can't be traced, Chief Eki continued. If others find out about this fur, it would confirm that rumor, wouldn't it? Luo Gu was silent for a moment and said, with his skills, could he have dealt with a transformed beast? Chief Eki could hear the sarcasm in his words and could only reply, don't talk about dealing with it. He couldn't even find it. Besides, he's already dead, and no one knows who gave him this fur. Listening, Qi Jinjin felt that Chief Eki was blaming him for killing without knowing the full story. Luo Gu wasn't angry and didn't plan to wait long. Since you have the fur, hide it well, he said. After speaking, he turned with Qi Jinjin and headed out of the cave. Chief Eki quickly put the transformed beast's fur away and followed. At the cave entrance, Qi Jinjin looked at the glow stones in her hand, thinking she might return them to Chief Eki. Take it. Consider it a gift for meeting you, said Chief Eki generously, handing over 3 glow stones. A gift? Qi Jinjin immediately understood his intention. Just take it. Luo Gu had already made the decision for her, even as she was thinking of a reason to refuse. Reluctantly, Qi Jinjin accepted the 3 glow stones and left the cave with him. Luo Gu, I can't find any more clues about the fur. Chief Eki hesitated after closing the cave, catching up. I won't mention it. Luo Gu understood what he meant. Good. That's good. Chief Eki sighed in relief. I'm not hiding anything from you intentionally. If I had clues, it would be better. The problem is, I can't find any useful ones. Luo Gu nodded. We're heading back now. Already so soon? Chief Eki looked surprised. Why not stay a few more days? Since you're here. Luo Gu's face showed clear rejection, and Chief Eki only offered polite words, knowing he couldn't persuade him. All right, how about this? I'll ask Fuya to pick some fruit for you to take on the road, said Chief Eki. Let's go. I'll go tell Fuya now. Fortunately, Luo Gu didn't refuse and told Chief Eki to go ahead. They would come later. After the leader of the Eki tribe left, Qi Jinjin looked at Luo Gu, seeming to wait for an explanation. What's wrong? Luo Gu asked when he saw her expression. Isn't this an obvious question? Why did you accept the glow stone from the Eki tribe leader? Because I liked it, of course I accepted, he said with a smile, and walked forward. Qi Jinjin didn't believe his reason at all, and she also didn't think he couldn't see the real purpose behind the Eki tribe leader giving the glow stone. Or, do you not like it? Luo Gu asked again. Qi Jinjin quickly followed and said, It's not that I don't like it, I just don't want to accept something used to get close. What if he's not trying to get close? Maybe he's just giving it to you to save face, he said. Qi Jinjin rolled her eyes at him and made her stance clear. I don't like owing favors. If someone gives me a glow stone for no reason, it's obvious that if the Ba Luo tribe needs my help in the future, they'll expect me to help. So what do? It's already accepted, he replied. He sounded so cooperative that she couldn't help but feel speechless. Forget it. She knew Luo Gu also understood the real intention of the Eki tribe leader. Since he was the one who decided to accept it, he could handle any future favors. All right, little one. This is what he should give, Luo Gu said, no longer teasing her. Moreover, it's such a beautiful stone to just keep in the cave, what a waste. Qi Jinjin nodded in agreement with his reasoning, but suddenly thought of a question. Was that cave just for the Eki tribe leader to hide treasures? Is it known to very few people?
She asked.
Sort of. He hides what he considers treasures, Luo Gu replied. So, Luo Gu clearly looked down on the things inside that cave. What about the feathered transformation beast? Did the Eki tribe leader mention any rumors? Qi Jinjin asked again. Luo Gu paused, his face suddenly becoming serious. Little one, it's best not to mention those rumors outside. Qi Jinjin blinked. She didn't even know what the rumors were, so how could she bring them up? But she also noticed that Luo Gu and the Eki tribe leader had very different attitudes toward the feathered transformation beast skin. Besides, there were no other people around, so she asked, Can you tell me about those rumors? She asked curiously. No, Luo Gu replied very firmly. Qi Jinjin felt a little unhappy, but could only give up. Some things are better left unknown. After walking in the forest for a while, Luo Gu transformed into a beast form and carried her back to the Ba Luo tribe. The tribe leader Eki returned first to tell Fuya, who was picking fruit in the orchard with others. Since she was free, Qi Jinjin also wanted to go see the orchard and learn more about the different kinds of fruit. Eki tribe leader heard this and suddenly became excited, saying, Great. Bait just returned. I'll ask Bait to take you there. No need, Luo Gu directly refused, showing displeasure at the tribe leader's expression. Eki tribe leader looked a bit awkward but still said, Don't be like that, Luo Gu. If Bait goes with you, you'll pick even more fruit. But Luo Gu simply gave a cold look and then led Qi Jinjin toward the orchard. I'll have Bait come find you later, Eki tribe leader called out, still hopeful. Seeing Luo Gu unhappy, Qi Jinjin guessed it might be because of Bait. After walking a while, she asked, Do you have a problem with this Bait person?
No, Luo Gu replied.
Then, why does he look so upset?
Qi Jinjin wondered.
He's a male, one of the famous warriors of the Below tribe, Luo Gu explained. Qi Jinjin suddenly understood. That was an instinctive rejection. Luo Gu and Qi Jinjin arrived at the orchard, which was sparsely populated now, only a few people remaining. She saw Fuya picking fruit in the orchard. Fuya skillfully plucked some fruit and jumped down from the tree, noticing them. Luo Gu's partner. Why are you here? Fuya asked as she put the fruit on the ground and approached. Just came to look around, Luo Gu replied. Qi Jinjin smiled and said, I wanted to see the orchard and learn about the different kinds of fruit. Fuya understood and said, I see. Come with me. I'll teach you how to recognize them. Qi Jinjin happily nodded, about to follow, but then remembered Luo Gu. She knew she needed his permission before acting. Go ahead, but be careful. Luo Gu gently patted her head with affection. Okay. Qi Jinjin followed Fuya into the orchard. The Below tribe's orchard seemed similar to the Baili tribe's, except the fruits looked a bit different. Every time they passed a tree, Fuya patiently told her the names of the fruits. Qi Jinjin listened and identified the fruits with a copper mirror, roughly memorizing them. These are the fruits we often eat. Our Below tribe has more than one orchard, but unfortunately, you'll be leaving soon. If not, I could have Nina take you around more, Fuya said warmly.
Kizensen politely smiled.
Fuya didn't talk much, so she simply continued walking through the orchard with her. As they strolled, Chijinjin noticed something strange, that Fuya kept staring at her face. This wasn't unusual by itself, but Fuya's gaze was full of curiosity, surprise, and disbelief. Although Fuya tried hard to hide these feelings, her intense stare made Chijinjin feel uncomfortable. She asked, "Is there something dirty on my face?" Fuya hesitated and shook her head. "No, it's not that, just what?" Chijinjin pressed, noticing Fuya's hesitant expression and serious tone. Fuya looked unsure. "Is it because my face looks strange?" Chijinjin asked, touching her face. "No." Fuya shook her head, frowning slightly. "It's just that I feel like I've seen you before." "Seen you before?" Chijinjin's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, she felt a little nervous. "I think I've seen you somewhere," Fuya said without hesitation, staring openly at her.
When?
"When did you see me?" Chijinjin asked. She hadn't been on this Beastman continent for long, and she hadn't met many people. Before coming to the Baru tribe, she was sure she hadn't seen Fuya before. Fuya touched her chin, thinking. "A long time ago." "Really? Do you remember where you saw me?" Chijinjin asked, trying to hide her surprise. Fuya looked surprised and suddenly remembered. There was a stone wall, and carved into it was a figure that looked a lot like you. Chijinjin didn't know how to respond. Maybe she should be surprised that there was ancient artwork here, but given the technology of this ancient era, how could a carved figure look so lifelike? Really similar? What did she look like? Despite her curiosity, Chijinjin asked again.
"Well,
she was short and thin, just like you. The features in the carving did resemble you quite a bit," Fuya said, pointing at her small face. Chijinjin smiled softly, understanding her meaning. Yes. Her height of 1.63 meters made her seem small among these pure-blooded people. Maybe the only thing Fuya thought she and the figure on the wall had in common was their height. Chijinjin didn't take Fuya's words seriously. She had almost finished exploring the orchard and was about to go find Luogu. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard a few startled shouts nearby, followed by the sound of a fight. Chijinjin looked in the direction of the noise and saw a white beast and a black beast fighting each other. The black beast was slightly smaller than the white one, but was just as strong and muscular. Chijinjin quickly realized that the white beast was obviously Luogu. Why are they fighting? Fuya also saw the two beasts struggling and hurried over.
Stop it.
Luogu handled the black beast with ease. Although he didn't go all out, he focused on attacking its weak points, its eyes, neck, and belly. In just 2 moves, Luogu had the black beast under his foot, forcing it into a human shape. When Fuya and Chijinjin arrived, both had already turned into human forms. Luogu, Bat, why are you fighting? Fuya wanted Luogu to let go of Bat, but seeing the cold aura around him, she wasn't sure what Bat had done to provoke him. Hearing Bat's name, Chijinjin realized that the person Luogu was stepping on was Bat. She secretly glanced at him. Bat was young, tall, and muscular, definitely one of those strong, muscular men. You're cheating. Start over. Bat, furious from being stepped on, ignored Fuya. If you have the guts, fight me barehanded again. Luogu let out a light laugh, with a tone full of sarcasm, and released his grip. Bat spun around and immediately swung a heavy punch at Luogu. Luogu sidestepped and caught Bat's arm with one hand, without even frowning, and threw him over his shoulder. Then once again stepped on him. Everyone was stunned by this smooth move. Bat was a famous warrior of the Baluo tribe, known for his strength and size. No one could compare easily. But if the opponent was the future leader of the Bailey tribe, then there was nothing surprising about this. Seeing Bat defeated again, Fuya quickly went over to them and tried to persuade them to stop fighting, so they wouldn't start again later. Chijinjin understood Luogu's reason for fighting. He probably thought his belongings were being threatened and was just teaching a lesson. Want to fight again? Luogu held Bat's arm as if saying that if he said yes, that arm would be useless. No, I won't fight anymore. Luogu, please let him go. Let's talk nicely, Fuya said, holding Bat's arm to calm the situation. Luogu let go of her out of respect, and Bat gasped in pain, almost losing his hand. All right, Bat, why are you here? Are you looking for me? Fuya quickly pulled Bat away. Qi Jinjin stifled a laugh and walked over to Luogu. He was completely unharmed, not even sweating. He truly is a powerful half-orc. Why did you two start fighting? She asked, knowing the reason but wanting to hear it. He dared to covet you. Luogu's dark eyes narrowed, his tone full of killing intent. Qi Jinjin smiled and held his hand, saying, Come on. Why do you always get so angry? I'm yours anyway. No matter how others covet you, they can't take you away. If you get too upset, what will I do? His little thing really knows how to talk. Qi Jinjin looked toward Fuya. Bat looked angry but couldn't say anything, looking very wronged. Little one, let's go. Luogu didn't want to stay any longer. Won't you say goodbye to Fuya? It seemed rude to leave without saying anything. Fortunately, Fuya called Bat over after a few words and said, Luogu, I picked a lot of fruit for you. Take some back first. Luogu wanted to refuse directly, but seeing Qi Jinjin's expression, he could only agree, okay. Qi Jinjin happily packed the fruits and followed Luogu back to the place where the Eki tribe leader lived. They probably could leave the Barrow tribe after greeting the tribe leader. When they saw the tribe leader, he cheerfully said, In the future, you're welcome to come play in the Barrow tribe. Say hello to your dad for me. Because of Bat's matter, Luogu didn't have a good attitude toward him, only being polite out of respect for his father. Do you want me to see you off? The tribe leader asked. No need. Save your strength to find the fleeing Qilang, Luogu replied. After that, Luogu carried Qi Jinjin on his back and leapt off the tall cliff. Qi Jinjin tightly held onto his fur, feeling annoyed. How is this different from jumping off a cliff? The feeling of weightlessness made her cling tightly to Luogu's back, afraid to move even a little, worried she might fall off and land below the cliff. Just thinking about that terrifying scene made her break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the fall didn't last long. Once Luogu's limbs landed steadily, her little heart finally calmed down. He started running wildly, probably to avoid disturbing the children playing on the grass. Instead of crossing the lawn directly, he circled around from the side, just like Yubei had done before. Then they entered the forest where the Balu tribe hunted. I thought Luogu would turn into a human form and walk through the forest with her, but he kept his beast form and ran freely without caring. If I remember correctly, when he was crossing the forest with Yubei before, he had transformed into a human. Because in this forest, pure-blooded hunters can't tell the difference between animals they can hunt and half-beasts. If they happen to meet pure-blooded hunters, they might be mistaken for prey. Qi Jinjin wondered if she should warn Luogu to be careful, but on second thought, even if she did, he probably wouldn't listen. He's so strong. How could he be hurt by a spear thrown by a pure-blooded person? Thinking this, they had already run out of the forest. As they emerged, Luogu slowed down suddenly. Luogu, can we go somewhere else? Qi Jinjin suddenly thought of something. Where to? Over there. Just go that way. She pointed to another direction outside the woods. Luogu didn't know what she wanted to do, but he followed her finger. Soon, Qi Jinjin saw the cave where Yubei had picked small yellow flowers before. It's that one. Luogu turned into a human form and set her down, but he immediately smelled a very unpleasant rotten smell. That foul odor was coming from a nearby cave. Little one, what are you doing here? Luogu frowned, not liking the smell. There's a yellow flower inside this small cave. It has detoxifying properties. I think it only grows in such an environment. Qi Jinjin approached the cave. Since we're here, it would be a pity not to pick a few. Luogu understood only part of what she said. He just wanted the flower from the cave. This cave is small. Wait here, I'll go and pick it. Qi Jinjin handed him her backpack and took out a luminous stone. She then bent down and looked into the cave, which was only half a meter tall. The rotten smell kept wafting out, almost making her gag. But for such a good medicinal herb, it was worth enduring the smell. Wait, just as she was about to go in, Luo Gu stopped her. What's wrong? Qi Jinjin covered her nose and mouth, eager to finish quickly. Let me go see what the flower looks like. Luo Gu pulled her back and handed her the backpack. Momo Chi blinked her eyes, wanting to avoid the situation. She was just picking flowers, nothing too dangerous. Is it the yellow flower? Luo Gu saw she didn't answer and didn't hesitate anymore. He bent down and went inside.
Hey!
Qi Jinjin reacted and looked inside. He was already inside. At least grab a glow stone. Wait, he's a half-beast man with good eyesight, so he doesn't need that stone. Seeing this, she could only wait outside the cave. After a while, Luo Gu came out, bending over, holding a handful of small yellow flowers. Is this it? Luo Gu handed her the flowers. Yes, it's definitely it. Qi Jinjin's eyes lit up. Are there many more small yellow flowers inside? Just these. I picked them all, he said. Qi Jinjin's face stiffened a little. She comforted herself mentally. Since not many people knew about these yellow flowers inside the cave, they would grow back after being picked. She took the small yellow flowers, pulled Luo Gu to the direction they came from, because the smell was too bad. If they stayed longer, they might be overwhelmed by the stench. As she walked, she carefully arranged the yellow flowers, planning to put them into her backpack pocket. When they returned to the Bai Li tribe, drying and grinding the flowers into powder would help preserve them better. There's a stream in the valley ahead. Let's wash our hands there, Qi Jinjin said, following her memory of the route. Luo Gu glanced at her with a curious look. Little one, when did you get so familiar with this place? I just observed the terrain while passing through. Qi Jinjin focused on organizing the flowers she just picked, cleaning off the mud. Observing? Luo Gu narrowed his black eyes, considering her words. Qi Jinjin paused, suddenly understanding what he meant. She quickly said, that's called crisis awareness. You need to stay calm in dangerous situations to think of better solutions. Look, I caused quite a delay on the way here because I was trying to buy time. Luo Gu snorted softly, but she wasn't sure what he was upset about. By the way, can I ask you a question? Qi Jinjin, having some experience dealing with his temper, asked. Luo Gu gave her a questioning look. When we were crossing that forest earlier, was it safer to be humanoid than beast-shaped? Qi Jinjin asked seriously, trying to shift his attention.
No.
Really? Qi Jinjin pretended to be surprised and thought, but why did I hear that in that forest, there are male pureblood humans hunting? They can't tell the difference between the hunted animals and half-beasts. If they appear in beast form, they could easily be mistaken for prey. Do you think other pureblood humans are as stupid as you and can't tell half-beasts apart? So, Yubei was lying to her? This clever liar, I really don't know how many words in his lies are true. But upon reflection, Yubei's actions within the Baluo tribe seem very secretive. When crossing the forest and passing through the meadow, he and his people were not taken by Chief Eki during the strange half-beast incident either. What's on your mind again? Luo Gu's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. Qi Jinjin snapped back to reality and smiled, shaking her head, nothing. They quickly reached a stream in the mountain valley to wash their hands, and Qi Jinjin also filled her large water cup. She didn't know how many times she had used that cup to boil medicine. When she returned, she definitely wanted to make a pottery vessel suitable for brewing medicine. After washing her hands, Luo Gu transformed into beast form and led her to continue their journey. At first, Qi Jinjin recognized the path because it was the same route Yubei had taken her on before. But gradually, Luo Gu seemed to change direction. She didn't think much about it. Anyway, they weren't heading toward Qifenggu. Taking a different route was probably to return faster to the Bai Li tribe. After a morning of traveling, Luo Gu found a clearing in the forest to stop. Qi Jinjin jumped down from his back and looked around, noticing several branches suitable for making fire. I'll start the fire here. You go hunting, she said, skillfully dividing tasks with him. After lighting the fire, Luo Gu caught a few prey and brought them back. During these days I'm not with you, do you also light fires every day? Luo Gu asked while she was roasting meat.
No, Qi Jinjin replied straightforwardly.
They captured me for a purpose. I know they won't hurt me. Since they won't hurt me, how could I help them do hard labor? Luo Gu was pleased with her answer, and a faint smile appeared on his face. But luckily, it was a narrow escape. Qi Jinjin sighed. That night when I was taken away, I also encountered a blood python. Do you know what a blood python is? Yes, Luo Gu's heart tightened. Fortunately, Yoshi was quick and decisive. Yoshi is the female half-beast I saved earlier, Qi Jinjin explained. Qi Jinjin secretly glanced at him, then quickly hid her small smile again. Even the strongest can't compare to you, Qi Jinjin praised, then handed him the roasted meat. Eat it. Lu Gu glanced at the meat in her hand and took a bite. Qi Jinjin was a little surprised. She usually ate raw meat, but she had just casually roasted this one. She roasted another prey and asked, according to your journey, how many days will it take to return to the Bai Li tribe? 4 days. 4 days was okay. Do you really want to go back? Lu Gu suddenly asked. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin paused. What did he mean? Was he not letting her go back? Before returning, we need to go somewhere else, he said. Where? Qi Jinjin relaxed a little. She had thought he didn't want her to go back. To a place with salt fruit. Salt fruit? That name sounded so familiar. Qi Jinjin thought for a moment and remembered it was related to the blue salt water they discovered the night before leaving the Bai Li tribe. It seemed that after resolving the issue with the wolf, he would also start dealing with the tribe's children's illnesses. Qi Jinjin pondered. She had helped him with the wolf, and maybe she could also help him with the salt fruit. If she directly offered to help him, he would probably refuse and think she was looking down on him, which would make him unhappy. So, she had to help without him noticing. I thought the blue fruit that appeared in the Bai Li tribe earlier was placed there by the wolf, Qi Jinjin said after some thought.
Why?
Lu Gu asked curiously. Because at that time, only the wolf was involved. But now that I think about it, the wolf doesn't seem capable of doing that, Qi Jinjin replied, looking at him. Lu Gu chuckled, knowing that the little girl wanted to find out some information about the salt fruit from him. Qi Jinjin waited for his next words, but after a long time, he didn't say anything. It seemed he was reluctant to let her get involved. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin sighed and said angrily, I really don't know who would do such a cruel thing, even hurting such young children. Eat quickly. It seemed she could only slowly find out more. She didn't believe Lu Gu would really keep everything from her. After finishing the meat, they continued their journey. Qi Jinjin asked where they could find salt fruit, but Lu Gu ignored her. Lu Gu ran all afternoon and found a cave to rest as night approached. Little one, do you dare to stay here alone for a while? Luo Gu asked as he put her down. Where are you going? She was a bit nervous, worried about wild animals in this remote area. Down there, to catch fish. Luo Gu pointed to the cliff below the cave. Jinjin looked in the direction he indicated. There was a small river beneath the cliff. The water wasn't clear and looked a bit muddy, but it wasn't fast-flowing. She thought he was going somewhere far away. I can go down and catch fish with you. No, you can't, Luo Gu refused. It's dangerous below. I'll be back soon. Dangerous? Jinjin looked down again. The river was calm, and she didn't see any animals around. If there was any danger, it was probably because the water was deep. First, go inside and start a fire. There are some sticks inside. Luo Gu took her hand and led her to the cave entrance, pushing her inside. Jinjin had to accept his plan. Be careful. After Luo Gu jumped down the cliff, Jinjin walked into the cave. She wondered if this cave was often used by travelers to rest, as it was filled with unused sticks. She gathered the sticks, took out a lighter, and started a fire. Once the fire was lit, Jinjin looked curiously at Luo Gu by the river. She wanted to see how he was catching fish. Thinking about it, she stood up and went outside. Just as she reached the cave entrance, she heard splashing water nearby. The sound seemed like something heavy hitting the water. She quickly moved to the edge of the cliff, poked her head out, and looked down. She saw Luo Gu. Luo Gu had transformed into a human form and was standing by the river, holding a rope? No, that wasn't a rope. It looked like an animal's beard. The beard extended from Luo Gu's hand into the river. Suddenly, A fish appeared on the water surface. It was probably a fish, but it was very large and looked quite fierce. Jinjin hurriedly took out a mirror and aimed it at the fish being pulled out of the water by Luo Gu's beard. Species: Silver 9 fish habitat. A freshwater fish that lives in rivers, edible, large like a ball, tender meat, and very aggressive. Period. Ancient times this was another creature she had never seen before. Jinjin put away the mirror and continued to watch below. The Silver 9 fish was really big, taller than Luo Gu in human form. This showed that the river was probably very deep. This fish is not only large but also covered with irregular, sharp scales. When it breathes, the scales stand up, forming many tiny, sharp spines that make it hard to get close. After Luo Gu dragged it ashore, the fish's breathing became rapid and its scales softened. Soon, the fish completely left the river and was stranded on the shore. Luo Gu transformed into a beast form, holding the fish's whiskers in his mouth, preparing to leap up from the cliff. Qi Jinjin quickly stepped back several paces to give him space. When the fish was thrown up, it kicked up a lot of dust, and its gills moved quickly as it breathed. "Little one, bring me your dagger," Luo Gu said in human form. Right away, Qi Jinjin turned to go back to the cave to get the dagger. Luo Gu used the dagger to cut off the fish's whiskers. The silver fish, still breathing heavily, suddenly froze. "Are these whiskers its weak spot?" Qi Jinjin asked, a bit surprised. Luo Gu nodded, tossing the whiskers aside, then used the sharp dagger to cut open the fish's gills. Blood flowed out, leaving a puddle on the ground. The fish was completely dead. Next, Luo Gu tore off all the fish scales with his bare hands, revealing smooth, white flesh inside. Qi Jinjin's eyes widened. This meat looked very tender. With the right heat, it would probably taste better than the fish they roasted in the mountain stream with Yubai before. While Luo Gu was cleaning the fish, Qi Jinjin went to the edge of the cliff and looked down, hoping to find some suitable stones for roasting fish. "Luo Gu," she spotted several stones and asked, "Can you go down and bring a few up?" "What do you need stones for?" Luo Gu had just finished cleaning the fish. To roast the fish, Qi Jinjin thought of the tender fish roasted on stones, making her eager. Luo Gu satisfied her request, jumping down once more to bring up the stones she chose. Happy with the stones, Qi Jinjin went to the cave to set up a platform for roasting fish slices. Worried Luo Gu might not know how to slice the fish, she asked him to cut the meat into chunks and bring it inside. After setting up the platform, Qi Jinjin took her dagger to find some fatty meat on the fish to brush with oil. Luo Gu watched her busy inside and outside, enjoying her complicated preparations, and let her do as she pleased. "I can guarantee this will be the best-tasting cooked fish you've ever had," Qi Jinjin began slicing the fish. "Once you try it, you'll want to eat it again." Luo Gu sat quietly nearby, watching. "Who taught you all this?" Qi Jinjin paused for a moment and replied, "It's an innate ability, just like your hunting skills. Your tricks are quite numerous, indeed." Luo Gu chuckled. "I have traveled to many places, but I have never seen the things you have." Of course, even if he explored the entire Beastman continent, he wouldn't have these things unless he could cross over like her. Qi Jinjin smiled silently and continued filleting the fish. "Little one, once you've finished what you're doing, how about I take you back to your mysterious homeland?" Luo Gu said again. Qi Jinjin's heart skipped a beat. She wasn't sure if he was joking. But then, a question popped into her mind. In our place, there are many purebred humans who haven't been paired. If you go there, and like someone else, what would you do? "Many?" Luo Gu's focus was different from hers. "Yes, many," she replied. "There are no half-beasts there, only purebreds. Like me, there are plenty." Hearing this, Luo Gu's expression became serious. Qi Jinjin tilted her head to look at him. What does his silence mean? Does he really want to find another purebred? She thought, the reason Luo Gu values her so much is simply because she is a purebred who hasn't been paired. If another person like her appeared, wouldn't everyone be free to choose? Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin felt a little sour inside. She wished she hadn't asked such upsetting questions. She finished preparing a few fish fillets. Seeing that he still had no intention to speak, her mood for grilling fish instantly faded. She adjusted her mindset. Anyway, even if the mysterious homeland had so many unpaired purebreds, she still couldn't go there. If she could go back, she wouldn't be worried every day, clutching his big leg in fear. So, she decided not to think about these unnecessary things. Little one, if what you say about the mysterious homeland having so many unpaired purebreds is true, I definitely want to see it, Luo Gu said, pulling his thoughts together. It's also for the sake of the Bai Li tribe. Qi Zhenjin looked at him. Her mood, which she had just adjusted, turned sour again. Yes, then you can choose the future tribe leader of the Bai Li tribe, right? What? Nothing. Qi Zhenjin thought she was being silly. There's no way that could happen, so why be upset? Luo Gu finally realized that his little one was thinking of something else. I said I care about the Bai Li tribe, for the sake of the tribe members, Luo Gu explained. Do you think it's for me? I don't understand. Qi Zhenjin ignored him and started applying oil to the fish's fat parts, preparing to grill. Since I have decided that you are my spouse, you are the only one for me in this life, Luo Gu said. Regardless of whether she understood or not, he spoke his true feelings. Qi Zhenjin listened and suddenly asked, what if I die? And just happen to meet someone purebred and unpaired? Does that count as being committed? You won't die. I won't allow that to happen. Luo Gu's voice suddenly turned cold. That's just a hypothetical. There's no such thing as a hypothetical. Qi Zhenjin rolled her eyes at him. Since he didn't answer directly, it meant he was afraid to. Seeing her face look a bit upset, Luo Gu had to compromise and said, fine, even if that hypothetical were true, my spouse would only be you. No one else. Hearing this, Qi Zhenjin felt happy. But you're the future leader of the Bai Li tribe. You need to reproduce. Luo Gu's dark eyes narrowed, and a small smile appeared on his lips. Little one, are you jealous? Jealous? Qi Zhenjin paused, suddenly wishing she could dig a hole and bury her face in it. If it weren't for his words reminding her, she wouldn't have realized she was jealous. Really, what was she jealous about? She was probably just worried that Luo Gu would be kind to others, and in dangerous times, no one would protect her. That was why she said this. Yes, that must be it, Qi Zhenjin convinced herself with this reason. Eat fish, Qi Zhenjin said decisively, turning the topic. She picked a piece of fish and laid it flat on a stone. The fish sizzled with a pleasant sound, and in half a second, it was cooked. Try it, she urged eagerly, wanting him to taste this fresh and tender dish, and she directly offered the grilled fish to his mouth. Luo Gu opened his mouth and ate it. The texture was indeed different from what he had eaten before, but he had only eaten raw before. How is it? Delicious, right? Does the fish melt in your mouth? So tender, Qi Zhenjin blinked expectantly, waiting for his opinion. Honestly, besides the texture, Luo Gu didn't find much difference in taste. After all, it was all meat, raw or cooked, it wasn't bad. But seeing her face full of anticipation, Luo Gu swallowed the fish and said, it's good. Just good? His words, paired with his expressionless face, clearly sounded like he was just giving her a perfunctory answer. Yes, it's the first time I've tasted this kind of fish, he said. Qi Zhenjin frowned. Is it only the texture that's different? Before he could answer, Qi Zhenjin quickly grilled herself a piece. She blew on the hot fish slices and put one piece of grilled fish into her mouth. The unique fishy smell of silver nine fish filled her entire mouth. The smell wasn't bad, it was a bit salty and sweet. The fish meat was easy to bite through with just a gentle bite of her teeth. It also had a little fat inside, making the texture much better than the last time she ate grilled fish slices. Despite how delicious it was, he only gave a two-word comment. Zhenjin didn't believe him and kept grilling the third piece. After it was ready, she fed it to him and said, try again. Luo Gu opened his mouth, chewed the fish a couple of times, and swallowed. How is it? Do you notice anything different? Zhenjin asked, blinking eagerly for his opinion. Luo Gu still thought it was the same as before and said, delicious. Again, just two words. Zhenjin sighed silently. Forget it. For them, living in ancient times, just filling their stomachs was already good enough. They probably never cared much about taste. With this thought, Jinjin continued grilling, only focusing on what she liked. She ate the fourth piece and fed herself the fifth. When she was about to eat the sixth, Luo Gu stopped her. "What's wrong?" Jinjin asked, confused. "Are you not feeding me?"
Luo Gu asked.
Jinjin hesitated for a moment and handed him 2 sticks of wood. "Here, if you think it's good, try grilling your own like I did. I've already prepared the slices." "I can't." Luo Gu refused to do it himself. Jinjin rolled her eyes at him, knowing he was making an excuse. "Do you prefer eating it raw or cooked?" "Like it when you cook it yourself," he replied. Maybe he was just saying that to make her happy, so Jinjin didn't argue. After all, this fresh fish was caught by him. It was right to feed him the grilled fish. Jinjin fed the cooked fish slice into his mouth. Since they had found a place to rest now, there was no rush. Grilling and eating one slice at a time was actually quite fun. Luo Gu really enjoyed being with her like this. Watching her cook and feed him herself, perhaps. This was the good thing about having a partner. In the past, he thought a partner was only for satisfying physical needs. Their beast-man mates were all pure humans, linked to the weaker ones. He had never fallen in love before and didn't need a partner to meet his physical needs, especially not to always have a weaker person around. But now, her thoughts changed because of Jinjin. She was different from other pure-blooded people, probably because her uniqueness attracted him. Gradually, he realized that protecting and caring for a spouse was not a troublesome or annoying task. As they roasted the fish, Jinjin felt a hot gaze on her. She slightly turned her head and met Luo Gu's black eyes, which clearly reflected her slightly surprised face.
"Why are you looking at me?"
Jinjin quickly looked away, her cheeks feeling a little warm. "Because you're very pretty." He still looked at her. Jinjin pursed her lips, feeling a bit shy. "Eat quickly." "Little one, you haven't answered me," Luo Gu said, swallowing the fish she roasted and changing the subject. "Answer what?" "Once I finish what I'm doing, I'll take you to the mysterious land," he said. He was really persistent. Jinjin sighed sadly and said, "What if I say I don't even know where the mysterious land is? I don't even know how I got here." "It's okay, I'll help you find it." It would be great if they could really find it. Jinjin nodded casually and continued roasting the fish. The fish was large, but in the end, they only had the bones left after eating it all. Night had fallen completely. Jinjin sat by the fire, studying the whiskers of the silver 9 fish. The whiskers were long and elastic, like natural rubber bands, and they didn't smell strange. As she looked, a bold idea suddenly popped into her mind. She stood up and went to the corner of the cave to find some branches, but none of them satisfied her. "Little one, what are you looking for?" Luo Gu asked when he saw her bending down to search. "Branches," Jinjin replied, still searching. Finally, she found a suitable one. "What's that for?" Luo Gu asked, seeing her hold up the branch and compare it to the whiskers. Jinjin smiled and said, "What kind of weapons do you have here? Stone hammers? Long spears made from bones?" "Half-orcs rarely use weapons," he said. "And pure-blooded people?" "There are men among the purebloods, and men usually use weapons."
"Why are you asking about this?"
Luo Gu asked curiously. "To make weapons." Jinjin placed the branch on the ground and compared the whiskers of the silver 9 fish to it, measuring the length and distance. If it worked, she would have a long-range self-defense weapon. "Have you heard of a slingshot?" Jinjin started to make one.
"No."
"Then I'll make one for you to see. Making a slingshot is actually very simple. You just need a suitable branch and a stretchy string, and this beard happens to be just right." Luo Gu watched her cut the beard of the silver 9 fish with a dagger, then tied each end to a branch. The so-called slingshot was now ready. Jinjin found a small stone, placed it on the beard, and gently pulled the beard back. "Watch this." She aimed at the corner of the cave. "This small stone will hit exactly in that spot." She closed one eye, aimed carefully, then loosened her fingers. The small stone shot out with a whoosh and hit the target precisely. Jinjin was happy. The beard was more elastic than she expected, even enough to make a bow and arrow.
How about that?
This is a slingshot, she said proudly, swinging her homemade slingshot. However, Luo Gu's expression was not as surprised as she thought. Instead, he seemed a bit unimpressed. He casually picked up a stone, aimed at the spot where Qi Jinjin had just hit, and with a whoosh, the stone landed exactly where she aimed. Qi Jinjin. She looked down at her slingshot, feeling something was off. Thinking quickly, she had an idea. Try this. I don't need to use it. I can hit the target just fine without it. Luo Gu glanced at her, clearly unimpressed with her so-called slingshot. Just try it my way, Qi Jinjin insisted, forcing the slingshot into his hand. She then picked up a small stone and handed it to him. Just do what I did earlier. Aim at the mountain wall and shoot. Since she had given it to him, Luo Gu couldn't refuse. He set up as she had shown him. Qi Jinjin sat beside him, watching carefully. Don't rush. Pull your finger back a little more, but not too much. Luo Gu watched her guide him, a slight smile on his face, deliberately blocking the beard with an extra finger to help him apply force. Your hand is wrong. You don't need this finger, Qi Jinjin said, holding his hand and helping him position the right fingers. After aiming, just loosen these, and the stone will shoot out. She released his hand and let him try on his own. Even though Luo Gu had never used a slingshot before, he was quick to learn. He watched once and could copy perfectly. So when Qi Jinjin let go, he didn't even need to close his eyes or aim again. He simply released his fingers. Qi Jinjin stared in amazement as the stone shot toward the mountain wall nearby. Its speed was much faster than before. A loud thud sounded as the stone hit the mountain wall steadily. However, because Luo Guli's strength was naturally great, the stone didn't fall to the ground after hitting the wall but bounced back. Then, with another thud, the small stone bounced to another part of the mountain wall and shot toward Qi Jinjin. Qi Jinjin didn't expect the stone to bounce so many times, so when it rebounded toward her face, she was stunned. Suddenly, everything blurred, and the flying stone disappeared. Qi Jinjin quickly reacted, grabbing Luo Guli's hand that suddenly blocked her, and he caught the bouncing stone with his bare hand. Are you okay? Qi Jinjin knew how strong that stone was. If he caught it with his hand, he would definitely get hurt. I'm fine. Luo Guli's expression immediately turned serious. He had controlled the force, but he didn't expect the force from this slingshot shot to be much stronger than he thought. How can you be fine? Let me see, Qi Jinjin said, pulling his hand to make him open it. Luo Guli opened his palm, revealing the small blood-stained stone. There was blood on the stone, and even his rough skin had scratches from it, showing how much force he used. Don't move. I'll help you treat it, Qi Jinjin sighed, and quickly took out a first aid kit to tend to his wound. Luo Guli's black eyes narrowed as he picked up the blood-stained stone and examined it closely, feeling surprised. While helping him, Qi Jinjin said, How about now? Do you see the benefit of my slingshot? Why does it have this effect? Luo Guli asked while she was treating his wound. Because of the whiskers of the silver nine fish, she explained, but it was too technical for him to understand. The whiskers are elastic, so when you exert force, they increase your strength. The more you pull, the greater the force. I just reminded you not to pull back too much. I didn't use much force at all. Looks like if he really used all his strength, that small stone wouldn't just bounce back so easily. Fortunately, Luo Guli felt that this slingshot was not made in vain. It really had its uses. After disinfecting the wound, Qi Jinjin naturally applied some special medicine to his palm. But just after applying it, she suddenly realized that using her special medicine on such a small scratch was a bit wasteful. She felt a little guilty. All right, the wound will heal soon, Qi Jinjin said as she packed up the medicine box. Now Luo Gu's attention was fully on the slingshot. He looked at his palm, which was only slightly cut by a small stone scratch. He didn't mind the small injury and decided to test the power of the slingshot again. What are you doing? Qi Jinjin quickly stopped him when she saw him pick up another stone. I just put medicine on your wound. Wait until it heals before you play. It's just a small wound. It's fine. Luo Gu stood up, planning to try outside the cave so he wouldn't accidentally hurt her again. Qi Jinjin was speechless. The small wound was okay, but the real issue was that she had used her special medicine on him. You looked down on my slingshot just now. Why are you so interested now? Qi Jinjin also got up and snatched the slingshot from his hand. If you want to play, wait until your palm wound heals. Lu Gu frowned, unhappy, but seeing her worried face, he gave up. When will the wound heal? Lu Gu asked, staring at his palm. In a little while, she replied, since she had used her rare special medicine. Lu Gu didn't know how long that little while was, maybe a long time or a short one. The feeling of seeing the unreachable but wanting to touch was truly tormenting. Qi Jinjin watched him stare at his wound, and her anxious yet helpless look was quite cute. Soon, Lu Gu spread his palm in front of her, looking quite proud. Slingshot. Qi Jinjin blew on his hand and rubbed the wound area. The small cut had already healed. She had nothing more to say and simply placed the slingshot in his hand. Lu Gu, holding the slingshot, looked like a child who just got candy. After admiring it happily for a moment, he picked up several stones and headed outside. Qi Jinjin hurried to follow, curious about what he was going to do next with the slingshot. Outside the cave, everything was dark, and she had no idea where Lu Gu was aiming the stones. Lu Gu took a stance, placed a stone on his beard, and aimed at a certain direction ahead. Qi Jinjin saw him pull the slingshot string even harder than before, clearly using more strength. She silently stood behind him, worried that the stones might bounce back. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the stone flew out into the dark night. Within a second, a crisp sound came from nearby, meaning the stone hit the mountain wall. She thought the stone should have hit the face of the mountain directly across, but after waiting a few seconds, the mountain remained quiet, with no more sounds of stones hitting it. Qi Jinjin quickly shone her flashlight at the mountain face opposite and soon found the stone he had shot out. That stone was firmly embedded in the mountain wall across. Impressive. Then, Luo Gu loaded another stone onto the slingshot, aiming at the bottom of the cliff. It seemed he planned to shoot the stone into the river. Qi Jinjin watched him pull the string to its maximum, worried that a strong pull might break the string made of beard fibers. The stone shot out like an arrow toward the river, disappearing in half a second. At the same time, Qi Jinjin faintly heard a few gurgling sounds coming from the river. Did your shot just hit a fish? Qi Jinjin took 2 steps forward, shining her flashlight into the river, but after a long while, she only saw the calm surface. Now Luo Gu looked at the small device in his hand with new respect. Little thing, you're quite powerful. Qi Jinjin glanced back at him, showing a proud smile. It's just a small self-defense slingshot. If needed, I can make you a bow and arrow, which are much more powerful. Luo Gu nodded without much comment and led Qi Jinjin back into the cave. Inside the cave, Qi Jinjin reached out to take her slingshot, but Luo Gu directly confiscated it. This thing is dangerous. You better not touch it, Luo Gu said seriously, hanging the slingshot at his back. But I didn't make it for you, and its power isn't related to the user, Qi Jinjin said helplessly. That's not allowed either, Luo Gu firmly refused. Why not? Qi Jinjin glared. This small slingshot is for self-defense. You're so strong, you don't need it.
Give it to me.
Who says I don't need it? Luo Gu ignored her outstretched hand and added some wood to the fire. It's late, and we need to keep moving tomorrow. I need it more than you do. Just give it to me. Are you afraid I'll use the slingshot against you? Qi Jinjin continued with a shrug. Luo Gu completely ignored her and got up to find a place to sleep inside the cave. Qi Jinjin squinted, feeling very angry. Fine, if he won't give it to her, she'll just make another one. For her own safety, carrying a self-defense weapon is very necessary. Fortunately, she didn't use up all of Een Geofish's beard just now. The remaining length is enough to make 2 slingshots. 2 slingshots? Jinjin had a sudden idea and quickly looked for a suitable branch. Lu Gu saw her searching for a stick again, knowing she wanted to make another one. Little thing. If you're tired, you can rest first. Jinjin interrupted him from looking for a branch. Soon, She found a suitable branch and sat by the fire to make the slingshot without saying a word. This new slingshot she made was different from the previous one. The last one used only a small piece of Geofish's beard, but this time, she planned to fold the beard to use it. Jinjin skillfully finished making the slingshot. She pulled the string made of beard with her fingers, needing twice the force she used before to pull the string open. She looked back at Lu Gu. Since she interrupted him earlier, he had been staring at her with a slightly cold expression. "I made another one," Jinjin said as she approached him. "This one is specially made for you." "Specially made?" Lu Gu raised an eyebrow, and his cold face softened a little. "Try the feel. It's very different from the last one." Jinjin handed it to him. "What's the difference?" "Just try it and you'll see." Lu Gu took the slingshot and noticed that Geofish's beard was folded. "Pull it and try," Jinjin smiled. Lu Gu pulled the beard, feeling that it required a bit more force than the previous one. "How is it? Does this one feel better?" Jinjin blinked, waiting for his praise. "It's no different." Lu Gu casually picked up a small stone, aimed the slingshot outside the cave, and shot. Jinjin pursed her lips. The difference was quite significant. Since he had used a slingshot before, Lu Gu was already familiar with the force needed. Even if this new slingshot string required a bit more effort, he knew he didn't need to pull back much to shoot the same distance as before. With a whoosh, the stone flew towards outside the cave. A few seconds later, faint sounds of the stone hitting water could be heard outside. "I increased the resistance of this slingshot a little. When you use it, you don't need to pull back too far to control the force," Jinjin explained. "The previous one, if you used more force, you might have broken the beard. So, this one is the best for you." "Good." Lu Gu nodded, clearly satisfied with the power of this slingshot. Momo's confident smile spread as she opened her hands. "Then you can give me back the slingshot from earlier." Lu Gu glanced at her and also tucked his slingshot behind his waist. "Time to rest now." Momo took a deep breath. She couldn't argue with him directly. She had to be patient and persuade him gently. "The one I just had was for myself. This one is specially made for you. Don't you think it's nice if each of us has one?" Momo looked at him and said, "And this is a couple's version." "Yes, a couple's version." "Couple's version?" Lu Gu didn't understand what that meant. "Yes, couple means partner. In our culture, matching items like this are called couple's versions." Momo nodded seriously, explaining, for example, these two slingshots. "When others see us using matching things, they'll assume we're a couple. It's a symbol of our relationship." Hearing this, Lu Gu reached behind him and touched the two slingshots. Momo looked at him expectantly, hoping he understood her meaning. Finally, Lu Gu took out both slingshots. "So one for each of us, then? That counts as a couple's version?" "Exactly." Momo nodded firmly. "And it's very meaningful. I made this one especially for you." Lu Gu squinted, seeming to consider something. "Plus, I personally customized this slingshot for you. It's like a special mark, like a token of our bond. When you accept my gift, it's like you're accepting my mark," Momo continued, trying to persuade him. "This slingshot can be used for self-defense, and also shows everyone we're a couple. Isn't that great?" If he didn't agree now, she'd run out of excuses. "Give me mine," Momo said, holding out her hand and shaking her fingers. Finally, Lu Gu placed one slingshot into her palm, exactly the first one she made. "Okay, I'll give it to you, but don't misuse it," he said. "Don't worry, it's just a small weapon for self-defense, and it's a couple's version." Momo loved her slingshot so much she couldn't let go. After thinking for a moment, she reached out again. "Can you give me your slingshot? I want to add something." Momo took a small knife and carved a word into the branch of a slingshot, then handed it back to him. "This is your name, Gu," she said, pointing at the word. "From now on, this slingshot is just for you, unique and special." Lu Gu looked at it and was very pleased. He took the knife and carved a symbol into the branch of her slingshot as well. "What's this?" "True." Chun-Chin looked curiously at the symbols he had carved, a circle with two small wings outside it. "Your name." Chun-Chin was stunned and then realized that he probably didn't recognize the character she carved on the branch, which was the character for ancient. Seeing this, Chun-Chin decided to try. She used a branch to write 2 characters on the ground and asked, "Do you recognize these?" "My name, Gu." Luo Gu pointed to the last character, which he only recognized because she just said it was his name. "And this one?" Luo Gu shook his head. It seemed their written language wasn't the same. "These 2 characters are called Luo Gu. In our writing, they represent your name." Luo Gu looked at them and then drew 2 symbols on the ground with a branch. Chun-Chin looked and asked, "Is this my name?"
Yes.
Outside, the 2 circles with the small wings looked very cute. But Chun-Chin suddenly realized that if they couldn't understand each other's writing, how could she recognize the characters shown on the bronze mirror earlier? Thinking of this, she quickly asked, "What did the characters I saw on the small bronze mirror look like?" Luo Gu thought for a moment and used a branch to write down what he remembered. Chun-Chin frowned as she looked at it. All the characters he drew were symbols she couldn't understand.
How could that be?
Could her ancestral bronze mirror translate different texts depending on the person? "What's wrong?" Luo Gu asked when he saw her frown. Chun-Chin shook her head, returning to her thoughts. "Nothing. What about your name? How do you write it?" Luo Gu again used a branch to write his name on the ground, but it was still a set of symbols she couldn't understand. "Luo Gu?" Chun-Chin also tried to write the symbols he drew. "Yes. How is your name written in your mysterious country?" She thought her name looked quite complicated when written out, but Chun-Chin still carefully wrote it. Qi, Zhen, Zhen. Luo Gu looked closely and memorized these 3 characters firmly. Fortunately, Chun-Chin finally got the slingshot she wanted. Since she needed to leave early the next day, she packed up simply and prepared to rest. The fire in the cave burned all night. When Chun-Chin woke up, the fire had reignited, and Luo Gu was adding branches to it. Without Luo Gu's animal-shaped warmth, it was quite cold early in the morning. Chun-Chin wrapped herself in her coat and sat up, glancing outside the cave. Outside, she saw a silver 9-fish lying there, probably dragged in by Luo Gu. Clearly, this fish was their meal for later. "Eat 2 fruits first to boost your energy." Luo Gu saw her stand up and pointed to the fruits brought from the Balu tribe, saying, "Look at these." Qizhenjin stretched and walked over. "Do you need help roasting fish?" "Yes, please." Luo Gu went outside with a dagger to cut into the silver 9-fish. These were already prepared, so just grilling the slices was enough. But Luo Gu didn't eat the cooked fish. Instead, he was eating large bites of raw meat. Seeing this, Qizhenjin understood his meaning. Finish eating quickly, and then leave. She didn't slice the fish thinly anymore. She cut it into chunks and placed them directly on the stone to grill. This fish might also be good for making soup, Qizhenjin sniffed, smelling the tempting aroma. It had been a long time since she had soup.
Soup?
Luo Gu looked puzzled. "Yes, the pottery I taught you to make can be used for soup," Qizhenjin said. "When we go back, I'll cook some for you. It's tasty and nourishing." "Okay." After finishing the fish, they continued their journey. Qizhenjin only knew he was heading to a place with salt fruits, but he didn't mention where exactly. In one day, they crossed forests, plains, and 2 mountains, finally finding a cave to rest. At this moment, Qizhenjin stood in front of the cave, looking ahead. The cave was halfway up the mountain, with a dense forest beyond the cliff. Seems endless. What puzzled Qizhenjin was that they stopped before dark, which didn't seem like they were in a hurry. But after running all day, it was reasonable to rest somewhere for now. "Let's rest here tonight," Luo Gu said, gazing into the distant forest. Qizhenjin looked back at the cave behind her, didn't ask much, and just followed his plan. The cave wasn't big. Inside, there were many stones and bones. Seeing the yellowed bones, Qizhenjin shivered slightly, feeling the cave might be dangerous. She carefully examined the cave and was relieved when she saw no living creatures inside. After checking the cave, Qizhenjin went outside again. Luo Gu still stood on the cliff, staring into the distant forest, as if he was looking at something. Inside the cave, there are only stones and no branches. "Should we go down to the forest to gather some for fire?" Qizhenjin asked. "Later," he replied without looking away. Qizhenjin looked in the direction of his gaze, but after a long time, She saw nothing unusual. "What are you looking at?"
she asked.
Looking at the road. Apart from seeing the endless dense forest, she didn't see any path at all. Never mind, she wasn't very familiar with this area, and with Luo Gu here, she didn't need to worry about finding a way. The sun gradually set, casting a warm sunset glow across the distant sky, which was very beautiful. The sky in the distance was a mix of blue and red, dotted with a few stars. Nature's beauty is always the most stunning. As it was getting dark, Luo Gu finally looked away from the distant view and asked, "Are you waiting here for me? Or do you want to go hunting together?" "Together," she replied. Without a fire source, she was afraid to stay alone in the cave filled with bones. Luo Gu smiled happily, seeming pleased that she was clingy. "All right, once we go down, don't run around. There are many wild birds in the forest." "Okay," she said. With him here, she wasn't afraid of any wild birds. Luo Gu held her waist and jumped down directly from the cliff. She was used to this way of descending the mountain. Entering the forest, everything was very quiet. Maybe because there were many trees, she felt the air was a bit cold and damp. The breeze felt like it was piercing to the bone. "See that tree? Your activity area can't go beyond it." Luo Gu pointed to a tree a few steps away. She blinked, thinking the area was too small, and the ground was damp soil with few branches that could be used as firewood. At that moment, Luo Gu took a few steps forward and drew a slingshot from his waist, preparing to shoot. She immediately hushed, afraid to disturb his hunting. With a whoosh, the stone shot from the slingshot, and she heard a faint sound of something hitting the ground nearby. Then, she heard hurried footsteps, like fleeing wild birds. "Little one, if you don't pick up some branches soon, it will be completely dark." Luo Gu put away his slingshot and glanced at her, reminding her. She quickly bent down to pick up branches, but it was clear that it was difficult for her to gather enough for the whole night alone, especially since Luo Gu's activity range was very small. Just as she thought Luo Gu was going to hunt the prey he had just hit alone, he suddenly climbed a tree. She looked at his action with confusion. He was climbing the trunk, then raised his hand to cut, and a branch fell down. It seemed he was preparing to use the branches as needed. Luo Gu was barehanded, chopping branches on the tree, while she gathered all the fallen branches below. Soon, she collected a large pile enough for a whole night's fire. Luo Gu saw that the branches were almost broken, so he jumped down from the tree. "Leave the branches here first."
"Come with me."
Qi Jinjin quickly followed, probably to see the prey he had just hit with a slingshot. The deeper they went into the forest, the denser the trees became. Luo Gu truly lived up to his reputation. Even in such a thick forest, he could hunt prey with just a stone. Soon, they reached the prey that had been shot. Qi Jinjin instinctively took out a bronze mirror to identify the animal Luo Gu had shot in the head with a stone. The animal was called a laoyang, split sheep. It looked like a sheep but was a bit smaller, like a lamb, and had no fur, with visible tendons and muscles. However, such a small laoyang seemed not enough for Luo Gu to eat. But then she looked up and saw another laoyang lying nearby. Was this a double shot? Qi Jinjin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in her mind. His slingshot was really effective in his hands. The two of them, carrying the two laoyang and some branches, climbed up to the mountain cave. As soon as they landed, Qi Jinjin froze. Inside the cave where they planned to rest tonight, many small green points of light flickered faintly. "What are those?" she asked, standing still and afraid to get closer. These tiny green lights in the dark looked like small eyes, making her spine feel cold. Luo Gu was used to those small green lights, just some little bugs. "They're harmless." "Glowing bugs?" Qi Jinjin dared to look inside. The green points seemed to be concentrated on the bones in the cave, as if they grew from the bones. "What's with those bones? Did they chew on them?"
"No."
Luo Gu saw she was scared and stepped into the cave first. "If you're afraid, I'll chase them all away." Qi Jinjin didn't reply, only slowly moved closer to the cave. Luo Gu lit some branches inside the cave. As he did, the glowing bugs obediently stayed on the bones without moving. He held a burning branch close to the small green lights. The lights seemed afraid of fire. As the flame approached, they immediately flew away from the stones. Honestly, these flying green lights looked quite like fireflies at first glance. Compared to fireflies, Qi suddenly felt less afraid of these small glowing bugs. "Let them be. They can provide light," she said as she stepped inside. No wonder Luo Gu asked if she was waiting here or with him. Because of these glowing bugs in the cave, even if she stayed alone, she wouldn't be afraid of the dark. Luo Gu put away the burning branches and started preparing the split sheep to roast. Qi sat nearby, resting her chin on her hand, watching him work. During his break, she asked, "Where's the place with salt fruit?" "You wouldn't know even if I told you," he replied without refusing to answer, but he didn't give her the answer either. Qi looked at him in frustration and said, "If you don't tell me, how do you know I don't know?" "Maybe I already do." "Talon," he answered decisively, making Qi pause. "Talon? That place sounds so familiar." "Here." Luo Gu handed her a bunch of meat skewered on a stick. Qi took it and held it over the fire to roast. "How much longer to get to Talon?"
"Tomorrow," he said.
So Talon is closer than the Bai Li tribe. But the name sounds so familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before.
Zhu Zhonggao.
Qi murmured, a flash of light crossing her mind. Zhu Chongchao is in Talon. No wonder it sounds familiar. Earlier, on the bronze mirror and in Yu Bei's words, it was mentioned. Now it all makes sense. Yu Bei had Zhu Chongchao. He had been to Talon, and judging by his sister's situation, he wouldn't leave Xiao Qian far away.
So, Talon isn't far from the Ba Luo tribe.
But Qi was still curious. Since Luo Gu was in such a hurry, why did he choose to rest in a cave so early? And the way he kept looking toward the dense forest from the cliff earlier, something felt off about it.
"Little one, do you know Talon?"
Luo Gu asked when he saw her reaction.
Qi Zhenchen nodded.
My bronze mirror showed that the best environment for Zhu Chongchao is in Talon. Luo Gu understood. While Luo Gu was asking her, Qi also voiced her doubts. Is salt fruit only found in Talon? "That's all I know for now," he replied. Qi then remembered what she overheard that morning when they set out, her eavesdropping on Luo Gu and his mother. They were probably discussing salt fruit. His mother opposed him seeking evidence, but Luo Gu didn't listen. It was likely that his mother's opposition was because Talon might be dangerous. Thinking of this, Qi became more interested in Talon. Zhu Chongchao and salt fruit both come from there. Maybe. There are many valuable herbs and treasures hidden in this place. Is Talon dangerous? Qi asked again. Talon itself isn't dangerous, but the road there is full of dangers.
Ming-Tseng nodded understandingly.
Usually places that hide many treasures are very dangerous around them. "Roasted and ready. Come eat," Lu Gu said, noticing her piece of meat was almost done, and not wanting her to keep asking questions. The roasted lamb was quite tasty. Qi almost ate most of a whole piece. She piled the leftover bones to the side and suddenly realized that the cracked lamb bones looked very similar to the yellowed bones inside the cave. Curious, she asked, "Are the bones in the cave all leftovers from people trying to reach the tower?" "Yes," Lu Gu replied. Qi nodded, thinking that many people had previously tried to go to the tower. After finishing the 2 cracked lambs, it was time to rest. Qi found a quiet corner with few bones and made a simple resting spot. Night deepened, and Qi curled up under Lu Gu's beast-shaped belly. Outside, the wind howled strongly, as if trying to down all the trees in the forest. Listening to the wind, she found she couldn't sleep. Even though she was not sleepy, she pretended to rest because Lu Gu had run all day and needed to sleep well. Suddenly, Lu Gu moved, his claws on the ground, which startled Qi. "What's wrong?" she asked, opening her eyes. "Someone is here," Lu Gu said, transforming into his human form when he saw she was awake. "Stay here, I'll go check outside." Qi quickly sat up and watched him walk toward the cave entrance. The fire inside the cave was still burning, and the small green dots on the bones were still there. Besides the howling wind, she heard no other strange sounds. But soon, she heard voices outside. Lu Gu, we finally found you, a female voice said, sounding very familiar. Lu Gu, have you found your partner? Is there anything we can help with? Hearing the familiar voice, Mingjin Qi stood up carefully and walked toward the entrance. At the cave opening, she saw the people matching the voices she expected. Abu and Laya. Lu Gu's partner. Abu exclaimed happily when she saw Mingjin Qi come out. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Seeing familiar faces, Mingjin Qi smiled and greeted them. I'm fine. Why are you here? Abu's happy expression froze for a moment, and she secretly glanced at Lu Gu, appearing a little afraid of him. Mingjin Qi looked at Lu Gu and saw his face was very cold, clearly upset about Abu and Laya being there. If I remember correctly, when they were with the Balu tribe, he said that Abu and Laya had already returned to the Baili tribe.
But now.
It seems that wasn't quite true. Qi Jinjin looked back at Laya. Abu was helping her walk, and her lower leg was wrapped in bandages that looked dirty. Come inside first. The wind outside is strong and cold, Qi Jinjin quickly said to smooth things over, grabbing Luo Gu and leading her into the cave. Luo Gu didn't want to go in to deal with these two, but since Qi Jinjin said it was cold, she could only frown and follow her inside. Abu hesitated a bit. Luo Gu hadn't spoken directly, so she wondered what would happen if they went in and were kicked out. Why are you all just standing there? Come in quickly to warm up, Qi Jinjin called out when they didn't move. Abu still supported Laya and went inside. Qi Jinjin added some branches to the fire and looked at the bandage on Laya's leg. She wasn't sure how well her wound was healing. Luo Gu's face remained cold. Qi Jinjin cleared her throat to break the strange silence in the cave. Abu, how did you find your way here? She asked. From Abu's expression, she still seemed a bit afraid of Luo Gu and wasn't sure if she should answer. Just as she hesitated, Laya, who had been silent, spoke up. We followed the trail and found our way here. Trail? Qi Jinjin was skeptical, but from her answer, it was clear Luo Gu had lied earlier. They hadn't returned to the Baili tribe. Luo Gu had led them ahead and left them behind. Qi Jinjin didn't expose Luo Gu. She just smiled and said, It must have been a tough journey for you. It wasn't too bad. It could have been faster, but we slowed down to take care of Laya's injury. Luckily, we caught up with you, Abu said, waving her hand. Then, why didn't you just go back to the Baili tribe? Qi Jinjin asked, studying Luo Gu's expression. Laya's leg is badly hurt. Keep moving might make her wound worse. We were worried about you. Laya gently pulled Abu's hand to stop her from speaking. Our goal was to protect you. This small injury isn't a big deal. Qi Jinjin silently looked at her, seeming to understand why Luo Gu had abandoned them on the road. Although I am rare, your lives are also important. Trading a half-beast person's life for my weak pure-blooded life isn't really worth it, Qi Jinjin said to Laya. Abu listened and quickly said, Don't think like that. Our Baili tribe cares more about pure-blooded people. If there ever comes a day when someone's life needs to be saved, I am willing to exchange my life for yours, a pure-blooded person, Laya said seriously. It's worth it. Qi Jinjin was surprised by her serious attitude. She remembered that before, Laya looked down on her as a pure-blooded person. I am just returning the life I saved, Laya added. Qi Jinjin nodded, realizing it was because of her gratitude for saving her. She also accepted this willingly. Whether Laya was sincere or not, at least she saw her in a slightly better light and wouldn't look down on her as before. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin said, Let me see your wound. I finally saved your life, and if it gets worse at this point, it would be a big loss. Laya wanted to refuse, but Abu was worried about her wound. He quickly held her hand to prepare to remove the bandage. Bagu's spouse, I also applied the herbs you left on Laya's wound earlier, Abu said. Qi Jinjin nodded and reached into her backpack for the medicine box. As she did, she noticed Luogu's face growing colder. Oops! It seemed she had overlooked him. Although he looked very displeased, he didn't stop Abu and Laya, which meant he had accepted it. Qi Jinjin watched Abu remove the bandage. Her wound on the calf was fully exposed. The flesh she had sewn up before had almost healed, but the stitches were still slightly red and oozing blood. "Do you still have any of the broken grass?" Qi Jinjin asked as she poured some alcohol to clean the wound. Abu shook his head. "The ones you gave me are all used up." Qi Jinjin nodded, not worried about the lack of herbs. She remembered that Yubei had stuffed quite a few things into her coat, so she wasn't concerned. Whether it was because of the broken grass or the half-beast person's unique body, the healing process was much faster than she expected. No wonder Laya, despite her serious injuries, was still determined to catch up. Her face looked much better than before. "Luogu's spouse, how is Laya's injury?" Abu asked, noticing her expression, unsure if it was good or bad. "It was fine at first, but—" Qi Jinjin said, dangling the suspense.
"But what?"
Abu asked quickly, and Laya also tensed up. Qi Jinjin didn't answer immediately, but sighed regretfully. Her sigh made Abu and Laya's faces change slightly. Luogu's spouse Lia's wound might have worsened, right? Abu asked anxiously again. Qi Jinjin pretended to look regretful and said, "This wound could have healed faster and didn't need more herbs, but unfortunately, you've been rushing all this time. Now is the best time for the wound to heal. If there's still too much movement, I might have wasted my efforts saving your leg. Is it that serious?" Abu looked at the wound. She felt it hadn't worsened, just healed slowly. Qi Jinjin nodded firmly, her expression serious. "Look, it's swollen. If you press harder, you might tear the wound open and cause bleeding." After speaking, she took out some grass to cover Lia's wound and rewrapped it with a clean piece of cloth. She was also speaking these words for Luogu. Even though she didn't understand why he wanted to abandon his people, she knew he had other plans. "Abu, once it's light tomorrow, you should take Lia back to the tribe," Qi Jinjin said as she packed up. Abu shook her head. "We want to go back with Luogu." Qi Jinjin was stunned and then said, "We also plan to return to the tribe tomorrow." "Really?" Lia questioned but hesitated because Luogu was still nearby. She didn't dare speak freely. "Luogu, is taking this route back a bit too roundabout?" Luogu shot her a cold glance, as if ready to throw her out of the cave. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin said, "It's getting late. Let's discuss things tomorrow. Luogu hasn't rested much today, and neither have you." Abu nodded. They had been rushing to catch up with Luogu all along, not daring to stop for a moment. "Luogu, rest now," Qi Jinjin said as she took his hand. She pointed to the corner where they had just been resting. Perhaps Luogu was truly tired. Without saying a word, he was pulled up by Qi Jinjin and led toward the corner. Abu and Lia both sighed in relief. Luckily, his spouse was here. Otherwise, with his previous temper, they wouldn't have felt comfortable. Qi Jinjin continued to sit under Luogu's furry, beast-shaped belly, not daring to speak as Abu and Lia sat by the fire. "With them on watch, you should rest well," Qi Jinjin softly said, stroking his white fur. "Little one, since you can understand my thoughts, I won't hold this against you tonight." Luogu tilted his head slightly and rubbed his forehead against hers. Qi Jinjin felt a little ticklish, but found his soft fur very comfortable. Okay, rest well." This night, Abu and Laya took turns guarding until dawn. Qi Jinjin comfortably woke up in Luogumari. The campfire in the cave was still burning, but Abu was nowhere to be seen. "She went hunting," Laya said. Qi Jinjin nodded and noticed Luogu walking out of the cave, standing again on the cliff where he looked into the distance yesterday. She wondered what he was watching again. Soon, Abu caught a few torn sheep and returned. She also saw Luogu standing on the cliff, gazing into the distance. "Laya, what is Luogu looking at?" Abu asked curiously. "He's watching the road," Laya replied with a frown, seeming troubled. Qi Jinjin was surprised. Her answer was exactly the same as Luogu's yesterday. "The road? Which road?" Abu asked, puzzled. But Laya didn't answer and started eating the torn sheep. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin handed the roasted meat in her hand to Abu for help and then stood up to go outside. Luogu heard her footsteps, glanced back briefly, and continued to gaze into the dense forest at the end. Have you found the road? Qi Jinjin asked softly as she approached him.
Almost, he replied.
Qi Jinjin was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. In her heart, she had many questions, especially about Abu and Laya. Given Laya's injury, she could have returned to her tribe first, but she refused to go back. Even with a hurt leg, she insisted on following Luogu closely. This made Qi Jinjin suspect that Laya might have other motives, but since they were from the same tribe, she couldn't believe she would harm Luogu.
Found it, Luogu suddenly said.
Qi Jinjin's thoughts were interrupted by his words. She looked ahead along his gaze, but didn't notice any obvious change in the dense forest she was watching. All right, after we eat the meat, we'll set off, Luogu said cheerfully. Qi Jinjin blinked and was pulled into the cave by him. Luogu's mate, the meat is ready, Abu said when they entered, handing over the meat. Thank you, Qi Jinjin said, and started eating. Since entering the cave, Luogu hadn't spoken a word. Abu, curious, asked which path he planned to take back, but Luogu remained silent, only caring for Qi Jinjin. After finishing the meat, it was time to leave. Thinking about what Laya had just said, Qi Jinjin realized Luogu didn't want them to follow. She said, Abu, take Laya back to the tribe later. We'll see each other there. Are you not going back? Abu asked. Yes, but you know Luogu's personality, and with Laya injured, you probably walk slowly with her. So we decided to wait for you back at the tribe. Qi Jinjin used the same trick she used before with Nina. Abu will try to catch up, and since we're still far from the Baili tribe, it's better to go together so the tribe leader, Mama, won't worry. Although Laya was speaking to Qi Jinjin, she was also talking to Luogu. Qi Jinjin could tell there was more behind her words, and she even brought up Luogu's mother to stay close. All right then, Abu. It's your turn to work hard, Qi Jinjin said with a smile. After packing up, she followed Luogu out of the cave. She sat on Luogu's back, and he jumped off the cliff directly. The feeling of falling hit her instantly, and she clung to his back, afraid to move. Until the feeling of falling disappeared, she heard a thud nearby. She turned her head and saw Abu carrying Laya jumping down. Qi Jinjin slightly smiled and faintly heard Luogu make a low, teasing sound. Then Luogu started running wildly through the dense forest. He was quick and agile, and his large body seemed unaffected by the trees. Every time Qi Jinjin almost hit a tree, he would dodge perfectly with a quick move. At first, she could still hear his running behind her, but gradually, she only heard the sound of him running. When she looked back, Abu was already gone. Luogu didn't slow down, and along the way, she saw many animals she had never seen before flash past. She didn't know how long they ran like this, but the trees in the forest gradually became sparse, and Luogu slowed down. Qi Jinjin looked around. Besides the trees thinning out, there was nothing special. Can I confirm one thing? She asked, looking away. What? Luogu replied. Abu and Laya are sent by your mother to watch you, right? She asked. Little one, are you just realizing that? She really just realized it. Before, she thought her mother was worried she, being purebred, might be in danger, so she sent them to follow. But then she remembered the conversation that morning and Laya's expression in the cave. She suddenly understood. Are they watching you so you won't go look for the salt fruit? She asked again. Yes, Luogu replied. Qi Jinjin pursed her lips and finally understood everything. She guessed her mother was worried about the dangers around tailing and didn't want her son to take risks alone, so she sent them to stop him. But this is too much of a waste of effort. Could the two female half-beasts stop him? Chizhenshen also didn't want to think too much. As long as she followed Luogu, it would be fine. After Luogu looked ahead for a while, he turned into a human form and set Chizhenshen down. Little one, we need to walk across now.
Okay.
Chizhenshen also looked forward. Because the trees were sparse, the path became very wide and there were no weeds on the ground, just bare dirt. Ideally, running in beast form might be faster for this stretch. Follow my footprints. Don't step where I haven't stepped, Luogu said seriously, looking at her. Not a single step wrong. What if I step wrong? Chizhenshen asked instinctively.
You'll die. D.
Chizhensen couldn't believe that such a normal path could be deadly just because of one wrong step. Little one, this is no joke. You must follow my footprints exactly, understand? Luogu said sternly. Okay. Chizhensen swallowed and became serious. Since Luogu needed to scout ahead, he couldn't hold her hand, so she had to follow behind him, waiting for him to step first. Luogu was barefoot, and his feet were quite large, enough to step comfortably on the path. He took 2 steps forward, then stopped and looked back at her. Don't rush, take your time. Be sure not to step wrong. Chizhensen nodded and carefully stepped onto his footprints. When she stepped down, she froze. What was that feeling? She thought it was just dirt, but her palm felt a strange rhythm of life. It was pounding, like stepping on a tiny, beating heart. Seeing her steady, Luogu continued forward for 2 more steps, then looked back.
Come.
This time, Chizhensen didn't rush ahead but stared at the footprints he had just left. Besides the soft dirt and the footprints left barefoot, everything looked normal. She lifted her foot and stepped into the footprint. That pounding sensation came again from her soul. This was so strange. Luogu saw she was walking steadily and took 2 more steps forward, then looked back at her. Why can't you step anywhere else? Does this path have some kind of trap or formation? Wait, and I'll tell you after we cross, he said. Now wasn't the time to explain. Chizhensen focused on the footprints Luogu had made, carefully walking forward step by step. The trees around are getting fewer. After stepping into this footprint hole, Jinjin didn't see any living creatures. Everything was very quiet, so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. Moving carefully step by step was more tiring than just running straight ahead. After walking for a long time like this, Jinjin saw many rocks in front of her. The rocks varied in size. The largest was taller than Luogu, and the smallest was about the size of her palm. These rocks looked like small mountains blocking their way, but upon closer look, they resembled a stone forest. One last step. Luogu stepped on the last 2 footprints, then turned around and reached out his hand to help her. Jinjin stepped forward, grabbed Luogu's hand, and was gently pulled out. Once her feet touched the ground, the rhythmic feeling in her palms finally disappeared. It seemed safe to walk on the dirt now. Just now, what was that? Why did it feel strange when I followed your footprints? Jinjin asked, holding his hand and looking back. Even more surprising was that all the footprints she had just stepped on disappeared, as if they had never been there. Even the 2 footprints closest to her slowly vanished. Luogu picked up a branch from the ground and threw it toward the farthest spot. The branch landed outside the footprints they had just stepped on. As soon as it hit the ground, an eerie scene appeared. The soil seemed alive, quickly wrapping the branch and pulling it underground. Jinjin was stunned, unable to tell if the soil had come to life. Do you understand now? Luogu asked. Jinjin blinked and said, Are these soils capable of swallowing everything that lands on them? Yes, he replied. How is that possible? They're just soil, Jinjin said, surprised. She knew about powerful water, but didn't expect soil to have such a function. Then what about the footprints? Why is it safe to step on your footprints? Because I step on the vital points, he explained. The more she listened, the more confused she became. She took out a bronze mirror to examine herself. But when she aimed the mirror at the soil, no words appeared on it. Is it unable to recognize? She looked at other areas with the mirror, and finally, some hints appeared. The mirror described a type of tree called the earth tree, which grows in the soil area. This earth tree specifically grows in a type of soil called weak soil. Could this weak soil be the same as the soil they just stepped on? It really seems to have a similar effect as the water of weakness. Look here. At this moment, Luogu pointed to a patch of dirt on the ground. Jinjin looked in the direction he was pointing, and the dirt was exactly where they had stepped, but the footprints had gradually faded. Jinjin didn't know what he wanted her to see. Use this to look, Luogu suggested, indicating the bronze mirror. Jinjin frowned slightly and looked into the mirror. When she aimed it at his finger, characters appeared on the mirror. Species, weak soil vitality habit. The vitality of weak soil is the only safe path through the weak soil area. Destroying this vitality can get you the fruit of the earth tree. Period. Ancient times. Qi Jinjin carefully read the characters again, then held the mirror in front of Luo Gu and asked, "Can you see the words on it?" Luo Gu shook his head. Qi Jinjin pouted, realizing he could only see the section about weaknesses. "What does it say above?" Luo Gu asked. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin suddenly understood. He was asking because he wanted to know, and he was pointing to the spot on purpose. After all, she had told Luo Gu before about the use of her family's ancient bronze mirror. She didn't hide anything and read out the meaning of the characters aloud. Earth, tree, fruit. Luo Gu's dark eyes narrowed as he looked toward the trees. Yes, but there's no detailed description of the earth tree fruit. Qi Jinjin nodded. Have you seen this fruit before?
Can you eat it?
Luo Gu withdrew his gaze.
No.
As soon as he finished speaking, there was some movement across the weak soil. Qi Jinjin looked around and saw Abu and the others. They had actually caught up. Apparently, Luo Gu also saw them, and his expression showed extreme impatience. Let's go. Luo Gu turned to leave. Qi Jinjin watched Abu and Laya from afar. Judging by their stance, they were ready to rush over at any moment. Remember, they were charging into the weak soil. Luo Gu's mate. Wait for us. Abu shouted loudly when she saw him stop. It was impossible to wait. Luo Gu wanted to shake them off from the start. There was no way he would stand still here. But if they didn't realize that the area they were about to cross was weak soil, their lives could be at risk. Little thing, Luo Gu urged when he saw her standing still. Coming, Qi Jinjin replied, though she still looked worriedly at them. Abu and the others didn't rush forward immediately, but looked around anxiously, as if searching for a way. At this moment, Luo Gu casually picked up a stick and threw it with a little force toward Abu and Laya. The stick landed precisely on the weak soil area, and Abu and Laya watched helplessly as the stick was swallowed by the dirt before their eyes. Now, they probably wouldn't dare to step in casually. Qi Jinjin happily followed Luo Gu as they left. After walking a short distance forward, they reached the stone forest they saw earlier. The stone forest has 3 entrances, left, middle, and right, separated by some distance. Luo Gu led her straight into the middle entrance. Once inside, Qi Jinjin saw rows of stones. There are paths, but some ends are blocked by stones. Could this stone forest be a maze?
Kidzensen guessed.
A maze? Yes, I mean complicated passages. The paths are tricky to follow, and it's hard to find your way out once you're inside, Qi Jinjin explained. But most mazes have patterns. If you find the pattern, it's easy to get through. For Luo Gu, crossing this stone forest was very simple. He didn't expect this little girl to notice the strange parts of the maze. How do you find the pattern? Seeing this, Luo Gu decided to test her. Qi Jinjin looked at him surprised. Don't you know? Luo Gu said nothing. I saw 3 entrances outside.
I thought you knew the way, she said.
It seemed he was just wandering based on instinct. Finding the pattern takes time. Let's walk and look for it. Luckily, I have this. She took out her small compass from her backpack. As long as she determined the direction of the entrance, even if she got lost inside, she wouldn't completely lose her way. What's this? Luo Gu asked when he saw her holding a round object. A compass. Qi Jinjin spun it around. It helps us find directions. This was something Luo Gu had never seen before. After watching her turn the compass, he started walking forward without a word and followed her. Using the compass, Qi Jinjin knew the entrance to the stone forest was directly south. But the exit wasn't necessarily in the same direction. It could be directly opposite north, or east, west, or some other direction. She observed her surroundings as she walked. The paths in the stone forest were all made of stones. It's amazing how such paths formed naturally, nature's incredible craftsmanship. What surprised her even more was that although some paths curved, they only curved like 2 bumps on a convex shape. After turning, they became straight again. The entrance was always behind them. Is this still a maze? Qi Jinjin started to doubt. Do you think there might be dangers inside? She asked as they walked. Like, maybe there's soil that can swallow things? No, Lu Gu replied to her. Does that mean it's just a simple maze? Qi Jinjin felt a little relieved. If so, she just needed to find the way out. She kept her eyes on the compass and walked forward. After a long distance, she didn't encounter any dead ends. Soon, she saw the exit. There were no rocks blocking the way at the end, only bright light outside. The exit is here, Lu Gu said at this moment. Qi Jinjin frowned slightly, surprised, and looked at him with some suspicion. She had other guesses in her mind, but it was better to say that her guess was based on this stone forest. Finally, the two of them stepped out of the stone forest. Qi Jinjin looked down at the compass. The exit of the stone forest was actually directly north. The path through the stone forest was a curved straight line. Are the routes you mentioned yesterday and today just the way to pass through this stone forest? After coming out, Qi Jinjin wanted to confirm her earlier guess. Yes. This is like having super sight, she thought. How did you find it? Can you see so far from the cliff? I can't see very clearly, but I can hear the sounds, he replied. Qi Jinjin looked puzzled, not understanding how he judged the route. Lu Gu knew she didn't understand, just like he didn't understand the device she held called a compass. He thought for a moment and explained, the stones in this forest change all the time. Only just now could I pass straight through easily. Qi Jinjin nodded silently and put the compass away. On this strange beastman continent, anything weird can happen. Anyway, following Lu Gu wouldn't be dangerous, so she decided not to take out her treasures. She looked ahead again. Outside the stone forest was a bright, sunny grove. The sunlight was just right, shining on the grove, making the whole area look like it was coated in a layer of light, dazzling to look at. Qi Jinjin instinctively felt that such brightness might be dangerous. Suddenly, from the grove ahead, came a rustling sound, like wind blowing through leaves. But now, there was hardly any breeze. Shoo! Lu Gu made a shushing gesture. He didn't approach the grove but stood still, observing something. Qi Jinjin quieted down and looked carefully into the grove. The rustling sounds continued, but this time she listened closely. It wasn't the wind. It was the sound of some creatures playing in the grass. There are many strange and unusual things here. Qi Jinjin simply holds a bronze mirror, and whenever she sees a living creature, she immediately uses the mirror to identify it. This helps her learn a lot. Soon, she notices movement in the grass not far from the small forest. Then, something rolls out of the bushes. Qi Jinjin quickly points her bronze mirror at the round object, and it immediately provides an introduction. Species: white hornstone beast habitat, usually seen around the Tower Forest. When young, it is small, cute, and clumsy. When grown, it becomes very large and does not like to move. It often stays in one place for decades, or even longer. Period. Ancient times, it's another animal she has never heard of before. The round object rolls out of the grass and begins to stretch. Its back is covered with hard, plate-like shells. It has a small head, like a tiny hedgehog, but its belly is fluffy and soft, making it look very adorable. However, from Qi Jinjin's perspective, the white hornstone beast isn't very small. The one she sees right now is about the size of an adult turtle. Do you know what it is? Luo Gu quietly asks as he sees her using the bronze mirror. Qi Jinjin nods. White hornstone beast, often seen around the Tower Forest.
Good.
That one is just a young one, and quite mischievous, Luo Gu says. A young one? Are they this big? How large will it be when fully grown? Qi Jinjin watches the white hornstone beast rolling on the grass, seeming to enjoy itself, completely unafraid of strangers approaching. Luo Gu doesn't rush to get closer, but continues to watch the young creature. Qi Jinjin doesn't know what he's looking at either, so she just stands beside him and watches. After rolling on the grass for a few rounds, the white hornstone beast finally notices the two people nearby. Seeing them, it quickly pulls its shells around itself and tucks in its fluffy belly, its black eyes curious as it stares at them. Come here. Luo Gu crouches down and extends his hand. Qi Jinjin is surprised, watching him, then looks back at the white horned stone beast. It gently tilts its head, staring with its big, dark eyes, as if wondering who they are and if they are dangerous. Soon, the white horned stone beast gradually relaxes, pulling its shells back and carefully approaching them, step by step. Luo Gu doesn't rush. He waits patiently as it slowly gets closer. Finally, the white horned stone beast reaches him, its dark eyes looking up at Luo Gu, then at his outstretched hand, assessing. Qi Jinjin holds her breath, afraid that any sudden movement might scare it away. The white horned stone beast seemed to realize that Luo Gu posed no threat and gradually relaxed its body. It even stretched out a small paw from beneath its shell and placed it in Luo Gu's palm. That fluffy, chubby little paw made Qi Jinjin feel her heart soften, just as the bronze mirror had described. It was honest and adorable. Luo Gu gently held the small paw and rubbed it. The white horned stone beast, being rubbed, completely relaxed and revealed its soft little belly. Luo Gu reached out with another hand and gently touched its belly, making Qi Jinjin also want to try feeling it. The white horned stone beast did not resist. It allowed Luo Gu to touch its belly and was eventually picked up by him. "Stay close to me," Luo Gu whispered as he held the white horned stone beast. "Okay," Qi Jinjin nodded and followed him into the small forest. For some reason, as soon as they entered the small forest, Qi Jinjin felt a strange sense of unease. Her heart started pounding faster, and she felt a little short of breath. She slowed her breathing to calm down, and her condition improved a bit. She didn't mention her discomfort. Right now, the most important thing was to get through the forest first. Luo Gu carried the white horned stone beast past the trees. The sunlight above made everything feel warm and cozy. Qi Jinjin heard the chirping of small birds in the trees, and not far away, she caught the sound of rustling leaves. Looking around, she saw several young white horned stone beasts rolling out of a pile of grass. They played together in groups, seeming to enjoy themselves. When they saw one of their companions being held by Luo Gu, they looked on curiously from afar, but didn't dare to approach. Luo Gu ignored them and continued walking with the creature in his arms. Soon, they exited the small forest. At the end of the woods was a ditch filled with jagged rocks and strange, colorful plants and flowers. Luo Gu put the white horned stone beast down. It happily scampered around his feet, making soft giggling sounds. He crouched down and gently touched its belly again, saying, "Let's go back. Don't run off." The white horned stone beast made a couple of small giggles and then curled into a ball, rolling into the forest. It was truly amazing. Qi Jinjin couldn't help but marvel, feeling both curious and surprised. She could actually communicate with animals? Luo Gu stood up and looked toward the ditch ahead. "May I ask a question?" Qi Jinjin asked, still puzzled. "The white horned stone beast is very intelligent when young," Luo Gu replied, knowing what she wanted to ask. "Carrying it here is to prevent waking the adult white horned stone beast." The adult white horned stone beast? She remembered that she hadn't seen any adult creatures when passing through this forest. "Look over there," Luo Gu pointed to the right. Qi Jinjin looked in the direction he indicated. It was the edge of a small forest, with a large rock outside the boundary. "Is there something special about that rock?" Qi Jinjin asked, confused. "Take a closer look." Qi Jinjin blinked. Even staring intently, she couldn't see anything unusual about the big rock outside the forest edge. She had to use her bronze mirror to check. When the mirror showed the words, "White horned stone beast," she froze. How could the mirror show the name of an animal for just a rock? Could it be? A frightening guess formed in Qi Jinjin's mind. To confirm her suspicion, she used the bronze mirror to look at the ground of the small forest. Sure enough, the mirror still displayed information about the white horned stone beast. Qi Jinjin swallowed hard to calm herself. No wonder she felt anxious and short of breath when passing through this forest earlier. Because this small forest was actually growing on the back of a giant adult white horned stone beast. The large rock Luo Gu pointed to was the head of the adult white horned stone beast. This giant beast was enormous. Just if I wake up this adult white horned stone beast, what terrible consequences might happen? She quietly asked after learning the truth. I don't know. I haven't encountered one, Lu Gu replied. All right, little one, we're safe now. Don't think too much. That's true. Qi Jinjin smiled and looked toward the ditch ahead. On the other side was a steep, vertical mountain wall. It wouldn't be easy to leap across using Lu Gu's beast form. So, she decided to go down into the ditch to see if there was another way across. Lu Gu carried Qi Jinjin and jumped down. They landed on a large, protruding rock surrounded by colorful flowers and plants. Qi Jinjin examined them with her bronze mirror, growing more surprised. All these colorful flowers and plants were rare and precious. At least half of them could only be found in this ditch on the entire continent of beastmen. However, most of these rare plants were toxic. For example, she identified a purple flower whose stem sap was highly corrosive. Touching it lightly could cause a burn similar to acid. She looked away from the plants and turned to Lu Gu. These flowers are very bright, and the brighter they are, the more poisonous they tend to be. Poisonous? Luo Gu remembered that she had mentioned before that poison is harmful. Yes, some flowers and plants can make people feel unwell when touched, Qi Jinjin nodded. And the strange rocks protruding from this ditch are fewer than the plants. Can you find the way? Seeing Luo Gu's slightly confident expression, which disliked being underestimated, Qi Jinjin knew she was talking nonsense. From soft soil to a forest of rocks, and then to the huge white-horned beast. Was there any step he didn't walk through safely? So, he must know the safe path to the Tower Forest. She didn't need to worry about it. Qi Jinjin stayed silent and just followed him. Follow me. Luo Gu stepped down onto the rocks, seemingly planning to walk on the flowers and plants. Qi Jinjin felt a little worried. Just follow my steps, and nothing will go wrong, Luo Gu said as he stepped onto the rocks and reached out his hand to her. Qi Jinjin trusted him and reached out her hand to steady him. Luckily, she was wearing long pants and shoes, so walking through these flowers and plants wouldn't hurt her legs. Gradually, she noticed a pattern in Luo Gu's way of finding the path. He didn't step on every flower or plant, but specifically walked on patches of grass that looked like weeds. Although weeds were everywhere in the mountain valley, at first glance, the places where these weeds grew actually formed a path, as if marked out for walking. What kind of careful observation was needed to notice this pattern? Qi Jinjin couldn't help but give Luo Gu a big thumbs up in her mind. Luo Gu walked over these weeds to a cliff on the other side, which was covered with many green vines. On the roots of the vines, large white flowers grew, each taller than a person. These flowers looked strange. Normally, a single root would produce one flower, but these large white flowers could grow 8 or 9 from a single root, all sprouting from the entire root system. This is the entrance to the Tower Forest. Luo Gu tightened his grip on her hand. Qi Jinjin's heart skipped a beat, and she started to feel nervous. Luo Gu was about to reach out and tear apart these roots bearing large, white flowers. Wait! Qi Jinjin quickly stopped him.
Don't touch them yet.
What if these flowers are poisonous? Luo Gu chuckled and asked in return, how do you know if they are poisonous? Poisonous or not? We can tell by looking. Qi Jinjin took out a mirror. Since this was the entrance to the Tower Forest, perhaps the large white flowers there were a kind of illusion or trap. After all, he had said before that the Tower Forest itself wasn't dangerous. Only the path leading to it was. Soon, the mirror reflected the names of these large, white flowers. Barrier flowers. What kind of fantasy name is? Just by the name, you can tell what the flower's purpose is. How about it? Is it poisonous? Luo Gu glanced at what she was holding, but there was nothing there. Qi Jinjin cleared her throat and put away the bronze mirror. Barrier flower, no poison, but the root is very hard. Most people can't break it. I know you're not an ordinary person. Luo Gu chuckled and reached out to break off a piece. Qi Jinjin saw that he broke it easily, but the root that was snapped off remained stiff like steel, holding the bent position, and didn't bounce back when Luo Gu let go. Next, Luo Gu broke several more, revealing a faint dark cave behind the small, white flowers. They passed through the barrier flower and arrived in front of this hidden small cave. Qi Jinjin looked back. The barrier flowers still looked bent. Only the first one Luo Gu broke was slowly returning to its original shape. I want to try, she said, curious to see how hard the root of the barrier flower really was. Luo Gu released his grip, letting her try. Qi Jinjin rubbed her hands, ready to use her full strength. She picked the nearest flower, grabbed it with both hands, and forcefully bent it to the side. Qi Jinjin clenched her teeth and pushed harder. Even with her face turning red and her hands trembling, the root of the barrier flower remained completely still. This flower's root was even harder than steel. These flowers are too tough for even ordinary half-beasts to break, let alone pure humans. Luo Gu teased her from the side. Qi Jinjin gave up. She just wanted to try. Are we already at the tower forest now? Once we pass through, we'll be there. Finally, they reached their destination. Qi Jinjin let out a small breath of relief, feeling a bit excited. Don't let your guard down, Luo Gu warned. Take out the night pearl. Qi Jinjin took out a gem, which seemed dim because the barrier flower hadn't fully recovered yet. Take two, Luo Gu said. Qi Jinjin was surprised. Hearing him, she took out another one, probably because the cave was too dark for just one. Luo Gu looked at the brightness, then held her hand and walked forward. Use the night pearl to light the ground. Watch your step. Okay. As they moved inside, the light from the night pearl grew brighter. The ground looked quite flat, but Luo Gu walked very slowly, almost testing each step. After a few steps, the barrier flower behind them returned to its original shape, and the night pearl shone even brighter. At that moment, Luo Gu paused, leaning against the side of the mountain wall. Qi Jinjin also moved closer, and then realized that the ground ahead had collapsed. No, it wasn't a collapse, it was a hole. Qi Jinjin understood why they used luminous stones to light the way, because there were holes in the ground. If they accidentally stepped into one, it would be dangerous. And these holes weren't small. Even with the light from the luminous stones, the darkness inside couldn't be seen clearly. Indeed, one must be very careful. Luo Gu continued walking with her. Qi Jinjin counted the holes they encountered along the way. When she reached the 10th hole, the glow from the luminous stone dimmed a bit. Light was coming through ahead, shining in beams, casting long shadows on the ground at the cave's exit. Could there be another row of barrier flowers at the exit?
Qi Jinjin guessed silently.
Sure enough, the cave's entrance was blocked by a row of barrier flowers, but there were fewer than at the entrance. Luo Gu only needed to pull apart two to get through. After pulling the flowers apart, they stepped out of the cave and finally reached the tower forest. Qi Jinjin couldn't help but feel that without Luo Gu, ordinary people wouldn't be able to get close to the tower forest. This also made her think that the tower forest was a very safe treasure. This is the tower forest, Luo Gu said. With Abu and Laya's strength, they probably can't get in? Qi Jinjin thought of the two people still blocked by weak earth. If they could enter easily, we wouldn't have two followers behind us. Luo Gu glanced at her, still unhappy about the two who were blocking the way. Qi Jinjin smiled. Most likely, it was his mother who didn't believe he could enter the tower forest so easily. Luo Gu was much more powerful than she had imagined. Qi Jinjin looked ahead, ready to see the tower forest surrounded by danger from all sides. But when she looked around, she saw no tower forest at all. She didn't see a single tree. The only thing visible was thick fog. Very thick fog, so dense that even bright sunlight couldn't hit. How could she find the salt fruit now? The fog inside the tower forest is very thick. Stay here and wait for me. Luo Gu thought for a moment, still worried about her following him. If she got lost in the fog, that would be a problem.
No.
Qi Jinjin quickly held him back. Don't worry, the tower forest is safe. No animals can threaten you. A pure-blood person, Luo Gu said with a smile, trying to comfort her. I'll be back very soon. Qi Jinjin still refused. Since you say the tower forest is safe, why won't you let me come with you? Luo Gu looked at the thick fog, his brow slightly furrowing.
Qi Jinjin understood.
She released Luo Gu and searched through her backpack, finally finding the silver nine-fish beard she had taken earlier. Luckily, she hadn't cut off the second silver nine-fish beard, so she kept the whole piece. She tied a knot at both ends of the beard, then tied one end around her wrist and the other end around Luo Gu's wrist. Look, even if we let go, we won't be able to separate, Qi Jinjin said, raising her eyebrows. Luo Gu saw this and immediately drew his dagger, cutting the silver nine-fish beard in half.
You? Qi Jinjin was surprised.
Did he really not want her to follow? Since this is such a long piece, if it gets caught or torn, it would be useless, Luo Gu said, removing the beard from her wrist and holding the cut end. Let's retie it. Qi Jinjin paused, realizing she had misunderstood him. She quickly tied the end into a knot and looped it around Luo Gu's wrist. Now they were only a step apart. Qi Jinjin couldn't help but smile as she looked at the short beard. Let's go find the salt fruit, Luo Gu said, eager to finish quickly. Okay. Qi Jinjin bent down to pick up the other piece of beard and stored it carefully. She was planning to try making a bow and arrow with it when they returned. The two headed into the thick fog. As they entered, Qi Jinjin felt the moisture in the air clearly. The fog had no smell, it was just a visual barrier. Interestingly, once inside, her vision was slightly clearer. She could vaguely see some trees. While Luo Gu stopped to check their direction, Qi Jinjin looked down at the ground. She could clearly see the soil beneath her feet, exactly the same as the soil she saw in Yubai Mountain Cave. She also noticed faint wisps of fog drifting past her feet. Is the tower always surrounded by fog? She wondered. This wasn't the tower she imagined. Since there were many rare plants growing here, constant fog might hinder their growth. Only when uninvited guests come, Luo Gu replied. The fog will disappear after a while. Uninvited guests? Qi Jinjin guessed that these guests might be Yubai, who could have come here to harvest rare insects, or perhaps someone gathering salt fruit. There's another way to make the fog clear faster, Luo Gu added. But it's a bit complicated. What's the method? Find a tree, split it open, and inside there are special insects that eat fog, he explained. It sounded troublesome, but for Luo Gu, it didn't seem difficult. He believed he could do it. But we came only to find salt fruit. There's no need to make things so complicated. Qi Jun was very happy that he found this tree to make the fog disappear. She also wanted to take this chance to see how many rare flowers and plants were inside the tower forest. However, he didn't seem to want the fog to clear, which made her feel a little disappointed. Luo Gu was focused on exploring the path and didn't notice her mood. Once he found the right direction, he held her hand and led her forward. Qi Jun looked around with a bronze mirror, hoping to spot one of the trees Luo Gu mentioned. Maybe luck would be on her side. But the fog was too thick. Sometimes she could barely see some trees, but then the dense fog covered everything again, making it impossible to identify them. Suddenly, Luo Gu stopped. Qi Jun looked up at him and saw he had a serious expression. What's wrong? She asked nervously, her heart skipping a beat. Luo Gu made a shushing gesture and listened carefully, his ears twitching as if he was hearing something nearby. Qi Jun also pricked up her ears, but everything was very quiet around them. She couldn't hear anything. After listening for a while, Luo Gu whispered, "Looks like we need to find the tree first." Qi Jun was surprised and happy, but also a little worried. She guessed he thought the fog was blocking his view, making it hard to see the surroundings. Also, there might be more than just them in the tower forest. Under Luo Gu's lead, they quickly found the tree. Qi Jun hurriedly used her bronze mirror to identify it. Sure enough, it showed that inside this tree was a type of insect that could eat fog. But this tree was even thicker than she imagined. Even with tools, it would take some time to cut it open. Little thing, stand back, Luo Gu said, ready to act. Are you going to chop this tree with your bare hands? Qi Jun asked in surprise. The tree was so thick that 3 people could hug it. Luo Gu shot her a look that said he was annoyed she doubted him. Qi Jun awkwardly cleared her throat and took a step back to give him space to work. However, Luo Gu completely forgot about the beard tied to his wrist. He raised his hand to turn into a beast form, but because he raised his hand too far forward, he accidentally pulled Qijin along with him. She staggered forward, almost crashing into the tree. Luogu only realized he still had the beard tied to his hand when he tried to transform. In a panic, he stopped his beast transformation and reached out to hold her. But because the beard was too short and elastic, he was pulled forward along with her. With a muffled sound, Qijin bumped into a strong chest, but it didn't hurt. She quickly reacted, looked up and saw Luogu. He had used his own body to cushion her impact, acting as a soft pad before she could hit the tree. "Are you okay?" Qijin heard the muffled sound earlier and knew he must have hit his chest hard. "I'm fine." Luogu looked down at her and smiled. Who knew a beard could be so troublesome? Qijin pursed her lips, feeling she should have warned him. "Maybe you should untie it first?" "No need," Luogu refused. "But if you don't untie it, you can't turn into a beast to chop the tree," Qijin said with a frown. Luogu's lips curled slightly as he gently lifted her chin. "Who says I have to turn into a beast? Just give me a little encouragement. I can do it in human form too."
He was joking, right?
He couldn't even fully protect this tree on his own, and now he wanted to chop it with his bare hands? That was hard to believe. But Qijin quickly realized they were in a close position. A bit too close. He had one arm around her waist and the other hand lifting her chin. Even though she was wearing a coat, she could feel his warm chest. Realizing how awkward their posture was, Qijin wanted to pull away, but his hand was so firm it left her no chance. "Why, you want some encouragement?" she asked nervously. "What kind of encouragement do you think I need?" Luogu loved being close to her and didn't want to let go for a moment. "Maybe you should let me go first? I can clap and cheer for you," Qijin said, feeling her cheeks grow hotter. If she didn't move away soon, she might start sweating. Luogu shook his head gently. Not enough. What was he doing? Just now, he was eager to chop the tree, and now he was joking around with her. "Little one, think quickly, or I won't have the strength to chop the tree," Luogu said with a smile, his dark eyes flashing with mischief. His rough fingers lightly covered her lips. Qijin understood. He really wouldn't miss any chance to get close. "All right, then let me go first. I promise to give you a little encouragement you'll like," she said shyly. "Really?" Luogu doubted her, worried this was just an excuse to make him loosen his grip. "Yes, I keep my promises," Qijin blinked sincerely at him. Luogu smiled and released her. Qijin quickly stepped back half a step, but because her wrists were still bound with the beard, she couldn't get too far away. She took a deep breath, looked up at his face, and tiptoed. Quick, decisive, accurate. Jinjin quickly kissed his cheek, moving so fast that Guggen had no time to react. After the kiss, Jinjin pursed her lips, feeling a tingling sensation like an electric shock, even though she only kissed his cheek. "Here, that's your little encouragement," Jinjin said, trying to hide her embarrassment. "Hurry up and chop the tree. Don't waste time." Guggen was still dazed from her sneaky kiss. Her soft lips had brushed his cheek gently, stirring his gentle feelings inside. Could he really be so distracted by her sneaky kiss? Jinjin frowned as she watched him. His dark eyes hadn't focused yet, clearly still savoring the taste of her kiss. Jinjin cleared her throat to remind him to snap out of it and not get lost in her shy act. Guggen chuckled. "I like this little encouragement. If I kiss you again here." "Shut up," Jinjin quickly interrupted, noticing him pointing at her mouth. "Don't push your luck. Remember the main task." Guggen smiled softly and stopped teasing her. Seeing her willingly offer her cheek for a kiss was enough for him for now. He straightened up, looking serious, and glanced at his beard, which was really bothering him now. "You said earlier that as long as I give you a little encouragement, I wouldn't turn into a beast and could chop down this tree." Jinjin raised an eyebrow. She hadn't forgotten what he said. "Are you willing to let me hurt you?" "What?" "Wow, he's being so cheeky." Jinjin glared at him sharply. Guggen turned back into his beast form but tied his beard to his back paw, keeping Jinjin a little farther away from the tree to avoid accidentally hurting her. Jinjin watched him lift his front paw, leaning most of his weight on the tree. Suddenly, she felt Guggen exert force, and the sturdy tree slowly started to fall at a visible speed. How strong is Guggen? Jean was stunned. The tree was slowly leaning down, its roots pulling out of the soil. Finally, with a loud bang, Guggen pushed the tree over, knocking it to the ground. The roots that were buried in the dirt were all pulled out. After the tree fell, Guggen turned back into his human form and tied his beard to his hand. "Is this what you call chopping?" She wondered. She thought chopping meant cutting the tree in half from the middle, not pulling it out by the roots. "Not yet," Guggen said, squatting by the roots. He found a few and tore them apart with his bare hands. From the broken roots, bugs crawled out. These insects look like ants, dark and numerous, crawling out from the tree roots in large groups and onto the ground. The insects on the ground lift their small heads and wave their antennae as if sensing something. Soon after, these tiny insects grow a pair of translucent wings and fly into the sky. Are they flying ants? Qi becomes curious about these small bugs. She uses a bronze mirror to look. Although these insects look like flying ants, they are not called that. They're called fog bugs. Maybe because their role is to eat fog, that's why they have this name. These fog bugs can absorb all kinds of fog, natural fog or even poisonous mist, and digest it. Seeing this, Qi can't help but want to catch a few to keep, thinking they might be useful someday. After emerging from the tree roots, all these fog bugs grow small, translucent wings and fly into the sky. It seems like a trick of the eyes, but after they fly up, Qi feels the fog above their heads has become thinner. Luogu cuts all the roots of the tree, and the dense fog bugs start to absorb the surrounding fog. Alright, Luogu looks around, now we just wait. Qi glances at the big tree and the cut roots, then asks, "So, if we cut the roots, will the fog bugs be released?" "Yes," Luogu replies, not understanding why she asks this. "Since it's so simple, why are you still pushing the whole tree over?" If only the roots are needed, she could find a way to dig around the tree and just cut the roots without knocking down the entire sturdy tree. Is there a problem? Luogu looks at her, not seeming to think his method is wrong. Qi rubs her forehead. For someone so strong, it's not a problem, but it's tiring. There's an easier, less exhausting way, but he still chooses to use brute force. She bites her lip and says, "No problem. I just feel sorry for you." Luogu gives her a puzzled look, then smiles and says, "Knocking down a tree doesn't take much effort." Qi smiles and points at the soil turned over by the roots, saying, "If I had known these fog bugs were inside the roots, I could have helped you with an easier method, like digging around the soil and removing the roots directly." Hearing this, Luogu's face changes slightly. He hadn't thought of that method, and he definitely wouldn't consider it. Whenever there's an easy way to solve a problem, we should avoid using our brains and just rely on strength. How long do you think we have to wait? Qi was worried he might get upset, so she quickly changed the subject. Not much longer. Qi looked up at the fog insects. They were small and numerous, and in just a moment, most of the fog above their heads was absorbed. With the thick fog gone, she saw many trees. Most of the visible trees were thick and had many branches, but these branches had few leaves. As the fog gradually cleared, rays of sunlight shone through the gaps in the branches. The scene looked like a peaceful morning walk, but it was no longer morning. "Alright, let's keep looking," Luogu said. Since the fog was almost gone, it was time to move.
Qi nodded.
Without the fog blocking her view, she could use her bronze mirror more easily to identify the plants. Luogu held her hand and led her toward a fallen tree. Only then did Qi realize how tall that tree was. As the fog slowly lifted, she finally saw the true appearance of the tower forest. There were many trees, and each looked different. Just a few steps with Luogu, she identified at least 5 different types of trees using her bronze mirror. These trees, depending on their species, had different kinds of flowers and grasses growing around them. Ju Chong Chao, Qi suddenly spotted a large patch of this plant not far away. Luogu looked over and didn't seem to have a good impression of it. Seeing his slightly cold expression, Qi Jinjin guessed he was probably annoyed because of Yu Bei. She didn't say anything and kept using her bronze mirror to examine the plants in the tower forest. After walking a bit further, Luo Gu suddenly stopped. Qi Jinjin looked at him in confusion, noticing he was staring at a patch of land nearby with a serious expression and furrowed brows. They approached, and Qi Jinjin discovered there were footprints on the ground. These footprints are fresh. She crouched down and touched the soil with her hand. Looking at their size, they probably belonged to an adult man. Luo Gu looked at the footprints without saying anything. Following the direction of the footprints, Qi Jinjin made a new discovery. These footprints are pressed very hard, while the ones in front are lighter.
And
She pulled him a few steps forward, frowning. There's a trail of animal footprints next to these.
look.
Luo Gu remained silent, just quietly observing. Qi Jinjin saw that he did not speak, so she looked again at the animal footprints. The footprints were messy, as if someone had struggled while walking, and there were also some dragging marks. Someone and an animal, Qi Jinjin concluded. At first, this person was probably carrying the animal, but for some reason, the animal fell to the ground and struggled to escape. Luo Gu stood up and walked forward. Qi Jinjin saw his face was serious and silent, feeling uneasy about these footprints. They followed the footprints ahead. The human footprints became more scattered, even damaging some flowers and plants, but the animal footprints disappeared. It seemed that not long ago, there was a fight between a person and an animal in this place. Did you find anything? She asked, feeling nervous because he hadn't spoken yet. If you don't say anything, I won't know what's going on, Qi Jinjin thought. Luo Gu said, Talon entered with other people and also with a wild animal. It looked like her guess was right. Was the noise you heard just now from this area? No, Luo Gu replied, that happened before we entered Talon. Seeing that he knew what was going on, Qi Jinjin felt a little relieved. Keep looking for the salt fruit tree, Luo Gu said, withdrawing his gaze and not planning to focus on the footprints anymore.
His hands had nodded.
She didn't know what a salt fruit tree looked like, and during this journey, she had checked the trees with a bronze mirror, but none seemed related to salt fruit. Searching blindly like this was not very effective. Suddenly, not far away, there was a quick sound of hooves, like an animal running through the grass. But the sound only lasted a few seconds and then disappeared. Quiet returned nearby. What was that sound? Qi Jinjin stared closely at the place where the sound came from, noting that the plants there hadn't moved much. That wild animal is still alive. Luo Gu frowned slightly, surprised. Qi Jinjin swallowed nervously, a little afraid of meeting the wild animal Luo Gu mentioned. Salt fruit is just ahead, Luo Gu said confidently, quickening his pace. Qi Jinjin was very careful with the flowers and plants under her feet, almost watching her step to avoid damaging these precious plants. But Luo Gu moved quickly and didn't pay attention to the plants, stepping directly on them. Qi Jinjin almost fell trying to avoid the plants. After walking through a patch of flowers and grass, She noticed that there were fewer trees ahead. These trees formed a circle on a piece of land in the tower forest. In the center of the circle stood a tree that was not growing upright but bent, with its trunk curved. At first glance, it looked like a lazy person lying in the ground, unwilling to stand straight. This tree had dense branches and leaves, all triangular in shape, with a very strange color. The leaves were silver white, a color she had never seen before. Looking at this strange tree, Jinjin quickly used a bronze mirror. Species: salt fruit tree habitat. Only grows in the tower forest. It produces salt fruits, which can only be eaten alone. Eating them with any other fruit is toxic and can be deadly. The leaves of the salt fruit tree can be used to detoxify. Period. Ancient times, this is the salt fruit tree. Luo Gu walked straight toward the salt fruit tree, stopping halfway. At the same time, Jinjin saw a large, fluffy tail emerging behind the tree. Originally, the tail was hidden behind the tree to avoid being noticed, but because it was so hairy and large, even partially covered, some of it was still exposed outside the tree. Luo Gu made a shushing gesture and quietly untied the beard on his wrist. Jinjin Chi immediately became nervous, unsure if that fluffy tail was the wild beast Luo Gu mentioned that was still alive. Luo Gu did not move forward, and the tail behind the tree also wiggled anxiously. The situation seemed to be at a stalemate. Then Luo Gu took a gentle step forward. Jinjin Chi wanted to follow but looked down to find that he had somehow untied his beard. He probably wanted to check alone while she stayed put. Jinjin Chi did not follow but stood nervously, watching Luo Gu approach the salt fruit tree step by step. Soon, Luo Gu reached the front of the tree, and the hidden tail bristled with hair, ready to attack at any moment. In a sudden distraction, a quadruped creature darted out from behind the salt fruit tree. Jinjin Chi saw the full shape of that large tail. It was a beast about the height of a person, covered in red and white fur. Its head looked very much like a horse. If it weren't for the fierce, murderous glare in its beastly eyes, she might think it was a gentle creature because of its gentle appearance. Moreover, the red and white fur looked very familiar. The bright red fur was vivid and shiny, and the white fur, perhaps because of the sunlight, shimmered with a faint silver glow. This fur looks very bright and noble. At this moment, the wild beast is full of aggression, arching its back, with its beautiful fur standing on end. Could it be a guardian beast that protects the salt fruit tree? Qi Jinjin guesses silently, considering that given the fantastical situations so far, it's not impossible. If it is indeed a guardian beast, it will surely attack Luo Gu when he tries to approach and investigate. Qi Jinjin quickly uses a bronze mirror to identify the beast before it starts attacking Luo Gu, checking for any weaknesses. However, the words displayed on the mirror shock her. Feathered Transformation Beast. It turns out to be a feathered transformation beast. Qi Jinjin's eyes widen as she carefully reads the words again on the mirror. It really is a feathered transformation beast. No wonder the fur looked so familiar earlier. It was something she saw before in the treasure cave of Chief Eki. Qi Jinjin suppresses her surprise, unsure if Luo Gu knows that this wild beast is an extremely rare feathered transformation beast. How rare is it? There are only 18 feathered transformation beasts on the entire Beastman continent. No one knows where these beasts usually live, and their names only appear in rumors. With only 18 in total, the fur in Chief Eki's cave is probably from just one of these rare creatures. Animals more precious than national treasures, yet some people are willing to skin them? Of course, not everyone values such beautiful fur as she does. Most people would love to have such a stunning coat. Suddenly, the feathered transformation beast leaps up, as if it's about to bite Luo Gu's head off. How could Luo Gu just stand there and wait? As the beast jumps to attack, he sidesteps quickly. The beast misses its attack, and its anger seems to grow. Its eyes turn almost red with fury. It swings its tail toward Luo Gu, who ducks skillfully. Its large tail narrowly misses hitting him on the head. From a distance, Qi Jinjin even feels the gust of wind from the tail's swipe. Imagine how strong that force must be. The feathered transformation beast misses again, becoming more furious, speeding up its attacks. Now Luo Gu, in human form, struggles to defend himself. Several times he almost gets hit fatally. Qi Jinjin watches from afar, feeling anxious. Luo Gu keeps dodging in human form, not transforming into a beast to fight back, and he hasn't even taken the initiative to attack the beast. But the beast's attacks are becoming more vicious, each one deadly. Jinjin looked on nervously, hoping that the bronze mirror would show a line of words revealing weaknesses. Maybe then she could help Luo Gu without hurting the transformed beast. But the mirror remained blank, showing nothing she wanted to see. As she glanced hurriedly, she faintly saw bloodstains on the beast. From its fur color, bleeding would be hard to notice unless it was very obvious. She also saw that the fur on its inner thigh was stuck together, indicating injury. Moreover, its belly seemed swollen. Jinjin moved closer, trying to see better. Because the beast had thick fur, it hid its swollen belly. Looking carefully, she realized this beast might be pregnant. No wonder it looked so hostile. Its maternal instincts made it fiercely protect its unborn child. Just as Jinjin understood the situation, Luogu was knocked to the ground by the beast's tail. The beast saw that it finally hit him and prepared to attack, aiming to crush him. Luogu, watch out! Jinjin gasped, her heart racing. She impulsively wanted to rush over and help, hoping that distracting the beast might give Luogu a chance to escape. But as she lifted her foot, Luogu transformed into his beast form. His massive tail swept and knocked the jumping beast away. The beast landed heavily, howling in pain but struggling to stand again. Jinjin paused, tense, watching the beast closely. It seemed to be in pain all over, but still clenched its teeth and prepared to fight. Its knees trembled slightly, making her feel sad. Compared to Luogu's beast form, the size difference was huge. Luogu could easily subdue it without even moving his claws. Yet, despite this, the beast showed no fear. Its eyes burned with determination to fight the white beast in front of it. This beast was very aggressive because it wanted to protect its unborn child. We're not bad people. Jinjin couldn't wait for the mirror's display. She didn't want Luogu to get hurt, and she also didn't want this rare beast to die, especially since it still had a small creature inside its belly. The beast heard her voice, turning its head slightly. That look gave Jinjin confidence. We're not bad. We won't hurt you or your baby. Trust us, okay? The transformed beast remained cautious, but seemed to become a little clearer in its eyes. Look, it's been in human form the whole time and hasn't attacked you, Jinjin said as she took a step forward. You're pregnant and hurt. Let me help you, okay? Little thing, don't come closer, Luogu said coldly. As he spoke, the transformed beast tensed up and became more alert. Jinjin looked at Luogu with a hint of a plea in her eyes, trying to persuade him to let her try. Maybe it would work. Luogu refused to let her get close to any danger. If this beast dared to hurt her, he wouldn't care how rare or hard to find it was. Jinjin really wanted to try. She ignored Luogu and slowly approached the beast, speaking softly to reassure it that they weren't bad people and wouldn't hurt it. Although still very cautious, the beast's eyes showed a tiny bit of trust in Jinjin. She saw hesitation in its eyes and stretched out her hands where it could see. Luogu was unhappy. His beast form wanted to block her path, but he realized this beast didn't seem hostile toward Jinjin. Just as he hesitated whether to stop her, she had already stepped closer to the beast. Look, I'm not holding anything that can hurt you, Jinjin said gently. I saw your back leg was hurt earlier. Would you like me to help you? The beast stared at her while also watching the much larger white animal nearby, always on guard. Its suspicion didn't fade until it saw that the white animal turned into a human. Jinjin smiled softly, happy that Luogu had decided to trust her this time. I know you're pregnant. You're probably so defensive because you're worried about your baby, she continued. I don't know who hurt you, but I swear I won't hurt you or your baby. If you trust me, you can lick my hand. She raised her hand, waiting patiently for its response. The beast looked at her small, fair hand, and its suspicion slowly turned into doubt. Jinjin's gaze was gentle and patient. She waited calmly. Finally, the beast lowered its head slightly, seeming to start trusting her. She kept smiling sincerely. When she saw its head bend over her hand, it didn't lick her but moved its round nose as if trying to smell her to see if she would hurt it. After smelling her, Jinjin clearly noticed that the winged beast lowered its guard. It slightly extended its tongue to lick her palm. It was itchy and wet. Can I see your wound? Jinjin asked softly. I can help you treat it. The winged beast let out a soft cry and looked toward the half-beast man nearby. He's with me. I promise he won't hurt you, Jinjin said, gently stroking the fur on its head to help it relax. Feeling her touch, the fluffy winged beast started to calm down. Suddenly, it sat down on the ground with a thud, its limbs bent, and its breathing grew a little faster. Jinjin felt sad. She knew it had been hurt and fighting pain to protect the baby inside her. Now that it was relaxing, it must be hurting all over. She quickly took out a first aid kit from her backpack. Though she wasn't a vet, she could still bandage animals' wounds. There was indeed a wound on the inside of its hind leg. It wasn't big, but it was deep, probably caused by something sharp. Blood made its fur wet and matted. Unfortunately, she had no scissors to cut the fur around the wound, so she could only disinfect it first. Luckily, we're in Tailing, where there are many useful herbs, Chijinjin said after disinfecting. Can you wait here? I'll go pick some herbs to cover the wound so it won't get worse or infected. She didn't know if the winged beast could understand her words. If it couldn't, she'd have to use the few herbs she had in her backpack. Clearly, the beast was unwilling and uneasy. There was nothing she could do but search her backpack for some stored herbs to use. After treating the wound, Chijinjin looked at its round belly, which looked like it was about to give birth. At that moment, Luo Gu came over. As soon as he approached, the winged beast tensed up again, almost causing the wound to bleed. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Chijinjin gave Luo Gu a subtle signal to be gentle, then softly stroked its head to comfort it.
He won't hurt you.
Even when Luo Gu moved closer, the beast remained stiff and kept a wary eye on him. Luo Gu crouched down, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Chijinjin didn't rush to speak, but let Luo Gu and the beast exchange glances. Soon, the winged beast realized that the half-beast man wouldn't hurt it, and it gradually relaxed. Petting the transformed beast, Yu Hua, Jinjin immediately felt relieved. This transformed beast was finally beginning to trust them a little. Do you know it's a transformed beast? Jinjin asked, turning to Lu Gu. Yes. He actually knew. It seemed that his recent beast form was unavoidable, and he didn't intend to hurt this transformed beast. My bronze mirror says there are only 18 transformed beasts on this entire continent, plus what's inside its belly. Anyway, it's a very rare creature, Jinjin explained. This place in Tailing probably isn't a habitat for transformed beasts, right? Lu Gu nodded slightly, as if agreeing. He didn't seem willing to say more. Jinjin was very curious. She connected the footprints she had found earlier with the transformed beast. Looking at the beast's claws, they matched the footprints of the animal she had seen before. Lu Gu looked at the transformed beast, lost in thought. His serious, intense expression made Jinjin feel uneasy. What should we do now? Jinjin asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Lu Gu focused and looked toward the salt fruit tree nearby, saying, Stay here. I'll go check the salt fruit tree. Okay, Jinjin nodded. But watching Lu Gu walk toward the salt fruit tree, she couldn't help but want to go with him. After all, their purpose here was to find salt fruit. They hadn't expected to find a transformed beast. She had even wanted to help him with the salt fruit situation earlier. So she told the transformed beast, You rest here for now. I'll check that tree and come back to take care of you. The beast seemed to understand and gently nodded. Jinjin stood up and headed toward the salt fruit tree. Lu Gu circled the tree and finally stood underneath, looking up. This tree doesn't have a single salt fruit, Jinjin said after inspecting it. Didn't I tell you to wait there? Lu Gu said, annoyed that she didn't listen and followed him. Jinjin rolled her eyes at him and carefully examined the tree. Although the leaves looked strange in color, they seemed to have borne fruit. It shouldn't be completely fruitless, unless all the fruits had been picked. My bronze mirror says that eating salt fruit alone isn't a problem, but it must not be mixed with other fruits. Otherwise, it can cause symptoms similar to those in children, and in severe cases, it can be fatal, Jinjin explained. However, the leaves of the salt fruit tree can neutralize this poison. Is there anything else? Lu Gu asked. No, that's all. Mumu Xian remembered that she could see other things too, so she aimed the bronze mirror at a tree and asked, Would you like to look? See if anything shows up for you? Lu Gu glanced at it and shook his head. Nothing at all. It seemed only she could see the description of the salt fruit tree. That's all I saw. I told you everything. Lu Gu fell silent again. Mumu Xian thought carefully. The salt fruit tree she had finally found had no fruits on it, and this tree only existed in the Tower Forest. Someone must have entered the Tower Forest and taken all the salt fruits. But she didn't want to guess why because she only knew salt cannot be eaten with other foods after looking into the mirror. She wasn't sure if others knew this. However, the silver fruit that appeared in the Bai Li tribe was coated with salt fruit juice. Mumu Xian decided to stay quiet. Lugu probably wouldn't like her helping out openly, so she just needed to help secretly. Little one, what do you plan to do with that flying beast? Lugu suddenly asked. Mumu Xian blinked. She hadn't thought about it, but from Lugu's words, it seemed he didn't plan to leave the flying beast here unattended. I don't know. Do you have any plans?
She asked.
Take it with you when you go out, Lugu said. Go out together? Mumu Xian didn't quite agree. Even if she took it along, she needed to understand what had happened to the flying beast first. She was also worried that after going out, although flying beasts are rare and most people have heard about them from rumors, this one's unusual appearance and fur might attract unwanted attention. So she said, Do you remember the footprints we saw earlier? Those animal footprints are very similar to those of a flying beast. We found the flying beast, but we haven't found any human footprints. Maybe. There are still others in the tower forest. Lugu looked at her, understanding she was warning him about something. He chuckled softly. Little one, are you afraid that if we take the flying beast out, we'll be noticed? Feeling exposed, Mumu Xian felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, it's easy to attract attention, Lugu said to himself. Then he asked, Do you want to hear some rumors about the flying beast? Rumors? Mumu Xian was surprised. Is it the rumor that Elder Ag mentioned before?
Yes.
She definitely wanted to know. Yes, I want to know. Lugu didn't hide it anymore and said, The rumor is that eating the heart of a flying beast can make a pure-blooded person as strong as a half-beast person. Mumu frowned, asking, Eating hearts to strengthen the body? Is that just a rumor, or is it true? Luogu responded, I've said it's just a rumor. What do you think? She didn't know the answer and asked out of curiosity, especially since many unbelievable things had happened on this Beastman continent. So, she didn't think it was impossible that eating hearts could make someone stronger. Is it really true? Mumu cautiously asked for an answer. Luogu glanced at her and said, I've already told you. It's just a rumor.
Oh.
Mumu understood that rumor probably meant no one had actually tried it. After all, transforming beasts are very rare. This also explained why Elder Aiki had hidden the skins of transformed beasts. Even Luogu wanted to keep it secret. If everyone saw the skins, it would confirm that transformed beasts really existed on this continent. Many pure-blooded people would then try to find these rare beasts. Thinking of this, Mumu had a bold guess. Could the pregnant transformed beast be targeted by pure-blooded people? Can pure-blooded people enter the tower forest? Probably not. Not to mention the weak soil and stone forest. Even the barrier flower can't be moved, let alone pass through the dark tunnel into the tower forest. So, it must be a half-beast person. No wonder it was so hostile to you earlier, Luogu said, because he himself was a half-beast person. This means that until it is safe, the transformed beast really only has them to rely on. But what benefit does a transformed beast have for half-beast people? Its beautiful fur? Let's go, Luogu said, turning away and heading toward the transformed beast. Have you finished checking the salt fruit clues? Mumu called after him. He hadn't yet said whether he found anything on the salt fruit trees. But Luogu ignored her and walked straight toward the transformed beast. Mumu had no choice but to follow. Seeing her approach, Luogu said, Tell it to stay here. We'll come back for it later.
Mumu frowned slightly.
Leaving it here alone? What if there are other people in the tower forest who want to harm it? Can it walk now? Luogu knew that the transformed beast was injured and pregnant, but he just wanted it to rest a bit longer so it would have enough strength when they left together. The transformed beast seemed to understand Luogu's meaning and suddenly struggled to stand up. Mumu was startled, but then she understood from his eyes that he could keep up with them and that she didn't need to worry about his injuries. However, he looked very shaky. Maybe I should stay and keep him company, Mumu said, knowing he still needed to look for other clues in the tower forest. Luogu glanced at her coldly. Mumu bit her lip, worried not only about leaving the flying beast alone but also about its injuries worsening if it followed her. Don't worry. Even if there are still half-orcs inside the tower forest, they can't beat it, Luo Gu said, seeing her worried expression. The flying beast nuzzled Mumu's shoulder, as if to say she didn't need to worry about it following. Are you really okay with this? Mumu asked, afraid she might misunderstand its gaze. The flying beast shook its head and nuzzled her shoulder again. Luo Gu, take it with you, Mumu said. Luo Gu looked at the flying beast and agreed. Mumu was happy and patted its head. Luo Gu turned toward another direction, and Mumu and the flying beast hurried to follow. Luo Gu was walking slowly, probably to take care of the injured flying beast. Mumu noticed Luo Gu was searching for something and asked, "What are you looking for?" "I can help you find it." "Salt fruit tree. Wasn't there one earlier?" Mumu hesitated, realizing there must be more than one salt fruit tree in the tower forest. Since she now knew what a salt fruit tree looked like, she started helping him search. While looking, Mumu kept an eye on the flying beast behind her. It had almost stumbled when it first started walking, but now it was moving more smoothly. Suddenly, Mumu glanced to the left and saw something in the distant grass. Just as she was about to get a closer look, the scene blurred, and the flying beast stepped in front of her, blocking her view. Mumu tilted her head to see better, but was again blocked by the flying beast. She frowned, realizing it was deliberate. "What's wrong?" Luo Gu, walking ahead, didn't hear her footsteps and turned back. He looked in the direction Mumu was gazing and noticed something suspicious in the grass nearby. Luo Gu approached the grass, and the flying beast, uneasy, pawed at the ground. "Is that area dangerous?" Mumu asked, watching it. The flying beast didn't nod or shake its head. Its uneasy expression seemed almost
Guilty?
Seeing this, Mumu bypassed the flying beast and headed straight toward Luo Gu. Luo Gu saw something in the grass and heard Qi Jinjin approaching. He said, "Don't come closer." Qi Jinjin paused, feeling very curious. "Did you find something in the grass?" Luo Gu didn't answer. Seeing that he didn't speak and didn't seem to want to hide, she guessed that whatever was in the grass wasn't dangerous. So she stepped forward. But just as she moved, Luo Gu suddenly turned around, covered her eyes, and said angrily, "Didn't I tell you not to come?" "I just wanted to see," Qi Jinjin said, trying to pull his hand away, but he held tight and wouldn't let go. "Let me see." Luo Gu narrowed his dark eyes and looked at the nearby flying beast, which stood straight and looked innocent. "Luo Gu? Fine. You can look, but don't regret it afterward," Luo Gu said, releasing her but still blocking her view with his tall figure. Was it really that serious? His words made Qi Jinjin even more curious to see. She prepared herself mentally and nodded. "I won't regret it." All right, Luo Gu knew she was brave, so he moved aside to let her pass. Even though she was ready, she was still shocked when she saw what was in the grass. It turned out to be a human hand. It was a severed hand, blood dripping from the cut, and beside it was a bloody, torn foot. The foot looked bitten by something, with bones shattered and embedded in the bloody flesh. But the most frightening thing wasn't just these limbs. Just a few steps away in the grass, there was a person lying there. This person had one arm and one foot missing, with terrible scratches all over the body and a head. The head was still attached to the neck, but it was badly bitten, with flesh and blood missing, and half the brain exposed, spilled onto the grass leaves. It was like a dismembered corpse. Luo Gu saw her face turn pale and pulled her back. "I told you, don't regret it after seeing." Hearing his voice, Qi Jinjin snapped out of her shock and forced herself to say, "I won't regret it, but I didn't expect it to be so bloody." She steadied her mind. This person had died terribly. But then she quickly wondered, how could a normal person end up with such a bloody corpse? Could this person be the one who left the footprints? Although the body was dismembered and bloody, its shape looked like an adult man. Luo Gu nodded and pulled her back. "Do you want to go see it again?" Mu Qinshan wondered if there were any clues, such as why the corpse appeared so bloody here, or if there might be other frightening things in this forest of towers. "There's nothing interesting about a corpse," Luo Gu said as he walked back and glanced at the feathered beast. Mu Qianqian noticed his strange look when he looked at the feathered beast, as if he knew why the corpse had become like that. Feathered beast. Mu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the feathered beast and asked, "Did you kill that person?" The feathered beast looked guilty and dared not meet her eyes, but it nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Qianqian was stunned. The feathered beast's fighting ability was so strong that it could tear an adult half-beast into such a bloody mess. Fortunately, Luo Gu was powerful. Otherwise, when fighting this feathered beast earlier, things might have been worse. Mu Qianqian shivered and dared not think further. "I don't blame you," Mu Qianqian said softly as she stroked the feathered beast's fur. "I know you wouldn't hurt anyone without reason. That person, they deserved it." The feathered beast listened and looked at her with a gentler expression. It rubbed against her shoulder, showing it liked her very much. This feathered beast was surprisingly intelligent. Mu Qianqian smiled and suddenly had an idea. "Are there any other people in this tower forest besides that person?" she asked the feathered beast. The feathered beast stared blankly at Mu Qianqian. "Can't understand? That shouldn't be." Mu Qianqian frowned slightly. Luo Gu narrowed his eyes slightly and silently watched Mu Qianqian without interrupting her. "Are there any other people here who hurt you?" Mu Qianqian asked more simply. The feathered beast still looked at her blankly. "Can't understand?" "Stop pretending," Luo Gu suddenly said. Mu Qianqian blinked in confusion and finally realized. So, this feathered beast was intelligent, but it pretended not to understand to avoid answering. "Where are they?" Mu Qianqian asked, staring at the feathered beast. The feathered beast, exposed, couldn't keep up the act anymore. It piteously staggered and walked in a direction, as if leading the way. After walking a while, the feathered beast stopped in front of a bunch of grass. The grass looked quite deep, enough to hide 2 or 3 people inside. Luo Gu approached and parted the grass with his hand, revealing 2 more corpses inside. These 2 bodies looked just like the ones they had seen earlier, covered in blood and torn flesh. Musi didn't look much. After all, they all deserved what happened. If he hadn't attacked the transformed beast, he wouldn't have died so tragically. At this moment, the transformed beast nudged her shoulder again. This time, it didn't seem like a plea for forgiveness, but rather a signal for them to follow it elsewhere. Musi was a little surprised. Could there be more than 3 people? Thinking about it, finding such a rare transformed beast meant having more people increase their chances of success. So they continued to follow the transformed beast through the tower forest. After walking for a while, the beast stopped, raised its neck forward, and indicated they had arrived. Musi looked ahead and saw that the place the beast brought them to was another salt fruit tree. It seemed this beast was very familiar with the terrain of the tower forest. This salt fruit tree was the same as the previous one. All the fruits had been picked, leaving only the leaves. Musi watched Luo Gu walk around the salt fruit tree and then asked, "Any clues? Did you find anything?" Luo Gu frowned slightly and shook his head. Even he hadn't found any clues, which made things a bit difficult. Musi also circled the salt fruit tree. Indeed, there were no fruits left on it. "Since there's no clue, let's pick some more leaves from the salt fruit trees," Musi said as she approached him. "Even if something like before happens again, at least we have the leaves to detox." Luo Gu nodded, accepting the plan for now. "Stay over there. I can help," she offered. "Picking together might be faster." Luo Gu glanced at her, and Musi pursed her lips, obediently turning to walk toward the transformed beast. Seeing the half-beast man climb the tree to pick leaves, the beast didn't understand his behavior, but was glad to rest for a while. Musi saw the beast lying down, and it also helped her check her wound. Luckily, it wasn't bleeding again. Since they had finally come to the tower forest, Musi didn't want to just sit and admire Luo Gu picking leaves. She glanced around and saw many flowers and plants within Luo Gu's line of sight. She planned to look around and bring back some useful ones. She told the transformed beast to stay quietly and rest here. Perhaps the beast was truly tired. It laid its head on its front paws, eyes half closed. Musi took out a bronze mirror and began to identify the plants. At first, the mirror provided detailed descriptions of the flowers and plants, but gradually, She noticed the information on the mirror was changing. After displaying the species name, habits, and period, the screen slowly faded and a new scene appeared. For example, there is a flower called Sky Sun that grows in tailing. When combined with ice illusion grass and serpent flower, it can treat stomach and intestinal diseases. The bronze mirror also faintly shows two types of plants she has never seen before. Could it be that her bronze mirror is starting to evolve? Perhaps it can now identify plants from this ancient continent and suggest remedies accordingly. Qi tried several other, very strange-looking flowers. After describing them, she saw more words about their uses and formulas. With this discovery, she really wanted to recognize and remember all the plants around her for future use. Little one, Luogu called her from afar. Qi quickly stood up and looked back. You're walking too far. Come back. Oops, she was so absorbed in searching that she didn't notice her range. It seems she went a bit too far. Luckily, Luogu didn't stop her. She turned back a little to pick some useful seeds to grow later. Most plants in tailing only grow well in this environment. If she dug them up and took them away, it would be very hard to carry them all. So she only took the most useful and easiest to grow plants. Luogu quickly picked some leaves and saw Qi still bending over, pulling at the grass. He threw the leaves in front of the feathered beast and walked toward Qi. The half-blinked feathered beast snorted in response. Even though it was a rare and precious creature, it was being treated like an animal for watching things. Seeing Luogu approaching, Qi handed him a handful of flowers and grass. Hold this for me, she said. Luogu looked at the plants and asked, Are you planning to take these out too? Yes, Qi replied while searching. These flowers and grasses have different effects on people. The medical conditions here are so poor. No, wait, you don't even have proper medical facilities. It's good to be prepared just in case. Luogu didn't understand her words well, but since she liked him, he wouldn't stop her. After a while, Qi selected many useful plants. This trip was really worth it. Is this enough? Luogu looked at the two big handfuls of flowers, grasses, and the leaves of the salt fruit trees she had collected. It might be hard to carry all of them. Enough, Qi said, worried he couldn't wait. She had almost finished collecting everything. They headed toward the feathered beast, where a pile of salt fruit tree leaves was gathered. It looked a bit difficult to carry. It seems we need a large animal hide to hold them, Luogu said, rubbing his chin and glancing at the nearby feathered beast. The transformed beast was not threatened by his gaze. With a proud look that said, I cherish you, so I won't hurt you, it responded to the past. Just squeeze them randomly for now. After we go out, you can hunt a bigger animal skin to wrap them up. Qi crouched in front of the leaves, carefully gathering them one by one. When we get back, dry them all in the sun, grind them into powder, and store them in pottery. Then they'll be ready to use anytime. After packing everything, the transformed beast was almost rested. The two of them and the beast headed toward the cave they came from. When they reached the barrier flower, Qi suddenly remembered a question. Since this transformed beast didn't live in the tower forest, how did it escape into the forest? Could this beast also have enough strength to push open the barrier flowers? Little one, what are you thinking about? Luogu asked, noticing her puzzled stare at the beast. Qi didn't answer. Instead, she looked at the barrier flowers and then at the beast, trusting Luogu to understand her thoughts. Sure enough, Luogu understood. The road to the tower forest isn't only one, Luogu said. There's another path at the northernmost part of the forest. Qi was surprised. But this one is the safest, Luogu added. Seeing that he was openly discussing this in front of the beast, Qi asked without hesitation, So, both the transformed beast and those chasing it entered through another route? Luogu glanced at the beast and said, At least it didn't come in this way. Even I can't guarantee you'll get out safely if you take that route. Hearing this, Qi became curious about the northern route, one that even Luogu hesitated to take. How dangerous could it be? Is that route very scary? Are there lots of poisonous snakes and fierce beasts? Not fierce beasts, but there are definitely many poisonous snakes, Luo Gu replied. Then he pried open a barrier flower, creating a large gap that even the beast could pass through. Not just a few snakes. It seems Luo Gu chose a much gentler path. Inside the cave, Qi took out a glowstone and told the beast following them, "Be careful when you walk. There are many holes on the ground." The beast nodded gently and followed behind them. After passing through the cave, Luo Gu pushed aside a large cluster of barrier flowers at the entrance and stepped outside. The sun was shining brightly, and the heat was a bit intense. Qi looked at the plants and flowers in the valley, her expression stiffening.
"It's over," she said.
"What happened?" Luo Gu asked hurriedly.
"Fog insects."
Qi frowned and said, "I forgot to catch some fog bugs." "What are you going to do with them?" Luo Gu still thought something was wrong with her. "Those bugs don't look nice." They weren't pretty, but they could eat fog and even miasma. Seeing her look disappointed, Luo Gu thought for a moment and asked, "Do you really want to take some with you?" "Not exactly," she replied. "I just feel it's a pity. We finally came into the tower forest. Then you and the transforming beast wait here," Luo Gu said. After that, he turned around to go back into the tower forest to catch some bugs for her. Qi quickly stopped him. "No need. I don't have to take them. Besides, these fog bugs live in the tower forest. If I take them away, I might not be able to keep them alive." Luo Gu didn't insist and let her go. Even if she stayed with the transforming beast, it might not be completely safe. At this moment, the transforming beast gently called out and stretched its neck to look toward the left side of the valley. Qi didn't understand what it meant, but Luo Gu understood. "Little one, hold on tight," Luo Gu said. He transformed into a beast on his back and leapt onto a large rock. Qi clung tightly to his fur on his back. She saw the transforming beast also jump onto a rock and then run toward the left. Luo Gu followed closely behind, stepping where the transforming beast had stepped. Qi watched nervously as the transforming beast led the way, jumping and bounding. Her heart tightened. What if the big movements caused her wound to burst open? Maybe because of the transforming beast, Luo Gu's speed wasn't fast, but he moved smoothly and easily. They jumped for a while, and Qi faintly heard the sound of water nearby. The sound was faint but resembled a waterfall. She turned her head to the right. They had already crossed over the huge white-horned beast, and the small grove shining with light was gone. Instead, she saw a plain, and beyond it, a stone forest maze. Soon, the transforming beast led them out of the valley. At the end of the valley was a small lake, with a tiny waterfall beside it. The transforming beast ran to the shore and lowered its head to drink from the lake. Luo Gu also put Qi down. After a busy morning, seeing such clear water, Qi was very thirsty and wanted to go over and drink directly. But just as she was about to, Luo Gu stopped her. "Give me your water container. Stay here and don't get close." Confused, Qi handed him her large water cup. Could there be some dangerous creature in this small lake? Luo Gu went to the shore, filled the container with water, and then handed it back to her. Qi took it and drank half of it eagerly. The water was cool and sweet, very refreshing and delicious. Luo Gu took a few sips of water, then looked around as if searching for a way to leave. While Luo Gu was looking for a path, Qi, curious, tiptoed to look into the small lake. She saw faintly under the water surface several long things swimming. These things didn't look much like fish. They resembled snakes. Qi eyes widened in surprise. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were indeed snakes. So, the water she drank from earlier might have been where the snakes swam? Qi felt uneasy inside. Luo Gu found a way to leave, going around a small forest nearby to reach the other side, then look for a place to hunt and rest. The feathered beast drank a lot of water, which made it seem more energetic. Qi looked at it. Now that they were out of the tower woods, she wasn't sure if the feathered beast was willing to follow them. "By the way, Luo Gu, do you know where feathered beasts usually live?" Qi asked. "They don't have a fixed place. They are wherever there are no people. Qi Jinjin thought for a moment. They couldn't just take the feathered beast back to the Baili tribe. If someone found out it was a feathered beast, they'd be very jealous. But since the feathered beast was injured and pregnant, splitting up now could be risky. What if they encounter someone trying to catch it again? Luo Gu understood her worries and said, "Don't worry, let it follow us for now." Qi Jinjin nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. Luo Gu led the way ahead. Perhaps because of the injury, he didn't run fast, and the intelligent feathered beast followed behind. Across the small lake was another patch of forest. As they moved deeper, the trees became denser and more lush. Luo Gu found a spot with few weeds in the forest and stopped. "Go hunt. I'll gather some branches and start a fire," Qi Jinjin said, knowing it was time to eat and regain strength. "I'll be back soon," Luo Gu replied, then disappeared into the dense woods to hunt. Qi Jinjin collected a bunch of branches and carried them back, noticing a pile of branches on the ground. The feathered beast stepped on them and held a stick in its mouth. Qi Jinjin blinked and gave it a thumbs up. Just as she finished stacking the branches and was about to light a fire, Luo Gu returned. He had hunted 3 animals she didn't recognize. They looked plump and fat, and most importantly, their skins could be peeled off to make bags. This made it easier to carry the items they brought from the tower woods. Qi Jinjin and Luo Gu worked together. He roasted the meat, and she prepared the animal skins into bags. After finishing, the meat was ready, and they enjoyed their meal. Mumu watched the feathered beast eat a whole raw animal with great enjoyment and said, "You went to the place with salt fruit too. Now, is it time to go back? Little one, you really want to go back?" Luo Gu was happy that she kept thinking about it. Mumu nodded honestly. She really wanted to return to his big tribe. She felt that the outside was too dangerous. As a weak, purebred person, it was best for her to stay among many people and help improve their living conditions. Adventures like this, where they are constantly watched, are not suitable for her. "So, you are now willing to live with me and breed with me, right?"
What?
This doesn't make any sense. Mumu looked at his friendly smile and answered him differently. "If I go back, I can only stay in your cave. There's no choice." "All right, when we go back, let my mother find some bloodfire fruit for you, and then we can start breeding," Luo Gu said happily, pretending she agreed. Mumu's face turned red. She wished she had just ignored his question. But the bloodfire fruit he mentioned sounded familiar. Her mother had mentioned it to her before. Forget it. She decided not to bring up that topic again to avoid making herself more embarrassed. After eating the meat, Mumu kicked out the fire to put it out and prepared to continue their journey. Suddenly, the feathered beast became uneasy, stamping its hooves and looking around nervously. "What's wrong?" Mumu was surprised. She wanted to go comfort it, but was held back by Luo Gu. At the same time, Mumu heard a strange noise coming from nearby. It sounded like many animals running, and the footsteps didn't seem like small animals. The sound grew closer, and Mumu saw figures in the distant forest. They were wild beasts, all large and fierce-looking, about 5 or 6 of them. These beasts were charging toward them aggressively. Luo Gu protected her behind him. His brow furrowed slightly, but he showed no fear and didn't even shift into beast form to fight. Just as the 6 beasts were about to reach them, they suddenly stopped and looked down at them from above. Mumu's instincts told her these 6 beasts were half-orcs. Sure enough, after staring down at them for a while, the 6 beasts transformed into human form. They were 6 strong, muscular men with fierce looks. "You two are quite bold to dare steal from us," the lead half-orc said with a fierce look. "Be smart and hand over the stuff, or else you'll regret it." Luo Gu smirked and looked coldly. "What stuff?" "Stop pretending," the lead half-orc shouted. "Hand over that beast behind you." Qi Jinjin quietly looked back at the transformed beast. It was in attack mode, with fiery eyes just like when it fought Luo Gu earlier in the tower. "It seems these 6 half-orcs came specifically for the beast. Is it yours?" Luo Gu asked without fear. "Of course," the half-orc replied loudly. "If you want to live, take your purebred and get out. Otherwise, We'll have fun with her. As soon as he finished, Luo Gu's anger clearly flared up, probably because of that last comment.
Don't waste time with them.
We have 6 of us, and we can't handle one half-orc? Besides, that beast is still recovering from our attack and isn't a real threat, said the person next to the lead half-orc, muttering loudly. Qi Jinjin heard every word clearly. The injuries on the beast were caused by this group of half-orcs.
Fine.
Since you don't understand words, don't blame us for being rude. After speaking, the 6 half-orcs suddenly transformed into beasts, surrounding them with fierce fangs bared. Luo Gu snorted softly, clearly unimpressed. Little ones, stay where you are and don't move. Okay. Qi Jinjin nodded while clutching her backpack straps. She knew Luo Gu was powerful, but fighting 6. In a flash, Luo Gu shifted into beast form. His white fur flowed, head held high, standing tall. Just his 4 paws in that stance made the 6 half-orcs look small in comparison. The half-orcs didn't expect that this beast form of Luo Gu was much taller than them. And with that white fur and strong build, he looked a lot like Luo Gu, the future leader of the Baili tribe. They had never seen Luo Gu in either human or beast form, but they had heard of him. Brave, strong, and capable of defeating a beast twice his size alone without injury. If this white beast really was Luo Gu, the future tribe leader, they were doomed to lose. Somehow, Qi Jinjin noticed that after seeing Luo Gu in beast form, the 6 beasts seemed to back down a little. Their exposed fangs retracted slightly, as if they were hesitant. Luo Gu is indeed very powerful. Just by standing there, he can scare them all. The 6 half-beasts are no longer in a hurry to attack. Instead, they exchange glances with each other. However, Luo Gu doesn't give them a chance to exchange looks. He charges straight at the nearest half-beast. The half-beast didn't expect Luo Gu to attack suddenly, but it quickly dodged. Luo Gu, being more fast and agile in his beast form, reached him before he could fully escape and grabbed him. Luo Gu opened his mouth and bit into the half-beast's arm. Just one bite caused blood to spray everywhere, and the bitten half-beast let out a loud scream. The other 5 half-beasts reacted quickly and attacked Luo Gu. Luo Gu's big tail swung up and knocked one half-beast, smaller than him, flying. He then caught the closest of the remaining 4 and bit into its pain spot without hesitation. He bit quickly and let go just as fast. Before the other half-beasts could attack him, he dodged nimbly. The 4 half-beasts missed their targets. They looked at each other and became more convinced that this white beast is the future leader of the Baili tribe. The retreat. The leading half-beast growled, turning around and running away. Even the half-beast that was bleeding heavily from the bite scrambled and crawled to keep up with their escape. Luo Gu didn't chase after them. His little creature was still here, and he couldn't catch up if he went after them. Qi Jinjin had seen Luo Gu tear apart wild beasts with his hands before, so she didn't find the fight bloody or scary. Instead, she wondered why Luo Gu let them go. After the 6 half-beasts escaped, the forest became much quieter. Are you really going to let them go like that? Qi Jinjin asked as she watched Luo Gu turn back into human form and walk over. Do you want me to chase after them? Luo Gu wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes still showing a hint of fierceness. Qi Jinjin shook her head. No, at least we should keep the one that was bitten and question him. Luo Gu realized she was right, but the person had already been released. It's okay. If they really plan to attack the feathered beast, they will come back, Qi Jinjin said with a smile. She looked back at the feathered beast. After the half-beasts ran away, its attack posture relaxed, and it seemed to feel a little sorry for them. Qi Jinjin thought for a moment and approached it, asking, Is your habitat far from here? The feathered beast nodded gently. Is there only you, a feathered beast, around here? Qi Jinjin asked again. The feathered beast nodded softly again. It seems impossible to part ways with this transformed beast now. If they separate, they might be taken away by the 6 half-beasts that appeared suddenly earlier. But Qi Jinjin also found it strange. According to the rumors Luo Gu mentioned, the transformed beast is most beneficial to pure-blooded humans. So why are half-beasts the ones making a move? All right, little one. If they dare to come again, we'll catch another and ask, Luogu said, not wanting her to worry too much. Even if more people want to attack the transformed beast, I will protect it. Of course, he said the last part deliberately to reassure Qizhenjin. He was never interested in the transformed beast. Whether there was one or many didn't matter to him. His words did make Qizhenjin feel more at ease. Luogu, if we take this transformed beast back to the Baili tribe, won't the pure-blooded people there try to take it? She asked, staring at him. Luogu glanced at her and cleverly avoided the question. You want to take it back, but it might not want to go with you. That's true. Transformed beast, do you want to come with us? Qizhenjin directly asked for its opinion. Luogu watched the transformed beast with a look like he was enjoying a show. He thought that traveling with them would mean meeting many people, so he should think carefully. Seeing Luogu's threatening gaze, the transformed beast looked very sincerely at Qizhenjin and nodded firmly. It says it's willing. Qizhenjin was happy, surprised that she could connect with such a rare animal. Luogu's black eyes narrowed, clearly displeased with the deliberate act of the transformed beast. Little one, you're also pure-blooded. Don't you have any interest in its heart? He said, seemingly talking to Qizhenjin but actually warning the transformed beast. If you want to become as strong as me, I can help you cut open your heart. Qizhenjin's expression stiffened, and she suddenly became angry. What's wrong? Luogu saw her angry and softened his tone. Who told me that rumor earlier? Qizhenjin glared at him. Basically, he didn't want to take the transformed beast back. But she couldn't force him. She didn't know whether bringing it back would be good or bad. Forget it. Let's think as we go, she said, no longer dwelling on the issue. Who knew what surprises might happen along the way? Luogu smiled, but inside, he started to worry. The appearance of these 6 half-beasts and their connection to the transformed beast must be complicated. The two of them and the feathered beast continued to move through the forest. Luckily, the journey out of the forest went smoothly, and no one blocked their way again. Before it got dark, Luogu found a cave to rest in. It seemed he planned to sleep there for the night. The feathered beast walked straight into the cave and found a comfortable spot to lie down, resting its head on its front paws. Outside the cave, there was a small pond with fish, so they wouldn't have to worry about food tonight. Jinjin followed Luogu to the pond and asked curiously, Are you not in a hurry to leave because you're worried about the feathered beast's injury? Hearing her question, Luogu became more convinced that she was eager to go back.
Good.
Not only does she not want to run away, but she also wants to return faster. He felt he had firmly kept the little creature by his side. Thinking of this, Luogu felt very happy. What are you laughing at? She asked. Nothing. Luogu quickly hid his smile, so she wouldn't see his thoughts. Yes, it needs rest. Really? Jinjin thought it didn't seem like it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked. Little one, can you catch fish? Luogu stepped into the pond, walking through the water. Of course, Jinjin kept her thoughts to herself. She looked around and picked up 2 slightly thick branches. Want me to teach you?
Teach what?
With such scary fish as Inju you caught already, was she worried about catching the small fish swimming in the pond?
Okay, how do you catch them?
Luogu looked at the 2 branches in her hands with interest. Jinjin coughed lightly, sharpened the ends of the branches with a knife, and handed them to him. It's simple fish spearing. Luogu took the branches. The method gave him an idea. Anyway, it was still early, and he had nothing to do, so Luogu wasn't in a rush to catch more fish. Show me how, he said. Wait a moment. Jinjin took off her shoes and stepped into the water. There were quite a few fish in the pond, and it wasn't deep. Plus, the fish were big enough, making them easier to spear. First, stay still, Jinjin said. She looked around at the fish, didn't find a particularly fish-rich spot, and instead held the branch upright, staring at the pond. Then, wait for the right moment and strike. Luogu watched her insert the branch vertically into the water, and the sudden movement caused the fish to scatter in all directions. Look, I caught one. Jinjin excitedly lifted the branch, which just happened to have a fish speared through its belly. Luogu squinted and understood her method. I don't like waiting.
What?
Still excited, Qi Jinjin didn't understand. Lu Gu threw the branch onto the shore, bent down to pick up a few stones, then took out a slingshot hidden at his waist. He placed a stone in the slingshot, pulled back the string, and in less than half a second, a small splash appeared on the water surface as the stone sank into the water. Next, a few more small stones caused many tiny splashes on the water.
Done.
Lu Gu put away the slingshot and walked toward the spot where the stones had hit earlier. Qi Jinjin watched him go, then bent down and reached into the water, pulling out a fish that had been stunned by the slingshot. Lu Gu waved the fish in his hand and smirked. How about that? Isn't this method faster? Qi Jinjin felt like he was laughing at her. She probably didn't need to teach him any fishing method. He could think of dozens himself. Then, Lu Gu reached into the water again and caught several more fish that he had stunned earlier, throwing them onto the shore. Suddenly, Qi Jinjin felt that the fish in her hand no longer smelled good. Since he could catch a lot of fish alone, she decided not to interfere and prepared to go ashore to pick up some nearby branches. Little thing, Lu Gu called out to her when she reached the shore.
What?
You go handle the fish. I'll gather the branches. Lu Gu walked onto the shore. Qi Jinjin glanced at him. Fine. Gathering branches wasn't too tiring.
If he wanted to go, let him.
She took the fish one by one into the cave. The transformed beast seemed to be sleeping. When she entered, it only twitched its eyelids slightly. It seemed she still needed to treat the beast's wound after eating the fish. She had been running all afternoon and wasn't sure if the wound had reopened. Lu Gu returned with a pile of branches and also brought back a few stones. Seeing the stones, Qi Jinjin immediately knew they were for roasting fish.
But